In Guangyuan province of the Tianming Empire, over 200 students from Huiquan City's first high school gathered in the square, awaiting their career transition destiny. In this world, everyone who reaches 18 can participate in a collective career transition ceremony. Career qualities are divided into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, with vast differences between high and low ranks. One could either soar to the heavens or fall into ruin. Everything depended on this moment. A single career transition could completely overturn one's fate. In the square, Array Master Zhang Kuei had already set up the formation, and Principal Lin Shen stepped onto the platform, his voice booming. Students, the career transition ceremony is about to begin. No matter what quality of career you transition into, please maintain an upward-looking heart and strive to become stronger. As Lin Shen's words fell, the square erupted in passionate cheers, everyone's blood boiling with excitement. The career transition ceremony officially began, with students from each class entering the transition square in turn. The transition order followed reverse exam scores, with the top student Chen Runian arranged to go last. Hu Pang transitioned to Frank Strength Enhancer. Su Wei transitioned to a rank chef. Lin Shushan transitioned to Frank Gatherer. The lower-ranking students took the stage one after another, with mostly mediocre transition results and generally low grades. Even when occasional combat or support careers appeared, they were only low tier. By the 50th student, among hundreds of students, only 25 crank and 2 brank combat careers had appeared, with the rest all drank and below. On the high platform, Lin Shun and the school leaders' faces grew increasingly grim. We're already at the 50th student, and still not a single A-rank career. The school leaders worried privately, their hearts heavy. Fortunately, hope remained. As the high-scoring students were yet to come, perhaps miracles could still happen. Rare rank careers numbered only a few per year in all of Huiquan City, so having one at first high would be considered lucky. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with students waiting in line experiencing accelerated heartbeats and restless anxiety. After the 50th student, the proportion of crank careers increased, brank careers remained scarce, and A-rank careers still hadn't appeared. Beside Chen Runian, Wang Yin lowered his voice and spoke nervously. Brother Nian, I'm so anxious. With so many cranks ahead, I feel like transitioning to Shrank Holy Knight is hopeless. Wang Yin had originally ranked near the bottom, but rose to 3rd in the grade thanks to Chen Runian's help. Now that his turn was approaching, his unease was evident. Chen Runian patted Wang Yan's shoulder, his expression calm. Little Yin, don't worry. In previous years, the good careers always came later. It's just that the Holy Knight you're hoping for is a rare career, very difficult to awaken. Wang Yin showed a hint of disappointment, and Chen Runian smiled again. Don't dwell on it. Holy Knight is only Shrank. At worst, you should awaken an S-rank legendary career, maybe change your dream. Wang Yin was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh, his mood actually lightening. Nearby, 4th-ranked Lu Hao scoffed and sneered. Easy to say? Being able to transition to a brank career would be good enough, and you're talking about S-rank. He glared at Chen Runian, full of jealousy whether in grades, looks, or winning the goddess Ling Xue's favor. He had been completely crushed by Chen Runian. But Chen Runian, Ling Xue, and Wang Yin all had their eyes on the transition square, and no one paid attention to Lu Hao, creating an instant awkward silence. Lu Hao felt annoyed and secretly swore. Once I transition to a rare career, just watch me trample you all underfoot. As for Ling Xue, I'll pin her down and have my way with her. His thoughts ran wild, but the transition ceremony continued. Among ranks 5 to 10, only one A-rank career appeared, with the rest all crank, making the school leaders' scalps tingle. This batch might be the worst ever. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then turned to Zhang Kuei. Only 4 left. Master Zhang, do you think these 4 have any hope? Zhang Kuei's gaze swept over the 4 students, formations appearing as he spoke gravely. Lu Hao and Wang Yin have good physiques and may become combat careers. Ling Xue has excellent mental power, and her looks are a bonus. Perhaps she can become a mage. Lin Chen felt exasperated hearing this. Only Zhang Kuei would mention looks as a bonus, but since Zhang Kuei was a master, no one dared contradict him. Lin Chen felt hopeful if Ling Xue awakened as a mage, this year would at least have one high-tier career. The reverse score order for transitions was precisely hoping that good grades would bring high careers. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Chen Runian as he smiled and asked Zhang Kuei. If looks can add points, wouldn't Chen Runian score even higher? He's consistently first place, and his looks are also top tier in the whole school. He's my most watched target. What do you think, Master Zhang? Zhang Kuei nodded. He has the charm I had in my youth. However, I can't see through him to know if he's ordinary or special. Worth anticipating. Lin Chun mentally complained that Zhang Kuei, at his age, still had the nerve to compare himself to Chen Runian. Soon it was 4th-ranked Lu Hao's turn to transition. Lu Hao walked confidently into the square, and suddenly red light blazed around him. Lin Chun and the others all stood up, exclaiming in excitement. Transition Holy Light. Rare career. Liu Hao has transitioned to Shrank Career Berserker. On stage, Liu Hao was ecstatic, laughing wildly as countless envious gazes turned toward him from below. Ha ha ha, Berserker. Shrank Career. Liu Hao laughed toward the sky, his gaze arrogant, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, secretly thinking viciously. I've transitioned to Shrank Berserker, probably the strongest career in first high. You three just wait and see. Liu Hao glared at Chen Runian with a dark expression, but Chen Runian's gaze never lingered on him for even a second, which made him even more furious. Below the stage, Liu Hao gritted his teeth. Looking up, he saw that the campus beauty Ling Xue also paid him no attention, and this cold treatment made resentment surge in his chest. On the platform, Lin Chun, Zhang Kuei and others had already been fired up by the constantly updating professional ratings in the square. Oh my, there's actually a rare profession this year. Lin Chun excitedly slapped the railing. Master Zhang's eye is truly sharp. Zhang Kuei stroked his graying beard, beaming with joy. Taking advantage of everyone's amazement, Liu Hao strode up to Chen Runian, Wang Yan, and Xian Yan, placing his hands on his hips and boasting loudly. Haha, I've changed profession's rank profession. How about that? Jealous, aren't you? Xian Yan immediately played along. Boss is the best. Liu Hao flashed his white teeth, but the three still didn't give him so much as a glance. Unwilling to give up, he moved closer to Chen Runian and threatened in a low voice. Chen Runian, after we get through the newbie dungeon, we'll have our fun. With that, he made a throat-slitting gesture, his expression arrogant. Wang Yan frowned and whispered a reminder. Brother Yan, this guy's looking at you wrong. Chen Runian glanced at Liu Hao indifferently. If he can get S-rank, so can you. It's your turn, go get an S-rank and crush him directly. Yeah. Liu Hao's cold laugh had just begun when Ling Xue interrupted. Ling Xue stepped closer, her ice-cold face showing a hint of curiosity. Chen Runian, what quality profession do you think I can get? At first high school, Ling Xue had always competed with Chen Runian academically, though their relationship wasn't exactly hostile. Apart from Wang Yan, she was probably the person who talked to Chen Runian the most. Chen Runian gave her a faint smile. Wang Yan will get S-rank, you'll get S-rank too. And as for me S-rank, I'll take your word for it. Wang Yan laughed heartily as he rushed toward the profession change square. The formation's light exploded, and the air suddenly froze. The next second, 100-meter phantoms of a dragon and tiger dove down from the sky, converged into his arms, then dissipated, causing everyone present to lose their rhythm. A profession change phenomenon. Only S-rank and above have those. The crowd erupted. As the light faded, the judgment appeared. Wang Yan, profession changed to S-rank Dragon Tiger Master. Holy crap! S-rank. The legendary Dragon Tiger Master profession. Exclamations rose one after another, and even Zhang Kuei couldn't hide his shock. Dragon Tiger Masters were born with the power of dragons and tigers, with both strength and defense at the peak, completely overwhelming warriors of the same rank. Wang Yan excitedly rushed back and hugged Chen Runian tightly. Your words come true, Brother Yan is invincible. Chen Runian nodded, clearly very satisfied with the result. Ling Xue's eyes sparkled like stars, thinking to herself. Chen Runian's prediction actually came true. So what about me? As soon as the thought arose, she couldn't wait for her number to be called, and quickly stepped onto the square. The profession change instructor saw her eagerness and nodded with a smile. The profession change instructor initiated the profession change for Ling Xue. Lin Chun and the others hadn't yet recovered from their shock when a beam of blue-white light shot skyward from the formation, radiating an icy aura. The previously clear sky began to darken with gathering clouds, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing many students in the front rows to shiver uncontrollably. Another class change phenomenon. My God, could we be witnessing a second legendary profession? The crowd erupted in chaos, hearts pounding like drums, while Lin Chun and the other school officials stared intently at the formation without blinking. Ling Xue, class change to S-rank Mystic Ice Mage. S-rank Mystic Ice Mage. Another legendary profession. As the announcement landed, the playground fell silent for a beat, then erupted in even more intense exclamations. Lin Chun instinctively pinched his own thigh. Ah, which bastard pinched me? Zhang Kuei yelped in pain, turning to glare angrily, but seeing Lin Chun's incredulous expression, he realized he hadn't been mistaken. It's actually real. Both men swallowed hard simultaneously. After one S-rank, two S-ranks had appeared in succession. It was simply heaven-defying. Ling Xue pressed her lips together, blooming with joy inside, yet still maintained her aloof composure, though her gaze toward Chen Runian carried something different. Holy shit, just as Brother Yan predicted. Wang Yan excitedly slapped his leg. Ling Xue also got an S-rank profession. Brother Yan is amazing, his words become reality. Even Chen Runian himself raised an eyebrow in surprise. The onlookers regarded him like a deity, having predicted correctly twice. Could this young man who had long held first place in their grade really achieve SS-rank? Liu Hao looked like he'd seen a ghost. I'm at least in S-rank Berserker. I should have been today's shining star. How did Huiquan First High, which hasn't produced a legendary profession in decades, suddenly produce two in one day? Is this reasonable? It's not reasonable. But no one paid attention to his frustration. Everyone was immersed in shock. Brother Nian, I'm really looking forward to your SS-rank profession. Wang Yan's eyes were full of admiration. Ling Shui stepped down from the formation and nodded at Chen Runian with a smile. The Ice Beauty's sudden radiant expression made quite a few hearts flutter. Chen Runian said he's going to get SS rank. Discussions rose and fell. With this, words becoming reality. Maybe it really will happen. Lin Chun, Zhang Kuei, and other high-ranking professionals all perked up their ears. The first two had been predicted correctly by him, and such an absurd occurrence made them begin to believe in the possibility of SS rank. Little Yin, wait for my good news. Chen Runian met everyone's gaze and calmly stepped toward the class change plaza. Zhang Kuei sighed. Just this mental fortitude alone crushes everyone here. Exactly, Lin Chun nodded. To remain so composed after two legendary ranks have appeared one after another's the only one in the entire venue. Even we're nervous. Are you ready, young man? The usually taciturn class change instructor's eyes gleamed with unusual interest as he spoke up voluntarily. Chen Runian nodded, waved his staff, and the formation's light patterns blazed to life once more. The next moment, the surrounding space seemed to twist, and several wormhole-like summoning gates opened out of nowhere. Small animals came tumbling out: puppies, kittens, piglets, little birds, and even swimming fish and small turtles, colorful and incredibly adorable, circling around the young man. This phenomenon lasted far longer than the previous two, and everyone could see it crystal clear. Holy shit, a class change phenomenon. Chen Runian really does make his words real. Alicia phenomenon actually appeared. Definitely S rank or higher. Many girls screamed. So cute. What profession could this be? Lin Chun and Zhang Kuei were so excited they stood up, lasting even longer than Ling Shui's phenomenon. Perhaps it really could break records. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the class change verdict. Chen Runian has awakened as an Frank Pet Summoner. The announcement echoed through the vast awakening hall, and instantly, chaos erupted. What? Pet Summoner? Frank. Representatives from various academies, instructors, and students all widened their eyes simultaneously. No way, no way. And Frank profession? This has to be fake. Doubts kept emerging from the crowd. Why would an Frank profession trigger an awakening phenomenon? Someone tell me why. The discussions grew louder and louder. The phenomenon from moments ago was still vivid in everyone's memory. Pillars of light rising into the sky, elements swirling in midair, a spectacle that only S rank or higher professions could trigger. Everyone had assumed Chen Runian was about to awaken an S rank or even SS rank legendary profession. Who could have imagined that what finally appeared on the panel was merely the lowest rated pet summoner within the summoner category? The attendees looked at each other in bewilderment. Pet summoner is still a type of summoner, theoretically classified as a combat profession, one instructor muttered quietly. But the pets he can summon have combat power equivalent to only first or second tier magical beasts, with virtually no battle value, which is why it's rated Frank. Therefore, this seemingly combat profession was actually inferior to most lifestyle professions. Lin Chun and Zhang Kuei exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. Normally, only S rank and above would produce awakening phenomena. Lin Chun returned to his seat, sighing quietly. Ling Shui's Frost Mage is S rank, with a phenomenon of freezing cold. When Wang Yin awakened, dragon and tiger phantoms crossed the sky. But Chen Runian, within Frank profession, also had a phenomenon. Ugh, what a waste of anticipation, he patted his forehead. I thought it was going to be SS rank. Zhang Kuei rubbed his temples and sighed. I originally thought this handsome guy was unfathomably deep, but turns out he's just ordinary. In the front row, Wang Yin and Ling Shui were equally incredulous. In the back row, Lu Hao couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Pet summoner. What can summoning a pet do? Act cute? Ha ha. Unable to stop laughing, he cast a gloating look toward Chen Runian. Chen Runian, you finally got what's coming to you. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. Frank and my S rank are destined to be in different worlds. After graduation, when Wang Yin and Ling Shui are solo grinding levels, let's see how I deal with this guy. I'll grind that annoyingly handsome face of his into the ground. Thinking of this, he was practically bursting with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Runian, who had become the center of attention, felt his mind go completely blank. Pet summoner? In this world overrun with magical beasts and monsters, what can I do by summoning pets? Really just act cute. He was a transmigrator who had waited years for his awakening, expecting at least in a rank or shrank profession, never imagining he'd get the lowest frank. He hurriedly pulled up his status panel. Name, Chen Runian. Profession, Pet Summoner Frank. Professional level, Level 1. Experience, 0.00. Strength, 5. Speed, 5. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 10. Talent, none. Skills. Pet Summoning Level 1. Can summon one pet from pet space. Pet space, 01. Equipment, none. The cold data displayed on the light screen hit him like a crushing blow, making his scalp tingle. He returned to his seat in a daze, his eyes unfocused. It's over. Completely finished. Pet summoners can't even run pet shops who would buy pets that can only follow their master around. While others summon war beasts to charge into battle, I'll be stuck raising cats and dogs for the rest of my life. Just as Chen Runian was hanging his head in despair, feeling like life had lost all hope, a pleasant female robotic voice rang out. Ding. Host's physical attributes and profession detected as compatible with system binding requirements. Divine Pet System Binding in progress. 199. The electronic voice fell word by word, as if invisible characters were flickering in Chen Runian's mind. System binding successful, initiating startup. Connecting to world origin, modifying professional attributes completed. Congratulations, host. Your profession has been changed to SSS-rank unique hidden class divine pet summoner. Congratulations, host, on awakening the unique divine talent divine evolution. Congratulations, host, on awakening the unique divine talent divine amplification. Congratulations, host, on receiving one divine baptism. Baptism in progress, completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving one divine pet lottery chance. A series of notification sounds strung together, isolating the surrounding commotion into background noise. Chen Runian was first stunned, suspecting something was wrong with his ears. After all the notifications finished playing, he suddenly covered his mouth, nearly crying out in shock on the spot. A system, and a divine level 1 at that. Even his profession rank had jumped to SSS. Perhaps he really could make his words become reality? At this thought, his chest burned with heat as an irrepressible surge of wild joy welled up within him. Standing nearby, Ling Xuan noticed his strange behavior and turned to look. Chen Runian, who usually held steady at first place in their grade, had now been judged by the entire school as having awakened the worst profession, pet summoner, arguably the lowest tier in all of Huiquan City. The person she had once viewed as an unreachable goal was now tightly covering his mouth, not daring to make a sound. This contrast made Ling Xue's heart ache with a subtle sourness. She never could have imagined there existed a profession even more despised than pet summoner. Seeing this, Wang Yin quickly patted Chen Runian's shoulder, wanting to offer some comfort. Chen Runian exhaled deeply, his expression quickly returning to confidence as he smiled broadly. Little Yin, don't worry. Even within Frank profession, your brother Chen can still play it at SS level. Just as these words left his mouth, Lu Hao burst into laughter, preparing to mock him again. Suddenly, a deep commanding shout exploded from the center of the plaza. Silence. The pressure from a master-level professional instantly enveloped the entire venue. Lu Hao's words stuck hard in his throat, his face turning red from the strain, while Chen Runian and his friends watched with amusement. On stage, Lin Chen stepped forward and began to speak. Below, Chen Runian had already pulled all his attention back to the system interface in his mind. As the system completed its binding, 5 semi-transparent options appeared before his eyes. Personal information, inventory, shop, quests, lottery. Chen Runian immediately clicked on personal information to take a look. Name, Chen Runian. Profession, Divine Pet Summoner SS rank, unique hidden class. Level 1. Experience, 0.00. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Talents, Divine Metamorphosis. Pets summoned for the first time undergo random divine transformation. Divine amplification upon leveling up. All attributes increase by the maximum possible amount for the profession, while both the summoners and pet skill potency receives significant enhancement. Skills, Divine Pet Summoning Level 1 can summon one divine pet from pet space, gaining 1 random amplification effect. Pet space, 01. Equipment, none. Seeing his profession quality transform from Frank to SS rank, complete with 2 additional talents, Chen Runian's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Halos danced across the attribute panel before him, resembling a brilliant holographic display that illuminated the surreal data with striking clarity. Outside the room, Ling Xue clutched the hem of her clothes as she stood at the corridor's end, beads of perspiration trickling down her temples along her hair. Through the half-open door, she watched Chen Runian intently. The young man's irrepressible smile only deepened her concern. Could such a sudden, dramatic change overwhelm his mind? Inside the room, Chen Runian stared at his perfect 100-point attributes, waves of astonishment crashing through his consciousness. According to common knowledge, level 1 professionals typically possessed base attributes hovering around 10 points unless they achieved S rank or higher. 10 points represented the absolute limit. When he first transmigrated to this world, his exceptional mental capacity had barely managed to push his spirit attribute to 10 points. Now, after the awakening ceremony, his strength, speed, constitution, and spirit had all skyrocketed to 100. This was nearly 10 times the known starting limit, even surpassing most established professionals. The two new talents were prominently displayed on his panel: divine metamorphosis and divine amplification. 1. Divine metamorphosis. Pets summoned for the first time will randomly undergo divine transformation. 2. Divine amplification. With each level increase, both pet and summoner attributes rise by the maximum allowable amount for the profession, while simultaneously boosting the potency of all learned skills dramatically. A hexagonal warrior. This might actually be achievable now. He raised his hand to sweep across the panel, fingertip lightly tapping the skill section. Divine pet summoning. Level 1. Can summon one divine pet from pet space and randomly gain one amplification effect. Below showed pet space, 0, 1. And further down, equipment, none. What would the random amplification entail? What kind of being would his pet transform into? Chen Runian had never been more curious. Ling Shue's footsteps paused outside the door as she reached to push it open, then withdrew her hand, keeping her silent concern buried within. At the panel's bottom, a line of shimmering text caught his attention: Divine Pet Lottery. Remaining attempts 1. This was the bonus reward from today's awakening ceremony. With this realization, Chen Runian immediately clicked the lottery option. Chen Runian clicked on the lottery, and the scene before him transformed into a giant spinning wheel that only he could see. Welcome to the lottery station. You have one divine level pet lottery chance. Would you like to begin? Yes, confirm. Chen Runian rubbed his forehead. Was this testing him? The answer was obviously select all. He tapped twice with his fingertip, and as soon as the confirmation sound ended, the massive wheel began spinning thunderously. Colorful lights raced around the golden-rimmed border while the central stop button flashed like an alarm light. He silently counted down 3, 2, 1, and decisively pressed it. Click. The wheel came to an abrupt halt, and stage lights exploded like flashbangs. The pointer landed steadily on a section containing the artwork of a wolf-type pet wearing sunglasses and a thick gold chain, ridiculously cool. Accompanied by a da-da-da-da-da drumbeat, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a canine pet. Husky. Husky. Chen Runian instantly froze. So the legendary divine level pet was actually the infamous Era? Before he could voice his complaint, new notifications flooded in. 1. Pet Husky triggers divine evolution. Attributes greatly enhanced. 2. Acquired SSS-rank talent. Damage absorption. 3. Acquired SSS-rank active skill. Wisdom gaze. 4. First pet acquisition bonus. SSS-rank passive skill. Damage transfer. The screen full of SSS rankings nearly blinded him. Chen Runian quickly opened the pet panel. Name: Era. Species: Divine Husky. Quality: SS rank. Level 1. Strength: 200. Speed: 200. Constitution: 200. Spirit: 2. Talent: Damage Absorption SSS. Taking damage allows absorption of partial damage, converting it to overall attribute enhancement. Skill 1: Wisdom gaze SSS. Era stands upright and stares at target, instantly reducing 100 of their mental power and intelligence while inflicting panic. During panic, target obedience increases, and all attributes decrease by 10. Star level 1. Skill 2: Divine Bite SSS. Unleashes bite damage with 10x strength multiplier, causing bleeding that deals continuous damage equal to Era's strength every second. Star level 1. Holy crap, this husky is incredibly fierce. He frowned again. Why is it directly named Era? The system immediately responded. Named according to host's subconscious designation. Chen Runian understood, staring at the attribute panel with mixed feelings. Having 200 points in strength, speed, and constitution at just level 1 was absolutely heaven-defying. However, the spirit stat of only 2 points was ridiculously low, making him imagine this dog potentially shutting down at any moment. Still, the getting stronger from beatings talent perfectly matched the husky's naturally punchable personality. As for Wisdom gaze, he could easily picture targets being stared into soul-crushing terror. Trying it on Lu Hao would definitely be satisfying. Thinking of this, he felt both anticipation and secret delight, while also noticing that he had gained a divine level passive skill. Damage transfer, SS rank passive skill. All damage dealt to the summoner is transferred to all summoned creatures. As long as the summoned creatures survive, the summoner takes no damage. The summoner can designate which pet absorbs the damage. Current damage transfer target: Era. Perfect. As the career panel in his mind solidified, Chen Runian stared excitedly at that description. Era grew stronger when beaten, so if he accidentally got hit by enemies, it would be like pummeling Era. The more Era got beaten, the more berserk it became. Then it would go beat up the enemies, a perfect positive feedback loop. He casually flipped through the shop, inventory, and other auxiliary pages, which were all blank, so he ignored them. The gloom that had shrouded his heart when he fell to Frank profession was completely swept away, replaced by fervent confidence in the future. Perhaps he really could prepare for the Tianming Empire's best institution, Tianming University, and break into the coveted Desolate Academy. That was where the Empire's top geniuses gathered, with the nation's most abundant resources and finest mentors. Thinking of this, Chen Runian clenched his fists, flames igniting in his eyes. At that moment, the mobile light screen in the center of the field dimmed. Principal Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the final career ranking list, nodded with satisfaction, and announced loudly to the hundreds of students below, "Students, regardless of your profession, as long as you master it to perfection, you can become someone worthy of admiration. Those who received lifestyle professions should adjust your mindset. Your leveling path differs from combat and support professions. Starting tomorrow until the college entrance exam, specialized lifestyle profession teachers will provide guidance. You may go home first to familiarize yourselves with your skills. Combat and support professions stay behind to receive supplies and await school arrangements. Everyone will enter the beginner dungeon together at 2 p.m. today." He paused here to emphasize, "The monsters outside the city are at least level 8, so you must reach level 8 before you can leave the city to level up. The beginner dungeon is the most precious stepping stone. If you miss this opportunity, your efficiency in regular leveling zones will be greatly reduced. Come find a teacher if you have any questions." The beginner dungeon was a unified trial crafted by the Tianming Empire specifically for all newly awakened professionals. Each person could only enter at 2 designated time points in their lifetime. With the National College Entrance Exam just 10 days away, this leveling session would determine whether they could get into their ideal universities. Therefore, many students on the field had already begun discussing strategies in small groups. "Hey, Xiaoyan." Someone hooked his shoulder. Wang Yin grinned mischievously, directing his tiger-like eyes toward Chen Runian's panel. "I'm a dragon tiger master, and you're a pet summoner. Call me Brother Yin from now on, and I'll carry you through leveling." As soon as he finished speaking, several girls immediately surrounded them, their voices sweet and clingy. "Big Brother Wang Yin, take us through the dungeon too." Wang Yin laughed heartily. "No problem, no problem." Just as he was about to ask for Chen Runian's opinion again, a cold voice interrupted him. Ling Shui stepped forward, her silver-white battle armor reflecting sharp, cold light in the sunlight. "Chen Runian, I can also carry you through dungeons." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like a blade cutting through water, causing an uproar across the entire field. "Oh my god, Ling Shui wants to carry Chen Runian through leveling. Both S-rank awakeners are fighting to carry him. This sour feeling. Oh wait, that's just me being jealous." Chen Runian was also stunned, not expecting Ling Shui to speak up voluntarily. In this tense yet subtly ambiguous atmosphere, Lin Chen hurried over with quick steps, looking seriously at the 2 most dazzling new stars. "Wang Yin, Ling Shui, you're not allowed to team up. You 2 must solo the dungeons." Lin Chen looked at Wang Yin and Ling Shui with hopeful eyes, while his gaze toward Chen Runian was filled with disdain. He pulled the 3 aside and spoke rapidly yet clearly. "You 2 have obtained S-rank classes, and your goal is Tianming University, the finest academy in the Tianming Empire. Only by solo grinding can you gain enough experience in the shortest time. If you fall behind in the beginner dungeon, there's no way you'll reach level 15 within 10 days. Below level 15, even with S-rank classes, you'll only qualify for lesser schools." At this point, he pointed at Chen Runian with contempt, curling his lips. As for him, a pet summoner, the most useless branch of summoning classes. He's completely finished. Even if you carry him through leveling, he can't keep up with your pace. There's no point wasting such precious solo grinding opportunities. Lu Hao chimed in mockingly, crossing his arms with an arrogant expression. "Exactly. Chen Runian is already washed up. We're destined to walk different paths from now on." Lin Chen silenced Lu Hao with just a glance, then called away Wang Yin, Ling Shui, and other students who had obtained S-rank classes. Soon after, students with A and rank classes were also pulled aside for private conversations, clearly being offered benefits. Those left behind were all students with low-tier classes, who exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. Lin Chen's favoritism was notorious at number 1 high school. Time quickly passed to after 1 p.m. All students in Huiquan City who had completed combat and support class transfers gathered at the beginner dungeon entrance. Barely over 300 people, as most candidates had chosen lifestyle professions. The crowd formed small groups of 2s and 3s, waiting to enter precisely at 2 o'clock. Wang Yin stood beside Chen Runian, still habitually treating Chen Runian as their leader, and asked quietly, "Brother Yin, are you sure you don't need me to help you level up a few times?" Chen Runian patted his shoulder with confident eyes. "Little Yin, I'll be satisfied if you don't need me to carry you through dungeons later. Focus on grinding experience once we're inside. Aim to reach level 5 on the first day, preferably level 6. Ling Shui's gaze fell on him with subtle curiosity. Chen Runian smiled at her. "Same goes for you." Ling Shui nodded seriously and said calmly, "Chen Runian, let's have a competition. See who levels up faster. But since you have an rank class and I have an S-rank class, it's a bit unfair. How about this? If you can stay within 2 levels below me when the beginner dungeon ends, I'll take you through secret realms." The surrounding crowd immediately erupted. Goddess Ling Shui is determined to carry Chen Runian. So jealous. I wish that were me. Chen Runian looked directly at Ling Shui, his smile deepening. Ling Shui, let me turn that around. After we clear the secret realm, if you're within 2 levels of me, I'll take you through secret realms. Ling Shui paused, then smiled faintly, her expression as cold yet resilient as an alpine snow lotus. Chen Runian was still the same Chen Runian. The spectating students couldn't help but whisper, "This guy is way too arrogant. The bigger he talks now, the more it'll hurt when he comes out of the secret realm." Lu Hao snorted and strode forward. "Chen Runian, since you're so cocky, how about we make a bet? When we come out of the secret realm today, whoever has the lower level between us has to bark like a dog in front of everyone. How about it? However, I'm in rank berserker. Don't say I'm bullying you if you can beat me, or even match my level. I'll give you another 10,000 Tianyuan coins to feed your pets." Chen Runian looked at Lu Hao with disgust written all over his face. "Lu Hao, you really love seeking attention, don't you?" He snorted. "Though betting with you is beneath me, since you're asking for trouble, let's do this. Tonight when we exit the dungeon, whoever has the lower level crawls on the ground and barks like a dog. Cut the crap, do you dare or not? Beneath you? Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare or not?" Chen Runian interrupted again. Lu Hao's face turned red with anger, fury rushing to his head. "Everyone listen up." Chen Runian agreed to this himself. "Today, whoever exits the dungeon with the lower level crawls on the ground and barks like a dog. Chen Runian, I accept your proposal." "Great." Cheers erupted from the crowd around them. Lu Hao wanted to say more, but Chen Runian cut him off with a casual glance and walked away with Wang Yan, leaving Lu Hao stamping his feet in rage. At 2 p.m., all freshmen held their dungeon teleportation talismans and were simultaneously engulfed in white light, transported into the beginner dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Lu Hao immediately pulled out a weapon gleaming with cold light and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, Chen Runian. My dad specially bought me this level 1 rare weapon. Let's see what you've got to fight me with." Wang Yin followed suit, revealing a level 1 advanced weapon borrowed from Lin Chun. Though slightly inferior to Lu Hao's, it still provided impressive bonuses. Ling Shui's equipment was equally impressive. She wielded a level 1 rare weapon personally delivered by her second uncle, Ling Qiu. In contrast, Chen Runian looked down at the standard level 1 machete issued by the school, his eyes full of disdain. Name, machete. Attribute, strength 1. I'm a summoner, technically a special type of mage. What am I supposed to do with a warrior's machete? He casually tossed the machete into his backpack, deciding not to use it at all. The beginner dungeon was only open for 6 hours on the first day, after which everyone would be forcibly teleported out. They could re-enter at 8 a.m. the next day, allowing newcomers time to rest and adapt. The entire dungeon was divided into 4 zones. Slime Zone Level 1, Wolf Rabbit Zone Levels 23, Goblin Zone Levels 46, and Treant Zone Levels 78. Stepping through the teleportation gate, Chen Runian found himself in a lush green mini-realm. Across the soft grassland, countless round, gelatinous creatures slowly wriggled about. Name, Slime. Level 1. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 2. Skills, none. These are experience babies. He surveyed the slimes covering the ground, perfect targets for beginners to reach level 2. Regular level 1 professionals would still struggle against slimes with 8 constitution points, but his 5 core attributes had already reached 100. He casually walked forward and delivered a simple slap. System notification, killed level 1 slime, experience 1, obtained slime gel X1. Too easy. But I'm a summoner, should I fight personally? Casting his divine pet summoning technique, a handsome husky appeared beside Chen Runian. Casting divine pet summoning, mental power 100, summoning divine pet husky, triggering random amplification of divine pet summoning. Your pet era speed 100, what a nice random boost. The speed panel immediately jumped from 200 points to 300 points and this was just level 1 stats, something nobody would believe if told. As the white light faded, an incredibly handsome husky landed gracefully, sunglasses gleaming, a thick gold chain sparkling on its chest, limbs aligned, head held high with chest puffed out, looking like a total canine tycoon. Its mouth curved slightly upward with confidence, as if peak dog life was written all over its face, making Chen Runian absolutely delighted. "Era, go. Take out these slimes," he commanded excitedly. But Era just stared straight ahead like the most disciplined military dog in an honor guard, completely motionless. "Era, attack!" Chen Runian shouted again. Still no response. Fury rushed to his head as he raised his hand and slapped the dog, even knocking off its sunglasses. The husky immediately showed a bewildered expression of "Who am I? Where am I?" And those eyes full of wisdom instantly reminded Chen Runian that after leveling up, this guy only had 2 mental points. How smart could it possibly be? He pointed at the slime group ahead and patiently explained, "Era, go kill those slimes." Only then did Era nod with sudden understanding. "Oh, kill them? You mean bite them to death? That's easy." With that, it charged toward the slimes like a whirlwind. "Holy crap, you can talk." Chen Runian stood frozen in place. The charging era suddenly braked and turned back, nodding seriously. Is there a problem, master? No, no, keep killing. Only then did era resume slaughter mode. Green gelatinous figures rolled around massively in the slime area, with kill notifications flooding the screen like bullet comets. Killed level 1 slime, experience 1, obtained slime gel X1. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of level 1 slimes were completely wiped out. System notifications kept popping up. Chen Runian, level up to 2, all attributes 20. Era, all attributes 50, strength 250, speed 250, constitution 250. Mental, 2, still stubbornly stuck at 2. Strong is strong, but the intelligence is a bit problematic, Chen Runian said with mixed feelings, looking at that row of 250 attributes that somehow perfectly matched the 2 mental points. Era stood proudly beside its master with chest puffed out, tail wagging vigorously, displaying an attitude of "this dog is invincible." Nice, nice, excellent. Chen Runian patted the dog's head. Come on, let's go to the next area to grind monsters. The praised Era's tail wagging frequency picked up speed, and its steps became increasingly swagger-filled. The duo and dog passed through the slime area and entered the wolf-rabbit zone. Only 2 types of creatures lived here, wild wolves and rabbit spirits, both aggressive. Chen Runian was ambushed as soon as he arrived, but he casually slapped back and still achieved an instant kill. Killed level 2 rabbit spirit, gained 2 experience points, obtained 2 pieces of rabbit meat. Killed level 3 wild wolf, gained 3 experience points, obtained 1 wolf pelt. The demonic beasts in the wolf-rabbit zone were like experience treasures for Chen Runian. In less than half an hour, Era had cleared out all the wolves and rabbits in the entire zone, and another level-up notification appeared. The attribute increase from reaching level 3 was 10 points higher than the increase from level 1 to level 2, showing an incremental growth pattern. At this rate, the higher Chen Runian's level became, the more obvious his advantage would be. The wolf-rabbit zone was quite large, unlike the much smaller slime zone. The demonic beasts weren't as densely packed, but were still numerous. Often, Era spent more time searching for beasts, which explained why it took so long. With Era's strength, killing wolves and rabbit spirits was no different from killing slimes. The next area was the goblin zone, which trapped the vast majority of people. Goblins possessed a certain level of intelligence and were divided into different classes: shield goblins, spear goblins, goblin mages, goblin archers, and so on. Their level range was quite broad. A level 6 goblin's combat power was on a completely different tier compared to a level 4 goblin. Each level increase required several times more experience, and the attribute differences brought by level gaps were substantial. Era had been panting heavily, but after Chen Runian leveled up, Era was also bathed in the upgrading light, completely restoring its condition. Chen Runian had originally wanted to rest for a bit, but seeing Era's energetic state, he brought it into the goblin zone. Outside the dungeon, observers could see the overall positions of all examinees, though they couldn't see specific names. One light that was in the 3rd zone, far ahead of others, quickly drawing attention. Look, someone's entered the goblin zone. So fast. How long has it been? Could it be that Wang Yin or Ling Xue's already finished clearing the wolf-rabbit zone? Impossible. This time frame is barely enough to walk from the starting point to the goblin zone entrance. There's only one possibility: some examinee rushed straight through, killing monsters along the way to enter the goblin zone. How reckless. Medics, get ready, this person will probably be teleported out soon. Actually, not necessarily. Wang Yin is a dragon tiger master with naturally powerful strength and constitution, plus decent speed. He could very well have run and fought his way through. This class has the ability to fight above its level. Ling Xue is also very likely. Don't forget, she's a mystic ice mage with massive ice enhancement. Just the cold aura she emanates, if controlled properly, would be unbearable for slimes and rabbit spirits. Chen Runian led Era on a rampage through the goblin zone. Many people prepared to wait for Chen Runian to be teleported out, but it never happened. 5 minutes have passed, and still no teleportation. This person has some real skill. But who could it be? At this time, Zhang Kuei and Lin Chen hadn't left either. Lin Chen asked curiously, Master Zhang, who do you think advanced to the goblin zone early? Wang Yin. It's definitely him. If it's not him, I'll reward that person 1,000 merit points. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised after hearing this. 1,000 merit points was no small amount. After thinking it over, he laughed and said, since Master Zhang is being so generous, I'll make a guess too. I'm betting it's Ling Xue. If it's not her, I'll reward that person 1,000 merit points. Zhang Kuei nodded with satisfaction. Having someone join in this reward-based betting made it more exciting for him. Lin Chen secretly smiled to himself. Ling Xue had obtained a rare-grade weapon from her family, so her leveling speed would definitely be faster than Wang Yan's, who only had a high-grade weapon. However, pretending to make a reward bet with Zhang Kuei wasn't bad, either gaining favor without spending money. At the same time, Lin Chen was very satisfied with Ling Xue's monster-killing speed. The stronger Ling Shui became, the higher his honor as principal of First High School would be. Inside the goblin zone, Chen Runian leisurely strolled through the area, admiring the scenery. In this zone, all goblins couldn't withstand even one of Era's divine bites. Chen Runian watched the kill notifications with great satisfaction. The 4 zones of the beginner dungeon grew progressively larger. Even at Era's speed, clearing out all the goblins here would take considerable time. Soon, an hour passed. Wang Yin and Ling Shui had also successively entered the goblin training zone, while Chen Runian had already cleared most of the goblin zone. His body glowed with leveling light as he reached level 5, and simultaneously, a system notification appeared. Ding! Detected that host has reached level 5. Gained 1 lottery chance. Obtained 1 pet skill scroll. There's another perk to reaching level 5. Chen Runian's heart leaped with joy when he saw this unexpected notification, and he immediately opened the lottery interface. The golden wheel appeared once again with its dazzling light effects. You have 1 lottery chance. Click anywhere to begin. Unlike last time when the system asked for yes confirm, this time it skipped straight to the point, clearly assuming anyone who entered would draw. He casually tapped, and the wheel began spinning with a low hum as colorful sections flashed by. After a few seconds, the word stop appeared and blinked. Chen Runian tapped again lightly. The pointer jerked to a halt, landing on a parchment map icon. Spectacular effects burst forth as system notifications flooded in with accompanying sound effects. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the item, Detection Map. Detection Map unique exclusive item. Areas traversed by the host and summoned pets are automatically recorded to generate a map, displaying surrounding monster distributions, treasure locations, and other information. Map location data can be shared with pets. As soon as he obtained the item, a map tab appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. When he opened it, he saw the forest path that Era had just run through depicted with perfect accuracy. Dense clusters of green goblin avatars floated along both sides of the route, with level indicators LV5, LV8 marked in the bottom right corner. The long-standing problem of finding monsters was instantly solved. Talk about perfect timing. Chen Runian immediately shouted, Era, come back. Leaves rustled in the distance as a husky wearing sunglasses came charging back like lightning, stopping at his feet. Behind those sunglasses, a pair of intelligent dog eyes sparkled with cunning. I'm going to give you a new skill. Watch this. He pulled out the pet skill scroll he'd just acquired. Pet skill scroll randomly grants 1 skill to a pet. The scroll transformed into golden light and merged into Era's body. System notifications immediately flooded the screen. Pet skill scroll used on Era. Awakened skill Howl has undergone divine transformation. Name, Era. Skill 3. Divine Howl emits a howling sound that deals 5x strength damage to all enemy units within hearing range, inflicting confusion and 5-second stun. Skill star rating 1. Chen Runian quickly calculated. Level 5 Era had 500 in all attributes except spirit, so 5x strength meant 2,500 damage. Even the toughest level 8 monsters in the dungeon couldn't withstand that. Learning of his divine skill awakening, Era bounced excitedly in place. Master rocks. This husky is taking off. Woohoo! At the same time, a quiet 1 spirit notification appeared in the attribute panel. He activated the map marking function, and instantly all goblins within Era's vision became green dots of light visible through dozens of trees. Go clear out all the goblins at those light positions. A woo! Era shot into the forest like a streak of light. The first howl shook the heavens, followed immediately by kill notifications frantically scrolling across the system panel. Killed level 6 Goblin Mage, EXP 6, obtained Goblin Staff, X1. The notifications were still rolling when another "awoo" echoed from a different part of the forest. Monster killing efficiency had instantly increased tenfold. Chen Runian nodded with satisfaction. As green avatars disappeared in large swaths, the blank areas of the map rapidly filled in. An hour later, the entire goblin territory had been completely mapped out, and when the final wave of monsters fell, the familiar level up notification appeared. Reached level 6. No wonder they say leveling up gets exponentially harder after level 9. It's absolutely insane. You have to clear the entire goblin zone just to reach level 6, which explains why hitting level 6 in a single day is considered genius level achievement. Here, 1 day refers to the period including the second day's dungeon time, not just the first day's 6 hours. Most students are considered excellent if they can push to level 3 within those 6 hours. Rare class holders typically reach level 4, while the highly anticipated S-rank prodigies Wang Yin and Ling Shui are expected to hit level 5 on the first day. Yet Chen Runian cleared 3 entire zones in less than 3 hours, shooting straight to level 6. After finishing off the monsters, he led Era into the final area of the beginner dungeon, the trance zone. The instructors outside didn't gasp in surprise, since plenty of unlucky students who'd been chased by goblins into the trance zone had already been killed by trance and teleported out. Everyone naturally assumed this was just another accidental entry. Chen Runian couldn't be bothered to explain and casually cast detection, revealing the complete stats of the nearest treant. Name, Whiplash Treant. Level, 8. Strength, 120. Speed, 15. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 50. Skill, Lash guaranteed hit on targets within 20 meters. An 8th level Whiplash Treant's power was no joke. Even a level 5 warrior would be instantly flattened by one of its strikes. Yet Era bounded right up to the Treant's base as whips rained down like a storm. Era looked up disdainfully and howled. A whoa! The berserk sound waves spread outward, but with a sharp crack, one whip still managed to lash across its body. A woo! Era's howl wavered from the impact. Despite being level 6 with 600 constitution, taking a hit from 120 strength still made it grimace in pain. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up. Your pet Era has been attacked, triggering damage absorption talent, Constitution 1. The next second, the Treant was completely shattered by the divine level howl. Defeated 8th level Whiplash Treant, experience 12, obtained Whiplash Tree Hard X1. Getting stronger from taking hits not bad. Discovering the 1 Constitution boost, Era became incredibly excited, making sure to take a hit before running to each subsequent Treant. The Treant zone was vast with dense monster populations and equally rich experience rewards. After taking 300 lashes, Era stopped gaining attributes, but its strength, speed, and constitution had each been forcibly boosted by 100 points, creating an extremely balanced stat distribution. Once freed from its masochistic tendencies, monster clearing efficiency skyrocketed. Time flew by. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the first day's 6-hour countdown, the final dungeon monster crashed to the ground. The map displayed beginner dungeon exploration, 100. Chen Runian's level naturally rose to 8. How many monsters had he killed exactly? He hadn't kept count, only knowing that he'd barely rested during those 3 hours. Leveling up really was difficult. After a brief rest, he and Era were forcibly teleported back to the plaza by the dungeon. All eyes immediately locked onto the 2 S-rank prodigies, followed by enthusiastic cheers. Level 5. That's incredible. Both Wang Yin and Ling Shui hit level 5. They might reach level 7 tomorrow. SS classes are just amazing. As everyone discussed excitedly, Lu Hao also emerged from the dungeon, his level clearly showing 5. His rare weapon had provided him with an additional 8 strength and 2 constitution, giving him a significant early game advantage that allowed him to reach level 5 within 6 hours. However, his appearance drew almost no attention, with all eyes still focused on Wang Yin and Ling Shui, which greatly irritated Lu Hao. Remembering his bet with Chen Runian, he sneered and called out loudly. Chen Runian, in these mere 6 hours, this genius has reached level 5. Have you, with your Frank Trash class, even managed to hit level 3? Or did the monsters beat you back already? Come on, take a look at this genius's level, recognize the gap, and hurry up and get down on all fours to bark like a dog. I'm waiting. With that, Lu Hao displayed his information and looked smugly toward Chen Runian. Lu Hao, profession, S-class berserker, level 5. When the giant screen displayed level 5, the classroom instantly erupted level 5. It really was level 5. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but marvel. A rare profession had actually reached heights that only legendary professions could touch on the very first day. Lu Hao is incredible. Chen Runian is doomed. Discussions rippled through the crowd. Bragging before entering the dungeon was one thing, and originally just barking like a dog would have settled it, but now he has to crawl on the ground and bark. Competing with such a genius isn't that just asking for humiliation? He doesn't deserve sympathy. Lu Hao has already switched to S-class profession, and Chen still dared to bet against him. Did he really think the dungeon was a theory exam where he could take first place? The classmates' flattery rapidly inflated Lu Hao's ego. He straightened his back, his face written with smugness. Meanwhile, Lin Chun and Zhang Kuei were equally stunned by level 5. Zhang Kuei raised his hand and cast a detection spell. With a flash of light, he saw the key detail: Lu Hao was holding a level 1 rare weapon. So that's it. Zhang Kuei thought to himself. Such weapons were extremely difficult to obtain. No wonder Lu Hao could rush to level 5. Lin Xin had known all along that Lu Hao possessed a rare weapon, but he hadn't expected him to reach level 5 directly on the first day. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward, regardless of what methods he used. Lu Hao had indeed achieved his goal. This way, Lu Hao, Ling Shui, and Wang Yin all had hope of reaching level 7 tomorrow, greatly increasing their chances of getting into Tianming University. As for who would be the first to break into the Goblin Zone, originally he thought it would be Wang Yin or Ling Shui, but now it seemed Lu Hao was equally possible. Zhang Kuei nodded in agreement. Entering the dungeon with a rare weapon at level 1 certainly gives a huge advantage. At this moment, Lu Hao deliberately raised his voice. Chen Runian, do you dare show your level? I can't wait to see you crawling and barking like a dog. Ha ha. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Runian in unison, but his personal information remained completely blank. Lu Hao pressed his advantage. Chen Runian, if you're a real man, stop hiding. Do you dare act? but not take responsibility? Making Wang Yin take the bullet for you. Wang Yin stepped forward. Lu Hao, we're classmates. Don't be so aggressive. Lu Hao cast a contemptuous glance at Wang Yin. Chen Runian agreed to this bet himself, and he even thought it wasn't exciting enough, so he voluntarily added the crawling element. Wang Yin, step aside. This has nothing to do with you. Wang Yin looked toward Chen Runian. The latter appeared confident and signaled that he didn't need to intervene. Though puzzled, Wang Yin still stepped aside. Lu Hao laughed loudly as he stepped closer, and the watching students automatically cleared a space. Only Lu Hao, Chen Runian, and a husky wearing sunglasses remained in the center of the area. Lu Hao sneered. This is your pet? A husky? It didn't get bitten to death by wolves? Looks like you didn't dare go to the wolf-rabbit zone at all. And wearing sunglasses hit a blind dog. Chen Runian raised an eyebrow slightly, but inwardly wondered. He hadn't actively hidden his information, so why couldn't others see anything? As soon as the thought arose, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Information hiding is enabled by default. Do you wish to disable this function? He instantly understood the reason, but chose to continue hiding, only actively displaying the most basic data. It's just level 5, what's the big deal? Chen Runian said calmly while projecting his personal panel. Chen Runian, profession, beast summoner, level 8. Just level 5. You too, Lu Hao said with a mocking expression, but halfway through his sentence, he froze when he saw Chen Runian's information. He doubted his own eyes, quickly rubbed them, and looked again carefully level 8. The next second, exclamations erupted all around. Am I seeing this right? Chen Runian is actually level 8. You guys see level 8 too? I've rubbed my eyes so hard they hurt. Level 8 in 6 hours? Absolutely impossible. It must be a display error. I'm only level 3. How could he possibly be level 8? This information has to be fake. The information panel kept flickering before everyone's eyes, with more and more onlookers gathering, voices of doubt and amazement rising one after another. According to past records, even with an SS class profession and full rare equipment, the fastest anyone had ever reached was level 7. No one could imagine how Chen Runian had accomplished this. Someone in the crowd suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly. Teacher, principal, Chen Runian is falsifying his personal information. Lin Chun and Zhang Kuei looked over upon hearing this, their expressions equally shocked and suspicious. Zhang Kuei quickly walked over, glanced at the panel, confirmed it really was level 8, and his brow furrowed with disbelief. Seeing this, Lu Hao quickly bowed and spoke rapidly. Master Zhang, the information must be fake. How could a waste like him possibly reach level 8 so quickly? Please give him a harsh lesson. Zhang Kuei snorted coldly, his eyelids lifting slightly. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? An overwhelming aura pressed forward, nearly stopping Lu Hao's heart as he quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Master Zhang misunderstood, but his level 8 is definitely not normal. Fake. Zhang Kuei's voice was deep and low. As far as I know, no one can falsify their level. A venerable's level can either be hidden or displayed truthfully. It simply cannot be altered. I can confirm with certainty that Chen Runian's level is genuinely level 8. The master's words settled the matter, causing another uproar at the scene. It's real? It's actually real. Level 8 in 6 hours, is he even human? Wang Yin rushed to Chen Runian's side, his eyes gleaming. Brother Nian, amazing. You said even in class profession could be played like SS class, and I didn't believe you then. Now I'm reflecting on myself. Reminded by Wang Yin, everyone recalled Chen Runian's bold words before entering the dungeon. What they had thought was bragging had been delivered decisively. Ling Shui also stood frozen in place. She had intended to crush Chen Runian with her S-class achievement, never expecting him to pull ahead by a full 3 levels. Her experience bar was stuck at level 5, 99.95, just a hair away from leveling up, but now it seemed like a joke. Thinking of how she had said, if there's a 2-level difference, I'll carry him through dungeons. Now it was his turn to carry her, leaving her with mixed feelings. She quietly displayed her progress, but all eyes were drawn to Chen Runian, and no one paid attention to her. Zhang Kuei carefully observed the young man before him, noting the composure beneath his handsome appearance, and nodded with satisfaction. Reaching level 8 in 6 hours on the first day, he never heard of such a thing. Many children from great families have to grind monsters all night after leaving the dungeon just to barely reach level 8 by the next morning before the newbie dungeon Resetsia are far superior to them. The crowd echoed in agreement. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Lin Chen's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Kuei suddenly remembered the reward bet between the two and asked with interest. Chen Runian, did you enter the goblin zone less than an hour after entering the newbie dungeon? Chen Runian spotted a light field screen and realized there were monitoring measures in place, so he openly admitted the truth. Master Zhang, I did indeed reach the goblin zone within an hour, but to be precise, it took me less than 40 minutes. Less than 40 minutes. The entire venue erupted instantly. Are you serious? It took me 40 minutes just to step into the wolf-rabbit zone, and he already made it to the goblin zone. I'm even worse off after an hour. I was still stuck in the slime zone, barely making a dent. Don't even mention it. Our team charged straight from the wolf rabbit zone entrance for a full 40 minutes and didn't even complete half the journey to the goblin zone. Astonished exclamations rose one after another as everyone finally grasped just how incredible it was to break into the goblin zone in 40 minutes. Zhang Kuei burst into hearty laughter, nodding with satisfaction. Haha, Principal Lin Shen and I just made a bet on who would reach the goblin zone fastest. I backed Wang Yan. He backed Ling Shui, and we were both wrong. Lin Shen's face darkened instantly. Those were 1,000 merit points at stake, which he thought was a sure win, but now he had to hand them over to this worthless profession. His chest felt like someone had stabbed it hard. How could an frank profession possibly deserve to take away his 1,000 merit points? He forcibly interrupted Zhang Kuei. Master Zhang, this Chen Runian must have used some underhanded methods to achieve such leveling speed. In my opinion, we must investigate thoroughly. As he spoke, his gaze bore into Chen Runian with sharp intensity. Speak up, what exactly did you do? Chen Runian couldn't hide his disappointment at this cold transformation. When he was the top student in his grade, Lin Shen practically worshipped him, but now that he'd changed to an frank profession, Lin Shen treated him like a stranger, even like an enemy under interrogation. Zhang Kuei, interrupted mid-speech, narrowed his eyes, and an invisible pressure made Lin Shen's scalp tingle, as if he were being targeted by a master-level demon beast. Principal Lin Shen, Zhang Kuei said coldly, when Lu Hao used rare weapons to reach level 5, you said any ability to level up is skill. Now Chen Runian reaches level 8, and you're demanding an investigation? Your own school produces a heaven-defying genius, and instead of celebrating, you question him? When you insulted students who awakened low-quality professions this morning, and now a low-quality profession like Chen Runian's performance crushes the high-quality ones, you want to investigate just because you've been slapped in the face. I think the one who needs investigating is you. His words were sharp and merciless. Lin Shen wanted to rage, but didn't dare act brazenly before a master. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Well said." Laughter exploded, and Lin Shen's face looked dark enough to drip ink. Humiliated and furious, he released the aura of a third-tier professional to intimidate the crowd. Zhang Kuei merely snorted coldly, and that aura instantly crumbled as students erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Zhang Kuei stared at Lin Shen with nothing but hostility in his expression, then turned to Chen Runian with the kindness of a benevolent elder. Runian, the reason I'm asking you this question is because I made a reward bet with Principal Lin Shen about who would be the first to enter the goblin zone for leveling. We both lost, so each of us owes you 1,000 merit points as a reward. Hearing this, Lin Shen felt as if 10,000 sharp knives were slicing through his heart, his face turning as pale as if he'd lost half his life. Those 1,000 merit points weren't just bleeding in his mind, they were hemorrhaging. In contrast, while Chen Runian was surprised, he was more delighted. Students had a vague concept of merit points, but the teachers all gasped in unison. 1,000 merit points was no small amount. He caught sight of Lin Shen's expression that looked like he'd eaten shit, and cupped his hands toward Zhang Kuei with a smile. Master Zhang, could you please collect the 1,000 merit points that Principal Lin owes on my behalf? It'll save me from running around later. Deep down, he understood that without setting up some insurance against Lin Shen, this principal would most likely renege on the debt. Lin Shen's face instantly darkened another shade. Having originally planned to manipulate the merit point scoring, but hadn't expected Chen Runian to strike preemptively. Seeing this, Zhang Kuei squinted his eyes and praised the young man's cleverness, then turned and casually instructed, Principal Lin, transfer the merit points to me first. Lin Shen felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind, his face livid as he completed the transfer. The moment the successful transfer notification appeared, Zhang Kuei immediately looked at Chen Runian, his tone as affectionate as if speaking to his own nephew. Runian, I once said that if you reached level 6 within a day, I'd give you a special reward. I was originally planning to give you a level 5 rare equipment to help you push for level 10, but since circumstances have changed, you choose. What would you like? Thank you, Master Zhang. Chen Runian cupped his hands again. Let's discuss the reward after I handle a small matter. Zhang Kuei nodded and stepped aside to make way. Chen Runian's gaze fell on Lu Hao, his voice carrying clearly to everyone's ears. Lu Hao, it's time to settle our bet. I'm 3 levels higher than you. I won the wager. Will you get down and bark like a dog yourself? Or do you need my help? Lu Hao's face instantly turned deathly pale. He'd thought he had a sure win, but now he'd become a laughingstock. At the thought of barking like a dog in public, his legs trembled, yet he didn't dare break his word in front of everyone. Chen Runian, we're classmates after all. Don't be so aggressive. He tried to force a smile while pleading. Wang Yan burst into laughter. Lu Hao, you're copying my lines. When I begged you earlier, what was your response? Since you wouldn't show mercy then, don't ask for it now. Hurry up and get down to bark like a dog. Someone in the crowd chimed in. Exactly. You're always the one jumping around the most. At this moment, a middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, blocking Lu Hao's front. Chen Runian, Lu Hao already knows he was wrong. Just let him off. Your classmates show mercy when you can. Everyone recognized this person, teacher Lu Nong, who was also Lu Hao's relative. Chen Runian met his gaze calmly. Teacher Lu Nong, I'll ask just one question. When Lu Hao was arrogantly telling me to get down and bark like a dog just now, where were you? Now that it's his turn to be punished, you jump out. Lu Nong adjusted his glasses and explained with composure. I was busy with something just now and didn't see it. If I had seen him pressuring you like that, I definitely would have disciplined him too. Lu Hao immediately chimed in. Right, right. If teacher Lu had spoken up, I definitely wouldn't have pressured you like that. He quickly hid behind Lu Nong, as if grasping a lifeline. The surrounding students exchanged glances with a teacher relative backing him up. Dealing with Lu Hao wouldn't be easy. Seeing Chen Runian pondering, Ling Xue quietly contacted her second uncle, Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu then stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, I can prove that teacher Lu Nong has been lying. He treats Chen Runian and Lu Hao with completely different attitudes. As his words fell, Ling Qiu's right palm glowed with a soft white light, projecting an image before the crowd like a screen. In the footage, Lu Nong was smiling as he introduced a burly yet youthful-looking boy to other teachers. This student who awakened the SSS-rank berserker profession is my nephew, Lu Hao. He's destined for greatness. That Chen Runian actually dared to make a bet with him, absolutely ridiculous. He deserves to bark like a dog. How dare someone within SSS-rank profession act so arrogant? After Lu Hao teaches him a lesson, I'll find an opportunity to deal with him myself and show him how cruel society can be. The image abruptly ended, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Upon seeing this, Lu Nang's face turned pale as he frantically stood up. Who are you? Why are you slandering me? Ling Qiu remained calm as he casually tapped his personal panel. Name, Ling Qiu. Profession, a rank videographer. Level, 35. A rank lifestyle profession videographer. The crowd suddenly understood why he could project images so effortlessly. Ling Qiu added quietly. This is what I personally witnessed. You were right next to my camera just now. Should I call a few more teachers to testify? Sweat beaded on Lu Nang's forehead. Just then, Ling Xue walked to Ling Qiu's side, indicating that she had called for this assistance. Ling Qiu nodded slightly at her. I originally came to record your first venture into a beginner dungeon, but I didn't expect this little drama. Quite unexpected indeed. Suddenly his eyebrows raised. Oh my, your level isn't just 5. Everyone's attention focused once again on Ling Xue's panel. Name, Ling Xue. Profession, S-rank Mystic Ice Mage. Level, 599.95. Why didn't you just level up to 6 in the secret realm? If you had, you'd be the most outstanding genius in the Ling family. Ling Qiu called out. Ling Xue glanced at Chen Runian, but offered no explanation. Chen Runian understood they had made an agreement, and he smiled back at her. Second uncle, now isn't the time for us to speak up. Proving that teacher Lu Nong lied is enough. After speaking, Ling Xue and Ling Qiu retreated back into the crowd. All eyes locked onto Lu Nong and Lu Hao once again. Lu Hao, honor your bet, the crowd jeered. You set the dog barking rule yourself. What's the point of hiding behind teacher Lu Nong? If you're a man, come out. Wang Yin even mocked him using Lu Hao's earlier tone. You dare to act but won't face the consequences? Need your teacher to shield you. Lu Hao's head buzzed from the verbal assault. Chen Runian said firmly to Lu Nong. Teacher, please step back. This is between Lu Hao and me. Lu Nong frantically pleaded. Chen Runian, let me apologize to you on Lu Hao's behalf. Please forgive him just this once. No. Chen Runian's response was resolute. Before Lu Nong could finish speaking, he caught sight of a burly figure from the corner of his eye and immediately stepped back. Lu Hao, don't be afraid. Stand up. Look who's here. Lu Hao looked in that direction and shouted with delight. Dad. The burly man moved to Lu Hao's side, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Runian. Kid, let's end this here. I'll give you 100,000 Tianyuan coins and be ungrateful. With me here today, no one can make my son do something so beneath his dignity. Lu Hao's father had arrived, catching everyone completely off guard. Zhang Kuei was about to step in, but seeing Chen Runian's calm and composed demeanor, he suppressed his urge to intervene and decided to see how Chen Runian would handle the situation. In the spectator area, a series of light screens popped up. Lu Hao's father Lu Tianyu, a peak 4th tier class, main combat profession giant warrior, level 49. The terrifying attribute data dazzled everyone's eyes, and the noisy chatter instantly dropped 8 decibels. This is bad. Lu Hao is backing now. We won't get to see him embarrass himself. Many classmates shook their heads in disappointment. Lu Hao had always bullied Chen Runian, relying on his father's influence, and had tormented many other students as well. Now with Lu Tianyu personally present, everyone secretly sighed in their hearts. Emboldened, Lu Hao became smug and pointed at Chen Runian, laughing loudly. Huh? Chen Runian, I don't know what tricks you used to reach level 8, but you're just the most worthless class profession. It won't be long before I surpass you. Then we'll settle our scores. Consider that 100,000 yuan as money thrown to the dogs. Lu Tianyu stood at the sideline with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his lips. The difference between having connections and not having them was like heaven and earth. A cold glint flashed in Chen Runian's eyes. It seemed he'd need a different approach to make this guy crawl and bark like a dog. Era, wisdom gaze, he commanded silently, then crouched down and gently removed the husky's sunglasses. Without the sunglasses obstruction, Era's clear, yet cunning eyes suddenly brightened. Lu Hao burst into laughter at the sight, his finger almost touching the dog's nose. This dog? How ridiculous. The surrounding students also found it amusing. Handsome as it was, it looked like a complete fool. Skill activated. Target, Lu Hao. Mental power decreased by 100. Intelligence decreased by 100. All attributes decreased by 10. Additional status, panic. Obedience increased. Lu Hao's laughter stopped abruptly, his expression becoming blank. Chen Runian spoke calmly. Lu Hao, honor your bet. Get down on all fours and bark like a dog. Lu Tianyu was about to curse, you blind fool, but then saw Lu Hao drop to his knees with a thud. The entire venue fell silent, as if struck by thunder. Lu Hao got on all fours, and even crawled a few steps. Woof, woof woof, woof woof woof, woof 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 woof. His voice was shrill and earnest. He crawled even lower than Era. Era held its head high proudly, as if looking at an inferior creature. Howler, what are you doing? Lu Tianyu's veins bulged on his forehead as he kicked Lu Hao, sending him rolling several circles. Useless, useless. I'm right here, and you're still barking like a dog? Lu Tianyu, don't have such a worthless son. Lu Hao screamed in pain, his cries echoing. Chen Runian watched coldly. The more arrogant he was before, the more humiliating it was now. Era's wisdom gaze was truly heaven-defying, first cutting intelligence, then maximizing obedience, simply perfect. The scene fell into deathly silence, with only Lu Hao's wails remaining. Suddenly, Era spat with it tui and said disdainfully, can't even bark properly. Listen carefully. This is how dogs bark, woof, 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 woof. It puffed out its chest. Your posture is wrong too. Look at my handsome and upright figure. Lu Hao, right? Don't insult dogs with that pathetic performance. Want to learn to be a dog? You're not worthy. The air seemed to freeze, and the next second, someone couldn't help but shout. Holy shit, that's a finishing move. That was absolutely devastating. I'm dying of laughter, haha. The crowd erupted in thunderous laughter. Lu Hao was already on all fours, barking like a dog amid his classmates' jeering, which was embarrassing enough. But then Lu Tianyu flew into a rage, and the surrounding students barely dared to breathe. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the husky suddenly spoke up with a mocking hey. With that level of intelligence, you think you can bark like me? The combination of a dog's voice speaking human words instantly ignited everyone's funny body. No matter how terrifying Lu Tianyu was, people just couldn't hold back their laughter. The husky's wise eyes looked down at Lu Hao with the kind of disdain one might reserve for a rotten bone. Every onlooker could picture that contemptuous expression, causing wave after wave of laughter. At this moment, the wisdom gaze skill had been passively deactivated, and Lu Hao's intelligence and mental strength rapidly recovered. But the sharp pain in his abdomen reminded him that his father's kick had been merciless. He rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face pale as a sheet. Shame washed over both father and son, the son barking like a dog, the father violently kicking him. This scene was destined to become their lifelong humiliation. Lu Hao wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole, or even ascend to heaven on the spot. With this world is no longer suitable for me, written all over his face. Suddenly, someone belatedly exclaimed, holy crap, this dog can talk. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. What breed is a talking husky? The husky lifted the corners of its mouth and shrugged the thick gold chain around its neck. Chen Runian quickly put the sunglasses back on it with a satisfying click, maxing out the cool factor. The onlookers immediately shifted their tune. Wow, a husky in sunglasses, cooler than a wolf. Look at that chain, this dog's got street cred. The husky flashed a roguish smile and wagged its tail, earning even more enthusiastic cheers. Taking advantage of the peak atmosphere, Chen Runian cupped his fists toward Lu Hao. Lu Hao, I respect you as a man of your word. From now on, you bark your bark, I'll live my life, and we'll stay out of each other's way. This line sent everyone into another fit of laughter. Lu Tianyu in the stands could no longer sit still. He shot to his feet, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a peak fourth-tier professional directly at Chen Runian. Boy, you're asking for death. The force swept across the area, making tables and chairs hum. Chen Runian was about to leap onto the husky to dodge when he caught sight of a slightly, portly, elderly man approaching Zhang Kuei. That terrifying pressure was instantly neutralized. Zhang Kuei, profession, S-class formation master, level 59. When students saw the information panel floating above his head, they collectively gasped. The kindly old man who had always spoken up for students was actually this kind of powerhouse. Zhang Kuei stood in front of Chen Runian, hands clasped behind his back with a gentle smile. Lu Tianyu, let the youngsters handle their own affairs. What kind of skill is it for a peak fourth-tier professional to bully a newly transferred youth? Lu Tianyu's expression darkened, but after seeing Zhang Kuei's information, his heart also trembled. After a moment's hesitation, he asked in a low voice, Master Zhang intends to stop me? Zhang Kuei laughed heartily, his voice rolling across the training ground. What's wrong, Lu Tianyu? Are you worried that your son Lu Hao, with his class profession, might actually lose to Chen Runian, who transferred to an class profession? You don't even dare let the youngsters settle this themselves. Lu Tianyu pondered for a moment and found Zhang Kuei's words reasonable, so he went along with them. Since Master Zhang puts it that way, then let the younger generation compete on their own. With that, he hoisted the fallen Lu Hao onto his shoulder, tapped his foot lightly, and in a flash disappeared into the crowd without a trace. Lu Tianyu knew clearly in his heart that his opponent was after all a peak grandmaster level expertise. Things truly escalated to an all-out confrontation. He would have no chance of winning. It was better to retreat when possible. Boy, come with me. Zhang Kuei placed his hand on Chen Runian's shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm-sized teleportation array suddenly lit up beneath their feet, its patterns spreading rapidly like flowing streams. Huosha white light swept over them, and both figures vanished on the spot. Wow, Chen Runian is about to strike it rich, being favored by such a high-level array master. I'm so jealous, even his teleportation array is top tier. The crowd erupted into chaos, countless gazes following the dissipating light with envy and longing. Soon, several teachers loudly restored order, began taking attendance, and announced matters regarding re-entering the dungeon tomorrow. Only then did the crowd gradually disperse. In the blink of an eye, Chen Runian had been teleported to a tranquil and elegant courtyard. Blue tiles and white walls, winding corridors and eaves, artificial hills and pools complementing each other beautifully. The air was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance that put one's mind at ease. Zhang Kuei stood with his hands behind his back on the flower path, turned around with a hearty smile. This is my temporary residence in Huiquan City. Runian, no need to be formal, please, have a seat. Being treated so courteously by a peak grandmaster level expert, Chen Runian couldn't help but feel flattered. Earlier, though Lu Tianyu was annoyed, he ultimately didn't dare make a move in full view of everyone. Now that Zhang Kuei had personally intervened, it made him even more grateful. He followed to the tea table and sat cross-legged, his gaze inevitably drawn to the items arranged on the table. More than 10 array flags, array foundations, and scrolls neatly arranged, emanating spiritual light, with intricate patterns that were clearly valuable at first glance. I wonder what Master Zhang wants with me. Chen Runian withdrew his gaze and asked cautiously. Zhang Kuei first poured a cup of clear tea for each of them, the tea's fragrance rising, before speaking. Whether there's something depends on your answers. I want to ask a few questions and hope you'll answer truthfully. Of course, if they involve secrets, you may remain silent. He raised one finger. First, how did you reach level 8 in just 6 hours in a beginner dungeon? Chen Runian thought of how he had practically cleared out the entire dungeon and hesitated. My answer might sound rather outrageous. Should I tell the truth? Haha. Even if you told me you killed 1,000 monsters in 6 hours, I wouldn't bat an eye. Go ahead. Master Zhang's estimate is still conservative. Chen Runian took a deep breath. In 6 hours, I cleared all the monsters in the entire dungeon. What? All of them? Zhang Kuei shot to his feet, looking at Chen Runian as if he were seeing a rare prodigy. One must know that many people couldn't even reach the Tran area when re-entering the dungeon the next day. Even S-level talents like Ling Shui could only clear half the trance on the second day, which was already heaven-defying. Yet this young man before him had slaughtered everything in the entire map within 6 hours. Zhang Kuei suppressed his surprise, coughed twice, and raised his second finger. Second, why can your husky speak? Special breed. The third finger rose. Third, do you have an amplification-type talent? Yes. The fourth finger appeared. Fourth, what level do you think your pet's current combat power has reached? Invincible at the same level, probably capable of fighting level 10 monsters too. For questions, and he stopped there. Zhang Kuei held his teacup, lowered his head in thought, a gleam of insight flashing in his brow. Chen Runian reflected on his initial words and finally couldn't help but ask, Master Zhang, with your status, why would you personally come to our Huiquan #1 high school to set up arrays? Zhang Kuei looked up, his gaze carrying more appreciation, good observation skills. Normally, setting up arrays wouldn't require my personal involvement. This time, I have important business at hand, and it just so happened to occur near your school, so I helped with the setup while I was in the area. After speaking, he lifted his tea and sipped lightly, the clear fragrance wafting from the cup. To be honest, there's a newly discovered secret realm near Huiquan City that's currently in its initial stage, only allowing those below level 15 to enter. In the evening rest area, Zhang Kuei spread out a piece of parchment depicting the suburban terrain, his fingertip lightly tapping the newly marked red dot. His voice was low but carried an undeniable urgency. Right now, the only ones who can enter the secret realm are either old-timers stuck at the first-tier threshold or the level 15 bottleneck, or newcomers like you who've just completed their class transitions. Chen Runian stood beside the table, his gaze fixed on that red glow. Originally, he had planned to observe for a few more days, but Zhang Kuei's sudden invitation stirred something in his heart. I want you to rush to level 10 tomorrow, then go in and farm something for me. Zhang Kuei looked up, studying Chen Runian carefully. Don't worry, you won't be working for nothing. I'll trade equivalent items for whatever you obtain, and you can level up in the process. This secret realm offers much more experience than fixed dungeons. Chen Runian tightened his backpack straps, not nodding immediately. Master Zhang, what exactly do you need? Heart of Agility. Zhang Kuei spoke the 4 words deliberately. It's a core that occasionally drops from the secret realm's boss, extremely valuable for formation masters like myself. He flipped the parchment over and drew 3 circles. The realm is called the Agility Secret Realm, with 3 difficulty levels: normal, nightmare, and hell. Only 3 hearts of agility are produced every 10 years, corresponding to the 3 difficulties. Each drops once, and then they're gone. If someone else gets them first, you won't see another one for 10 years. Hearing these restrictions, Chen Runian thought to himself, 3 in 10 years? That's ridiculously scarce. And jumping straight from normal to nightmare, that's a terrifying leap in difficulty. Zhang Kuei continued explaining, I obtained this intelligence using secret realm detection talismans. Not many people know about this yet, so time is of the essence. If you truly have the ability to take down monsters above level 15, you can farm the dungeon anytime. Chen Runian pondered for a moment. If the information was accurate, this secret realm's value far exceeded ordinary leveling spots. He had originally planned to hunt monsters in the wild tomorrow to reach level 10 before tackling dungeons, but now he had a direct route. Naturally, he was willing to give it a try. Time is precious, he said with a respectful bow. Master Zhang, let me sell my current materials and stock up on supplies, then I can set out immediately. Zhang Kuei waved his hand, his tone amused but firm. Don't rush. The weakest monsters in normal difficulty are level 10, and the boss is even a leader class creature. You need to reach level 10 first, and I need to assess your trump cards before giving you the green light. To give Chen Runian a better understanding, he casually added, boss ranks from lowest to highest are leader, lord, king, overlord, and domain master. Any creature with a title will have dramatically enhanced attributes. Chen Runian smiled confidently, patting the contracted beast cage on his shoulder. Master Zhang, my pet can solo level 10 monsters, which means I can level up directly inside the secret realm. Once my level increases, clearing normal difficulty shouldn't be a problem. You're planning to solo it. Zhang Kuei put away the parchment, his gaze sharp. Not on my watch. You just came out of the newbie dungeon and want to dive into a secret realm. That's suicide. His tone softened but remained unyielding. Since you're confident about killing level 10 monsters, I'll find you a teammate tomorrow so you can watch each other's backs. Seeing Zhang Kuei's serious and earnest expression, Chen Runian nodded. While solo grinding offered the highest rewards, it also came with exponentially greater risks. Given his upgrade speed that far exceeded ordinary people, there was no need to take such risks here. Moreover, after days of continuous combat, his mental fatigue was evident. He decided to first deal with the mountain of loot piling up in his backpack, then get a good night's sleep. While chatting with everyone, he was surprised to learn that his monster kill drop rate was nearly 100%, which finally explained why his backpack was always full of various materials and equipment. After confirming the reward with Zhang Kuei again, the original level 5 rare equipment was upgraded to a beginner's secret realm entry pass. The pass allowed entry into secret realm dungeons below level 30 for a total of 10 times, with current available uses, 1010. Subsequently, with Zhang Kuei's assistance, he registered his own professional account and immediately received 2,000 merit points transferred by Zhang Kuei. Merit points were far more valuable than Tianyuan coins and could only be exchanged one way. 1 merit point, 10,000 Tianyuan coins. Many scarce items were hard to obtain with Tianyuan coins but could be easily exchanged with merit points, making merit points the best circulating and most precious currency in the university. The reward betting that Zhang Kuei had previously promised was as high as 1,000 merit points, equivalent to 10 million Tianyuan coins. No wonder the teachers were amazed, and even Lin Chun, known for his stinginess, was so excited he danced with joy. After thanking Zhang Kuei, Chen Runian left the school and headed straight to the Tianyuan Empire Professional Association. Besides accepting missions, training, and bounties, this place also had a large shopping center, making it the best location for handling equipment and materials. In the center of the hall, crowds flowed, and he immediately spotted a familiar face, Lu Hao. After being taken away by Lu Tianyu, Lu Hao had received equipment and funding and was now selecting gear. Recalling the recent embarrassment, Lu Hao burned with anger and charged over. Chen Runian, what are you doing here? Want to buy a decent weapon to go out and train? I advise you to give up that idea. Since you've changed your profession to pet summoner, just stay home and raise pets. Lu Hao snorted coldly. This young master is getting a complete set of level 5 purple equipment. Starting tomorrow, I'll be able to completely crush you. Let's have a proper contest then. When he mentioned purple equipment set, he deliberately raised his voice, his smugness overflowing. Equipment quality ranged from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, red, gold. Only purple and above could be called rare, treasure, or legendary. Ordinary hunters would be ecstatic just to get a blue equipment drop. Chen Runian remained completely unmoved. His backpack was filled with mountains of such equipment sets. He casually responded with an "oh" and walked straight toward the depths of the association, making Lu Hao's face turn green with anger, nearly jumping on the spot. He casually sent a message to Wang Yin and Ling Shui. While looking down, a young sales assistant numbered 0527 approached him. Seeing his handsome appearance, the girl's eyes lit up, but when her gaze fell on the frank profession designation, her enthusiasm instantly died, and her tone became perfunctory. "Hello, sir. I'm sales assistant number 0527 Xiao Xiao. I'm happy to serve you. What would you like to purchase?" Her expression was polite, but she couldn't hide her impatience. What couldn't Frank, poor student, afford to buy? At this moment, Lu Hao stepped in, deliberately raising his voice. "I want to buy rare-grade equipment. Do you have any good items here?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately turned all her attention to Lu Hao. The scanner revealed rank professional and level 5 data, making her smile like a flower as she directly left Chen Runian aside. "Young master, reaching level 5 in one day with rank quality, you're simply the most outstanding genius in Huiquan City," she praised sweetly. Finally, she glanced at Chen Runian, lowering her voice but making it sharp enough to sting. "Unlike some people with frank professions who will ultimately be at the bottom of society." Xiao Xiao immediately launched into a barrage of praise for Lu Hao, clearly sensing the tension between him and Chen Runian, and took the opportunity to throw some subtle jabs at Chen Runian, which greatly satisfied Lu Hao's ego. "I'm in strength berserker, so naturally I need a rare-grade sword, along with rare-grade armor and boots. Do you have any in stock?" Lu Hao lifted his chin, his tone deliberately casual, yet tinged with boastfulness. Xiao Xiao quickly searched through the terminal, her fingers flying across the interface as the screen's glow reflected in her eyes. "Young Master Lu, we only have one level 5 rare-grade armor left in stock. As for the sword and boots you want, we're currently out, though we do have several blue-quality items available." "What?" Lu Hao was stunned. Remembering the bold claims he'd just made in front of Chen Runian, he felt somewhat embarrassed and could only cough twice to save face. "Well then, I'll take the armor." "How much?" "The level 5 rare-grade armor is priced at 100,000 Tianyuan coins today." After quoting the price, Xiao Xiao's expression carried a hint of inquiry. 100,000? Isn't it usually 20 or 30,000? Lu Hao couldn't help but gasp, then quickly glanced at Chen Runian, who was watching him with obvious amusement. He immediately waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, I'll take it." Xiao Xiao's face lit up with joy as she efficiently processed the payment and packaging with practiced ease. After getting the armor, Lu Hao smugly waved it at Chen Runian. "Ha ha ha, jealous? This is the benefit of having money." Xiao Xiao was secretly delighted. This single transaction netted the guild 80,000 in profit, with 50,000 as her commission. Truly, scarcity drives up value, and rich kids like Lu Hao who don't haggle are the easiest to fleece. Chen Runian observed the entire process, finding it hard to believe that a level 5 rare armor could sell for such an outrageous price. Equipment was consumable, especially weapons and armor which wore out quickly. Take Lu Hao's original level 1 rare weapon. For instance, after fighting level 5 monsters, its durability was nearly depleted. Repairing low-level weapons often cost more than buying new ones, making them essentially disposable, which led to the increasing scarcity of low-level rare equipment. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more pleased he became. Suddenly, he saw Chen Runian pull a gleaming broadsword from his backpack. The blade was thick and wide, with green patterns swirling around it. It was a goblin cleaver. Lu Hao was startled. "Lu Hao, didn't you want a level 5 rare broadsword? I have one. I'll sell it to you." Chen Runian spoke casually. Sell it to me?" Both Lu Hao and Xiao Xiao were stunned. He glanced at the information panel that appeared. Name: Goblin Cleaver, part of Goblin set. Quality: rare. Required level: 5. Equipment effect: strength 50. Holy crap, that's amazing. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. While this weapon didn't have the additional constitution bonus like his level 1 rare weapon, it was part of a set once complete. The bonuses would be even more impressive. "Chen Runian, you're not trying to scam me, are you? You'd really sell me such a good weapon?" Lu Hao was skeptical. "Why would I lie to you? I'm a summon. This is a warrior's weapon. It's useless to me." Chen Runian smiled sincerely. Lu Hao suddenly understood. "No wonder you're being so generous. But aren't you worried that once I get this weapon, I'll level up quickly, surpass you, and come back to settle the score?" Chen Runian maintained his calm exterior. "What happened between us was ultimately just kids fooling around. Chen Runian gripped the gleaming battle blade, his voice steady but every word ringing with conviction. If this weapon can accelerate your growth and give the Tianming Empire another S-rank berserker, then that's its true value. The only reason we're alive today is because countless soldiers have defended our borders. I just hope you can grow stronger faster and contribute to the empire. His words echoed through the vast equipment hall. The onlookers were stunned at first, then someone gave him a thumbs up. Good man, you've got vision. Little Yu bounced on her toes, looking up at Chen Runian with eyes bright as light bulbs. Handsome and visionary. Too bad he's just in Frank class. Lu Hao's face flushed red as he scratched the back of his head, hesitating for a few seconds before finally speaking. Then, Chen Runian, sell me that blade. How much? I'll pay the listed price. Deal. Chen Runian immediately confirmed the transaction. His phone buzzed with the transfer notification, and Lu Hao's generosity left him secretly amazed. By the way, want some rare-grade goblin boots? Chen Runian had a sudden thought and pulled out a pair of dark green short boots from his storage, their surface studded with sharp bone spikes. Lu Hao froze, his eyes widening. Yes. Of course I want them. Transaction confirmed 100,000 deposited. How about a rare-grade goblin necklace? Chen Runian produced a string of dark gold bone beads. Yes. Lu Hao nodded instinctively. But just as the necklace transaction completed, he saw Chen Runian reaching for more. How? How much more do you have? Armor, belt, how have you got everything? Want them? Lu Hao gasped, feeling like his heart had been punched. Yes. Give me one of everything. 5 transaction records flashed across the screen, 500,000 yuan total. When the last piece of equipment changed hands, a system notification appeared. Rare-grade goblin 7-piece, set 77, all attributes 10. Lu Hao's fingers trembled with excitement as he immediately equipped the entire set. Green light flowed around him, his attribute panel skyrocketed, and he threw back his head in laughter. Ha! With this, Ling Shui and Wang Yin won't stand a chance against me tomorrow. Looking back at Chen Runian's equipment and the level 5 armor in sales associate Xiao Xiao's hands, Lu Hao immediately showed disdain. Please cancel that order, I don't want that piece. Xiao Xiao opened her mouth, embarrassed enough to want to crawl into a hole. This armor only added 30 constitution, but was priced the same as Chen Runian's piece that added 40 constitution. Her 50,000 commission had been within reach, only to vanish completely. She could only smile bitterly as she processed the refund. After re-equipping, Lu Hao's entire aura surged with power. Even his footsteps carried a whooshing sound. Awesome. Even though my development fund is nearly gone, this rare equipment set is totally worth it. Just then, Wang Yin and Ling Shui walked over together. Lu Hao immediately planted his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest, showing off his complete set of goblin equipment glowing with dark green light. Hee, you two take a good look. This is a complete rare-grade equipment set. Each piece adds 40 to 50 attributes, and the full set gives 10 to all attributes. Isn't that incredible? Wang Yin was quite surprised to see such a rare-grade equipment set, while Ling Shui remained relatively calm. Wang Yan's eyes were filled with envy as an S-rank Dragon Tiger Division member. If he could also own a rare-grade goblin equipment set, he would absolutely dominate the beginner dungeons. However, after grinding for so long today and killing countless goblins, he hadn't even gotten a single blue equipment drop. Ling Shui didn't even glance at Lu Hao and smiled gently at Chen Runian. Chen Runian, it's so late, what did you call us here for? At this point, Ling Shui had already reached level 6, having obviously snuck off to the beginner training area to quietly kill a few monsters. Also, what you said at noon, does that still count? Ling Shui asked somewhat shyly, blinking at Chen Runian. Seeing her level, Chen Runian naturally understood what Ling Shui meant and nodded affirmatively. Ling Shui immediately beamed with joy, stunning everyone present. Wang Yin also gathered around and asked, Brother Nian, what's the matter calling us so late? I've been grinding monsters all afternoon, and I'm exhausted. If you'd messaged any later, I would have been asleep. Chen Runian playfully hit Wang Yin and pulled out a set of equipment to hand to him. Of course it's to give you some assistance, otherwise, if your leveling speed slows down tomorrow, you won't be able to catch up to me. Stop envying Lu Hao, I sold him that set. You can use this one. Ling Shui, you have one too. Both were quite surprised to hear that Lu Hao's set was purchased from Chen Runian. Taking the equipment, Chen Runian handed them a complete goblin equipment set, and rare grade at that. The benefits this would bring them were obvious. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Thanks, Brother Nian. Now I get the chance to wear a complete rare grade equipment set. Rare grade? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Chen Runian's words immediately drew everyone's attention. After checking the information on the 7-piece goblin set, everyone was stunned. Treasure grade goblin equipment, set 77, all attributes 20. Holy crap, treasure grade equipment set. Red quality. When everyone saw the stats on this gear set, they went absolutely wild. Red quality, and it's a complete equipment set. The crowd instinctively rubbed their eyes, scanning through the information panel from top to bottom once more. After confirming there was no mistake, The shock in their hearts grew even stronger. Even the usually composed Ling Shui couldn't help but raise her delicate eyebrows. The reason she had shown little interest in Lu Hao's rare grade set was precisely because she owned a rare equipment set herself. But now, comparing the two, she realized her own set was like heaven and earth compared to this treasure grade one before her. Chen Runian, this is too precious. I should just buy it from you. Ling Shui bit her lip, her tone carrying a rare hint of pleading. Yeah, brother Nian, but such valuable equipment. I'm really afraid I'm not worthy of it. Wang Yin also scratched his head, though his eyes remained fixed on that dazzling red glow. Chen Runian smiled slightly and directly stuffed both treasure-grade sets into their arms. If I'm giving them to you, just take them. If you really want to repay me, then hurry up and level up. Ling Shui looked up at him, her eyes shimmering, before finally nodding solemnly. Wang Yin cheerfully put on the equipment, letting out a series of exclamations. Awesome. Lu Hao looked at the goblin set Wang Yin was wearing, then at his own purple equipment he had been so proud of, and instantly felt bitter. Especially since the treasure-grade weapon directly added 80 strength, a full 30 points higher than his own blade. The complete set's 20 to all attributes was another crushing blow. He couldn't help but speak up. Chen Runian, if you had such good equipment, why didn't you sell it to me earlier? You specifically asked for rare grade. You never mentioned treasure grade. Chen Runian shrugged. I was worried you'd think it was too expensive. The man who had just been praising Chen Runian became anxious. Young man, do you have any more equipment like this? No more, just these 2 sets. Chen Runian spread his hands. It took great effort to collect them. I was originally planning to use them myself. But I figured I'd rather give them to the only 2 people in Huiquan City who achieved S-grade quality in their class change. Only when talents like you grow quickly can our country become stronger. These words left everyone around speechless once again, marveling at his broad-mindedness. Just as the crowd was preparing to disperse, Chen Runian added, however, I do have a few more rare grade sets left. More? And several sets. Everyone was shocked again. The students who had participated in the newbie dungeon could best appreciate the gap. They had spent 6 hours grinding and only managed to get scattered white and green equipment, with many getting nothing at all, while Chen Runian had stockpiled several rare sets and even produced treasure-grade equipment. This luck was so heaven-defying it made people question life itself. Soon, the several rare-grade equipment sets Chen Runian displayed were snapped up by those still browsing. Xiao Xiao forced a smile and squeezed forward. Excuse me, Mr. Chen, I was blind earlier. Do you have more equipment for sale? I do, but I don't want to do business with you. Chen Runian didn't give her any facile, remembered clearly the feeling of being looked down upon. However, Xiao Xiao's underhanded tactics had actually helped him earn quite a bit more. The commotion had grown large enough that people from the professional association had long since noticed. An attractive woman stepped forward, first scolding Xiao Xiao briefly, then politely invited Chen Runian into a consultation room. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Hu Yaoyao, manager of the professional association's commercial district. On behalf of the professional association, I apologize for the behavior of employee number 0527. This time, I can purchase your supplies at 1.5 times the acquisition price as compensation for you, and I'll also dock Xiao Xiao's performance bonus for 2 months. How does that sound? In the softly lit negotiation room, Hu Yaoyao spoke with a smile as she made this promise. As a manager, she was well informed and knew that this seemingly young and handsome guy before her was the genius player who had reached level 8 on his very first day, definitely not someone to underestimate based on appearances alone. Moreover, his luck was extraordinary, having managed to obtain so many rare-grade equipment pieces, making him a valuable partner for future collaborations. As for why she offered 1.5 times the price, she calculated in her mind. He was only level 8 and had only cleared 1 dungeon, so how much could he possibly have? Even if there were items to purchase, they would mostly be low-level goods that wouldn't cost much. Confident in her ability to handle clients, she felt she had everything under control. Chen Runian hadn't expected manager Hu to be so agreeable, so he decided not to pursue Xiao Xiao's negligence further. Manager Hu, I have quite a lot of supplies. Haha, Mr. Chen, don't worry, whatever you have, we'll take it all. Hu Yaoyao promised, patting her chest confidently. The next second, Chen Runian's sleeve moved slightly, and supplies from his backpack came pouring out. Semi-solidified slime gel gleaming with an eerie green light. Chunks of rabbit meat piled into small mountains. Supple wolf pelts rolled into bundles. Dozens of sets of goblin equipment, glowing with blue light, clinked together. For sets of rare-grade Tran equipment, with deep green luster, were placed on top. And there were also fist-sized tree hearts emanating a pale golden glow. The originally spacious negotiation room was instantly packed to the brim. This much. Hu Yaoyao froze in place, realizing how rash her 1.5 times promise had been, yet she could only honor it with tears in her eyes. Her assessment of Chen Runian rose once again. This man was definitely not ordinary. Steadying herself, she pulled out a gleaming golden card and handed it over. Mr. Chen, I happen to have one last gold membership slot available, and I'd like to invite you to join. Cardholders enjoy a 10 discount on purchases and 1.1 times the standard rate when selling supplies. What do you think? With such a good deal, Chen Runian nodded without hesitation. Hu Yaoyao immediately arranged for her staff to inventory the supplies while he began shopping with his gold card. Daily necessities, adventure consumables, life-saving potions. He swept through the shelves like a whirlwind, spending a full 3 million Tianyuan coins even after the 10 discount. The inventory results came out quickly. Due to the 1.5 times purchase rate, that room full of materials sold for 5 million Tianyuan coins, netting him 2 million in profit. The rabbit meat and wolf pelts were just small change. The dozens of blue-quality goblin sets had decent prices, and other common materials were relatively cheap. What really drove up the total value were the scarce tree hearts, and those 4 sets of level 8 rare-grade Tran equipment far more precious than level 5 goblin gear. As for improving his own combat power, Chen Runian had already made arrangements. He kept 1 set of golden legendary-grade Tran equipment for himself, with attributes of Spirit 100 and Constitution 50. The treasure-grade equipment he planned to save for his future teammates. Night had fallen deep, and the clock on the wall pointed to 11:30. Originally planning to go home and rest, Chen Runian had a sudden impulse to leave the city that very night. The city gates were lined with torches, and the night guards were even more vigilant than during the day. With rows of crossbows ready to fire, many wild monsters preferred to prowl in the darkness. His young face immediately caught the guard's attention. "Young man, it's dangerous to leave the city at night. Please come back tomorrow." Chen Runian had never left the city since arriving in this world, let alone ventured out at night, so he hadn't expected the restriction on leaving after dark. He was about to turn back when he caught sight of a group of over 10 people at the city gate. Chen Runian raised his hand to signal the guards and followed the rhythm of that group, surprisingly managing to slip through the gate smoothly. "Guard, why are they allowed to leave the city?" He stopped at the entrance, lowering his voice to ask. The guard scratched his helmet. "Them? The arrogant mercenary group. You know their strength, we don't need to stop them." The guard's gaze fell on Chen Runian. "Looking at your age, are you a student?" "Just changed classes." Chen Runian nodded slightly, keeping his profession private, and only pulled up his personal panel to show the guard briefly. "Level 8. The guard paused, then raised an eyebrow. "You level up pretty fast, barely meets the requirements for leaving the city. But I still don't recommend going alone. If you can form a team, we can be flexible. If you don't have teammates, you'd better head back." Before he finished speaking, 2 people, 1 tall and 1 short, 1 thin and 1 fat, walked side by side to Chen Runian. "Form a team? That's easy." The tall one grinned, showing his canine teeth. "Kid, 10,000 Tianyuan coins, and we'll protect you for an hour. How about it?" Chen Runian only came outside the city to reach a dungeon, just half an hour's walk from the gate. He glanced at their public information. Zhugan, class, Archer, level 15. Donghua, class, Shield Bearer, level 15. One was slender as a bamboo pole, the other round like a winter melon, perfectly matching their names. Level 15 wasn't top tier, but at least they could handle minor troubles on the road. "All right, I'll trouble you both. My friend Aha is already waiting for me at the Bamboo Grove Secret Realm for an all-night dungeon run. I just need you to escort me there." He spoke both to answer the 2 men and deliberately let the guard overhear. The Bamboo Grove Secret Realm was not far outside the city, accessible to players level 12 and below, with a moderate safety rating. Seeing he wasn't alone, the guard let him pass. As for that Aha, it was actually just Chen Runian's husky pet. After payment was made, Bamboo Pole and Winter Melon flanked him on either side as they walked briskly forward. The wilderness at night was vast and silent. Half an hour later, the bamboo forest at the entrance to the Bamboo Grove Secret Realm swayed in the moonlight, but there were no other players' footprints to be seen. "Kid, where's your friend?" Bamboo Pole looked around, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Winter Melon exchanged glances with him, and suddenly the 2 shifted positions, trapping Chen Runian between them. In the next moment, shield and longbow were instantly drawn. After the 2 men surrounded Chen Runian and confirmed no one else was around, they grinned with delight. "What a shame. We were planning to catch your friend too, but we only got you. Kid, if you know what's good for you, just hand over your..." Before he could finish, Chen Runian shot them both a cold glance, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk as he suddenly pulled out a purple-marked secret realm entry token. Purple light flashed, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished completely. The lanky guy barely had time to open his mouth before the phlegm in his throat got stuck, his face turning red as he held his breath. Holy crap, he just went in? He's actually going solo. Looking up at the purple glow, he sucked in a sharp breath. Purple light. He selected hard mode? Did he hit it by mistake? Chen Runian's sudden move left the lanky guy stunned. After exchanging glances with Winter Melon for a moment, they both burst into laughter. "We were planning to squeeze tens of thousands out of him. Never expected he'd actually have a secret realm entry token. We've struck gold." The lanky guy rubbed his hands together eagerly. Just a level 8, running dungeons in the middle of the night, and fumbling into hard difficulty. When he comes out, We'll take him down. If he dies in there and gets force teleported back, that's even easier, huh? Wintermelon also laughed sinisterly, reminding him, hard mode is no joke. He'll probably bail out quickly. Get ready. Stun him the moment he appears. With that, Wintermelon slapped a heavy shield in front of himself, ready to face their target at any moment. The lanky guy drew his longbow, pulling the string into a full moon, the arrowhead gleaming coldly as he patiently waited for his prey to flee out in defeat. Inside the secret realm, the dark bamboo forest was eerily silent. After landing, Chen Runian wasted no time and immediately activated his divine pet summoning skill. Mental power 300, summoning successful, random enhancement, constitution 800. Accompanied by dancing blue light, a majestic husky landed before him. A status window popped up simultaneously. Name, Husky. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1000. Mental, 2. Constitution, 1800. These three stats already matched those of the Bamboo Secret Realm's final boss, and with the Husky's innate divine skills, its combat power was only higher. The Husky stood proudly awaiting orders, but watched in bewilderment as Chen Runian pulled out a folding bed, formation discs, thick blankets from his backpack. Within moments, a comfortable large bed was brazenly set up in the depths of the green bamboo grove, creating such a bizarre scene that even the dog was confused. The Husky tilted its head, utterly puzzled. Chen Runian clapped his hands and opened map sharing. Husky, see any monsters, bite them all to death. Solo what you can, and clear the secret realm while you're at it. I'm going to sleep for a bit, don't let any monsters near my area. Huh. The Husky's head tilted almost 90 degrees. Master wants me, a dog, to solo clear a dungeon? Meow meow meow. Chen Runian was amused by its expression. You're a dog, not a cat. You're already a mature husky. You need to learn to farm dungeons and level up on your own. Go on, I'll be waiting for good news. I'm really tired, going to sleep first. Remember to clear the entire map. The husky looked both horrified and confused. Are you serious? Making me do all the work while you sleep soundly? Chen Runian raised his hand and patted its broad back, speaking earnestly. Husky, do you think my purpose is really that shallow? Do you think I'm abusing you? I'm just trying to level up to 10 quickly so I can grant you new skills or talents. Era's round dog eyes widened upon hearing this. Is that really true? You're not pulling my leg. Chen Runian nodded with a smile. Didn't you experience it when you reached level 5? All right, watch me go. Thinking of the satisfaction of growing stronger, Era's face immediately lit up with a grin as he charged into the depths of the dense forest like a whirlwind. While his dog was on a killing spree, Chen Runian took out the large bed from his system inventory, quickly set up a protective formation, and lay down. Soon after, he heard a notification. Killed level 10 enhanced 3-ring snake, experience 30, obtained 3-ring snake gallbladder 1. A single level 10 enhanced monster gives 30 experience points. What a pleasant surprise. He yawned and continued adjusting the protective formation. The more experience, the better. Time for a nap. Just as the bed warmed up, a second notification appeared. Killed level 11 enhanced jade bamboo stick insect, experience 40, obtained jade bamboo segments 3. Using the battle reports as background music, Chen Runian drifted off to sleep contentedly, his snores harmonizing with the forest's insect chorus. Outside the secret realm, Bamboo Pole's bow-drawing arm had long gone numb. He shook his hand and cursed under his breath. Why hasn't this kid come out yet? It's been an hour and a half. How is he holding up? Wintermelon shook his head while gripping his shield. There's absolutely no way he's soloing a hard difficulty dungeon. He's a first-time transfer student entering his first instance. Watching for so long is exhausting. Let's use some items. Bamboo Pole took out a formation disc and set up a trap at the secret realm's exit. The moment Chen Runian comes out, he'll be trapped. As night deepened, Chen Runian slept peacefully inside the secret realm while Era killed to his heart's content. 3 hours later, Bamboo Pole and Wintermelon were dozing back to back. Suddenly, a black figure silently approached. Between the two, it chose the short, fat Wintermelon. Crunch. Ah! Wintermelon screamed as the shadow retreated, swallowing a chunk of flesh before melting back into the darkness. Wintermelon quickly covered his wound and raised his shield, looking around frantically. Bamboo Pole was startled awake, instantly knocking an arrow and drawing his bow to full moon, aiming toward the blood trail. We got careless. We watched that kid for too long and let our guard down in the wilderness. Did that kid come out? What time is it? Almost 5 o'clock. The formation disc hasn't triggered. Wait, survival first. Before he finished speaking, another shadow flashed in the darkness. Shadow Leopard. Bamboo Pole broke out in cold sweat. That's a ghost sound, Fox. Wintermelon's voice trembled. We're done. 4-way shouldn't have been greedy for that kid's money. The two retreated while shooting, but the scent of blood had already attracted more demon beasts. Quick, get the life-saving items. Wintermelon looked around desperately. Explosive arrows, shield talismans, formation discs. All defensive items were pulled out, but the beast shadows around them only grew in number. Meanwhile, Chen Runian in the secret realm simply rolled over comfortably in his sleep. 2 hours later, dawn broke. Chen Runian stretched luxuriously as he got up. The system inventory is amazing. I can set up a bed anytime, and 6 hours of sleep feels like 10. Looking at the map, 99 exploration, only the boss remained. Not bad. Era quite efficient. Just as the thought crossed his mind, notifications flooded in. Killed level 12 enhanced boss level Phantom Bamboo Dryad. Experience 1000. Obtained Phantom Bamboo Heart 1. Phantom Bamboo Set 1. Your level has increased to 10. Congratulations. Host has reached level 10. Divine Pet Summoning Art increased by 1 level. Obtained Pet Skill Scroll 1. Era Exclusive Talent Scroll 1. Pet Lottery Chances 1. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Phantom Bamboo Secret Realm. Click to teleport and leave. What perfect timing to wake up to this scene. Through their soul connection, Chen Runian summoned the husky to rejoin him, then turned his attention to his divine summoning skill. On the panel, a line of golden text flickered quietly. Skill Divine Pet Summoning LV.2 can simultaneously summon 2 divine pets from pet space. Each pet randomly receives 1 enhancement. Remote recall available. Currently summoned, 12. Active pets. Husky can be recalled at any time. Since there's still 1 slot available, let's try the lottery. With a thought, the lottery interface appeared before him, and the familiar lucky wheel began spinning wildly. What would the new pet be? He pressed start, and the golden wheel became a blur as the pointer flashed between various colored sections. Chen Runian watched intently, then suddenly clicked stop. The pointer slowly came to rest, pointing at a pure white cat. The cat's phantom form appeared delicate yet alluring, its snow white fur shimmering with brilliant special effects. The faint silhouette behind it almost overlapped with a human form, making Chen Runian momentarily unable to distinguish whether this was a cat or a person. System notifications suddenly flooded the screen. Congratulations. Host has drawn a feline pet white cat. White cat has completed divine transformation. Attributes greatly enhanced. Acquired SS-rank talent natural charm. Acquired SS-rank active skill 10,000 meows attraction. Host level 10 detected. White cat exclusive talent scroll triggered, automatically used. White cat awakens divine talent transformation. Congratulations. Host has obtained second pet and receives bonus divine active skill Almighty Push. Almighty Push. As a transmigrator, Chen Runian immediately thought of that terrifying divine technique from the master of heavenly Tao in his original world. He didn't summon the white cat yet, instead immediately checking the skill details. Skill Almighty Push SS rank active. Centered on self, unleashes shockwave that repels all surrounding objects and attacks. Deals 5x mental power damage to repelled targets. Can designate specific locations for release. Can use marking to exclude allies from impact and damage. Current star level, 1. Can even designate locations? Now that's interesting. Chen Runian's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the damage numbers at all, only wanting to experience that ultimate sense of coolness. He walked to the edge of the bamboo grove, extended his palm forward, and called out in a low voice, Almighty Push. Invisible ripples exploded from within his body, and the air seemed to rise in layers of waves. Accompanied by thunder-like rumbling, the green bamboo was uprooted and swept into bareness within moments. Awesome. He gazed at the empty ground with genuine amazement. And it can exclude specific targets, keeping teammates safe. Truly worthy of a divine skill, even stronger than Payne's version. This was only level 1. If he continued upgrading, the power would skyrocket. Returning to his original position, he began properly summoning his second pet. Used divine pet summoning. System notification, mental power 500. White cat successfully summoned. Random enhancement mental 1000. A milky white pillar of light descended, and an elegantly postured white cat sat peacefully in the center of the glow. Her fur was bright as fresh snow, her eyes carried a hint of enchantment, and when she lightly licked her paw and looked up at him, she naturally exuded an indescribable allure. So beautiful, Chen Runian exclaimed in wonder. Of course, the white cat snorted lightly, looking quite pleased. Being praised by her master clearly put her in an excellent mood. Since the husky could talk, Chen Runian wasn't surprised that the white cat could speak. In fact, he felt this was more fitting for a divine status. He took a deep breath and switched panels to view the white cat's information. Name, Xiaobai. Race, Divine White Cat. Quality, SS Deer. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 20001000. Talent 1. Natural Charm SS Deer Talent. Greatly enhances personal charisma and spiritual power. Innately masters charm skills. Can cast charm on targets with lower spiritual power than oneself with 100 hit rate. Talent 2. Transformation SS Deer Talent. Able to take human form. Speed decreases by 50 after transformation, while spiritual power increases by 50. Can use human equipment. Skill 1. Meow Iron Fist SS Steer skill, swings cat paws to strike opponents, dealing 5x strength damage and applying cat claw marks that inflict 2x spiritual power damage per second. Skill star level 1. Skill 2. 10,000 Meow's Heavenly Pull SS Steer skill. Releases numerous cat phantoms that impact targets dealing 5x spiritual power damage and create a pulling effect that draws targets to oneself. Skill star level 1. Skill 3. Charm Talent Awakening skill. Can inflict charm status on targets with lower spiritual power, controlling their behavior or consciousness. Skill star level 1. The name came naturally to him, exactly what Chen Runian's subconscious mind would call her, Xiaobai. After reviewing the attribute panel, Chen Runian couldn't help but gasp. With a base spiritual power of 3,000 points plus a 100 hit rate charm effect, this divine white cat was truly terrifying. Thinking of his own divine almighty push combined with the husky's divine howl, and now Xiaobai's 10,000 Meow's heavenly pull, it was a perfect match. If he activated her transformation for the additional spiritual power bonus, this combination would be nearly invincible. With this thought, he attempted to recall the husky that was still running wild in the distance, then activated his summoning again. Using Divine Pet Summoning, Spiritual Power 500, Summoning Pet Husky, gaining Random Enhancement, Speed 1000. A flash of white light, and the husky landed. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had silently climbed onto Chen Runian's head, casting a seductive smile at the newly appeared large dog. The husky was stunned at first. Its 5 points of spiritual power offered no resistance against 3,000, instantly becoming completely enchanted. Oh, beautiful white lady Meow, do you happen to need a loyal admirer? It somehow produced a rose from nowhere, wagging its tail as it offered the flower. The next instant, the white cat flashed and appeared on the husky's head, delivering a merciless Meow Iron Fist. System notifications popped up in succession. Your husky has been attacked. Damage absorbed. Constitution 5. Your husky has been attacked. Damage absorbed. Strength 5. Oh, thank you for the reward, beautiful white cat lady. This husky loves it, the husky exclaimed excitedly. So you're a shameless rogue. Xiaobai flicked her tail disdainfully and jumped back onto Chen Runian's head. Shameless rogue? What's that? Does the white cat lady like it? This husky will go find it for you right away. The husky maintained its infatuated expression. Chen Runian watched the interaction between the cat and dog, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected the Meow Iron Fist to actually boost the husky's attributes, which was an unexpected bonus. He looked up toward the secret realm's exit, his tone turning serious. Let's leave the secret realm first. You two stay ready for battle at all times. Someone was waiting for me last night, so there might be another fight ahead. Chen Runian clicked the teleport button and arrived outside the secret realm with his husky and Xiaobai. The moment he landed, a cold wind carrying the stench of blood hit him in the face, and he heard the continuous, agonized screams of Bamboo Pole and Winter Melon, weak as broken bellows. It was just past 6 in the morning, and the outer area of the secluded bamboo secret realm had always been a leveling zone for beginners with hardly any foot traffic, yet the air was thick with the heavy smell of blood. Bamboo Pole and Winter Melon were covered in blood and grime, all from being ambushed by lurking demonic beasts. Winter Melon especially had several chunks of flesh torn from his body, with bits of meat and fresh blood smeared across the ground, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. The two were trapped inside a simple formation, its protective barrier flickering precariously while the surrounding demonic beasts continued their frenzied assault, each flash of light growing dimmer. Seeing Chen Runian appear at the secret realm's entrance, Bamboo Pole and Winter Melon were both shocked and furious, raising their voices in angry roars. You little punk, showing up only now. We've been waiting forever. Were you sleeping in the secret realm? Taking so long on hard difficulty? They cursed him out, but Chen Runian simply raised his hand and gave them a thumbs up, as if saying, you guessed right. His appearance drew several demonic beasts to turn their attention toward him with low growls, while the rest continued pounding mercilessly on the light barrier. Seeing the formation about to shatter, Bamboo Pole's voice cracked with desperation. Hurry up and bring out your life-saving items, or don't blame us for being rude. Chen Runian found it amusing they were about to die, yet still acting so arrogant. Humph, I've already set up a formation beneath your feet. Winter Melon threatened viciously. If you don't save us, you'll die too. 10 seconds, or we all go to hell together. Bamboo Pole added the finishing blow. Save us now, and we'll let bygones be bygones. We'll wipe the slate clean. Chen Runian looked at the two and gently shook his head. I don't have any grudges with you two. This is all your own doing. Just honestly let the demonic beasts eat. You becoming the crap they shit out is the best fate you deserve. At these words, Bamboo Pole and Winter Melon's faces twisted with rage as they hurled curses. But Chen Runian paid them no more attention, his gaze sweeping toward the 3 demonic beasts gradually closing in. Leopard, level 15. Iron-Tooth Beast, level 16. Swift Monkey, level 15. As for the pack besieging the formation, they were all between levels 14-16. That bamboo pole and winter melon had lasted this long was already remarkable. The protective barrier had dimmed to near transparency when bamboo pole roared. Since you won't listen, we'll all die together. He suddenly activated the formation disc, but after a long moment, nothing happened. Winter melon shrieked. I think the demonic beast triggered it earlier. Splat. The sound of demonic beasts crashing accompanied by tearing flesh made Chen Runian chuckle with amusement. Bamboo pole, humiliated and enraged, drew his longbow to full moon, arrow tip pointing straight at Chen Runian. Still dare to laugh? Last 3 seconds, either save us or die together. Chen Runian's expression remained indifferent, wouldn't go looking for trouble to save these two who wanted to kill and rob. Since you won't save us, then let's all die together. A piercing sound exploded as an arrow infused with bamboo pole's full power flew over in an instant. This arrow, if shot at any of the demonic beasts, would have been enough to kill it instantly, yet bamboo pole chose murder instead. Divine almighty push. Chen Runian spread both hands wide. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, and bamboo pole's full-powered arrow was casually deflected, leaving bamboo pole stunned on the spot. How is this possible? After bamboo pole made that unbelievable move, their formation array shattered along with it, and he was immediately bitten by a demonic beast, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The sharp sound of cracking bones mixed with splattering blood as bamboo pole's body was instantly torn apart by the beast. Next, Winter Melon was knocked down by another beast charging from a different direction, his flesh ripped open by fangs, his screams even higher and longer than bamboo pole's before he too was dismembered by the pack. Crimson blood soaked the grassland, and the air filled with a sickly sweet smell. Human hearts are more terrifying than beast hearts. This scene silently mocking all who witnessed it. Little White, Era, kill all these demonic beasts, Chen Runian commanded in a low voice. The white cat instantly leaped from his shoulder, and before touching the ground, transformed into a fair-skinned, beautiful white-haired goddess with exaggerated curves. She playfully winked at Chen Runian, her soul-stirring aura making his heart pound wildly. This charm. Indeed, it's overwhelming. Though the white cat's speed was halved after transformation, she gained a tremendous leap in spiritual power, far surpassing all the surrounding demonic beasts. With a graceful flip of her delicate hand, she coldly shouted, 10,000 meow, celestial pull. Over a dozen afterimage-like white cat phantoms burst from her body, striking the surrounding beasts. Each impact exploded in pale white light on their bodies, dealing about 20,000 damage that instantly cleared the low-level beast's health. Demonic beasts below level 15 died on the spot, without even a chance to be pulled. The remaining high-level beasts were forcibly dragged, exposing their weaknesses. Era pounced like black lightning, taking them down one by one, his sharp fangs tearing through throats. Within moments, the dozen or so demonic beasts that had left Bamboo Pole and Winter Melon helpless lay dead on the ground. System notifications appeared in succession. Killed level 15 Swift Monkey, EXP 120, obtained Swift Monkey Core 1. Killed level 16 Iron Fang Beast, EXP 150, obtained Iron Fang 1. Chen Runian quickly tallied the spoils when he heard rustling from the bushes as a figure crept out in a crouch. Who's screaming? This assassin has come to assist. The voice belonged to a young woman, though her tone was quite arrogant. She looked around and saw only demonic beast corpses scattered on the ground, with Era standing majestically in the center, beside Chen Runian and the white-haired goddess. Don't be afraid. With this assassin here, you're safe. Wolf King, prepare to die. With that, she drew her blade and charged toward Era. Chen Runian quickly blocked her path. Wait. That's my summoned beast, not a demonic beast. It's safe here, I just killed all the humans and beasts that were attacking. The female assassin paused, her gaze finally falling on Chen Runian. She looked him up and down and grinned. Hey, you're quite handsome, young man. Chen Runian's heart skipped a beat. Have I encountered a female rogue? Don't worry. This assassin isn't a bad person, she said, pulling down the black cloth covering her face to reveal a delicate face with clear, clever features that held a hint of mischief. You look like a newly transferred student, right? Chen Runian commented. Good eye, she said proudly. This assassin did just transfer not long ago and is currently hunting demonic beasts to level up. As she spoke, she projected her personal information in the air. Name, Uro. Class, S-rank Wind Shadow Assassin. Level, 11. Having reached level 11 so soon after transferring, her leveling speed was even faster than Chen Runian's, not to mention her S-rank talent. Chen Runian was secretly amazed. He'd never heard of this person before. She must be a prodigy from a neighboring city. How's that, surprised? Uro held her head high. To level up quickly, this assassin has been killing non-stop since leaving the newbie dungeon, barely resting. Wind Shadow Assassin is ridiculously strong and be envious. This young lady, this assassin can now easily kill level 13 demonic beasts. She made a peace sign with her fingers, smiling playfully. Fighting across 2 levels pretty impressive, right? Uro proudly showed off to Chen Runian. Chen Runian didn't respond, simply raising his hand to point at the scattered corpses at their feet. In the grass lay a leopard with shimmering patterns, still warm, its claws gleaming coldly. Beside it, a massive creature built like cast bronze, and Irona level 16 ironfang beast with its tusks embedded in the dirt. This, a level 15 leopard. Uro gasped and stepped back twice. This, and a level 16 ironfang beast. My god, how could so many high-level demon beasts appear outside the Yuju secret realm? Did you kill all of these? Chen Runian nodded. Uro's eyes widened as she clapped and shouted. So you're that old monster who controls appearances. Chen Runian's face darkened. This girl's thought process was truly bizarre. Too lazy to explain. He asked curiously instead. Speaking of which, aren't you an assassin? Why are your moves more conspicuous than a warrior's? Hee, talking about assassins really hits my sweet spot. Uro instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling. My dream has always been to be an assassin, and I never expected to actually change classes to an S-rank profession when shadow assassin. My assassin's creed is, eliminate everything in sight. That's the best infiltration. Chen Runian looked at her determined expression, thinking to himself, she really believes that. When shadow assassins should move like the wind, silent and invisible, yet Uro had turned it into a frontal warrior class. Good luck with that. He smiled without saying more, directly mounting his husky's back, patting the dog's head, and racing off toward Huiquan City. Hey wait! Uro chased after him, shouting. This assassin has secret realm teleportation talismans, let's dungeon crawl together. Also, this assassin showed you her information, why won't you show me yours? Chen Runian looked back and raised his hand, displaying a line of pale blue light. Chen Runian, Pet Summoner, level 10. You're only level 10 but can kill level 16 demon beasts, incredible. Uro's eyes nearly popped out. A seductive yet somewhat lazy mature woman's voice suddenly rang out. Actually, I killed most of the demon beasts. Uro turned her head to see Xiao Bai's nonchalant, yet devastatingly charming face. Uro looked at Xiao Bai, and was instantly stunned by her beauty. What a beautiful lady. Sister, let's team up and farm. Uro was only halfway through her sentence when Xiao Bai instantly transformed from human form back to her original body, becoming a white streak that whooshed after Chen Runian ahead. Uro's brain practically short-circuited on the spot. How did such a gorgeous lady suddenly turn into a cat? Cats can talk? No wait, cats can shapeshift? No, how is this cat so powerful? Thinking about Chen Runian's mysterious profession made her head feel like it was about to emit smoke. No way, this guy is definitely up to something suspicious. I've got to follow and see what's going on. Uro gritted her teeth and unleashed the full speed of her wind shadow assassin abilities, her form nearly melding with the morning breeze, making her trajectory nearly impossible to track unless you watched very carefully. Meanwhile, Chen Runian was calculating the time he had arranged to meet Zhang Kuei at 8 in the morning, just perfect for breakfast first. After breakfast, he arrived punctually at Zhang Kuei's residence. The moment the door opened, Zhang Kuei's eyes immediately locked onto the level indicator above Chen Runian's head, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on? How are you level 10 already? Didn't you rest last night? I rested. I just woke up and came straight over. Chen Runian answered honestly. Runian, don't pull my leg here. Are you trying to tell me that you slept through the night and woke up having gained 2 levels? Chen Runian nodded. The old veteran's insight was truly sharp. Zhang Kuei squinted, showing an expression of, I get it. Not bad. I admire your dedication. Gaining 2 levels in one night isn't easy. To stay up all night and still maintain this kind of energy young people are truly impressive. His eyes were ringed with dark circles, clearly having stayed up all night himself. Yet seeing Chen Runian's level still filled him with excitement. Yaoer, come out. This is the teammate who'll be entering the spirit realm with you. Zhang Kuei shouted toward the inner room. The door was pushed open, and a girl emerged rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking completely exhausted. I was just about to sleep. Do we really have to leave so urgently? She yawned, and the moment she looked up, Chen Runian's appearance dazzled her so handsome. Zhang Kuei had previously boasted that Chen Runian had his youthful charm, which she hadn't believed, but now she was completely convinced, not just similar, but even more outstanding. Chen Runian also observed Zhang Yao. Her features bore some resemblance to Zhang Kuei's, but were much more adorable. It seemed Zhang Kuei really wasn't just bragging about his younger days. Hello, I'm Zhang Yao. Please take care of me from now on. She extended her hand generously while sharing her personal information. Zhang Yao, profession, S-rank spirit enchanter, level 10. Another S-rank profession. Chen Runian was secretly amazed. In just 2 days, he had encountered 4 legendary professions who could still call them rare. Zhang Yao blinked proudly. Pretty impressive, right? Spirit enchanters become even more powerful later on. At level 10, my enchantments can boost all attributes by 120 points. Isn't that incredible? I can also use some crowd control. With me around, it's like carrying a whole set of rare equipment. Pretty awesome, right? Ahem. Zhang Kuei cleared his throat lightly. Zhang Yao immediately toned it down. Isn't it amazing? Chen Runian gave her a thumbs up. Such buffs would indeed be formidable on anyone else. He also displayed his own status panel. Zhang Yao glanced at it and immediately widened her eyes, looking at Zhang Kuei in disbelief. Grandpa, are you sure he's the one going into the secret realm with me? Frank profession, are you kidding me? Haha. Silly girl, do you think Grandpa would bother with just any ordinary Frank profession? You know how difficult it was for you to reach level 10 these past 2 days, so take a look at his level. Level 10. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, almost doubting what she was seeing. An ordinary Frank profession reaching level 10 in just 2 days such speed was simply inconceivable. She immediately understood her grandfather's thoughtful intentions and turned to bow respectfully to Zhang Kuei. Master Zhang, when shall we depart? Chen Runian stood aside, remaining noncommittal. For him, the characteristics of his hidden profession were sufficient for self-protection system would automatically conceal his true profession, only displaying the panel from his initial class change. Unless he actively revealed it himself, no one could see that dazzling SS-rank quality. If he were to actually show it, it would probably scare most people present half to death. The normal difficulty spirit agility secret realm is packed with people right now, so we need to hurry. After Zhang Kuei finished speaking, he wasted no more time and led the two directly toward the secret realm. Dust flew along the way, and just as they rounded the mountain path, a cacophony of noise hit them. The entrance to the secret realm was already surrounded by a sea of people. The tyrannical Heaven Guild has blockaded this place. How domineering. I heard there's a major boss in the new secret realm that has a chance to drop precious treasures, but nobody knows what they are. The proud mercenary group has arrived too. Both factions are powerful and others bound to be a fight. The entrance was now a powder keg ready to explode. Members of the tyrannical Heaven Guild wore black and gold battle armor, having set up ropes across the passage and erected a giant wooden notice board. The proud mercenary group's members formed ranks in opposition, their blades and spears gleaming coldly. Tyrannical Heaven Guild is conducting business here. Whether you're the proud mercenary group or the arrogant mercenary group, all of you get lost and don't make trouble for yourselves, shouted a vice leader of the tyrannical Heaven Guild. The secret realm doesn't belong to your tyrannical Heaven Guild. You have no right to blockade it. A female swordsman in the front ranks of the proud mercenary group showed no signs of backing down. The vice leader pointed at the wooden sign with a cold laugh. See that? 3 days. For these 3 days, the secret realm is under our management. Once our people come out, you can enter all you want. Not even 1 hour. The female swordsman drew her sword. Our brothers and sisters are waiting to go in for training. Stand aside. If you want to fight, just say so. More than 10 experts with formidable auras emerged from behind the tyrannical Heaven Guild. 3 of our teams are still inside exploring. Whoever comes now has to wait. Both sides had weapons drawn, needing only a spark to ignite the conflict. Onlookers retreated one after another, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. The tension in the air was almost tangible. Zhang Yao watched the escalating situation and whispered anxiously. What should we do, Grandpa? We can't get in now. Zhang Kuei was well prepared and stroked his beard with a slight smile. It's not a big problem. I anticipated this situation long ago. Hope flickered in Zhang Yao's eyes. You have a solution? Naturally, Grandpa was among the first to discover this secret realm. As a formation master, how could I not leave myself some backup plans? Zhang Kuei clasped his hands behind his back, his voice low and resolute. This time, you two go ahead. It's not convenient for Grandpa to show himself. I'll stay here to protect you. If you can clear the secret realm, crush this jade talisman, and you'll be teleported back to my side immediately. I'll ensure your safety then. He pulled 4 thumb-sized pale green jade talismans from his sleeve. With a gentle flick of his fingertips, the 4 talismans landed steadily in Chen Runian and Zhang Yao's palms to each. Remember, crushing the jade talisman will trigger a brief concealment teleportation. Don't hesitate, charge straight into the secret realm to avoid being intercepted. If anything goes wrong, immediately crush the second jade talisman to return. Understood. Chen Runian and Zhang Yao exchanged glances and crushed the talismans simultaneously. With crisp shattering sounds, 2 beams of white light enveloped their figures and vanished instantly. However, the moment they stepped into the secret realm entrance, an invisible formation force swept across, immediately dispelling the concealment effect. Look, someone got through. Who dares to be so bold? The 2 figures appearing out of thin air caused an immediate uproar at the entrance. Members of the tyrannical Sky Guild and the proud mercenary group all turned their gazes in unison. Before the crowd could react, Chen Runian had already grabbed Zhang Yao and charged straight toward the normal difficulty light gate without stopping. Teleportation formation? Not bad. The tyrannical Sky Guild's team leader squinted as he assessed them. That kid is only level 10 with a trash quality profession good for nothing except his looks. But that girl in S-rank spirit binder. Extremely rare. We need to find a way to recruit her into our tyrannical Sky Guild. Another gaunt young man nodded in agreement. Rare talents are hard to come by, and legendary talents are even rarer. I heard that just a few days ago, two S-rank professionals appeared in Huiquan City. Once we get the treasures from the secret realm, we'll make contact. The tyrannical Sky Guild members were already discussing Zhang Yao, as if she were already one of their own. The proud mercenary group wasn't about to be outdone. No way, we proud claim this spirit binder. The secret realm can wait, but she must belong to us. The leader made the final decision. Boss is wise. If we can cultivate an S-rank spirit binder, our proud mercenary group will definitely rise to the next level. Everyone's blood boiled as they recalled that glimpse of her profession information S-rank. Those two S were truly blinding. But that kid is so clueless, taking her straight into the dungeon. A level 10 challenging a level 15 secret realm, isn't that suicide? We'll have to teach him a lesson when he comes out. Several proud members grumbled indignantly. Just then, from the shadow of a giant tree in the distance, Yuro quietly poked her head out, having been attracted by the commotion. She blinked and recognized Chen Runian's profile, her heart skipping a beat. It's actually him. Damn it, taking another girl to run dungeons, why didn't he take me? She pulled out a small mirror to check herself. Delicate features, cute and playful. Plus, she was also an S-rank assassin. No matter how she looked at it, she wasn't inferior. No way, I have to ask him face-to-face when he comes out. But thinking that the secret realm was level 15 and she wasn't confident about soloing it yet, she could only slip away like the wind, though she made a mental note of this incident. While the proud mercenary group was still immersed in their future plans, a warrior from the tyrannical Sky Guild couldn't stand it anymore and swung his fist while cursing. What are you guys? Claiming she definitely belongs to you? This secret realm, this girl, everything belongs to our tyrannical Sky Guild. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Go to hell. The proud members cursed back. The two groups engaged in a war of words, the tension growing thicker. Not far away, Zhang Kuei watched these groups fighting over his granddaughter, his brow furrowing into knots. My precious granddaughter being claimed as their own by each of them? Outrageous. Since you can't start fighting on your own, this old man will add some fuel to the fire. Zhang Kuei's heart filled with vicious determination as he began to condense a small attack formation. Chen Runian and Zhang Yao passed through the light barrier together, landing at the entrance of the Lingdong secret realm. The surrounding mountain walls were pitch black, with spiritual mist churning about, and the oppressive spiritual energy made their chests feel tight. Zhang Yao was still shaken, muttering in a low voice. That was close. I can't believe Grandpa's concealment array actually failed. The next second, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in Chen Runian's ears. Host detected entering Lingdong's secret realm, triggering Lingdong's secret realm mission. Requirements: clear the secret realm on easy, normal, and hard difficulties. Rewards: Special Heart of Lingdong 3, Secret Realm Core. Secret Realm Core? Chen Runian's eyes instantly lit up. As a top student at First Middle School, he knew exactly what those two words meant. Controlling the core meant controlling the entire secret realm. Yesterday's beginner dungeon was actually a modified small secret realm, and the reason countless students nationwide could run the same instance was because the core was in official hands. The number of secret realms a country possessed was also a direct reflection of its national power. It takes 10 years to condense 3 hearts of Lingdong, which means I must get them before anyone else in these 3 runs. At this thought, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Although his own drop rate was far higher than ordinary people's, one moment of carelessness could ruin everything. He recalled the faint fluctuation from earlier. Just now it felt like some array power swept over us. It probably wasn't Master Zhang's array failing, but rather being detected by another array. The Tyrannical Guild is blocking the secret realm entrance, so they've most likely already sent people inside. We need to hurry and not let them steal the hearts of Lingdong. Zhang Yao nodded repeatedly. Originally drowsy from staying up late, she had been startled awake by the earlier danger and was now fully alert. She grinned confidently and patted her chest. With me supporting you, our monster-killing efficiency will be absolutely amazing. Watch this spirit attachment technique. Attach. Emerald light points scattered from her palm, instantly forming a thin membrane that adhered to Chen Runian's body. He could hear Zhang Yao's voice echoing in his ears, but couldn't see her figure. My spirit attachment technique's enhancement is linked to my own attributes. Can you feel it? It's almost double, right? Chen Runian looked down at his attribute panel. All attributes 120, slightly better than a 4-piece Tree Guardian set. He spoke calmly, but inwardly acknowledged that this enhancement was indeed impressive. Taking advantage of the enhancement state, he began casting spells. Casting Divine Pet Summoning. Mental Power 200, Summoning Pet Era, gaining random enhancement, Strength 500. Casting Divine Pet Summoning. Mental Power 200, Summoning Pet Xiaobai, gaining random enhancement, Speed 500. In just 2 breaths, 400 points of mental power evaporated. Normally this would be enough to summon 2 squads of minions, yet he only felt like he'd summoned ordinary pets. making him somewhat amazed by Zhang Yao's spirit attachment effect. Not bad, this spirit attachment of yours. Before he finished speaking, the emerald light collapsed. Zhang Yao tumbled out of the air, her face pale. Chen Runian caught her with quick reflexes, preventing her from falling. What? What kind of skill is that? How does it consume so much mental power? Zhang Yao's voice trembled, fine sweat beading on her forehead. Did it just use your mental power? Chen Runian immediately understood, quickly taking out a mental recovery potion for her to drink. After a moment, Zhang Yao recovered enough to complain through gritted teeth. Spirit attachers default to sharing half the mental power consumption. Didn't I already tell you? Never mind. I didn't explain it clearly. Realizing she had omitted the explanation, she deflated again. After settling Zhang Yao, Chen Runian shared map mode with Era and Xiaobai, then headed toward the depths of the secret realm. Let's go. Thank you for your sacrifice. Leave the rest to me. Wait, my mental power has recovered. Let me attach to you again. Zhang Yao hurried to catch up. Chen Runian waved his hand. No need. What summoner fights personally? Attach your spirit to my summoned beasts instead. He turned his gaze to the two pets. Xiaobai swished her tail and raised her little paw in firm refusal. No way. This cat doesn't need that little enhancement. Chen Runian sighed helplessly and said to Zhang Yao, then attached to Era, it needs mental power more. Hearing this and seeing Era's proud dog face, Zhang Yao exploded. What? You want me to spirit attach to a dog? Chen Runian, you've gone too far. Are you insulting the profession of spirit bonding? Zhang Yao's round little face flushed bright red. Her fists clenched so tightly they creaked, looking adorably fierce yet menacing. Chen Runian raised his hands in surrender and shook his head, then turned to look at the white cat on his shoulder. But Xiaobai doesn't need spirit bonding, and I don't need it either. That only leaves Era as an option. You want me to spirit bond with a husky? Zhang Yao felt her head buzzing. She was a prestigious S-rank spirit bonder, normally revered by powerful masters everywhere. When would it ever be her turn to work for a dog? Just as her anger was boiling over, the white cat suddenly narrowed its eyes and spoke. Little girl, what are you making such a fuss about? Zhang Yao jumped back in shock, pointing at the white cat. Your cat can talk. Era wagged his tail and shot her a disdainful look. So what if I can talk? I can speak too. You think you're too good to spirit bond with me? Your dog can talk too? Zhang Yao stared at Era's mouth opening and closing, her little face filled with both amazement and irritation, unsure who to yell at first. Outside the secret realm, the tyrannical guild and the arrogant mercenary group were already locked in deadly combat, thanks to Zhang Kuei's instigation. Watching the chaotic battle, Zhang Kuei suddenly slapped his forehead and muttered to himself. I forgot to tell Yaoer that Chen Runian's pets can all talk. Haha. Too bad I can't see her expression. Inside the secret realm, Chen Runian could see Zhang Yao's reaction crystal clear. The girl stood there with her mouth agape and eyes wide, completely frozen in place. Xiaobai jumped onto Chen Runian's head, looking down at Zhang Yao with a flick of his tail. With that level of intelligence, you're quite a match for that silly dog. Era immediately puffed out his chest proudly, his face full of flattery. Miss White Cat, you're mistaken. I'm not a silly dog, I am your devoted follower. Chen Runian could only cover his face with his hand. How about this? Zhang Yao, forget the spirit bonding. I'll handle it myself. No way. Zhang Yao immediately shook her head. Grandpa sent me to help you for a reason. Besides, spirit bonders only gain experience by participating directly. If I don't fight, I won't get much experience even in a team. Chen Runian and the white cat continued to wave her off, while Era posed coolly nearby, shaking his fur. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the forest. A gray-backed ape came charging toward them, beating its chest and running on all fours. Aha, howling ape. Zhang Yao stumbled back half a step. Chen Runian's gaze sharpened as his identification skill instantly scanned the creature. Species, howling ape. Level, 11. Strength, 380. Speed, 160. Constitution, 350. Spirit, 120. Skill, howl. Level 11. With such high strength and constitution right off the bat, Zhang Yao's heart pounded. Era merely glanced over casually, his fangs flashing with cold, light divine bite. Crack. Blood splattered as the howling ape collapsed on the spot. The system notification immediately rang out. Defeated level 11 howling ape, experience 30. Drops. Ape Fong 2, skill book howl 1. Chen Runian checked his personal panel and saw his experience had increased by a full 130 points, no different from soloing an 11th level monster. He couldn't help but wonder about this. The next second, the system's voice rang out clearly. For monsters killed by the host and pets, the host receives 100 experience while teammates enjoy normal team bonuses. For monsters killed by teammates, the host receives 50 experience. After hearing this explanation, Chen Runian nodded with satisfaction. In that case, bringing Zhang Yao along would be a win-win situation. Although Zhang Yao's boost wasn't substantial, it could still improve efficiency somewhat. So powerful. She stared at Era, her initial disdain instantly replaced by starry-eyed admiration. Chen Runian smiled and explained, I was able to reach level 10 so quickly entirely thanks to Era. So having you possess it isn't meant to humiliate you. Yeah. Seeing how fierce your husky is, I know you're serious about this. Here I come. Zhang Yao nodded excitedly. That monster grinding earlier was such a waste if I had possessed it. I could have gained so much more experience. Just as she was about to cast the spell, Chen Runian raised his hand to stop her, his gaze falling on her equipment aside from that level 5 rare staff. Everything else looked like junk to him. Zhang Yao straightened her back instead, holding her staff even higher. How about that? Level 5 rare, pretty impressive, right? It's definitely not inferior to ordinary level 10 weapons. Don't worry, my stats are great. Use mine instead. Chen Runian shook his head in disgust and directly tossed out a complete set of treasure-grade Tran equipment, plus a full set of level 10 treasure-grade accessories. These all dropped from grinding the Bamboo Grove Secret Realm. The Bamboo Queen set requires level 12 to use, so I'm keeping it for now. Zhang Yao's eyes widened, her mouth only managing a string of wawat, a complete set of treasure-grade Tran gear, and so many level 10 treasure-grade items. She was so excited she became incoherent. Xiaobai coldly commented from the side. As expected, she really is the perfect match for that stupid dog. Miss White Cat, I'm not a stupid dog, I am your devoted admirer. Era retorted with complete seriousness. The white cat turned her head away in disgust. Chen Runian had Zhang Yao change into the equipment. Her attribute panel immediately skyrocketed, with total attribute bonuses jumping from 120 points to 200 points, nearly doubling. Without giving her a chance to marvel, he immediately signaled for the possession. Light flashed, and Era's stats reached new heights. Chen Runian immediately pulled up the interface. Name, Era. Strength, 1685-700. Speed, 1655-200. Constitution, 1665-200. Spirit, 5. All attributes 200. But why is Spirit still 5? He was stunned. Zhang Yao, in the middle of possessing, also spoke up. Huh? Why does my head feel so empty after possessing? Chen Runian facepalmed. An intelligence that even divine level enhancement couldn't save had dragged even the spirit mage's own mental stats down to 5 points. Forget it, don't think about it. Just focus on grinding monsters with Era. You're right. No point thinking about if thinking won't grow me a brain. Under his command, Era charged wildly, slaughtering monsters. Xiaobai, take another route. Let's save time and clear this as quickly as possible. The white cat nodded and vanished like a shadow. The monsters in normal difficulty hadn't been enhanced, so with Era and Xiaobai's current stats, they could practically steamroll through. Along the way, Chen Runian pulled out talent scrolls and pet skill scrolls for Era, adding, Heaven-rending, earth-shattering SS-rank talent. Can dismantle any object with structure, perceive weak points, and execute explosive destruction at extreme speed. Howling Moon Shadow Clone SS-rank skill, star level 1. Condenses a Howling Moon clone with independent action capability, gaining massive bonuses under moonlight. Seeing this combination, he could only sigh. Too awesome. As the skill activated, moonlight flowed, and Era's form split in two, becoming two figures charging in opposite directions. In the same Lingdong secret realm on normal difficulty, 3 teams in different spaces were continuously searching for the dungeon boss. They were all uniformly equipped with level 15 rare gear, a standard 5-person formation consisting of a warrior, 2 archers, a support, and a tank. If they could replace 1 archer with a mage, it would be the ideal configuration in most players' minds. Unfortunately, under the unified coordination of the Batian Guild, all 3 teams currently deployed were without exception this type of mage-lacking combination. The group had been in the secret realm for quite some time, barely killing monsters or leveling up, with only one goal: find the boss and seize that heart of agility. They were all stuck at level 15, and this was their first time truly wearing a full set of purple equipment. They had no interest in leveling up, but were determined to complete the mission assigned by the Batian Guild. After climbing over cliffs and traversing dense forests, the 3 teams had crossed more than half of the secret realm when they spotted demonic energy surging in the distance. Over 1,000 demon beasts formed a massive circle, divided into 2 major groups: agility birds and agility horses. The dense monsters had almost trampled the ground into dust clouds. As soon as the 3 teams stepped into attack range, flocks of agility birds swooped down from the sky, while agility horses charged like the wind, instantly pressing forward. What seemed like a perfect configuration on paper now revealed its shortcomings. Most team members had job qualities below Drank, with only 1 Drank profession per team, and no mage as the core for area attacks. Facing level 14 agility horses and agility birds, even with full purple equipment, they could barely muster any confidence. Take it slow, kill them one by one. If I'm not mistaken, once we get past this obstacle, we'll be able to see the final boss. Just as they began encouraging each other, the beast tide was already roaring toward them. The team leader immediately cursed. Damn it, we're dead. So many demon beasts. Retreat, retreat quickly. Everyone was already terrified by the sight and immediately retreated, escaping the frontal assault and only daring to launch sneak attacks from a distance. The efficiency was slow, but at least they could stay alive. However, one of the three teams still chose to fight head-on. As soon as both sides clashed, the charging agility horses scattered their formation completely. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 members of this team had fallen. The system's white light flashed, and their bodies were instantly teleported outside the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the Batian Guild and Awu mercenary group were originally clearing monsters when suddenly 5 corpses appeared at their feet. Both groups stopped fighting simultaneously. Did you guys clear nightmare difficulty or hell difficulty? The leader of the Awu mercenary group asked with a frown. No, just normal difficulty. A Batian Guild member crouched down to examine the wounds, speaking in an indifferent tone. Normal difficulty could cause a full purple-equipped team to wipe completely, shows how high the secret realm's difficulty is. Looking at the marks, horse-type and bird-type wounds on both sides, almost simultaneous deaths, 80% chance they went head-to-head against a large-scale demon-beast group. At this point, he sneered coldly. A bunch of trash. They didn't even think about their team composition, not a single mage, yet they dared to fight a large group head-on. They deserve to die. Xiao Lu, recover their equipment. Boss, the durability dropped by 50. What rotten luck. The tyrannical guild members cursed as they removed their armor to inspect the cracks, constantly complaining that these idiots didn't know how to advance steadily, causing massive equipment damage, as if 5 lives weren't worth as much as a few rare pieces of gear. The nearby prideful mercenary group members listened without finding it offensive at all. Outside the secret realm entrance, the air carried a faint scent of blood. After seeing the danger level inside, the prideful mercenary group voluntarily slowed their pace. Clearing the realm without a mage's area effect damage was practically impossible. A quick glance revealed massive numbers of horse and bird flocks in the secret realm. Without AoE attacks, any team that entered would surely be wiped out. Everyone immediately decided to first recruit those high-quality profession freshmen and convince them to join before returning to explore. The prideful mercenary group withdrew, and some tyrannical guild members followed suit, fearing that good prospects would be snatched by others first. The solo players and small teams who had been eyeing the secret realm witnessed this scene and no longer dared to rashly attempt the challenge. At this moment, Magisa profession with at least grade rating were especially sought after. Excluding newcomers who had just changed professions and hadn't reached level 15 yet, the city had long run out of available high-level mages willing to team up. The tyrannical guild simply stopped blocking others from entering the secret realm, but ironically, after removing the blockade, no one stepped foot inside. Large numbers of experts gradually left, leaving only 2 level 25 members to guard the entrance, waiting for the other 2 guild teams still inside the secret realm. An hour later, the second team stumbled out of the entrance. Only 4 of the original 5 remained, covered in bloody wounds with dented armor. The 2 level 25 guards frowned and asked, "What's the situation in the secret realm?" The team leader lowered his head and replied, "Sir, the first half of the secret realm was normal. But once we reached the outer perimeter of the center, there were 2 groups of over 1,000 spirit horses and spirit birds guarding it. We managed to kill nearly 200 magical beasts, but our shield warrior failed to escape and died, triggering a siege, forcing us to retreat. Poor shield warrior. Enough, remove your equipment and collect your payment." The 2 guards waved impatiently. They had no interest in hearing from failures. The 4 survivors had no choice but to remove their rare-grade equipment, bandage themselves briefly, and leave in silence. The tyrannical guild's final team took a steady approach, spending a full 4 hours to carve out a bloody path. With half the combat power of both major groups eliminated, Captain Li Yun led his team to use the terrain to avoid the remaining spirit beast's detection and finally infiltrated the depths. Haha, I, Li Yun, am truly brilliant. Having just broken through the blockade, Li Yun threw back his head and laughed. This secret realm is so torturous. We're probably the fastest team to reach the core among all the teams. Following Captain Li Yun is never wrong, his deputy flattered. The other 2 teams might have been wiped out in the first encounter. Hee, for this boss kill, we'll definitely get several times more rewards. Half an hour later, Chen Runian and Zhang Yao arrived at the same area. The map showed dense green dots representing over 2,000 level 14 magical beasts. Chen Runian didn't dare be careless and summoned Xiao Bai, an air ha to observe from a distance. Zhang Yao's scalp tingled. So many magical beasts. Spirit horses are fast with strength and constitution over 500 and mental power around 200. Spirit birds are also fast with strength and mental power over 550, but only 150 constitution. Getting even slightly close means facing both groups together. We too can't handle it at all, and even Boss Erham might struggle to tank alone, right? She took a deep breath and whispered persuasively, "How about we retreat from the secret realm first and gather a complete team before returning?" Chen Runian looked at the surging beast tide in the distance. but his eyes seemed to see a vast field of experienced babies, and he nodded lightly. Right. Find an opportunity to wipe them out in one wave and head straight for the boss. Zhang Yao had just shown an agreeing smile when she froze the next second. Exactly my suggestion. Wait, what? Wipe them out in one wave. Chen Runian gently patted the husky's head, which was also like patting Zhang Yao's head. Don't overthink it. Just listen to me, and I'll take you to new heights, he whispered soothingly. With only 5 middle power points left, Zhang Yao's mind was blank, so she obediently nodded. Xiaobai Husky, it's showtime. The husky wagged its tail and swaggered forward confidently. The transformed white cat gracefully leaped onto the dog's back, sitting upright with arms crossed. White cat girl, is my back comfortable to sit on? The husky asked proudly, swaying slightly. It's all right, the white cat replied coolly. The two pets chatted casually as they walked, completely ignoring the 2,000 demon beasts ahead. Zhang Yao couldn't understand how she was nearly driven mad by the oppressive aura while they were relaxed enough to chat. Unable to figure it out, she decided not to think about it, and synced with the husky's mindset, forget everything, just charge ahead. Whoosh. A husky clone split from the main body, racing away on all fours and instantly alerting a large group of spirit horses and spirit birds. Neither the clone nor the main body rushed to kill monsters. Instead, they moved rhythmically, weaving and pulling to gather all the demon beasts toward themselves. The moment they reached maximum distance, the white cat raised her hand. 10,000 meow gravitational pull. Boom. The white-furred lady's body dissolved into points of light as thousands of white cat phantoms swarmed out, moving at speeds comparable to or even faster than the spirit beasts. In a flash, all the spirit horses and spirit birds were stunned by the powerful crowd control. Their high constitution prevented instant death, but while stunned, they moved even faster toward the husky. Both huskies howled toward the sky, their divine roars growing more deafening with each cry. Then, under Xiaobai's guidance, the demon beasts crashed down like a tide, and notification sounds flooded the screen. Killed level 14 spirit horse, EXP 90. Obtained spirit horse meat 5, spirit boots 1, 1000. Killed level 14 spirit bird, EXP 90. Obtained spirit bird feather 2, spirit necklace 1, 1000. Your level has increased to level 11. Holy crap. Zhang Yao stared at the uniform system notifications, completely stunned. 3 minutes of pulling, less than 2 minutes of killing. The efficiency was terrifyingly absurd. She quickly checked her stats. Oh my god, I'm almost level 12. Chen Runian immediately checked his own self. Level 11, 2.53. Zhang Yao, level 11, 85.66. Such a huge difference, he thought in amazement. He knew that his kills gave him 100 experience, while Zhang Yao, as a teammate, only got about 60 even with the spirit fusion bonus, just 10 higher than normal duo play. Both had just passed level 10 when entering the dungeon, and after several hours of hunting in the secret realm, Zhang Yao was clearly leveling faster. Chen Runian could only console himself. Higher quality probably meant exponentially more experience needed for leveling. Fortunately, his monster clearing efficiency was beyond what ordinary people could imagine, so overall it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, 90 of the map was illuminated, with only one final area remaining before they could encounter the final boss. Meanwhile, Li Yun's team had forcibly pushed through the demon beast horde, taking a full half hour to reach the massive castle at the center. I have a feeling the boss is in the Great Hall. Everyone restore your status, we're about to face a tough battle. For 10 times the commission, charge. Every member of the team looked extremely excited. Word has it that first kill bosses come with special rewards, and if they could get their hands on the heart of agility, this expedition would be incredibly profitable, maybe even provide the breakthrough opportunity they'd been waiting for. The group first gathered at the castle entrance to use all their potions and talismans, maxing out their status bars before stepping through the heavy stone doors together. At the end of the dim corridor, a tall figure stood before a crumbling throne, antlers branching like tree limbs, long hair flowing over shoulders. Just the silhouette alone made Li Yun and his party's hair stand on end. Li Yun signaled for a detection spell to fly out, and a light screen instantly unfolded in midair. Name: Agile Deerman, boss level leader. Level: 15. Strength: 1,500. Speed: 1,500. Constitution: 3,000. Spirit: 1,500. Skill: Agile Stomp. Holy crap, these stats rival a regular hard mode boss, someone in the team whispered. So what? We've got rare gear. We'll grind it down slowly and definitely outlast it. Li Yun gripped his weapon tighter and began directing the fight. The shield bearer held the front line, his round shield humming from fierce impacts. Support members continuously cast healing and buffs. The archer fired armor-piercing arrows in rhythm. Warriors engaged in close combat. Each stomp from the Deerman boss forced the group back half a step, with health bars dropping to dangerous red levels multiple times. After a full hour of fierce battle, they finally ground the boss's health below 10, triggering signs of its berserk phase. Watch your potions. This is the final stretch. Didn't mess up now. Li Yun shouted until his voice went hoarse. Just then, Chen Runian and Zhang Yao burst through a side door into the great hall, positioning themselves behind the group. Chen Runian glanced at the status panel and nodded slightly. Constitution is way higher than Era's, but other stats are about the same. Anyone else trying to farm this would definitely get crushed. Zhang Yao was even more shocked. My god, its strength, speed, and spirit are triple those of the agile horses outside. And that constitution is just ridiculous. Chen Runian, we need to play this carefully. Before she finished speaking, a deep voice echoed through the hall. More foolish humans come seeking death. I shall show great mercy and send you on your way. The agile deerman turned around, meeting Era's cunning dog eyes directly. Chen Runian removed the sunglasses and placed them on Era's snout, activating Wisdom Gaze. Spirit 100, Intelligence 100, entering panic state. All attributes reduced by 10, obedience increased. The previously confident deerman's pupils contracted as his expression turned vacant. Nightmare and Hell difficulty bosses can still put on airs, but you're just normal difficulty. Quit the act. Xiaobai, Era, they're all yours. Chen Runian waved his hand grandly. While the deerman was still dazed, Xiaobai pounced forward with meow meow iron fist combos, directly removing 10 of its health, while cat claw marks caused continuous bleeding. Era followed up with divine bite, stacked with heaven-rending talent, chomping down on a vital spot. Critical hit triggered, doubling the damage for a terrifying output equivalent to 20 times his strength value. Howling Moonshadow's clone delivered a heavy strike, while the white cat cast charm, briefly stunning the deerman. Just as 10,000 Meow Heaven pull was initiated, Era let out a long howl, dropping the boss's health below 10 and triggering explosive red berserk effects. You have angered me. Before the rage declaration could finish, the cat claw mark's mental burn combined with Era's tear-induced bleeding damage both triggered simultaneously, causing the agile deerman to collapse and die instantly. That's it. It's dead. Zhang Yao stared incredulously at the corpse on the ground, then at the spirit-enhanced Era, her brain momentarily freezing. Upon defeating the agile deerman, notification sounds rang out again. Defeated level 15 elite boss Agile Deerfolk. Gained 1000 EXP. Obtained Agile Set 1, Agile Heart 1, Agile Antlers 2. Congratulations on your first kill of normal difficulty boss Agile Deerfolk. You have received an additional Special Agile Heart Fragment 1. Special Agile Heart Fragment. Seeing the notification, Chen Runian was slightly stunned. He had originally thought the quest required a complete Special Agile Heart, but unexpectedly, he only obtained a fragment. He immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Collect 3 Special Agile Heart Fragments to automatically synthesize into a Special Agile Heart. These fragments only drop from first kills of bosses on different difficulty levels. Reading the words, first kill drop only, Chen Runian instantly became alert. The system was clearly urging players to complete the quest quickly. Just like today, when he first entered the normal difficulty dungeon, there were already teams outside exploring the route. If not for Zhang Kuei's advanced planning, the first kill would have already fallen to the tyrannical Sky Guild. What he didn't know was that just 5 minutes after they killed the boss, Li Yun's team also brought down the agile deerfolk. We did it. We succeeded. Quick, check if there's an agile heart. Excited shouts rang out from the team. Wow, level 15 blue equipment agile shoulder guards. The stats are really nice. Don't look at equipment first. The agile heart is what matters. The group searched through all the loot, but never found that heart-shaped crystal core. After a moment of silence, someone asked dejectedly, Captain Li Yun, what do we do? There's no agile heart. The team member's disappointment contrasted sharply with Li Yun's smile. The agile heart is just a probability drop, he shrugged. Each difficulty only has one first kill opportunity. Did you think picking up scraps would be that easy? I'm happy because currently only we can clear it consistently. If Tyrannical Sky Corporation wants to farm weekly, they'll have to keep hiring us. And then, his teammates immediately understood and gave him thumbs up. After finishing the loot count, the 5 stepped into the teleportation pillar and disappeared from the dungeon in a flash of white light. On the other side of the dungeon, Chen Runian checked Zhang Yao's level. She had already broken through to level 12, while he was still quite far from level 12. Zhang Yao cancelled her spirit possession state and stretched lazily, looking as satisfied as a cat basking in the sun. Chen Runian, did we get an agile heart? Don't rush. Chen Runian didn't answer directly, but whispered instructions. Get your teleportation jade ready. If the situation looks bad when we go out, teleport to Master Zhang's place first, then leave the dungeon. Zhang Yao was already used to following orders and nodded simply, withdrawing from her spirit-possessed husky state as her mental energy recovered. The two stepped out of the dungeon and were immediately greeted by the cheers of the crowd. My god, Li Yun's 5-person team cleared it. They killed the boss without a single death, though everyone looks exhausted. Must have been a tough fight. I heard several pieces of agile set dropped, blue and green quality too. Such good luck. Just don't know if they got an agile heart. Agile hearts are precious. Someone lowered their voice to share knowledge. Only 3 spawn every 10 years, and one of those is held difficulty, so basically only 2 are produced in reality every 10 years. Anyone who gets one will instantly take off. The onlookers continued their heated discussions while Li Yun's group worked hard to dramatize the dangers of normal difficulty. Attacks from both tribal groups, the final boss's rampage, the nail-biting victory with critical health. Every sentence deepened the crowd's shock and envy. When Chen Runian and Zhang Yao appeared, they heard Li Yun boasting. Zhang Yao compared Chen Runian's killing methods and couldn't help feeling incredibly proud. What's there to brag about? She couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Someone nearby immediately retorted. Little girl, you probably haven't seen the scene of 2,000 demon beasts charging out all at once. Before the words had finished, someone else recognized them. Hey, aren't you two the newbies who just went in? All eyes turned toward them. Did you succeed? Li Yun threw back his head and laughed. Do you even need to ask? Of course they didn't succeed. With their level of skill, they probably didn't even see the 2,000 beast tide I mentioned. They likely just wandered around the first half. Makes sense, others nodded. They were only level 10 when they went in. It would be a miracle if they could reach the second half. At this point, Chen Runian and Zhang Yao had hidden their character information, and the crowd couldn't be bothered to investigate further after all. Even among 3 teams of 5 level 15 players with full purple gear, one team had been completely wiped out. What waves could these two possibly make? Just small fry. Chen Runian was openly dismissed, but didn't mind at all. In fact, he found this peaceful. He led Zhang Yao away, and even the tyrannical guild's remaining players couldn't be bothered to stop them. Only after the two had gone far did someone remember. Wait, that little girl has an S-class profession. Weren't we supposed to recruit her? What's the rush? His companion waved dismissively. Now that Li Yun can clear the dungeon weekly, it means we have a better chance of getting the heart of agility. That's what really matters. The crowd gathered around Li Yun again, and the clamor resumed. Walking out of the crowd, Chen Runian breathed a long sigh of relief. He had just achieved the first boss kill when Li Yun's team cleared the dungeon. If he had been any later, complications might have arisen. The reason he hadn't used the teleportation jade was that the tyrannical guild and proud mercenary group had almost completely withdrawn, leaving the entrance desert had no need to waste it. What truly troubled him was the threshold for nightmare and hell difficulties. They required 5-person teams, unlike normal difficulty, which could be soloed or done with 2 players. The special Heart of Agility could only be obtained through first kills, and time was pressing. He wished he could charge in immediately. Getting 5 people together isn't actually that hard, he mused silently. Wang Yin, Ling Shui, and Zhang Yao make 3. If that silly Yuro hasn't left, she could count as 1 too. Just as this thought crossed his mind, wind stirred ahead, and a black shadow silently landed. Sharp daggers reflected cold light in an arrogant posite was the shadow assassin Yuro. Chen Runian, I. Before she could finish, Chen Runian spoke first. Yuro, want to tackle the agility secret realm together next time? Yuro froze in place. She had prepared to fire off a series of questions, demanding he abandon Zhang Yao and team up with her instead, while demonstrating the invincible power of the shadow assassin. She had rehearsed dozens of lines multiple times, only to have them scattered by a single invitation. You're not following the script, she grumbled, turning her head away. She took a few steps, then turned back. Let's start over, I'll go first. Zhang Yao looked completely confused, and Chen Runian was equally puzzled. Moments later, Yuro returned, dropping to one knee with her dagger pointed forward in an exaggerated assassin pose. Her voice stretched out in the night wind. Chen Runian, between her and me, which one do you choose? Chen Runian was completely stunned by the question. No matter how he heard it, the question sounded strange, as if it carried some deeper meaning. Yuero felt secretly pleased, almost unable to hide the smile on her face. She was certain that Chen Runian's eager inquiry about teaming up upon seeing her meant the girl beside him had disappointed him. In that case, as long as she spoke up proactively, he would definitely choose her. At this thought, she felt a surge of satisfaction. The psychological blow she had suffered earlier. Little girl, now it's your turn to taste it. Zhang Yao noticed the change in Yuero's expression and felt equally alarmed. Her status panel clearly showed level 11, 80 experience, S-class profession, Shadow Wind Assassin. She had only reached level 12 under Chen Runian's guidance, yet Yuero had nearly caught up on her own, which was simply outrageous. Zhang Yao couldn't help but worry. Would Chen Runian abandon her because of this? Anxiety instantly flooded her heart. Chen Runian strode forward and stopped in front of Yuero. Yuero immediately called out loudly. Ha! Chen Runian, you've indeed chosen this young lady. Ahem, this assassin. Gently patting Yuero's shoulder, Chen Runian replied calmly. Only children make choice, of course I want them all. With those words, he didn't linger and walked directly toward Zhang Kuei's location. Yuero stood frozen for several seconds before suddenly jumping up and pointing at his retreating figure. Chen Runian, are you some legendary scumbag? Black lines appeared on Chen Runian's forehead. How was this girl's thought process completely different from normal people? Zhang Yao quickly adjusted her emotions and explained to Yuero in a steady tone. For dungeon raids, the more people the better. You're an assassin, I'm support there's no conflict at all, so of course we all go together. This isn't dating. Why would he have to choose just one? Yuero's cheeks instantly flushed red, as if steam were rising from them. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, sheathed her dagger, and nodded vigorously. Little girl, you make perfect sense. Then let's have both. The emotional shift happened in an instant, and Yuero was already standing beside the two with a beaming smile. Chen Runian looked at her 180-degree attitude change, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuei in the distance had long noticed their arrival. Seeing that Chen Runian hadn't used the teleportation jade, he simply maintained his watch until everyone gathered, then activated the teleportation array to transport them all back to his residence. As the array patterns faded, Zhang Kuei immediately approached, his voice full of remorse. Chen Runian, this dungeon's difficulty was beyond imagination. I'm so glad you all returned safely. I saw a fully equipped level 15 team get teleported out after dying, and I felt terrible regret. Thank goodness you're all fine. The heart of agility doesn't matter, safety is most important. I'm truly sorry for making you take such risks. This sincere apology instantly improved Chen Runian's impression of Zhang Kuei. The man didn't ask about the heart of agility or blame them for not clearing the secret realm, but apologized first. This alone made Chen Runian not regret retrieving the heart of agility for Zhang Kuei. Zhang Yao chuckled. That was just the tyrannical guild making unilateral claims. We never said we failed. In fact, we cleared it. While what? Zhang Kuei was so shocked he could barely speak. You cleared it? No, no, no. That's absolutely impossible. Chen Runian smiled as he handed the spirit heart they had obtained to Zhang Kuei. The moment the crystalline gem touched his palm, Zhang Kuei eagerly pulled up his attribute panel, his fingertips trembling slightly, his breathing involuntarily quickening. This is a spirit heart. This is really a spirit heart. He was nearly ecstatic, cradling the gem as if he were holding an entire mountain of gold. I never expected you to actually clear the dungeon and obtain a spirit heart on your first try. Ha ha ha. This old man finally has hope of breaking through to grandmaster level. Yuero nearby blinked in confusion. Is this thing really that amazing? Chen Runian spoke up to clarify for her. The spirit heart is a special item that significantly boosts mental energy recovery speed and enhances agility. The specific effects vary from person to person, but its applications are extremely broad. As an assassin, once you socket it, both your speed and skill power will increase. For an array master like Master Zhang, it would improve the flexibility and error tolerance of his formations. The effects would be tremendous. Zhang Kuei looked at Chen Runian with gratitude mixed with disbelief. Knowing how precious this item is, you're still willing to give it to me? This was the task Master Zhang entrusted to me, so naturally I should complete it. Besides, I'm a summoner. The spirit heart doesn't hold much significance for me. Chen Runian replied frankly. Zhang Kuei caught something more important than words in his eyes, complete and unreserved trust. He nodded solemnly. Good. In that case, this old man won't be stingy either. What would you like to exchange this for? Whatever I have now, I'll definitely give it to you. No rush. Chen Runian waved his hand. I don't have any immediate needs. We can discuss it later, or if nothing else, just convert it to grade points. Still feeling indebted, Zhang Kuei suddenly remembered a batch of equipment he had just purchased. What about equipment? I just bought some level 10 rare gear that I was planning to prepare for Yao. Take it first. This isn't counting as the exchange for the spirit heart. Just consider it this old man's gratitude. He produced several purple items, their cold gleam making Yuero's eyes light up. Not bad, Master Zhang. You're really generous. How great it would be if you gave these to me. However, Zhang Yao curled her lips dismissively. Grandfather, don't try to tempt Chen Runian with such inferior goods. Look at my equipment. Yuero leaned over for a look and immediately exploded. Holy crap, treasure-grade equipment. Where did this come from? Ah, I want a piece of treasure-grade equipment too. She clung to Zhang Yao's side like a spoiled kitten. Zhang Kuei was equally stunned. He knew his granddaughter hadn't managed to buy level 10 purple equipment last night and had entered the dungeon with only a level 5 purple staff. How had she suddenly acquired a complete set of treasure-grade Tran equipment, plus several level 10 treasure-grade miscellaneous pieces? Treasure-grade equipment was immediately snatched up by major families and large organizations the moment it hit the market, making it virtually impossible to find. That's why he could only equip his granddaughter with rare purple gear. But now, Yaoer, this equipment of yours. Zhang Kuei's words trailed off as his gaze followed the equipment back to Chen Runian. Zhang Yao nodded proudly. That's right, Chen Runian gave it all to me. Oh grandfather, why are you just staring at the equipment? Look at my level 2. The interface lit up level 12. Zhang Kuei's jaw dropped, and Yuero was instantly devastated. Both had entered the dungeon at level 10. She thought she had been grinding monsters almost non-stop, yet her S-grade Wind Shadow Assassin had only barely reached level 11 with 80 experience after killing until nightfall. She never expected Zhang Yao to have left her in the dust. Yu Arrow suddenly pulled down her face veil and shot Chen Runian a playful, flirtatious look. Chen Runian was completely bewildered, and Zhang Yao was equally stunned. Blushing under their stares, Yu Arrow stamped her foot and spoke directly. Oh, come on, do I have to spell it out? Chen Runian, this assassin hopes you can take me power leveling. Tell me, how did you guys run that dungeon? How is your leveling speed so insane? Zhang Yao scratched her head, recalling how her mind had gone completely blank at the time, though her memory remained intact as she shared what she had witnessed. I possessed Chen Runian's summoned beast, Boss Era, and watched him flash around the battlefield, instantly killing every demon beast he encountered, whether they were level 10 or 14. Spirit rabbits, spirit birds, spirit horse, she devoured them all with a single crunch, absolutely invincible. She gestured wildly as she spoke rapidly. The most incredible part was when we encountered a massive horde of demon beasts. Boss Era let out this earth-shaking "a woo" and wow. He literally roared an entire swath of them to death. As a spirit medium, the more my possessed target kills, the greater my rewards. With Boss Era around, my experience points were skyrocketing. And there's even more. The more excited Zhang Yao became, the more her account sounded like wild exaggeration to Zhang Kuei and Yu Rou. Yaoer, just tell the truth without embellishing. Zhang Kuei reminded her helplessly. Zhang Yao pouted. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, ask Chen Runian. Both pairs of eyes turned toward Chen Runian in unison. Chen Runian smiled and nodded. That's one way to put it. Though I believe Era's ability to instantly kill other demon beasts was largely thanks to Miss Zhang Yao's enhancement. Hearing this confirmation, Zhang Yao's eyes crinkled into crescents as she beamed like a blooming flower. Yu Rou leaned in curiously. Spirit medium bonuses are really that powerful? Zhang Yao nodded and raised her hand to display her equipment. With the gear Chen Runian gave me, my spirit possession now adds 200 to all attributes. That high? Yu Rou gasped in shock, her gaze glued to the equipment set. She rubbed her hands together and sidled up to Chen Runian with a grin, lowering her voice. Chen Runian, since you invited this assassin to team up for dungeon runs, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Chen Runian raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. Yu Rou pointed at Zhang Yao's equipment. Just give me a set of treasure-grade weapons, armor, and boots. Are you sure just one set is enough? Chen Runian asked with an amused smile. I knew you wouldn't agree right away, so maybe just one or two pieces would boho? Yu Rou stopped mid-sentence as realization dawned. What do you mean just one set is enough? Don't tell me you're planning to give me several sets. Watching the Wind Shadow Assassin's flustered expression, Chen Runian found it quite entertaining. If you perform well, equipment won't be an issue. I'll give you a few pieces now. Get your level up to 12 tonight, then go to sleep. Before tomorrow's dungeon run, I'll give you a complete level 12 set. As treasure-grade equipment materialized in her hands, Yu Rou's eyes widened like saucers. You're serious? If you keep this up, what if this young lady this assassin ends up falling for you? Her blunt words caught Chen Runian off guard too. Realizing her impropriety, Yu Rou's cheeks flushed as she coughed awkwardly. Anyway, thank you. I'll definitely perform well tomorrow. Chen Runian suddenly remembered something. You probably haven't rested since your class change, have you? Tomorrow's dungeon run is crucial, so you'd better get a good night's sleep tonight to be in peak condition. Yu Rou blinked and nodded repeatedly. Chen Runian added, if your level exceeds 12 with more than 5 experience when we team up tomorrow, I won't take you on the dungeon run. How could this happen? Yu Rou instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, nodding pitifully as she watched her plans for nighttime, overtime grinding go down the drain. Zhang Yao quickly consoled her. You should get some rest too. Tomorrow we'll tackle higher difficulty levels. Higher difficulty? Yes. Zhang Yao cheered and jumped up. If normal difficulty yielded such great rewards, nightmare difficulty would be absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Chen Runian faced Zhang Kuei and clasped his fists respectfully. Master Zhang, I'd like to form another 5-person team tomorrow to enter the spirit realm again. Could you please guard the entrance for us once more? Zhang Kuei waved his hand with a hearty laugh. No problem. Not only will I stand guard at the entrance, but if you really run into trouble with the tyrannical guild or the arrogant mercenary group, I'll do my best to help you sort things out. Do your best. Chen Runian pondered silently. It seemed those two major factions weren't so simple after all. After chatting a bit longer, he bid farewell and left Zhang Kuei's residence, found a restaurant for a satisfying meal, then sent messages to Wang Yin and Ling Shui to arrange a meeting. Soon the three met up, and Chen Runian immediately noticed both had reached level 10, which surprised him. Wang Yin proudly patted his backpack. Pretty impressive, right, Brother Yin? After getting your equipment last night, I planned to sleep but got the itch to level up instead. Got so addicted I stayed up all night and gained a whole level. With higher levels, the beginner dungeons are just slaughter experience points fly by, Ling Shui added with a smile. Then she frowned slightly. But the drop rates really can't compare to yours. I killed tons of monsters in the Trant area, and only got one purple Trant necklace. Everything else was blue gear or lower. How on earth did you get all those treasure-grade items? Ling Shui, you should be grateful, Wang Yin shrugged. I haven't even seen purple gear, only got one blue piece. It's so tough. Both were amazed and envious of Chen Runian's ridiculous drop rates. Chen Runian waved dismissively. Don't be envious, your turn will come. I'll take you through some secret realms shortly, and tomorrow we'll tackle the next dungeon together. How long do you need to prepare? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yan's expression turned troubled. Seeing Chen Runian's confusion, Wang Yan explained with a bitter smile. Brother Yan, right after leaving the beginner dungeon, I got cornered by people from both the arrogant mercenary group and tyrannical guild. They want me to work for them, offered ridiculous terms, and won't take no for an answer. You weren't there, and Principal Lin Shen didn't dare say a word when he saw them. I really don't know what to do now. He still seemed shaken as he spoke. The two organizations clearly despised each other, each backed by master-level powerhouses, and they nearly came to blows right in front of him. Ling Xuan nodded in agreement. They approached me too, but fortunately the Ling family has some influence, so they weren't too aggressive. Wang Yin has at worst has to give them an answer tomorrow. Agreeing to either side means offending the other. It's an impossible situation. Wang Yin grew more dejected as he spoke, grabbing Chen Runian's arm pleadingly. Brother Yin, you're smarter than me, please help me decide. I actually want to follow you, but I can't afford to offend either of these organizations. Chen Runian had naturally witnessed the domineering behavior of the tyrannical guild firsthand. They dared to blockade secret realms just for dungeon runs, while the proud mercenary group was bold enough to clash head-in with them, clearly indicating their strength was no joke either. Originally, he had wanted Zhang Kuei to step in, but only received a lukewarm, "I'll try my best," in response, making it obvious that a complete resolution would be difficult. Chen Runian decided to find another way. After a few minutes of silence, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he patted Wang Yan's shoulder. Don't worry, little Yan. I've got a plan. Tonight I'll help you level up first, and tomorrow when we enter the secret realm, just do as I say. Ha ha ha, awesome. I knew Brother Nien would have a solution. From now on, I'm sticking with Brother Nien, only I won't even bring girls along. Wang Yin beamed with joy. Chen Runian chuckled at his enthusiasm. Haven't you been following me around for quite a while already? Wang Yin scratched his head with a sheepish grin, essentially admitting it. Wang Yin had virtually nothing to prepare, and Ling Shui waited quietly nearby. I'm ready to level up anytime. The ice-cold beauty spoke softly. Ever since her class changed to Mystic Ice Mage, her aura had become even more aloof. You're a mage, so this set is for you. Chen Runian pulled a treasure-grade Tran equipment set from his backpack and handed it over. The set primarily boosted spirit and constitution, making it practically top-tier gear for a mage of this level. Another treasure-grade set. Ling Shui was stunned, and Wang Yan's eyes widened too. Since the attributes favored spirit and constitution, it wasn't suitable for Wang Yan, so he didn't make a fuss about it. Though Ling Shui was clearly fond of the equipment, she still hesitated. Chen Runian, I've already taken one equipment set from you. You should keep this one. Chen Runian smiled and displayed his own gear, a complete set of golden legendary equipment. Ling Shui couldn't help but gasp. Legendary grade. And it's golden. Wang Yan rubbed his eyes. Holy crap, golden legendary. Is this for real? Brother Nian's luck is absolutely insane. Chen Runian took the opportunity to hand Wang Yan the golden goblin set he had just replaced. Don't be jealous, you've got some too. Woohoo. Thanks, Brother Nian. Wang Yan was grinning from ear to ear. Chen Runian's gaze swept over both of them. I'm showing you this so you can use the gear without worry. I have even better equipment. Over the next few days, stick with me and your gear will keep getting upgraded. When I give you something, just equip it and feel burdened. Ling Xuan knew these words were meant for her, so she softly agreed, and finally, a subtle smile curved her lips. At 4 in the afternoon, the trio arrived at the Bamboo Grove secret realm. It was only the second day after class changes, and most people had just emerged from beginner dungeons. Even with all-night grinding sessions, it would be difficult for them to reach level 10 like S-grade players Wang Yin and Ling Shui. A few S, A, and grade players had managed to reach level 8 through overnight battles and were preparing to come to the Bamboo Grove secret realm for experience points. As the three approached the entrance, several rough shouts erupted from ahead. Get lost. All of you get lost. Stay far away. This secret realm has been reserved by our 3 Madness Guild for the next 3 days. If you know what's good for you, scram. Another realm monopoly. Chen Runian's temple throbbed as he wondered why these guilds always loved to interfere. At that moment, a defiant team stepped forward to argue back. The secret realm belongs to the nation. You can't just claim it whenever you want. How are we supposed to level up? What should we do? Go farm some wild monsters instead. The young master of the 3 Mad Guild doesn't want anyone entering the same dungeon as him. So you'd better be smart about this and avoid any trouble. Ridiculous. New players from all over the world enter the beginner dungeons. Is your young master not going either? What a pathetic excuse, someone in the crowd protested loudly. Before the voice faded, another young and arrogant voice cut in. Humph, slap him. Though you're not entirely wrong, I, indeed, have no interest in participating in that standardized beginner dungeon. After speaking, the young man displayed his personal information floating in midair. Name, Wang Zijuan. Class, S-rank Holy Gunner. Level, 10. Guild, 3 Mad Guild. As soon as the information appeared, for level 20 burly men rushed forward, swinging their palms left and right at those who had just protested. The crisp sounds of slaps echoed across the plaza, instantly silencing the onlooking players. Most people wisely retreated to a distance, leaving only Chen Runian, Feng Yu, and Yu Fan still standing at the dungeon entrance. What a lame excuse, his brain must be waterlogged. Chen Runian sneered inwardly, too lazy to bother with them. You three, didn't you hear what we said? Wang Zijuan's bodyguards shouted again. Before they finished speaking, Chen Runian raised his hand and crushed the dungeon entry token. With a flash of silver light, he and his companions were teleported away, leaving only the empty entrance behind. Damn it. Where did these 3 reckless fools come from? Wang Zijuan exploded on the spot. They clearly knew I hate sharing dungeons with others, yet they deliberately entered right in front of me. This infuriates me. As people around were murmuring, the system panel suddenly synchronized those 3 had actually chosen Nightmare difficulty. Holy crap, Nightmare? They look like they just changed classes not long ago. How can they be so bold? Don't misunderstand. The guy who led them looked very calm, not like someone scared by 3 mad. They chose it themselves. Wang Zijuan raised an eyebrow, approaching the entrance with interest. Interesting. They look decent enough. If their skills match, I might recruit them as subordinates. Being able to serve the young master would be their blessing. A black-clothed man immediately flattered. Wang Zijuan laughed heartily and waved his hand. You guys, go catch some demon beasts for me to farm experience. I'll wait here for them to come out. Several black-clothed men left upon receiving orders and soon dragged back a level 12 demon beast. The creature was covered in wounds and barely alive. Wang Zijuan raised his silver-white spear and delivered a headshot, easily claiming the kill experience. The accompanying gatherer immediately carried away the corpse to process materials. The onlookers finally realized this young master actually leveled up by having specially delivered demon beasts, absolutely unheard of. Having money and power really lets you do whatever you want. Someone whispered. Another bold adventurer moved to the entrance edge and asked dryly, Young Master Wang, if you're not entering the dungeon, can we go into farm? Get lost. Wang Zijuan shot him a cold glare. Yes, sir. The man scurried away dejectedly. Without a top-tier force like the proud mercenary group, daring to challenge 3 mad, the players on site could only disperse. Inside the dungeon, as the teleportation light faded, Chen Runian immediately began his preparations. Divine Pet Summoning. His mental power dropped by 300 points as he first summoned his pet, Era. System notification, random enhancement mental 600, nullified due to attribute conflict. Random enhancement refresh strength 600. Chen Runian almost burst out laughing. Anything related to mental attributes was just incompatible with Era. Immediately after, he cast again. Divine Pet Summoning. His mental power decreased by another 300 points. White light flashed, and Pet Xiaobai appeared, gaining random enhancement speed 600. As his level increased, both consumption and enhancement scaled up accordingly, which greatly satisfied Chen Runian. Right after the summoning, he spotted the 3-ringed snake he had encountered when entering hard difficulty before. Wang Yin and Ling Shui were startled when they saw the name of the approaching demon beast. Lines of blood-red text flashed across the screen. Name, 3-ring serpent elite enhanced type. Level, 10. Strength, 600. Speed, 660. Constitution, 450. Spirit, 400. Skills, none. Holy crap, an elite enhanced monster. Wang Yin gasped, his voice trembling. Brother Nian, did you select nightmare difficulty? The dungeon had 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The corresponding demon beast attributes were original, 1.5x, 3x, and 5x enhancement respectively. This 3-ring serpent belonged to nightmare difficulty, with its attributes brutally tripled from the original, making it comparable to or even stronger than elite monsters in normal difficulty. Ling Shui looked at the attribute panel, her face turning slightly pale. Chen Runian, did you select the wrong difficulty? This is nightmare mode, it's very dangerous. Let's exit quickly, she urged anxiously. Chen Runian merely glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at the large husky beside him. Pet levels synchronized with their masters, and with the random amplification boost, the husky's strength had reached an astounding 2,500 points. A mere level 10 elite enhanced 3-ring serpent was nothing in his eyes. With a slight mental command, the husky pounced forward, silver light exploding from its mouth. Divine Bite. Crunch. The giant beast was torn in half before it could even roar, its remains twitching briefly before dissolving into white light. The notification sound immediately followed. Elite enhanced 3-ring serpent defeated. Experience 60. Obtained elite 3-ring serpent gallbladder X1. One-shotted. Wang Yan's mind went blank as he gasped. Hiss, he muttered to himself. Such a powerful level 10 demon beast killed in one strike. What terrifying combat power. If it were him, it would have taken considerable effort. Holy crap, Brother Nian, your pet is way too strong. Ling Shue's eyes widened in both shock and delight. Chen Runian spoke calmly. Since I said I'd help you level up, I don't make empty promises. The secret realm is vast, just follow me, and we'll clear through it. After a simple allocation, he commanded the husky and Xiao Bai to clear monsters in different directions while he led Wang Yin and Ling Shui straight toward the center of the secret realm. Before long, the three encountered an 11th level elite enhanced demon beast, a jade bamboo segmented insect. Its body was dark jade green, with over 10 hardened bamboo-like segments forming a unified shell. It moved like lightning, its shell segments creating crisp rattling sounds as they rubbed together. Upon appearing, it flashed with green light and lunged at the group. Dragon Tiger Force. Wang Yin roared, activating his Dragon Tiger Masterclass ability. Golden red flames enveloped him as all his attributes surged instantly. He met the jade bamboo segmented insect's claws heated, only being forced back 4 or 5 steps without taking any damage. Such incredible strength. I actually blocked it. Wang Yan's heart raced as his confidence soared. Ling Shui raised her staff, silver blue magical patterns glowing, mystic ice technique. Cold air condensed around the insect's body as a circle of frost chains instantly froze the ground. The spell dealt over 1,000 damage, while significantly reducing the creature's speed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yin swung his blade in slashing attacks. Enhanced by Dragon Tiger Force, each strike of his long sword dealt several hundred to over 1,000 damage. The two attacked from front and back, causing the jade bamboo segmented insect's health bar to plummet rapidly. After several minutes, the demon insect collapsed with a dying wail, shattering into countless points of light. System notification. Party member defeated 11th level elite enhanced jade bamboo segmented insect. Experience 40. Obtain jade bamboo segments x3. According to the distribution rules, Chen Runian still received 50 of the experience, and the drops also went to him. In contrast, Wang Yin and Ling Shui didn't collect any materials, they simply couldn't. The 3 jade bamboo segments had automatically entered Chen Runian's inventory. He thought to himself, this works out well. His drop rate was far higher than there's any way he'd redistribute everything once they left the secret realm. While the two were taking a break after killing a jade bamboo beetle, Era and the white cat had already slain over 30 demon beasts, gradually expanding the map area. Compared to the previous difficulty mode, Chen Runian quickly realized that the so-called higher difficulty simply maxed out the demon beast's attributes. The secret realm's size and monster density remained unchanged. Time passed. Wang Yin and Ling Shui worked together, taking down level 10 and 11 elite enhanced monsters one after another. Though their clearing speed wasn't exactly swift, their efficiency was visibly improving. Looks like nightmare mode isn't so tough after all, Wang Yin said casually, looking down at the level 11 bamboo-eating marten at his feet while wiping blood from his hands. Ling Shui was equally satisfied with her damage output. Her previously tense nerves gradually relaxed as their battle record improved. Indeed, as you said, nightmare mode is nothing special. Before she finished speaking, a black shadow streaked across the ground. A shadow cat suddenly closed in, completely unnoticed by Ling Shui. Watch out. Only when the shadow was almost at Ling Shui's feet did Wang Yin catch sight of the dark figure. He desperately activated his Dragon Tiger Force and spun around a block, but it was still a beat too slow. Startled awake by the shout, Ling Shui saw the black shadow right before her eyes with no time to dodge. She instinctively closed her eyes, her mind going blank, only able to pray in her heart that Chen Runian would appear in time. Divine Almighty Push. With a low shout, an invisible shockwave suddenly expanded outward with Chen Runian at its center. The air seemed to be smashed open by a heavy hammer, and the shadow cat was forcibly blasted back several meters, its health bar instantly dropping by more than half. Ling Shui opened her eyes to see Chen Runian's outstretched palm before her. His billowing robes and flowing hair created a striking silhouette so handsome that she was momentarily dazed. Wang Yin, witnessing this scene, was equally amazed and gave a thumbs up. Brother Nian, awesome. Chen Runian withdrew his stance and pointed at the shadow cat that had fallen to the ground but was still struggling. Ling Shui, stop spacing out and finish it off with Xiao Yanzi. Oh. Ling Shui snapped back to reality, still wearing a somewhat love-struck expression, and quickly pulled up her panel to check the target's attributes. Name, Shadow Cat Elite Enhanced. Level, 12. Strength, 800. Speed, 1000. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 500. Skill, Stealth. Speed over 1000, plus stealth ability. No wonder it could approach silently. Wang Yin frowned. The Phantom Bamboo secret realm only allowed monsters below level 12, and this shadow cat was clearly at the top of the food chain, significantly stronger than level 10 and 11 monsters. The two continued their coordinated attacks as before, but the Shadow Cat's speed was astonishing, and its stealth ability made it vanish instantly, causing Wang Yin to miss several times. Ling Shui directly experienced the awkwardness mages face against highly mobile targets. Chanting and target locking were completely disrupted by the opponent's movement speed. In just a few minutes, the Shadow Cat launched 3 or 4 surprise attacks, forcing Chen Runian to use his divine almighty push 3 or 4 more times before he finally managed to crush it to death. Watching the Shadow Cat fall to the ground, Wang Yin let out a long sigh of relief. Earlier, I said nightmare mode was nothing special, but now I see I was being shallow. Chen Runian's expression turned serious. Recognizing one's shortcomings means this trip into the secret realm wasn't in vain. Ling Shui, you were too relaxed earlier. Otherwise, the stealthy Shadow Cat wouldn't have escaped your perception. Learn this lesson. Ling Shui nodded obediently. Wang Yin curiously leaned over. Thank goodness Brother Nian was here. By the way, how powerful is this divine almighty push? What level is it? This skill is called Shinra Tensei, and with the word divine leading the name, what kind of skill do you think it could be? Wang Yin and Ling Shui looked up almost simultaneously upon hearing this, their eyes meeting as disbelief was written all over their faces. Brother Nian, this can't be real, right? An SS-rank skill, that powerful? Wang Yin gasped, his voice trembling slightly. Chen Runian lifted his foot and nudged the flattened corpse of the Shadow Knight Cat forward, saying casually, if it weren't a divine-level skill, how could I have casually killed this demon beast while saving you too? With this reminder, Wang Yin felt a chill run down his spine indeed. It had only taken a few finger flicks to turn the Shadow Knight Cat into a pile of mush. Ling Shui gently nudged him with her elbow, and both shuddered simultaneously. Chen Runian took in their reactions completely, the corner of his mouth lifting in obvious satisfaction. All right, enough chatter. The Bamboo Shadow secret realm isn't small. Let's continue grinding and try to clear it before 10 tonight. Right. Wang Yin and Ling Shui responded in unison. What followed was a complete, carpet-bombing extermination. Deep in the dense forest, bamboo leaves rustled as Chen Runian led Xiao Bai and Air Ha in an all-out assault. Wherever they went, demon beasts didn't even have time to scream. The three quickly pushed to the dungeon's core, the territory of the Bamboo Queen. The level 12 elite enhanced Bamboo Queen, with stats approaching 2,000 points, only lasted less than 10 seconds under the combined assault of Xiao Bai's ice flames and Air Ha's thunder fangs before being blasted into scattered bamboo fragments. Wang Yin and Ling Shui didn't even have time to cast their skills before hearing the system notification. Defeated level 12 elite enhanced Bamboo Queen, experience 1000, drop bamboo, set x1. The dungeon completion results scrolled by, and both reached approximately level 11 with 20 experience. Due to the three-person party, experience was split equally, slowing their leveling slightly. However, for Chen Runian, his personal hidden bonuses still allowed him to gain full benefits. His experience bar now sat at level 11 with 92, just a hair's breadth from level 12. Absurdly close, yet enviably so. One more run, and we'll all be level 12. Chen Runian waved his hand, directing Xiao Bai and Air Ha to collect the loot. After a brief rest, the three stepped onto the teleportation pillar and left the secret realm. Young master, they're coming out. Finally, you've kept this young master waiting. At the exit, demon beast corpses had already packed the area solid. The once serene bamboo forest now reeked of blood so thick it felt like a wall. Wang Zijuan, the young master of the Three Mad Guild, sported 2 black eyes and leaned against a pile of wolf corpses, clearly pushed to his limit from continuous battles. His dozen or so subordinates were gasping for breath, their armor damaged, looking like they just fought 7 or 8 brutal battles. Wang Zijuan squinted as he looked Chen Runian's group up and down. You three really kept this young master waiting. But you've got some nerve after offending me. I'm still willing to give you a chance. Follow me, and you can avoid punishment. Of course, for the next 3 days, this secret realm belongs exclusively to the Three Mad Guild. You're not allowed back in, understand? Wang Yin curled his lip and muttered under his breath. Is this guy brain damaged? Secret realms don't connect to each other. What's he reserving? What an idiot. In the quiet night with no wind, this complaint reached everyone's ears crystal clear. Several Three Mad members couldn't hold back their laughter. Wang Zijuan was about to explode. Chen Runian raised his hand to stop Wang Yin, his voice calm. Ignore him. We'll run it one more time. Tomorrow he can reserve whatever he wants. With that, he stopped looking at Wang Zijuan and pulled out a new secret realm entry token. The talisman glowed, and a blue-white pillar of light instantly enveloped the three. The next second, 3 figures disappeared into the light once more, re-entering the nightmare difficulty Bamboo Shadow secret realm. Running nightmare dungeons twice in a row, what maniacs. Onlooking players gasped. Young Master Wang, what should we do? Should we go in and level up first? Getting blocked like this isn't working. We've already gathered all the level 10 plus monsters from dozens of kilometers around here. finding that many monsters to train with again isn't realistic. But if we keep waiting, we're just wasting time. Wang Zijuan immediately jumped up and gave the man a beating. What do you mean wasting time? Don't I need rest too? He roared while throwing punches. Reaching level 10 with 50 progress in just 2 days was an incredible achievement that left other job changers days behind, but waiting for these 3 guys had left him so exhausted his eyelids were fighting to stay open. Yes, yes. The beaten man in black curled up into a ball, not daring to resist. He understood in his heart that Wang Zijuan indeed hadn't slept in a very long time. This young master is too tired and needs to sleep for a while. Wang Zijuan rubbed his temples while yawning and gave his orders. They grinded from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. yesterday, exactly 5 hours. Now they've gone in again. Wake me at 3 a.m. when they come out this time. Give them a harsh lesson first. Yes. The group of men in black received their orders and scattered throughout the forest to keep watch. They knew all too well that the wilderness under the night sky wasn't safe, so they maintained especially tight security. Meanwhile, Chen Runian entered the secret realm again with Wang Yin and Ling Shui. Come on, brother Nian, I can't wait any longer. Wang Yin was full of energy. Don't rush. Chen Runian raised his hand and pulled out a spacious large bed from his storage backpack with a thud. Let's sleep first, then charge straight into the spirit realm tomorrow morning. Sleep first. Wang Yin and Ling Shui exclaimed in unison. Setting up a bed to sleep in a nightmare difficulty secret realm was a first for them. Did you guys bring beds? Chen Runian looked around. Wang Yin shrugged. Who normally carries such a big bed when going out to train? You're definitely one of a kind, brother Nian. Ling Shui also shook her head. I didn't bring one. The bed was large enough for 5 people. Chen Runian pulled out 2 more blankets and tossed them over. Each person takes a third. There's plenty of room. Wang Yin unceremoniously dove onto the bed, but Ling Shui stood there holding her blanket in a daze. She had harbored feelings for Chen Runian for a long time, but they hadn't broken through that barrier yet, making sharing a bed seem too sudden. Yet having her sleep on the grass would be even more awkward. While she hesitated, the fatigue from days of intense battles suddenly hit her, making her eyelids too heavy to lift. Chen Runian summoned Era and Xiaobai, rubbing their heads. Sorry to trouble you two with grinding the dungeon on your own, we need to rest for a bit. What? You're going to sleep while we fight monsters? Xiaobai bristled, her tail puffing up. Era grinned. Miss White Cat, if you're willing to team up with this husky. This kitty refuses. Xiaobai proudly lifted her head. Era also turned his face away in imitation. If Miss White Cat won't come, this husky won't go either. Chen Runian frowned, not wanting to force the 2 beasts, and pondered a solution. Suddenly, Chen Runian thought of a good idea. Era, release your Howling Moon Shadow clone and let it handle the dungeon grinding. If you don't want to move, just sleep here and guard us. And Xiaobai, don't wander too far. Chen Runian's single command assigned roles to everyone in the tent, both human and animal. Era lifted his head with a low howl, and the Howling Moon Shadow clone instantly materialized. A silver-gray husky leaped out, identical in combat power to the original, but with a more adorable expression. Chen Runian casually pointed, and the shadow clone darted into the night to begin clearing the area. Killed special enhanced level 11 Jade Bamboo Worm. Experience 80. Obtained Jade Bamboo Segments X5. Battle notifications kept appearing, boosting everyone's confidence. It was now 10 p.m., and at the clone's efficiency rate, the dungeon would be completely cleared by 7 or 8 a.m. tomorrow. Perfect timing. If it finished at 3 a.m., they wouldn't sleep well and grinding would be awkward, which would be troublesome. Chen Runian looked at Wang Yin and Ling Shui with a relaxed tone. Era is outside, and Xiaobai is here too, so we're safe. Let's sleep first. Tomorrow we need to tackle higher-level nightmare dungeons at full strength. After speaking, he crawled to the center of the large bed, hugged his blanket, and lay down. Wang Yin stretched out on the left side, the bed spacious enough for them to lie side by side. Seeing both men fall asleep almost instantly, Ling Shui hesitated, unable to find a comfortable position. Just then, the white cat Xiaobai gracefully jumped onto the bed, moving to Chen Runian's right side. With her fluffy paw, she gently patted the empty space. Since Master told you to rest on the bed, don't go sleep on the grass with that silly dog. With me here, you can relax. Of course, if you really want to sleep on the grass with the silly dog, I won't stop you, I'll just take your spot. Besides, if something really happens, who knows who'd end up at a disadvantage. The mix of arrogance and care made Ling Shui's mouth twitch. She glanced at Era, who was lying at the bed's edge with a wise sage expression, then without hesitation grabbed her blanket and lay down on Chen Runian's right side, though deliberately staying close to the edge. Xiaobai nodded approvingly. Good. You know to leave space for me. I have high hopes for you. Ling Shui smiled slightly at Xiaobai as drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Soon, Chen Runian and Wang Yin were snoring deeply. The white cat curled up between them, and Ling Shui also closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. The night added a fierce quality to the Howling Moon Shadow clone. The silver shadow darted through the forest, moonlight flashing like blade edges across its fur, each strike of its claws delivering instant death. The surrounding demon beasts were quickly eliminated. 5 hours passed quietly, and the clock struck 3 a.m. Young master, young master, wake up. Wang Zijuan was lying on his luxurious campaign bed having sweet dreams when he was roughly shaken awake. Through bleary eyes, he saw a large man standing before him and blurted out in shock. Ah, my dear sister. What the hell? Dear sister, how did you turn into a man? The black-clothed giant was speechless, cupping his fists. Young master, it's me again. Oh no, no, this young master finally had a good dream. And if you can't give me a good reason for this, I won't forgive you. A gang helplessly reminded him. Young master, you instructed me to wake you at 3 a.m. Those 3 blind fools have been grinding the dungeon for 5 hours, now they should be coming out soon. At the mention of Chen Runian's group, Wang Zijuan immediately perked up. Everyone prepare. The moment they appear, capture them immediately. The surrounding black-clothed men responded in unison, drawing their blades and forming ranks. Wang Zijuan clutched his folding fan, quietly rehearsing the boastful lines he'd prepared, waiting for his prey to walk into the trap. By 4 a.m., he had memorized his lines perfectly, but there was still no sign of Chen Runian and his companions. Why were they taking so long? I should have slept for another hour. At 5 in the morning, the cold air still lingered outside the bamboo grove's secret realm. Several waves of demonic beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, came charging in, only to be silently eliminated by the black-clad figures. Wang Zijuan stood nearby, his eyelids drooping heavily, ready to collapse at any moment. He complained endlessly. Good grief. Why are they taking so long to clear this time? Why am I even waiting for them? The black-clad figures were equally listless. Since last night, they had been standing guard for 7 hours, guessing that the group inside was probably locked in fierce battle with the final boss. Sunlight broke free from the horizon, casting golden morning rays into the bamboo forest. Dewdrops clung to the bamboo leaves, and the air carried a fresh, moist coolness. Wang Zijuan gazed at the sunrise he was witnessing for the 2nd consecutive day, both amazed and exhausted. Who would have thought this young master would see the rising sun 2 days in a row? 8 hours, and they still haven't finished? Are they sleeping in there or what? A nearby black-clad figure glanced at him, internally ranting. You think you're tired? I haven't slept a wink for 2 nights. We suggested clearing it together, but you insisted on going solo. What a damn fool. Yet his face maintained a forced smile. Another half-hour later, inside the secret realm, Chen Runian woke first, groggily reaching for what felt like a soft, warm pillow. Her heart skipped a beat. When did her bed become this soft? And this sensation seemed to envelop most of her body. Almost simultaneously, Ling Shui slowly awakened. Last night's intense grinding session had left her exhausted enough to fall asleep immediately, but now she found herself seemingly embracing someone. The only person who had shared her sleeping area yesterday was Chen Runian. Can that be her she was holding now? Ling Shui's heart pounded wildly, not daring to open her eyes. Chen Runian had the same realization. Wang Yan's snoring came from the other side, leaving only Ling Shui beside her. Could that strange sensation from earlier have been? Both were extremely nervous and finally opened their eyes almost in unison. The first thing Chen Runian saw was the expanse of Snow White. She lifted her head slightly and met the pretty face of a white-haired mature beauty, whose slightly protruding canine teeth were visible at the corners of her mouth as she slept peacefully. Ling Shui, meanwhile, discovered that in her arms was a stranger with an astonishing figure. Her heart sank at first, then she felt relieved, only to immediately realize something was wrong. Where did this other woman come from? Ling Shui sat up abruptly, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Chen Runian's head was still buried in the white-haired beauty's embrace. Chen Runian awkwardly met her gaze and let out a few dry laughs. Ling Shui looked down at her own curves, thinking, not bad, but this situation is way too embarrassing. Chen Runian quickly got up as the white-haired beauty stretched, her impressive figure on full display. She cast a seductive glance at both of them, making even Ling Shui bite her lip with attraction. Don't use your charm on your own people. Chen Runian frowned. Okay, meow. The white-haired beauty responded sweetly, transforming into a wisp of light smoke. When she reappeared, she had become a beautiful cat as fluffy as a snowballet was Xiao Bai. Ling Shui finally relaxed, breathing a huge sigh of relief and breaking into a rare smile, like ice cracking at dawn. That brilliant expression left Chen Runian momentarily stunned. Chen Runian raised her wrist to check the secret realm panel, 80 progress. This was nightmare difficulty, and with only Air Ha's Howling Moon Shadow, clone grinding solo inside. The pace was indeed slow. She woke Wang Yan, and the three began packing up their camp. During the busy work, Wang Yan suddenly cried out loudly. Holy crap, what the hell happened? I slept for a bit, and I'm almost level 12. Ling Xue also jolted awake in shock, quickly pulling up her character panel level 11, 93. The sudden level up hit them both like an earthquake. Holy shit, Nian bro, are you seriously this amazing? Just hanging out with you. We can level up while sleeping. Wang Yin shouted in disbelief, staring at Chen Runian. Chen Runian smiled and pointed to the husky squatting nearby, wagging its tail. It's all thanks to Era. He glanced at the dungeon panel, his tone casual but decisive. All right, stop making such a big deal out of it. The dungeon is already 80 complete. Let's finish it within an hour and get out for breakfast. You got it. Wang Yin rolled his shoulders, fully recharged after the nap. I feel like a dragon full of energy. The praised husky was already howling with joy, and upon hearing this, it put on its signature mischievous dog grin and howled. This husky is also full of dragon and dog energy. The comment had everyone doubled over with laughter. Before the laughter had even faded, everyone charged back into the dungeon with renewed vigor. Round after round of pulling monsters, crowd control, and burst damage lit up the Bamboo Grove secret realm with skill effects. Finally, after 1 hour and 10 minutes, they cleared the last batch of elite monsters, and the stone door to the boss room came crashing down. Defeated special enhanced level 12 boss Bamboo Grove Queen. Experience 1000. Drops. Bamboo Grove Set 1, Heart of Bamboo Grove 1. As the notification sounds rang out in succession, both Wang Yin and Ling Xue's experience bars jumped to level 12. Chen Runian had already reached level 12 when he woke up, and now his progress showed 20. He casually scanned the loot: 2 golden legendary sets, 5 treasure grade sets, 12 purple sets, plus several treasure grade and legendary individual pieces along with piles of materialsa complete haul. He picked out 2 Bamboo Grove sets and handed them to Wang Yin and Ling Xue. Wang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Holy crap, treasure grade Bamboo Grove set. Yin bro, we were so focused on killing monsters, we didn't realize we got so much loot. Does this mean if we stick with you, we can wear treasure grade gear whenever we want? Chen Runian smiled and clapped his hands. I gave you the wrong one. This set is for you. The next second, he stuffed another set into Wang Yan's arms. Legendary Bamboo Grove, Set 55. Spirit 200, Constitution 100, Speed 100, Strength 100. Golden Legendary. And a complete set. Wang Yan froze in place, then bounced up like he had springs. Ling Xue looked down and saw she also had a golden set in her hands, her shock almost overflowing. This? What kind of insane luck is this? Other players might not even get one piece of golden gear from a dungeon run, but Chen Runian could get several sets. Yet he treated it as ordinary, getting a golden set on his first solo dungeon run, and now getting 2 more sets, perfectly completing the team's equipment. There's a reason I'm giving you such good gear. He looked at Wang Yan. Little Rock, about the invitations from the Tyrannical Guild and the Proud Mercenary Group. Here's what you should do. After hearing the solution, Wang Yin looked incredulous. Will this really work, Nian bro? Chen Runian didn't speak, just looked at him with confident eyes. Wang Yin understood that confidence and nodded firmly. I trust you, Nian bro. With the legendary set equipped, his attribute panel glowed golden, and Wang Yan's earlier nervousness instantly vanished. I never thought I, Wang Yan, would get to wear 2 golden legendary sets in a row. Ha ha ha, these stat boosts are incredible. Awesome. The 5-piece set effect is comparable to a single gold tier equipment of the same level. Holy crap, this golden quality armor with 500 constitution is absolutely insane. Wang Yin put on the golden set and immediately jumped up and down with excitement, his voice echoing so loudly through the secret realm that the stone walls resonated. Ling Xue initially wanted to refuse such precious equipment, but after hearing Wang Yan's exclamation and seeing that impressive row of attributes, she finally nodded and accepted it. Chen Runian, if you ever need anything, I'll give it my all, she promised solemnly. That's all I need to hear. Put on the set, and use these for the remaining slots. Chen Runian casually tossed out several brilliant legendary pieces. Golden and legendary light intertwined and shone on all 3 of them, their attribute panels instantly skyrocketing, as if they were wrapped in an invincible sense of security. Before leaving the secret realm, he warned, last night the 3 Mad Guild wanted to book the whole place. That brain-dead Wang Zijuan is probably still waiting outside. Once we get out, we need to leave immediately to avoid getting entangled with them. Wang Yin and Ling Xue exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. The teleportation pillar flashed, and the 3 returned to the secret realm exit. The expected ambush didn't materialize. They saw a group of people with dark circles under their eyes sitting around the entrance, too lazy to even grip their weapons properly. Whenever someone approached, they'd wave them away, yet they wouldn't run the dungeon themselves, acting like a bunch of lunatics. Chen Runian chuckled inwardly, but was satisfied they weren't causing trouble. Let's go. Era launched forward with a powerful leap. Ling Xue was caught off guard and let out a short, ah, sound, quickly wrapping her arms around Chen Runian from behind, her ears instantly turning red. Wang Yin jumped onto Era's shadow clone, and the 2 huskies became streaks of light, disappearing within seconds. Only after they had gone far did a black-clothed man rub his eyes and mutter, did someone just exit the secret realm? Holy shit, they really did it. Was those 3? Wang Zijuan suddenly jumped up. Damn it. I waited for them nearly a whole day chase them. The three mad guild members immediately sprinted in the direction Era had left. The nearby solo players waiting to enter the dungeon immediately cheered. The heroes led the three mad people away. Quick, 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 into the secret realm. Teams of players gave thumbs up to Chen Runian's retreating figure. And you, my friend, you are the real hero. Then they rushed into the dungeon one after another. Wang Zijuan's group chased farther and farther, but could see their targets less and less. Era, who had been beaten from level 12 back to level 20, had speed that broke 2,000 points, leaving all sub-level 20 professionals in the dust. Soon, Chen Runian's trio completely disappeared from view. Everyone was running so hard they were gasping for breath, their voices cracking. How are they so fast? I'm dying from exhaustion. Young master, should we keep chasing? Wang Zijuan stomped his foot viciously. Chase my ass. They're long gone. Should we still farm the secret realm then? They looked back and made eye contact with a small team in the distance. That team immediately dove into the normal difficulty dungeon. In just over 10 seconds, 4 or 5 more teams consecutively entered the Bamboo Grove secret realm. Wang Zijuan felt his chest tighten. Let's go back. This young master is tired. At the Agility Secret Realm entrance, the Dominating Heaven Guild and the Proud Mercenary Group each brought a team to repeatedly farm normal difficulty. Damn it, we farmed so many times and haven't gotten a single heart of agility. Yang Kuang crushed the empty bottle in his hand. Li Ao sneered. Give it a rest. This thing drops once per difficulty level every 10 years. Getting 1 in 20 runs would be worth burning incense for. Wait a few more days until the new job changers level up enough. Then we'll tackle nightmare difficulty thats when the drop rate doubles. Yang Kuang immediately pictured Wang Yin and Ling Shue's faces. Huiquan City happens to have 2 S-rank players, a Dragon Tiger Master and a Mystic Ice Mage. Add that S-rank Spirit Enchanter and 2 elites, and nightmare difficulty shouldn't be a problem. Once their levels go up more, we might even try hell difficulty. Then all 3 hearts of agility will belong to my Dominating Heaven Guild. Li Ao snorted coldly. Bullshit. I already made a deal with Wang Yin yesterday, has to come to my Proud Mercenary Group. When that happens, the hearts of agility will be ours. He wouldn't dare. If he doesn't come to Dominating Heaven, I'll break his damn legs. Enough talk. He better show up today. Li Ao narrowed his eyes. If he doesn't come, we'll each break one of his legs, then make him choose while kneeling. The 2 powerhouses were at each other's throats, neither backing down. But no one noticed that their real target had already changed direction. Chen Runian had brought Wang Yin and Ling Shue not directly to the Agility Secret Realm, but back to Zhang Kuei's residence. After finishing breakfast, he arrived at 8:30 to find Yuro and Zhang Yao already awake and having become fast friends after some conversation. The moment Zhang Yao spotted Chen Runian, she waved enthusiastically. Chen Runian, you're finally here. Before she could finish speaking, a figure swept to his side like a gust of wind. Yuro crouched slightly, flicked her wrist to reveal a short dagger, while her other hand struck an exaggerated slashing pose. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, yet radiated murderous intent. Chen Runian, this assassin's blade has been itching for action. Just give the word, and I'll cut down everything in our path. Wang Yin coughed at her theatrical display and leaned in to whisper. Brother Nian, this girl, could she be? He tapped his temple with his index finger mid-sentence. Chen Runian nodded knowingly. Sensing something was off, but unable to pinpoint what, Yuero glanced at Ling Shue and Wang Yin standing nearby. One tall and imposing, the other coldly beautiful, both easily matching her own looks. She raised an eyebrow. Chen Runian, are these your other 2 teammates? No matter, this assassin is S-class, and with little Yao here as an S-class spirit binder, even if you brought 2 professionals of your same rank, this assassin can carry you all to victory. Show me your detailed stats, Chen Runian said, raising his hand. You don't trust me. Yuero bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but still pulled up her interface. Yesterday I killed until I hit exactly 5 experience, then stopped. The display clearly showed level 12 with 5 experience. Wang Yin and Ling Shue exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Zhang Yao also brought up her interface, her voice soft but serious. Chen Runian, I didn't grind levels yesterday either, I went straight to sleep. Good, very obedient, Chen Runian nodded. Today I'll take you dungeon running. Yay! Zhang Yao and Yuero cheered in unison, pumping their fists. This scene left Wang Yin and Ling Shue completely bewildered. Why did Chen Runian seem like a teacher? Not far away, Zhang Kuei stood with arms crossed, smiling knowingly. Chen Runian recruiting Wang Yin and Ling Shue was exactly what he'd expected. With this configuration, their team was terrifyingly powerful for S-class members plus Chen Runian, whom even he couldn't fully read. Unless someone could assemble a full SS-class team, few at their level could match them. Equipment matters too, Chen Runian said, handing over 2 sets of light armor with bamboo green patterns. Treasure-grade phantom bamboo sets. Plus, these miscellaneous pieces should serve you both for now. Just as Wang Yan and Ling Shui received theirs, Yuero's shriek nearly burst everyone's eardrums. What? You're both S-class like this assassin. Her beautiful eyes widened, her breathing catching. Zhang Yao was equally astonished. How did everyone around Chen Runian turn out to be high-ranked, herself included? Immediately after, Yuero jumped up again, practically yanking the equipment onto herself. Treasure-grade phantom bamboo set and legendary miscellaneous pieces. Chen Runian, you're too generous. The light armor fit perfectly, sending her stats soaring. She was absolutely thrilled. Zhang Yao also thanked him graciously and quickly changed out of her old gear. What about the old equipment? Zhang Yao asked, holding a pile of gleaming shoulder guards and gauntlets. Handle it yourselves. No need to return anything to me, Chen Runian said casually. This made Yuero and Zhang Yao's hearts leap with joy. Discarded pieces were also treasure grade and quite valuable. Once ready, Yuero drew her dagger and made a few practice swings in the air, her pretty face glowing. All right, Chen Runian, this assassin is fully equipped. When do we depart? Chen Runian turned to Zhang Kuei. Master Zhang, I originally planned to ask you to oversee our normal entry today, but plans have changed. Master Zhang, please just handle our teleportation support. We have other business to attend to. Although Zhang Kuei didn't know what Chen Runian was referring to, he still nodded. He quickly set up a teleportation array beneath his feet, and as spiritual energy flickered, the group was lifted by white light and appeared in the blink of an eye on a hill not far from the Lingdong secret realm. Sand and wind hit their faces as the obsidian archway entrance to the secret realm stood quietly, like a slumbering giant beast. Be careful with everything, and crush the teleportation jade talisman if there's any trouble. Zhang Kuei lowered his voice, yet his words carried weight. Everyone responded in unison, each person clutching a warm jade talisman tightly as they hurried toward the entrance. The team maintained their formation with Wang Yin leading. His towering frame of over 2 meters stood out conspicuously in the crowd, making their 5-person student squad look like a banner ready to unfurl at any moment. This immediately drew the attention of surrounding cultivators and alerted 2 top-tier forces that were on guard: the Batian Guild and the Awu mercenary group. Within moments, people from both sides poked their heads out. A burly man from the Awu mercenary group called out in a rough voice. Hey there, Wang Yin. So have you thought it through? Want to join our Awu mercenary group? Before Wang Yin could respond, cold laughter came from the Batian Guild's side. Join the Awu mercenary group? Ridiculous. I'd like to see him dare not come to our Batian Guild. The 2 sides were already at daggers drawn, and this remark completely ignited the tension, with shouting erupting like sparks falling into hot oil. The person next to Wang Yin looks like Ling Shui. Someone in the crowd recognized the cold, aloof girl. Oh, Ling Shui is here too. That's even better. Have you both thought it through? Do you want to join us? As soon as these words fell, both the Awu mercenary group and Batian Guild each sent forward a master-level expert with profound auras. Li Ao and Yang Kuang. Li Ao smiled arrogantly. Wang Yin, speak up. Do you choose our Awu mercenary group or the Batian Guild? Rest assured, join our Awu mercenary group and look down upon all things. You won't need to worry about retaliation from the Batian Guild. Yang Kuang brushed his sleeves and responded mockingly. Li Ao, don't be too confident. Believe it or not, if this kid chooses you, none of you are leaving today. Kid, you actually only have one path to choose: either join our Batian Guild or die. The phrase, or die, made the surrounding cultivators gasp. That's way too domineering. That's Yang Kuang from the Batian Guild. This is how he recruits when he sees talent. But quite a few geniuses who refused him have died by his hand. That Li Ao isn't much better though. It seems like nothing happens if you refuse him, but those who refused all ended up dead within a few days. You dare say he didn't make a move? Discussions rose and fell as everyone's gaze focused once again on Wang Yin, this youth who had finally changed to an S-level profession but was currently in his weakest stage. Li Ao suppressed the commotion, his voice ringing like a bell. Don't listen to Yang Kuang's big talk. As long as you choose our Awu, even if he dies 10 times, I'll guarantee you won't die. Yang Kuang showed no sign of backing down. Kid, don't think our Batian Guild is too domineering. Once you join, you'll understand that strength is everything. As long as you're strong, our Batian Guild can give you all kinds of benefits and treatment that the Awu mercenary group can't match. He waved his hand, his words carrying weight. I won't waste more words. Which one do you choose? The originally boiling scene instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In the distance, Zhang Kuei saw the standoff and his forehead twitched slightly. I didn't expect this was what Chen Runian meant by a change in plans. Do I really not need to intervene myself? He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting between the 2 major forces. The Awu mercenary group and the Batian Guild were both first-rate major power show had things come to this situation. All eyes were fixed on Wang Yin, but to everyone's surprise, there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. He stood in the center of the training ground, the fiery sunset stretching his shadow long like a motionless spear. Wang Yin clasped his fists and bowed slightly toward the two master-level experts, his voice clear and resolute. Thank you both for the invitation, but I'm sorry to say I joined another organization last night. That organization can offer me better opportunities for growth, so I won't be choosing either of your factions. As soon as these words left his mouth, the arena exploded like a bomb had been dropped, erupting in chaos. No one had expected Wang Yin to reject both offers and turn to join elsewhere. Li Ao and Yang Kuang's faces darkened simultaneously, murderous intent flashing in their eyes like ice blades. Li Ao stepped forward, his tone ice cold. What do you mean? Think the full-level rare equipment set from our tyrannical guild isn't good enough for you? With that statement, another wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Holy crap, a full-level rare equipment set? That's incredible. Humph, that's nothing. Yang Kuang scoffed, raising his hand dismissively. In my proud mercenary corps, if you perform well, you can even get treasure-grade equipment. Treasure grade? My god, truly worthy of a major organization. Amazing. Discussions buzzed throughout the crowd. After speaking, Li Ao directly revealed his treasure-grade, weaponized black obsidian blade. The sword's cold gleam was menacing, as if it could slice through the air itself, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Not to be outdone, Yang Kuang flipped his palm, and a massive hammer carved with lightning patterns crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending stone fragments flying. The two waves of killing intent intertwined, making many cultivators gasp in shock. Li Ao's gaze bore into Wang Yin, his voice hard as iron. Wang Yin, I'm very curious which organization exactly gave you what benefits to make you dare refuse us in front of so many people? My proud mercenary corps' conditions are quite generous. What we just mentioned was merely a small portion of the benefits we discussed yesterday. What gives you the confidence to make such a decision? Yang Kuang also raised his massive hammer, his expression mocking. That's right. Without a satisfactory explanation, don't think about leaving here today. What a waste of such a fine dragon tiger master profession looks like it might meet an early end. The auras of the two masters converged, making the training ground feel suddenly frozen. On the surface, Wang Yin remained composed, but inside he was panicking terribly, almost able to feel his heart pounding wildly. Remembering Chen Runian's instructions, he took a deep breath and clasped his fists again. Masterly, Master Yang. Wang Yin means no disrespect. It's just that the name of the organization I joined cannot be revealed by their rules, so I cannot tell you. As for what benefits they gave me, he paused here and spread his arms wide. Whoosh. Under the undisguised radiance, a brilliant golden light instantly covered his entire body. Helmet, shoulder guards, chest armor, belt, leg guards, boots, every gap flowed with golden energy patterns, as if the setting sun had been forged into armor. Holy shit, my 24K titanium alloy eyes are blinded. What is this? I must be seeing things. Golden legendary. First time I've ever seen gold quality equipment. Damn, and it's a complete set. Incredible. Real or fake? Every single piece is golden. Exclamations rose one after another, many people gasping in shock, as if they'd sucked all the cold air away, causing the surrounding temperature to rise a few degrees, though of course, that was just an illusion born from their excitement. Li Ao and Yang Kuang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Golden equipment represented the pinnacle quality of the entire continent, and Wang Yin was wearing a complete set. Seeing their reaction, Wang Yin became even more confident in Chen Runian's backing, calmly adding, Masters, this is the benefit that mysterious organization provided me. They also sighed, if you can produce something better than this set, I wouldn't mind joining you instead. As his words fell, everyone present felt their mouths twitch in unison. Equipment quality peaked at golden grade. He was already wearing a full golden equipment set, and they wanted something even better? Where on earth could you find such a thing? Before the crowd's gasps had even subsided, Ling Shui stepped forward as well, raising her hand with a flourish as golden light exploded forth like a blazing sun overhead. Masters, I have also joined this organization. The moment her words fell, the plaza erupted into a second wave of commotion. Holy crap, another complete set of golden legendaries. 2 sets of legendary equipment, my god. This has to be fake. Newcomers get golden gear sets handed to them for free just for joining? This is insane. Even the usually composed Yu Rou and Zhang Yao couldn't hide their naked envy. Those were legendary sets. No matter how expensive individual pieces might be, they couldn't compare to the overwhelming presence of a complete set. The onlookers all turned their gazes toward Li Ao and Yang Kuang. The 2 guild executives, who considered themselves quite well off, would be lucky to scrape together a few rare-grade pieces, let alone complete golden sets. Such extravagant backing was truly shocking. Wang Yin clasped his hands in salute. Masters, that's how things stand. Wang Yin thanks you once again for the invitation, but I still have missions to complete, so I'll take my leave. With those words, his heart pounding wildly, he pulled Chen Runian and the other 4 toward the secret realm entrance, stepping through the light barrier without hesitation. White light flashed, and the players outside looked up in unison. The realm difficulty was clearly set to nightmare. Good lord, aren't they afraid of dying? The Tyrannical Heaven Guild's level 15 rare equipment team has to be careful even on normal difficulty, and they dare enter nightmare mode at only level 12. Wait, what? Level 12? They were only level 10 yesterday, holy shit. Li Ao and Yang Kuang exchanged glances, their minds filled with only 4 words: mysterious organization. No longer caring about face, their hair standing on end, they shouted, retreat, quick retreat. In the blink of an eye, both major factions' people had fled completely, leaving the spectating players looking at each other uncertainly before also scattering like birds and beasts. Inside the secret realm, Wang Yan's legs gave out, and he sat down hard, patting his chest with both hands. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Brother Nian is awesome. You really scared them off. He gave Chen Runian a thumbs up. Nice acting, little Yen. Chen Runian returned a fist bump. Yuro looked completely confused. What? You were all acting just now. Just as Ling Shui was about to speak, Zhang Yao exclaimed. I thought it was real. But what organization did you actually join? Getting golden equipment right after joining, I wanted too. Me too. You guys are S-rank, and this assassin is also S-rank, so there's no reason not to accept me, right? Zhang Yao chimed in eagerly. The 3 exchanged glances, black lines appearing on their foreheads. After a moment, Ling Shui smiled and explained. Actually, the organization we joined is called Nian Ru Chun. When a single thought arises, the world turns to dust. Only such a powerful organization is worthy of our allegiance. Wow, so amazing. 2 pairs of starry eyes lit up instantly. Nian Ru Chun is invincible. Wang Yin and Chen Runian, on the other hand, were left stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment. Ling Shui covered her mouth, giggling as she pointed at Chen Runian and said, Nian Ru Chun is actually just Chen Runian. Chen Runian hadn't expected Ling Shui to crack jokes too. Realizing it was his name spelled backwards, he couldn't help but laugh. Yuero and Zhang Yao still looked completely puzzled until Ling Shui briefly explained. Then both of them went, oh, in unison. Yuero immediately leaned forward with a bright smile. So you're saying Ling Shui and Wang Yin both got their golden equipment by joining your Nian Ruchin organization, right? Chen Runian, this assassin wants to join too. Can you hook me up with a full set of gold gear? Her thought process was truly unique. She was taking this organization completely seriously. Zhang Yao quickly raised her hand. I want to join Nian Ruchin too. Wang Yin scratched the back of his head and looked at Chen Runian, cautiously asking. Brother Nian, there isn't really such an organization, is there? Faced with 3 pairs of eager eyes, Chen Runian didn't know where to begin, while Ling Shui was thoroughly amused beside him. The Nian Ruchin organization exists. He mysteriously uttered those words. Exists. Everyone was even more confused. Chen Runian had to clarify. When you reach level 15, if you perform well, I'll get you a full set of gold equipment. The level 12 sets are all distributed. Discovering there was real hope, Yuero jumped up on the spot. This young lady this assassin is the most well-behaved. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhang Yao quickly followed suit, placing her hand on her chest. I'm very obedient too. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Then let's clear the nightmare level dungeon first. Chen Runian waved his hand decisively. We'll need to farm this difficulty many times, so let's prepare to adapt. With that, he activated his god-tier summoning skill, and the husky and white cat appeared one after another. As the 700-point speed boost landed on both pets, they became energetic, even wagging their tails with vigor, which pleased Chen Runian greatly. Gathered around the campfire, Chen Runian briefed everyone on the Lingdong secret realm situation. 1. The realm's monster beasts generally had high attributes. 2. Nightmare level had triple amplification, doubling the danger index. 3. Ahead was a monster beast horde approaching 2,000 in number, requiring extra caution. Following the strategy from Yuju's secret realm, he planned to have the husky and white cat take side routes to clear monsters while he and his teammates maintained regular advancement, ensuring they could regroup before encountering the large-scale beast tide. Before that, one matter needed to be settled: who would S-level spirit enchanter Zhang Yao attach herself to? Yuero spoke first at lightning speed. Xiao Yao, we're best friends. Don't hesitate. Choose me. I can flash over and slash to instantly kill monsters. I'll totally carry you. Wang Yin then stepped in front of the campfire, his chest armor gleaming faintly gold in the firelight. Miss Zhang Yao, I'm an S-level dragon tiger master, plus with Brother Nian's gold equipment, I can charge ahead and wreak havoc. Sticking with me guarantees safety. Ling Shui gently waved her staff, ice blue magical power flowing. Zhang Yao, I'm an S-level mystic ice mage. No one's faster at large-scale AoE than me. Choosing me gives the highest returns. The 3 each showcased their strengths, creating a tense standoff. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up as she listened, deliberately building suspense. Hee. Actually, I've already decided. Everyone stared at her in unison. I choose Boss Husky. Huh? All three S-level main combat professionals froze completely, leaving only the husky wearing sunglasses and a thick gold chain wagging its tail in place. Without hesitation, Zhang Yao activated her spirit enchantment on the husky. The next second, her mental power was instantly assimilated by the dog, leaving only echoing woofs in her head. It's not that everyone else isn't great, but Boss Husky is just too powerful. Zhang Yao concluded with complete seriousness. What was I supposed to say again? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Boss Husky, let's go kill. Excellent. Choosing me is the smartest decision you've ever made, Zhang Yao. The husky wagged its tail, and beneath its sunglasses, a pair of dog eyes gleamed with smugness. With spirit attachment boost surged in once again, this time with even greater magnitude. Zhang Yao's new equipment set raised all her attributes by 300 points in one go. Although the 300 spirit was ineffective with the husky, the overall enhancement still surpassed random amplification. The husky stood proudly in front of everyone, lowering its head to peer through its sunglasses at Wang Yan, Ling Shui, and Yu Rou, its mouth curving into an exaggerated grin. The next second, it transformed into a whirlwind, its figure leaving afterimages in the air with only swirling dust remaining in its original spot. Moments later, a system notification popped up before Chen Runian's eyes. Killed Special Enhanced Level 11 Agile Rabbit, Experience 100. Obtained, Agile Rabbit Meat 1, Agile Rabbit Teeth 2. Zhang Yao's decision left everyone stunned. I thought Xiao Yao and I were the best of sisters. Yu Rou wailed, gripping her dagger so tightly it creaked. I never imagined she'd rather spirit attach to a dog than to me, an assassin. Woo woo woo. Wang Yan's mouth twitched as he consoled her. Miss Yu Rou, please don't say that, or it makes us seem like we're not even as good as a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a white cat gracefully landed on Chen Runian's head, its tail elegantly sweeping across his hair. Is there a possibility that you really can't beat that silly dog? We're our master's pets, so it's normal for us to be stronger than you. No need to feel too dejected. Before the white cat finished speaking, another gust of wind swept in. White cat miss, I'm not a silly dog, I'm just your simp. Want to run dungeons together with me? The husky materialized in place, its tongue flicking out quickly, voice tinged with flattery. The white cat didn't respond immediately. Instead, it lazily leaped down, its form stretching in midair before landing as a white-haired beauty. She winked at Chen Runian and beckoned with her slender finger, her natural charm instantly leaving everyone except Chen Runian dazed. If you want equipment, just say so. Here you go. Chen Runian didn't hesitate, handing over the entire golden equipment set, while casually changing into a treasure-grade outfit himself. As a summoner, he didn't have much need for top-tier equipment anyway. The white-haired beauty Xiao Bai put on each piece of golden equipment, her fingertips lightly caressing the sleeves. She turned to the husky, her eyes mixing charm with arrogance. Today, this cat will make an exception and run dungeons with you. Go call your clone. I'll go with him, and you take that silly girl. Yes, white cat miss. The husky's mouth stretched to its ears. Riding my clone is still riding me. Thank you, white cat miss, for giving this simp the chance to serve you. A wolf-like howl pierced the air, shadows overlapped, and a howling moon shadow clone instantly appeared, respectfully allowing Xiao Bai to mount its shoulders. The husky's main body wagged its head and tail, leading Zhang Yao toward a distant monster group. This series of actions flowed like water, leaving the onlookers unable to process what had happened. It wasn't until long after the husky had left that Zhang Yao suddenly realized, that white cat actually called me silly. The husky stopped and tilted its head. Is there a problem? Zhang Yao's intelligence, synchronized with the husky's, raced for a long time, but still couldn't find any flaws. I guess there's no real problem. Whatever. Boss Husky, let's go kill. Hee hee, alright. Watch me stylishly obliterate these demon beasts. The husky and white cat were incredibly efficient killers, with elimination notifications constantly appearing as the dungeon map rapidly expanded. Chen Runian glanced at the three somewhat dejected teammates in front of him and raised his voice to command. Alright, stop standing around. Let's clear this secret realm as quickly as possible. Little Rock, take point as usual and watch for traps underfoot. Yu Arrow and Ling Xue, look for opportunities to deal damage. Yu Arrow handles single monsters. Ling Xue takes the groups. The high-level monsters on nightmare difficulty aren't easy to kill, so stay sharp. Everyone nodded in understanding, summoning their weapons and pets as their expressions quickly shifted into combat mode. Outside the secret realm, members of the Tyrannical Sky Guild and Proud Mercenary Group had completely withdrawn. The onlookers who had initially dispersed were now returning in small groups, though no members of Tyrannical Sky or Proud could be seen anywhere. What's going on? Those two groups just ran off like that is something big about to happen. Are you stupid? They were obviously scared off by whatever force is backing Wang Yan. But which force exactly? Casually giving 2 complete sets of gold equipment to newly transferred players, just handing them over like that. Those kinds of treasures would be considered extravagant even for SS-rank transferees. That's exactly what's so terrifying. Didn't you see earlier? All the people around Wang Yin were wearing treasure grade and legendary equipment too. With that kind of setup, they must have incredibly powerful backing. Don't forget that assassin is also a shadow wind assassin, another S-rank profession. When you add it all up, Wang Yan's team configuration is absolutely heaven-defying. But there seems to be one really strange profession mixed in. That most handsome young man appears to be Justin Frank, Beast Summoner. Holy crap, Frank. Is he really living off his looks? Damn it. Who says being good-looking can't put food on the table? Clearly it can. When Chen Runian was mentioned, the crowd's discussion grew even more animated. Had previously been spotted failing a dungeon run with Zhang Yao. But now he was fighting alongside a group of S-rank professionals, sparking both envy and curiosity. Before the chatter could die down, a silver-gray airship thundered to a halt above the secret realm entrance. The cabin doors opened, and a fully armed squad stepped down the gangplank. Each member radiated confidence with proud gazes, their collective presence even stronger than the tyrannical Sky Guild and proud mercenary group combined. Finally found the new secret realm. The leading youth raised his hand with a wave, his voice carrying clearly to the crowd. I heard there's a spirit heart here. Once we get it, we won't have to suppress our levels anymore. Whether we can soar like birds in the sky or swim like fish in the sea depends on this attempt. The squad openly revealed their personal information without any attempt at concealment, with status screens flashing before everyone's eyes. Chu Tiangao, profession, S-rank spirit speaker, level 15. Zhao Chongwei, profession, S-rank sacred shield knight, level 15. Li Xiaoxiao, profession, S-rank gale mage, level 15. He Yu, profession, S-rank explosive archer, level 15. Lu Xiaohe, profession, S-rank shadow trace assassin, level 15. Holy shit, all S-rank. And this is an extremely well-rounded 5-person formation. Support, damage dealers, tank, assassin, they have everything. Which academy or faction do these monster students belong to? How did they all reach level 15 in just a few days? That's impossible. It's only been a few days. What kind of prodigies could level up to 15 this fast, and 5 of them at once, all S-rank too? This team composition and class setup was just as impressive as Wang Yan's group. In comparison, Wang Yan's team even had an Frank class dragging them down, and their overall level wasn't as high as this team standing before them. The onlookers whispered among themselves, growing more amazed by the moment. Holy crap, this configuration was absolutely incredible. At the front of the team, spirit speaker Chu Tiangao stepped forward, his voice clear and confident. We are the level 15 squad from Myriad Realms Corporation's Secret Realm Action Division, here to conquer this newly emerged secret realm. Is anyone willing to brief us on the realm's conditions? Myriad Realms Corporation. The crowd immediately erupted. In the outside world's legends, this corporation could clear any secret realm, whether in heaven or earth. They tackled both high-level and low-level realms without exception. Their secret lay in their unique, level-locking technology. Members could be restricted to specific levels, and after new recruits filled the lower positions, veteran members could advance to higher tiers based on individual performance. So that was it. Now everyone suddenly understood. These 5 individuals, all uniformly at level 15, weren't rookies at all, but powerful veterans who had been level-locked. Chu Tiangao caught the surrounding gazes and felt a surge of satisfaction. Although according to normal growth curves, he should have broken through to level 30 by now, he wasn't in any rush thanks to Myriad Realms Corporation's resource support. At this moment, he was more eager to see everyone's amazement at his identity and equipment. Following his gesture, all 5 raised their arms simultaneously as crimson light spread across their armor, bracers, and boots, a complete set of level 15 treasure-grade equipment that shone so brightly it was blinding. Usually, whenever this gear appeared, it would trigger gasps of amazement, and they had long grown accustomed to these spotlight moments. Haha, get ready to cheer, aren't we awesome? The 5 thought smugly to themselves, their postures becoming even more arrogant. But strangely, the expected exclamations never came. The air was so quiet you could hear the wind, and while everyone stared at them, they remained completely silent. With Myriad Realms Corporation's reputation, the bystanders assumed they had some deeper purpose and could only widen their eyes, afraid of missing some hidden intelligence. This left Chu Tiangao's group completely baffled. Why wasn't anyone shocked? Didn't these people recognize treasure-grade equipment? Purple rare gear was followed by red treasure-grade, and they had 5 complete sets. Why was there no reaction? Awkwardness spread instantly. Chu Tiangao coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment, pretending nothing had happened. After a moment, a young man mustered his courage to step forward and respectfully reported the details of the Agility secret realm. You're saying there are still massive demon beast hordes guarding the realm's center? Chu Tiangao confirmed. Absolutely true, sir. This comes from first-hand accounts of those who first cleared the normal difficulty, the young man replied. Chu Tiangao nodded and asked again. Has any team obtained the Heart of Agility? The Heart of Agility? So far, no one has succeeded. The arrogant mercenary group and dominating Heaven Guild have cleared normal difficulty multiple times, but they always come back empty-handed. This answer made Chu Tiangao's eyebrows rise slightly. Seeing this, the young man added, if the lords from myriad realms wish to attempt it, I suggest clearing normal difficulty first before challenging nightmare mode. The agility secret realm is extremely difficult. Quite a few people have already died. Chu Tiangao nodded approvingly and casually tossed out a heavy pouch of Tianyuan coins, worth about 70 to 80,000. The young man was overwhelmed with gratitude, while the surrounding crowd swallowed enviously, wishing they had stepped forward first. I have one more question, Chu Tiangao suddenly asked. Can you tell what grade our equipment is? Sir, isn't this treasure grade? Is there some problem? The young man asked back. This exchange left Chu Tiangao speechless. Beside him, he looked completely confused and couldn't help but whisper, aren't you surprised? When everyone heard Chu Tiangao's question, they found it somewhat amusing. Why would he ask such a thing? The man answering appeared timid but eventually decided to tell the truth. Honorable sirs, if you had arrived just one day earlier, we would have been speechless with shock. But we just witnessed 2 sets of golden equipment today, and compared to yours, well, you understand. Golden equipment? Chu Tiangao raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. The man quickly recounted everything he had witnessed during the day when he encountered Wang Yin and Ling Shui. Those two had been wearing complete sets of level 12 golden gear, their origins mysterious and their presence imposing. Chu Tiangao and his companions exchanged glances. Even within the Wanjing group, complete golden equipment sets were rarely available. Who could be backing them? Could it be one of those ancient merchant guilds? To casually give away level 12 golden equipment sets was quite an extravagant gesture. After exchanging meaningful looks, they hesitated no longer and stepped directly into the normal difficulty secret realm. The heart of agility hadn't dropped yet, so they needed to claim it first. 3 hours and 30 minutes later, Chen Runian's group arrived at the gathering area of agile horses and agile birds. 2,000 magical beasts, after special enhancement, all had attributes exceeding 1,500. The overwhelming pressure of the stampeding herd hit them like a wave. After hours of fierce battles, they had discovered that with the golden equipment Chen Runian had distributed, as long as they coordinated properly, killing these enhanced magical beasts one by one wasn't particularly difficult. But now, facing numbers comparable to a vast array of normal difficulty bosses, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if their lives were being squeezed by a giant hand. Among the 5, aside from Chen Runian, Zhang Yao remained the most composed. Brother Nian, how do we handle this situation? As an assassin, I can't exactly pick them off one by one. If I tank their focused fire, I can last at most 1 minute. I suggest we lure them in batches and whittle them down. Yu Rou, Wang Yan, and Ling Shui voiced their opinions in turn. Zhang Yao chuckled softly. Everyone get ready to level up. I'm actually happy to encounter this bunch. With Era and Boss White Cat here, we just need to sit back and watch the show. Ling Shui and the others looked puzzled. Chen Runian nodded. Conserve your strength and join forces when we face the boss. Leave these agile horses and agile birds to me. Brother Nian, isn't that too risky? Ling Shui looked at him with concern. Wang Yin also looked up but swallowed his words upon seeing Chen Runian's confident expression. Era, Xiaobai, the usual routine. Era and Howling Moon shadows forms intertwined, while Xiaobai, that elegant white-haired lady, sat steadily atop the shadow. With golden equipment equipped, Xiaobai's mental power soared to over 4,000, easily overwhelming the magical beasts whose mental attributes were merely around 1,500. Monster luring, 10,000 Meow Heaven's Call, Charm, and Divine Roar unleashed in succession, weaving sound waves and mental shocks into devastating waves. Even the specially enhanced agile horses and agile birds collapsed in waves like a receding tide in the blink of an eye. Corpses covered the grassy slope as experienced bars shot up frantically. Only after witnessing this massacre did Yu Rou, Wang Yin, and Ling Shui finally understand why Zhang Yao had chosen Aerith's power was absolutely terrifying. Defeated level 14 elite enhanced agile horse, gained 360 EXP, obtained agile horse meat X5, agile boots X1, X1000. Defeated level 14 elite enhanced agile bird, gained 360 EXP, obtained agile bird feather X2, agile necklace X1, X1000. Watching the experience bar shoot up like a rocket, everyone stood frozen in place. This is way too fast. Chen Runian checked his status panel and saw his level had reached 13 with 10 progress. As expected, this entire monster horde is the perfect experience farm. Elite Enhanced version gives 360 XP, that's 4 times more than normal difficulty. Oh my god, I'm already level 13. Me too. This leveling speed is incredible. Brother Nian is amazing. I'm definitely sticking close to this powerhouse. Chen Runian, this assassin is convinced. Zhang Yao wasn't lying. Zhang Yao proudly declared, Humph, I told you all along, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you see how wise I was to choose Boss Husky. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they were spirit enchanters, they would definitely enchant Chen Runian's pets, without hesitation. Yuro suddenly asked curiously, Xiao Yao, why don't you enchant Sister White Cat? She knows magic. Wouldn't that be a better match for you? Zhang Yao laughed awkwardly, about to brush off the question, when Xiao Bai softly interjected. It's not that she doesn't want Toy don't want her to. This silly girl suits the husky better. If she enchanted me, I'd worry about my IQ dropping. As soon as she finished speaking, the husky wagged his tail excitedly. White Cat Lady didn't call me a stupid dog, she called me husky. Haha, she must have feelings for me. Hee hee, here comes this devoted admirer. Xiao Bai raised her paw and delivered a merciless punch to the husky's head. System notification, your husky has been attacked. Damage absorbed, Constitution 10. Oh, this is White Cat Lady's loving punch, thank you. Everyone collectively facepalmed. Husky had perfectly embodied the essence of being a devoted admirer. After clearing the monster horde, about an hour later, everyone reached the platform where the final boss awaited. Name, Agile Deerman Elite Enhanced Commander Class Boss. Level, 15. Strength, 6,000. Speed, 6,000. Constitution, 20,000. Spirit, 6,000. Skills, Agile Stomp, Agile Beam. Seeing the stats, everyone gasped in unison. Chief Class has become Commander Class attributes quadrupled, with 20,000 Constitution. It's completely surpassed both the Husky and Xiao Bai. And it has a new skill, Agile Beam. Wonder how powerful that is. Ha ha ha, finally some humans come to die? I've been waiting so long. The Agile Deerman's voice was sinister, clearly completely different from its normal difficulty counterpart. It stomped heavily, activating Agile Stomp. The stone platform instantly cracked like a spider web, dust scattering everywhere. What terrifying power! Wang Yin and the others felt chills in their hearts. Chen Runian was also startled by the horrifying attributes. He had originally planned to order everyone into full defense for a steady, methodical fight, when suddenly inspiration struck. Perhaps there was another approach. Everyone, prepare for maximum output. When I give the signal, unleash your strongest attacks. Hold nothing back. The team exchanged puzzled glances. The elite enhanced Agile Deerkin before them had outrageous stats, and conventional wisdom suggested a cautious, steady approach rather than a reckless frontal assault. But Chen Runian was their captain, and his word was final. Everyone nodded in silent agreement, quietly channeling their energy and entering a ready stance. Era made the first move, lifting his sunglasses slightly as two sharp beams of light shot forth like blades, piercing straight toward the Agile Deerkin. The next second, system notifications cascaded. Agile Deerkin's mental power 100, intelligence 100, entered panic state. All attributes 10, obedience increased. Its originally formidable mental attribute of over 6,000 instantly plummeted below 3,000, even lower than Xiao Bai's. Chen Runian's eyes lit up as he immediately commanded, Xiao Bai, charm. Xiao Bai flicked her tail, landing the charm skill with precision. Immediately after, 10,000 meow gravitational pull activated, invisible force dragging the Deerkin toward their firing zone. Era pounced with a divine level howl that made the very air tremble, stunning the Agile Deerkin for 5 seconds. Hold nothing back, full assault. Chen Runian shouted again, leading by example as he unleashed divine almighty push, tremendous force crashing into the Deerkin's chest. Wang Yin activated dragon elephant power, muscles swelling as his strikes carried the roars of dragons and trumpeting of elephants. Ling Shui unleashed mystic ice power, ice blue cold light exploding through the air. Yu Rou channeled wind shadow power, her form weaving like a phantom. All three were SS-rank, and their damage numbers soared. The most ferocious attack came from Era's divine level bite combined with his heaven-rending, earth-shaking talent. Critical hits amplified 20-fold with additional bleeding effects. Xiao Bai's meow meow iron fist struck repeatedly, stacking claw marks layer upon layer with equally devastating damage. 5 seconds neither long nor short. Light and roars intertwined as damage numbers fell like raindrops. Just before the stun ended and the final blow landed, the Agile Deerkin with 20,000 constitution crashed to the ground before it could even counterattack. System announcement flashed. Defeated level 15 elite enhanced boss tier Agile Deerkin. Experience 5,000. Obtained agility set X1. Heart of agility X1. Agile Deer antlers X2. Congratulations on first kill of nightmare difficulty boss Agile Deerkin. Additional reward. Special heart of agility fragment X1. Holy crap, so that's how you tackle dungeon bosses. Wang Yin clutched his racing heart. Those stats were insane. I thought we were goners for sure. Brother Nian is still the best. Ling Xuan nodded approvingly. The enemy never even got a chance to strike back. Chen Runian surveyed the group with satisfaction. Everyone's output was fierce enough. We finished it before the 5th second. Otherwise the Deerkin's berserk mode would have been much trickier. Originally I planned to have Era and Xiao Bai provide small-scale containment while we maintained steady control and wore it down slowly, but now I see speed kills are far more efficient. Yu Rou rushed over and threw her arms around him, smiling sweetly. Chen Runian, you're amazing. Don't leave me behind when running dungeons in the future. Her sudden embrace caught Chen Runian completely off guard. As he stood there awkwardly, Ling Shui quietly approached and separated them, her expression calm, yet carrying an unspoken wariness. Chen Runian cleared his throat and announced with a smile. Let's run nightmare difficulty a few more times over the next few days. Aim to reach level 15 quickly, then challenge hell difficulty. Awesome. Yu Rou immediately beamed with joy. With that, Chen Runian produced over 100 skill books and laid them before everyone. To speed things up, here are the skill books we've collected from our runs. Take a look and see if you want to learn any. Agile movement, agile fist technique, agile swordsmanship, agile arts, agile beam, roar, berserk, swift step, basic acceleration. After rattling off the list of titles, a thick pile of skill books lay spread before everyone, glowing with a faint golden light. Wang Yin, Ling Shui, Zhang Yao, and Yu Rou all gaped in unison, staring at Chen Runian in disbelief. Did we really get all of these from monster drops? Wang Yin couldn't help but confirm. Chen Runian raised an eyebrow. That's right. When you farm monsters with me, not only does your experience grow fast, but the drops are abundant too. Since they dropped, everyone can choose, but don't be greedy, it might prevent your innate skills from awakening. He casually sorted the books by category. Skills fall into two major types, innate skills and acquired skills. He gestured with his hands. Innate skills automatically awaken as you delve deeper into your profession, like Ling Shui's Mystic Ice Arts or my Summoning Arts. Acquired skills are learned through skill books. These books here. Each person can only hold a limited number of skills at different levels. You're all level 13 now, so theoretically you can master 4 skills. The limit increases by 1 every 5 levels, so at level 15 you can learn 5. Everyone assessed their current situations. Wang Yin and Ling Shui had each awakened 2 innate skills. Zhang Yao had only awakened spirit attachment. Without divine almighty push, she'd be like Chen Runian with just 1 basic skill. Yu Rou was the most impressive, having awakened 3 skills at once, which naturally made her monster farming speed incredibly fast. Chen Runian also needed to supplement his offensive capabilities, so he picked up the Agile Beam that had just dropped from the boss. Agile Beam, crank, consumes 10 mental power per second, deals 1x mental attribute damage to designated location, beam can be moved. The system description was cold and concise. Learn. Successfully learned crank skill, Agile Beam. Detecting host learning low quality skill, automatically upgraded to SSS rank. Cooldown, 10 days. There's actually such a good thing? He was stunned for a moment, then immediately opened his status panel. Divine Agile Beam SSS rank. Consumes 1 mental power per second, deals 10x mental attribute damage to designated location, beam can be moved. Skill star level, 1. Awesome. After staring at it for a long time, Chen Runian could only summarize with these 2 words. Consumption reduced by 10 times, damage increased by 10 times combined. That's a 100-fold enhancement. And this was only star level 1. He secretly calculated. Era and Xiao Bai skills hadn't leveled up despite being used so many times, showing how terrifying the upgrade difficulty was. He'd have to see how many times he needed to use it before it could level up, then evaluate its true power. His teammates also began making their selections. Yu Rou took Agile Movement to enhance mobility. Ling Shui chose Agile Arts for more flexible elemental manipulation. Wang Yin selected Agile Fist Technique, which suited his close combat style. Zhang Yao unexpectedly grabbed Berserk. Zhang Yao smiled happily. Berserk boosts all attributes, and the enhancement is even greater after spirit attachment. As for the weakness after Berserk ends, it won't affect my spirit attachment ability. Everyone agreed in unison. Great choice. To avoid attracting attention by leveling too quickly, Chen Runian reminded them. Once we're out of the secret realm, everyone should hide their information. After giving his instructions, he led the way to touch the teleportation array's light pillar. A flash of white light, and they returned to the secret realm's exit. Just as they steadied themselves, for teleportation pillars lit up almost simultaneously. The tyrannical Sky Guild, the proud mercenary group, and that Myriad Realms Corporation team that only dared to tackle normal difficulty all appeared nearby. Holy crap, for teams coming out at the same time, what are the odds? Rather than being surprised, it made sense that the legendary Wanjing group would clear dungeons so quickly. How long had they even been inside? The crowd marveled while gathering around the secret realm entrance. Some turned their attention elsewhere. Speaking of speed, Wang Yin and his team aren't slow either. Don't forget, they're running nightmare difficulty. The chatter rose and fell like waves, as lively as a pot of freshly boiled soup. Chu Tiangao and his party stood at the entrance with their character panels, class information, and equipment all displayed publicly without any concealment. Metal armor reflected the sunlight while silver blue staffs gleamed with cold light, their imposing presence radiating an undeniable arrogance. This almost provocative display of openness made the onlookers even more curious. and caused Chen Runian's heart to tighten. The special Heart of Agility fragment would only drop from first kill bosses, and if this team had arrived a day earlier, the fragment he desperately desired would likely have slipped through his fingers. Even more troubling was that these players would very likely challenge Hell difficulty. Hell mode had one additional restriction compared to Nightmare. Entrance must be level 15. But everyone present was only level 13, still 2 levels short of the threshold. When compared to the hastily assembled, low-quality teams from Batian Guild and Awu Mercenary Group, they immediately felt inferior, like a ragtag militia facing fully armed elite forces. Chu Tiangao surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and clear, each word falling like a drumbeat. Through our verification, the normal difficulty Heart of Agility has already dropped. Unfortunately, it's not in our possession. So, which of your 3 teams obtained it? Perhaps we could make a trade. That single statement ignited the entire plaza. The treasure everyone thought hadn't dropped had apparently already appeared in the world, causing an immediate uproar. Members of Batian Guild and Awu Mercenary Group exchanged bewildered glances. Yuero widened her student-like innocent eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, it already dropped? Then why did Batian Guild and Awu Mercenary Group keep saying it hadn't? If I'd known, this assassin would have started running dungeons earlier. He'd been too afraid to make any moves." Her reaction was so genuine that no one could doubt it. In fact, aside from Chen Runian and Zhang Yao, no one knew that the normal difficulty Heart of Agility had been given to Zhang Kuei. Moreover, since Chen Runian's personal drops were only visible to himself, the Heart of Agility he obtained in Nightmare mode remained completely unknown to others. Wang Yin clenched his fists, veins bulging, his face a mixture of unwillingness and anger. Just as I suspected, it hasn't dropped was all an excuse. Running it so many times without a drop? No matter how low the drop rate, it wouldn't be this bad. Too bad we didn't get past those elite enhanced monsters this time, and had to retreat halfway. He took a deep breath. No, we're running it again. Only Nightmare difficulty has a chance at that precious Heart of Agility. He looked at Chen Runian. Xiaoyan, forget normal mod, let's continue with Nightmare. This time we'll definitely clear it, and claim that Heart of Agility. Chen Runian nodded obediently, taking out a secret realm teleportation talisman. As the talisman flickered with faint light, he and Wang Yan's team once again entered the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Watching this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances again. Yuero's sincere wide eyes and Wang Yan's obsessive determination convinced everyone that they truly hadn't obtained the treasure. So then, which team among the rest of you was the one that got the drop? The teams from Batian Guild and Awu Mercenary Group stared at each other, filled with mutual suspicion. Impressive. Both your teams are such convincing actors that I can't even tell who actually got it. The inspector from Wanjing Corporation surveyed the scene, his voice dripping with cold mockery. Li Yun's squad from Batian Guild exchanged bewildered glances. They truly hadn't obtained the Heart of Vitality, which meant it had to be Awu Mercenary Group. The members of Awu Mercenary Group instinctively fixed their wary gazes on Li Yun, their eyes full of suspicion. This guy clearly had the Heart of Vitality himself, yet still wanted to frame them? But with Wanjing Corporation's expert watching like a hawk, even if they really had obtained the Heart of Vitality, they couldn't admit it, let alone when they hadn't gotten it at all. As the atmosphere reached a stalemate, Lu Xiaohe spoke with calm composure. Let's clear the Nightmare difficulty first. The Vitality Secret Realm has 3 Hearts of Vitality in total, so letting them have one doesn't matter. I doubt they'd dare attempt Nightmare difficulty anyway. We need to hurry before Wang Yan's team beats us to it. With that decisive statement, Chu Tiangao immediately nodded and led his team toward the Nightmare level entrance. Meanwhile, Chen Runian's 5-person team had just teleported out of the Secret Realm, only to flash back to the entrance. Yuro wiped away sweat and asked in confusion, Wang Yan, didn't we already clear it? Why are we saying we haven't? I don't know either, Brother Nian told me to say that. Wang Yan replied with a bitter smile. Ling Shui was equally puzzled. Chen Runian, we're exhausted from that run. Why are we going back in? All eyes turned to Chen Runian, who didn't hide anything. I want the Hell level boss first kill. Only the first kill drops the special item I need. But Hell difficulty requires at least level 15, with all monster attributes multiplied by 5, making it far more terrifying than current Nightmare difficulty. If we wait to get level 15 equipment first, we'd secure the first kill easily. But Chu Tinggao's team is fully equipped with level 15 gear and truly has the strength to clear Hell difficulty, so I'm worried they'll beat us to it. That's why we need to level up quickly. As for lying about not clearing it, that's to throw people off our trail and prevent them from disrupting our rhythm. Everyone finally understood. Brother Nian, we'll follow your lead. What's the plan? Yuro was the first to voice her support. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Runian quickly laid out the strategy. For the fastest leveling, we'll charge straight into the monster packs, then make a beeline from the packs to the boss. My pets will handle the monster packs, and BOSS Ha and Xiao Bai are the fastest, saving us travel time. We'll spread out across different areas to clear wandering monsters, trying to gain as much experience as possible before Erha and Xiao by take down the Vitality Deermen. Let's aim to finish each run in 2 hours and repeat it multiple times. Yu Rou and Wang Yan, you two have strong survival abilities, so take separate routes. Ling Shui is a mage, so she'll come with me for large-scale AoE attacks. Exiting the secret realm consumes entry tokens, so repeatedly leaving would be wasteful. We'll just cycle through this one pattern. Finishing his explanation, he looked toward Erha. After random speed enhancement and Zhang Yao's spirit attachment, Erha's movement speed approached 3,500 points, enough to drag Xiao Bai along in a mad dash from the monster packs to the boss location in under half an hour. It was precisely because of them that he dared entrust the entire latter half of the battle to his pets. With the map sharing complete, the hunt officially began. Yu Rou's figure flickered and vanished like a shadow among the trees, while Wang Yin sprinted off in his designated direction. Chen Runian raised his staff and gestured. Let's go. Ling Zhu, there's a 30-strong monster pack over there that we can wipe out in one wave. The two arrived at the monster pack's location, where a group of level 13 charging rams awaited them. After estimating the distance, Chen Runian suggested, let's just pick them off one by one from range. No need. Ling Xue shook her head, though a hint of worry flickered in her eyes as she looked up. I'll use my area effect skill. I can't one-shot charging rams on nightmare difficulty. If they charge at us, we won't be able to withstand them. Don't worry, they won't even touch us. Chen Runian smiled with casual confidence. Ling Xue had always trusted him. She formed hand seals, and a blue-white magic circle erupted outward. The large-scale control spell, Frozen Wasteland, instantly spread across the battlefield. Frost and snow froze the ground as over 30 charging rams burst into frenzied motion, but the ice drastically slowed their movement, placing them perfectly within Chen Runian's optimal range. Divine skill Agile Light Beam. He stood with arms outstretched as his mental power transformed into blazing white pillars of light. Dealing 18,000 damage per second plus 10 times mental power enhancement, the light beams cut down charging rams one after another wherever they struck. With Chen Runian's total attributes, including equipment, now exceeding 1,800 points, the sweeping beams eliminated nearly one charging ram with each blink of an eye. In mere moments, all 30-plus monsters were annihilated without a single one coming within 10 feet of the pair. Ling Xue stood frozen in place. That's really Agile Light Beam? How is it so terrifying in your hands? Here I am, a mighty mystic ice mage, reduced to playing support. Mages become stronger in the late game. If you could clear the field with one move, I wouldn't get a chance to act. Chen Runian's tone remained calm. Being support isn't bad either, low consumption, and you'll get your turn to shine soon enough. Ling Xue smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement. She understood that when mental power and skills combined, a mage's true terror would be revealed. Time flew by as their experience bars surged upward. At 1 hour and 55 minutes into the secret realm, Era and Xiao Bai successfully defeated the special enhanced Agile Deerman, clearing the dungeon directly. Not bad. Though we didn't clear the entire map this time, we still killed 70% of the monsters. Chen Runian glanced at his status panel. His experience had skyrocketed by 40, pushing him to level 13 with 60 progress. One more run, and I'll hit level 14. As for how many runs it'll take to go from 14 to 15, I honestly haven't calculated that yet. Meanwhile, Chu Tiangao's team was still cautiously advancing through the first half of the secret realm. The triple attribute monsters kept them on edge despite their high-grade equipment. Li Xiaoxiao suddenly frowned. My sixth sense is telling me that the agile heart here has already been taken by someone. Everyone turned to look at her. After pondering, Chu Tiangao shook his head. That's unlikely. Apart from our Myriad Realms Corporation, no other forces in the area capable of level suppression are based in Huiquan City. This secret realm only appeared a few days ago, and there are only newly transferred rookies nearby. Do you think they could clear nightmare difficulty? Or are you counting on those two teams with professional quality below rank to complete it? Everyone nodded in agreement, but Li Xiaoxiao persisted. Team leader Chu, what about that Wang Yin squad then? Except for Chen Runian, who was dead weight, the rest were all S-class professionals decked out in golden gear, and they had just emerged from nightmare difficulty. How could they possibly fail to clear it? Chu Tiangao frowned, muttering this under his breath. He quickly ran through the calculations in his mind, then shook his head. Based on the timeline from people around here, Wang Yan's team had just entered the secret realm when we arrived. You could tell their assassin had no clue about the Agile Heart's existence, and Wang Yan himself admitted to failing nightmare difficulty. We pushed straight through normal difficulty for the fastest clear time, only getting held up by monster packs and bosses, which is why we came out around the same time as them. Do you really think they could clear nightmare difficulty as fast as we cleared normal? Li Xiaoxiao was stunned by his reasoning. After thinking it through carefully, it really didn't seem possible. Chu Tiangao pointed to a freshly killed monster nearby, its corpse still bleeding. Nightmare difficulty monsters have triple stats, making them exponentially harder to kill, which definitely extends the clear time. At our current pace, we've only cleared a quarter in 2 hours. The monster packs will take even longer, probably 10 hours for a full clear. And that's with our gear and levels, let alone theirs. Let's focus on clearing this dungeon first. He wiped the blood from his palms and said grimly, if we don't get a first clear notification after finishing, we'll rest tomorrow night and go straight for hell difficulty. I refuse to believe anyone at this stage would dare touch that tier. Everyone nodded. Right. Let's get through Nightmare first, so we know what to expect for hell difficulty. Don't get careless, this agility secret realm is way harder than regular level 15 dungeons. Li Xiaoxiao added. Meanwhile, Chen Runian's group was once again teleported out of the secret realm in a flash of light. The players grinding nearby immediately started whispering when they saw them. Not so fast. Did they wipe again? Young people are too impatient, haste makes waste. Just how rich is the organization backing them to keep attempting nightmare runs? Before the chatter died down, Chen Runian's group finished resupplying on the spot and dove right back in, selecting nightmare difficulty without hesitation. The onlooking players were dumbfounded. Holy shit, they're going back in. Only one thing slowed down their dungeon runs: the sheer size of the secret realm. Even with Arrow running at full sprint, it took over an hour to get from entrance to exit in a straight line. Clearing in under 2 hours was already pushing the limits. Over the next 4 nightmare runs, they went all out. Potions and scrolls flew like they were free, crowd control and burst damage rotated seamlessly. After 4 rounds, everyone reached level 14 with their experience bars sitting at 60. 5 consecutive high-intensity runs left everyone exhausted. Era and Xiaobai, the dog and cat, were sprawled on the ground like puddles of fluffy liquid. Sensing his pet's poor condition, Chen Runian simply recalled them to their contract space. When Wang Yan's group emerged from the teleportation array, their legs were so wobbly they could barely stand. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Chen Runian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hearing this, Wang Yan and the others practically floated with relief. Even Era and Xiaobai were too tired to find a corner to nap in the secret realm. As they emerged once more, they happened to run into Chu Tiangao's group again. Chu Tiangao and his companions observed Wang Yan's 5-person team, though everyone's level information was now hidden, making it impossible for Chu Tiangao to discern their actual levels. Xiao Xiao, just as you predicted, the nightmare level Heart of Agility has indeed been claimed, he murmured in a low voice. It seems Wang Yan's squad must have obtained it. At least the nightmare difficulty clear is certain. His nearby teammates also showed knowing expressions. The opposing team's speed in clearing nightmare difficulty was comparable to their own clear time on normal difficulty, yet now they all looked exhausted, as if ready to collapse. Such a contrast was quite unusual. A man who had been lingering nearby, hoping to squeeze more benefits from the Wanjing Corporation, quickly stepped forward. Sir, you jest. These few have gone in and out of the secret realm 4 or 5 times, each attempt lasting only about 2 hours. With such short durations, they must have been forced to retreat halfway through. How could they possibly have cleared it? 4 or 5 attempts. Chu Tiangao raised an eyebrow slightly, his teammates also showing some surprise. Should we admire your persistence, or say you've wasted your secret realm entry tokens? He shook his head with a TSK, casually mocking. By the way, esteemed ones, the man turned to Chu Tiangao with a fawning smile. With your extraordinary abilities, nightmare difficulty is naturally no challenge. Might the Heart of Agility already be in your possession? Chu Tiangao ignored him, merely shaking his head with regret. He walked directly toward Wang Yan, approaching step by step with a condescending gaze. Wang Yan, is the Heart of Agility in your hands? Besides your team, who else has attempted nightmare difficulty? The obsequious man rushed forward again, eagerly answering. Sir, just ask me. Apart from your 2 teams, the Proud Mercenary Group and Tyrannical Guild each sent a team down, but they all retreated quickly, just like Wang Yan's group. I dare assert the nightmare difficulty Heart of Agility definitely hasn't dropped. If Wang Yan's team had obtained it, they would have fled long ago instead of repeatedly farming it 3 or 4 times. Chu Tiangao squinted at him for a moment. The man felt his hair stand on end. Holy Shield Knight Zhao Chongwei stepped forward, delivering an uppercut to the man's abdomen that launched him half a meter into the air, followed immediately by a sweeping kick that sent him flying dozens of meters away. Speak when asked, shut up when not. Considering you helped earlier, I'll spare your life. Interrupt again, death. The man crashed into a thick tree, spitting up a mouthful of blood, as if his internal organs had been crushed, able only to clutch his stomach and wail in agony. Witnessing this, all onlookers fell silent, no longer envying his earlier gains. Zhao Chongwei returned to formation as Chu Tiangao's gaze refocused on Wang Yan. Answer. Wang Yan shook his head. I didn't obtain the Heart of Agility. As for whether other teams have cleared it, I don't know. Chu Tiangao scoffed lightly, his eyes full of arrogance. Since you don't have it, then shut up. He surveyed the team members behind Wang Yan. Mage Ling Shui, the burden-like Chen Runian, support Zhang Yao, and an assassin who appeared rather simple-minded. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Yuro. Yuro, Tell me, have you actually cleared the nightmare difficulty secret realm or not? Yuro instinctively began to speak. They cleared it. On their first attempt at nightmare difficulty, they broke through in just a few hours, and later compressed their record to 2 hours per run. Yuro brandished her dagger, her bright eyes sparkling with pride. What nightmare difficulty? Under this assassin's blade, it's no different from normal mode. She finished with a smug wink. Wang Yin looked desperate, but seemed to have his throat sealed, unable to utter a single word. Chen Runian understood the situation and explained for him. He's an S-rank spirit speaker with powerful verbal control abilities. Since you two have lower mental strength than him, you're naturally being led around. Despicable. Yuro couldn't help but exclaim, while Chu Tiangao's expression darkened. Chu Tiangao had always prided himself on being well-informed, but he never expected Chen Runian to know even the minor traits of spirit speakers so well, nor did he anticipate that Yuro hadn't been completely controlled. He stared at Yuro, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Truly unexpected that you, an assassin, could avoid my guidance. Yuro was stunned. She had just revealed all their secrets, so how could that count as not falling for it? Her confused expression carried a hint of foolishness that left Chu Tiangao unable to tell if she was genuinely stupid or just pretending. If Yuro really had cleared it in 2 hours, then Wang Yan's team was impossibly fast. But if she was lying, this assassin's acting was terrifyingly convincing. This made him suddenly think of a type of performance-based assassin, people who could transform into exactly what their prey wanted to see, then deliver a killing blow once close enough, while also possessing extremely high mental attributes. Terrifying. Chu Tiangao felt secretly alarmed as a chill crept up his spine. If such an assassin targeted him, he might not even know how he died. To distinguish truth from lies, he only needed to ask one simple question. Chu Tiangao fixed his gaze on Yuro. Yuro, let me ask again, who is your team captain? Yuro instinctively looked toward Chen Runian and pointed. Of course it's Chen Runian. The moment the words left her mouth, she quickly covered her lips, her eyes widening like saucers. The instant that answer came out, Chu Tiangao understood Yuro hadn't been influenced by him at all. Their captain was clearly Wang Yan, yet she specifically said it was Chen Runian, who had the lowest combat power and in frank profession. If she wanted to lie, she should have at least chosen someone more convincing like Ling Shui. Wasn't this just mocking him? Seeing Chu Tiangao's ugly expression, Chen Runian spoke calmly. Yuro, stop always telling the truth. Today's been exhausting enough, and you've made it mentally draining too. Let's go, time to head back and rest. He produced a teleportation jade talisman, and the other 4 also took out their talismans. With gentle squeezes, 5 flashes of light appeared, and everyone vanished from the spot. Li Xiaoxiao stepped forward. Captain Chu, what's really going on with them? Chu Tiangao shook his head, defeat evident in his voice. I can't figure them out. Wang Yin was telling the truth, really doesn't have a heart of vitality on him. But Yuro's claims, judge for yourselves. Clearing nightmare difficulty in 2 hours? Chen Runian as captain? Every single claim was utterly absurd. Yet if the hearts of vitality hadn't fallen into their hands, could they all have gone to the tyrannical guild and proud mercenary group? After much deliberation, the 5 remained completely puzzled and could only direct their suspicions toward those 2 major factions. Meanwhile, Li Ao and Yang Kuang each shivered in their respective residences, as if being stalked by wild beasts. Both felt uneasy. They were already master-level figures, so why would they have such ominous premonitions? After a moment's thought, they decided not to dwell on it, and began planning how to recruit personnel and form new high-quality teams for dungeon runs. After all, since the hearts of vitality from normal difficulty had been obtained by others, they could only focus on higher-level instances. The 5 of them teleported to Zhang Kuei's residence, and Chen Runian couldn't help but laugh. Even the ice-cold beauty Ling Shui kept smiling. Only Yuro hung her head low, her voice full of self-blame. Sigh. It's all my fault. I didn't expect to blurt everything out like that. Chen Runian, I'm sorry. Chen Runian reached out and gently ruffled her hair, comforting her warmly. Don't worry, Yuro. I'm laughing because they simply don't believe the truth you told them. You answered everything honestly, but that Chu Tiangao treated your words as mockery. Ling Shui picked up the conversation with a light, teasing tone. Exactly. When Chu Tiangao finally asked who the real captain of our team was, you answered Chen Runian, with complete seriousness. Now he's definitely convinced you were making things up, and has completely given up trying to extract information. Yuro and Zhang Yao exchanged glances, then both turned their eyes toward Wang Yan. Wang Yan, however, pretended to be calm and looked up, whistling at nothing, clearly not understanding the reason either. Chen Runian and Ling Shui looked at each other and sighed helplessly. How could they not see such an obvious misunderstanding? Ling Shui patiently explained. Our squad has been led by Wang Yan from the beginning, especially in dungeon runs, and officially he's the one who accepted the mysterious organization's mission. They've always seen Wang Yan in front, but you said the captain was Chen Runian. How could they believe that? Oh, so that's how it is. Yuro suddenly understood, and Zhang Yao and Wang Yan nodded in unison, finally piecing together the whole story. All right, enough chatter. Everyone go rest. We'll meet at the same place tomorrow. Chen Runian waved his hand to conclude. The three responded and left. Zhang Yao rushed into the bathroom to shower and prepare for bed. Chen Runian didn't move, however. He turned to look at Zhang Kuei, who was sitting in the living room. Master Zhang, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Let's hear it. Zhang Kuei set down his teacup, his gaze fixed firmly on this unfathomable young man before him. Gaining 2 levels in one day, his own granddaughter skyrocketing to level 14 after following this group for just 3 days. Such exaggerated growth rates made even veteran powerhouses' scalps tingle. With only 7 days left until the college entrance exam, he truly couldn't imagine what heights these kids might reach. It's nothing major. Chen Runian's tone was relaxed. I'd like you to help sell some materials and purchase necessities for us. We've obtained quite a few things from the secret realms, but I'm too lazy to handle the trading myself. No problem. Zhang Kuei readily agreed. How much material do you have? What's the approximate value? The stuff? Well, there's a tiny bit. Chen Runian smiled with casual indifference. As for the value, I honestly haven't counted. Just handle it as you see fit, Master Zhang. As his words fell, he flicked his sleeve, and his spatial ring flashed with light. In the next instant, the spoils from the ethereal bamboo secret realm and agile secret realm poured out like a tide, filling the entire living room. Equipment of rare grade and below only, but in tremendous variety, even arranged in complete sets. Jade bamboo segments, agile rabbit meat, and other monster drops, all laid out for sale. Several skill books glowing with pale golden light. With Chen Runian's absurd 100 drop rate, combined with the thousands upon thousands of monsters in the secret realms, the entire room was packed to the brim, stretching as far as the eye could see. Gulp. Zhang Kuei swallowed hard. For someone of his high status and power, these items weren't top tier in quality, but they were terrifying in quantity. Once sold, this would definitely amount to an enormous fortune that couldn't be ignored. So much, he murmured to himself, his eyebrows nearly knitting together. I can't give you an exact estimate right now, but I can handle the sales for you. As for these rare grade sets, are you selling those too? Chen Runian looked at Zhang Kuei and asked. They're just a bunch of rare grade items, nothing special. Are you interested in them, Master Zhang? Zhang Kuei nodded slightly. In his view, if these rare materials could be concentrated in the hands of newly transitioned juniors, they would provide a starting point that surpassed their peers. I can't let Master Zhang go to all this trouble for nothing. Chen Runian waved his hand casually, and a complete set of low-level treasure-grade equipment appeared in a pile. These are for you. Feel free to sell the other low-quality stuff. Keeping it around just takes up space. Zhang Kuei's mouth twitched. Rare equipment that was considered scarce outside had become low quality in Chen Runian's eyes. But after receiving dozens of treasure-grade equipment pieces level 12 and below, he could only feel convinced. Compared to Chen Runian's haul, rare-grade items truly weren't much. Leave it to me. Zhang Kuei solemnly accepted the items. With this payment, I guarantee I'll get you a good price. Chen Runian bowed in thanks and then departed. Having Zhang Kuei handle the sales was mainly because he simply had too much stuff. Just the 2,000 agile horses and agile birds alone, he had farmed 6 times over. He had tens of thousands of portions each of agile horse meat and agile bird feathers, items that currently only came from the agile secret realm and wouldn't be cheap. Add to that the piles of equipment. If he sold them personally, it would cause too much commotion. Last time when he sold the equipment from the newbie dungeon to the merchant guild, Hu Yaoyao's reaction was dramatic enough. Doing it again would be truly shocking. Chen Runian always understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. If Hu Yaoyao hadn't offered a flat rate of 1.5 times the price, he would have only planned to sell a tiny portion at the time. Night passed quickly, and when dawn broke, the team regrouped at Zhang Kuei's residence. Chen Runian received the proceeds from Zhang Kuei's sales and newly purchased supplies. 5 million Tianyuan coins deposited, an amount comparable to last time, but the quality of the secret realm items was significantly higher. Given your situation, converting money to supplies is more cost-effective. Zhang Kuei handed a storage ring to the group. Formation plates, talismans, high-grade recovery potions, healing medicines, equipment repair fluid. I picked the best specifications you can currently use. Good luck with today's dungeon runs. Chen Runian immediately distributed most of it to Ling Shui and the other 4, also giving each person a bottle of equipment repair fluid. Everyone immediately repaired their equipment that had been worn down from yesterday's intensive farming. Yuro held those high-grade resources with tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Yao grinned so widely she couldn't close her mouth, causing Zhang Kuei to nod approvingly in secret. Fortunately, they were following Chen Runian. Otherwise, these kids would probably have been targeted by others long ago. With everything ready, the group used the teleportation array Zhang Kuei had set up to return to the entrance of the agile secret realm. Unexpectedly, Chu Tiangao's team also arrived punctually. Appearing at the same time was a new team temporarily formed by the Tyrannical Sky Guild and the Arrogant Mercenary Group, with Li Ao and Yang Kuang in conversation. The two usually arrogant teams found their momentum forcibly suppressed by a notch in front of Chu Tiangao. Although Li Ao and Yang Kuang had higher levels and strong backing, they didn't dare easily provoke the flagship of Myriad Realms Corporation. Shu Tiangao glanced at the two men, and despite being 30 to 40 levels lower than them, his arrogance remained undiminished. I know your two organizations have been hoarding at least 1 to 2 agile hearts. Since you refuse to admit it, we can't be bothered to tear off the facade and fight for them. If you want to pretend, go ahead. Today, Myriad Realms Corporation's level 15 team officially declares re-challenging hell difficulty, and we'll gladly accept that final agile heart. These words caused an uproar throughout the scene. What? Challenging hell difficulty? Good God, have they lost their minds? No, wait, only the card tier squads from Myriad Realms Corporation would even qualify to attempt a Secret Realms hell difficulty. The plaza instantly erupted into chaos, with all eyes flooding toward Chu Tiangao's team like a tidal wave. While the crowd gasped in amazement, Chu Tiangao felt deeply satisfied inside, though his face only displayed a cold, arrogant smile. According to Myriad Realms Corporation's tradition, maximum difficulty challenges must be announced publicly beforehand, then crushed with absolute power to accumulate reputation and prestige among the major factions. Each public declaration was practically a victory announcement. If they succeeded, they would not only earn more points within the corporation but also advance further in the upcoming tier evolution. Just as the discussions reached their peak, Dragon Tiger Master Wang Yan led his teammates through the crowd. Shu Tiangao raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over everyone with a condescending look, his voice cold and piercing. Dragon Tiger Master Wang Yan, you should stick to grinding your nightmare difficulty. Hopefully this time you can last a bit longer and not give up halfway again. And his eyes fell provocatively on the shadow assassin Yu. Yesterday you toyed with us. Did you find it amusing? Too bad we let you escape with those teleportation scrolls. Today, when we return victorious, you must pay the price. Yu lifted her chin slightly, responding with a cold laugh. Just with you lot? This assassin was merely playing around for fun. We cleared it. We didn't fail, understand. Zhao Chongwei laughed beside them. All right. Save those words to fool yourselves. Once we get the heart of agility, we'll settle accounts with you. How dare you mess with the squite bold? Assassin Lu Xiaohe gripped his dagger, his gaze cold. Why not deal with them right now? Chu Tiangao waved his hand dismissively, his tone confident. No rush. First let them watch us clear hell difficulty while they struggle in nightmare mode. Once the forces behind them understand the gap, then we'll deal with them. Messing with Myriad Realms Guild won't get you an easy death. Zhao Chongwei chimed in, getting more excited. Exactly. Then we'll force those few into our guild as slaves for decades, keeping their levels permanently locked at 15. Every day they'll enter the agility secret realm once to farm resources for us. Killing them would only be momentary satisfaction, keeping them is steady profit. The group discussed their punishment plans as if no one else existed, their tone as casual as dividing spoils of war. Members of the nearby Dominating Heaven Guild and Proud Mercenary Group felt chills down their spines, but none dared interrupt. They couldn't afford to provoke Myriad Realms Corporation, and the mysterious force behind Wang Yan was equally troublesome. They could only watch how both sides would play their cards. Yu wanted to continue arguing back, but Chen Runian extended his hand to stop her, his voice calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. No need to waste words on these dead men walking. Hell difficulty, they won't make it through. This statement fell like a stone into a lake, stirring surprise in everyone's hearts. Wang Yan suddenly relaxed, his eyebrows rising. I see. Nothing but a paper tiger. Go ahead and challenge it if you want. Chen Runian's words carry weight. If he says you won't make it through, then you definitely won't. Finally, Wang Yan turned and waved. Chen Runian is right. Don't waste words on these useless show-offs. Let's go grind our own secret realm. Just a bunch of loudmouths. They even threatened to kill us after leaving the secret realm. How ridiculous. Not only are we evenly matched, but even if we fought right now, you'd definitely lose. Forget about them. Let's go. Wang Yan's gaze was sharp as he locked eyes with Chu Tiangao and his team for a moment before stepping into the entrance of the spirit realm, selecting nightmare difficulty. As the teleportation light flashed, he and his teammates found themselves standing on a dark bluestone path, with mist rolling in the distance and the faint roars of demonic beasts echoing through the air. The moment they landed, Chen Runian waved his hand to summon Era and Xiaobai. 2 contract lights appeared, instantly granting the entire team 800 constitution points and 800 spirit points. Feeling their power surge, everyone's spirits lifted. We need to hurry and clear 2 dungeon runs quickly, finishing before Chu Tiangao's team can complete hell difficulty. Chen Runian glanced at the timer, speaking rapidly. Wang Yan followed, puzzled. Brother Nian, didn't you say they couldn't clear hell difficulty? Why are we in such a rush? Whether they can clear hell difficulty depends on whether we can clear it before they do. Chen Runian replied meaningfully, then stopped explaining and began assigning roles. Though the others were confused, they were swept up in his urgent pace and quickly fell into the dungeon grinding rhythm. Outside the secret realm, seeing Wang Yan's team choose nightmare difficulty again, Zhao Chongwei and the crowd sneered. After all that talk, they still chose nightmare difficulty in the end. If you really want to tackle hell difficulty, you need to look at our Myriad Realms Corporation. But that Frank Profession kid sure has a foul mouth, actually cursing us to fail hell difficulty. Li Xiaoxiao tucked her hair behind her ear, blinking curiously. That Wang Yin just claimed he has the power of prophetic speeches. He really that impressive? People around began asking questions, and someone repeated the conversation between Wang Yin, Ling Shui, and Chen Runian from before their job changes. Chu Tiangao shook his head with a laugh. Prophetic speech? He just got in Frank Profession himself. It's all just coincidence. Let's go. Myriad Realms Corporation Level 15 team, departing to conquer Spirit Realm, hell difficulty. Yes. His team roared in unison, and amid the shocked cries of many agents, all 5 confirmed hell difficulty and were swallowed by the Crimson Teleportation Array. They really chose hell difficulty. My God, do you think they have a chance of clearing it? If they can't clear it, there probably aren't many teams in the world who could. I'm really hoping they succeed. I wonder if hell difficulty will have any special changes? As elites of Myriad Realms Corporation, Chu Tiangao and his team knew the changes better than anyone. Demonic beast attributes increased 5-fold, monster and boss quantities doubled. Nightmare difficulty was just numerical inflation, but hell difficulty featured exponential increases in quantity. That was the truly deadly pressure. This battle determines our future. Absolutely cannot be careless. As long as we can clear a secret realm of this difficulty, even if we killed 10 Wang Yin teams, the organization wouldn't punish us. Chu Tiangao whispered his reminder. The 5 drew their weapons and carefully advanced deeper into the secret realm. Inside the nightmare difficulty realm, Chen Runian's team maintained their rhythm, pulling monsters, crowd control, focused fire, combined with Era and Xiaobai's high-frequency skills. Their experience bars visibly climbed. After a full 2 hours, the system notification sounded. The team completed this grinding session with overall experience stopping at level 1480. Almost there. Chen Runian looked at his panel, speaking tersely. Everyone teleported back to the plaza through the exit, then immediately re-entered nightmare difficulty without pause. The surrounding audience grew increasingly confused. Wang Yan's team has been doing this since yesterday, going in and out every 2 hours. Who knows what they're up to? Newly formed teams are all unstable like this, so impatient. Even when running secret realms, they'd be better off just grinding normal difficulty for clears. Whatever, now we're just waiting for the Myriad Realms Corporation team to come out. Once they do, Wang Yan's team is doomed. I wonder if they'll let us see what the spirit heart looks like. Amid the noisy chatter, Chen Runian led his team through nearly identical procedures, pulling full monster waves, precise crowd control, instantly killing the boss spirit Deerman. Experience was precisely managed to the limit, and as the final blow landed, the corpse of the giant antlered Deerman atop the secret realm dissolved into flowing light. Panel notifications popped up simultaneously as upgrade radiance burst around all 5 members. Congratulations, your level has increased to 15. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 15. You have gained lottery chances 1, pet skill scrolls 2. Detected that host and pets have cumulatively cast various skills over 5,000 times. All skill star ratings increased by 1 level. After grinding through the nightmare level agility secret realm so many times, everyone had become completely numb to it. When the completion reward settlement screen lit up and the warm current of level advancement surged through their bodies, the entire area erupted in excitement. Everyone immediately pulled up their personal panels, eagerly checking out the changes that came with reaching level 15. In front of Chen Runian, system notifications popped up one after another. Lottery attempts 1, skill star level increased. Each message flashed by, making his heart race faster. As a seasoned lottery master, he almost reflexively opened the lottery interface. You have 1 lottery attempt available. Click anywhere to begin the draw. The familiar spinning wheel appeared with a hum, countless slots rotating at high speed, with SS-rank divine skills flashing so brightly they were dazzling. Chen Runian took a deep breath, let his finger drop, and the wheel spun with a whoosh as the pointer swept past a string of heaven-defying skills like an arrow. Stop! The pointer came to an abrupt halt, landing on a golden-edged book. Nice, a book. Chen Runian's eyes lit up. Is it a cultivation technique or a skill? The system's response was cold but clear. Congratulations. Host has obtained the book Complete Guide to Pet Food Preparation. Knowledge acquired. You have gained the SS-rank support skill Pet Food Preparation and completed a skill star level upgrade. Pet Food Preparation can craft pet foods recorded in the Complete Guide to Pet Food Preparation. Pets gain different attribute boosts and special effects upon consumption, with a maximum of 3 stackable states. Skill star level 2. A support skill? His brief euphoria was dampened by half, and Chen Runian's mouth twitched. That's it. Complaints aside, curiosity won out. He opened the Complete Guide to Pet Food Preparation and quickly flipped to the dog food chapter. Basic compound dog food strength constitution enhancement version quality, SSS. Materials: 100 pounds of combat-type demon beast meat levels 1015, yields 1 serving of dog food. Effects: restores 50 stamina, 100500 strength, 100,500 constitution. Enhancement varies with demon beast meat level. Duration: 2 hours. Reading further. Basic compound cat food speed spirit enhancement version quality. SSS. Materials: 100 pounds of speed-type demon beast meat levels 1015, yields 1 serving of cat food. Effects: restores 50 stamina, 100500 speed, 100,500 spirit. Enhancement varies with demon beast meat level. Duration: 2 hours. Holy crap, these effects are incredible. Chen Runian slammed the book shut. I was being shallow. If this isn't a divine skill, what is? Immediately, he sorted the agility-type meat he'd hunted in the secret realm by category and got busy with his portable cooking equipment. Soon, delicious aromas filled the clearing as several servings of basic compound dog food and basic compound cat food were ready. Era, Xiaobai, this is one of your rewards for all your hard work during this time. Chen Runian waved gently, pushing the food bowls forward. Era bounded over with a howl, directly knocking Chen Runian to the ground and frantically licking his face with his rough tongue. Master is the best. Besides the white cat lady, I want to be your loyal dog too. All right, I know you're a loyal dog now. Go eat. Chen Runian pushed him away and got up with a laugh and a mock scolding. On the other side, Xiaobai had already elegantly finished a few bites of cat food, her amber eyes shining like light bulbs. Not bad. This cat is quite pleased. Thank you, master. Her tone was proud yet sincere. Chen Runian took the opportunity to rub her soft little head. This is your second reward. He pulled out 2 skill scrolls glowing with golden light from his backpack. Chen Runian took out the skill scrolls and used one each on Era and Xiaobai. Using the skill scroll, your pet Era gains a new SS level skill, Come Hit Me, with the skill star rating upgraded to level 2. Immediately after, the second scroll transforms into silver light and merges into Xiaobai's body. Your pet Xiaobai gains a new SS level skill, Soul Captivating, with the skill star rating also upgraded to level 2. Era, who was gnawing on a bone, suddenly jumps up after hearing the notification, wildly waving his paws in the air. Master is invincible. This husky is taking off again. Woohoo. Xiaobai elegantly flicks her tail, satisfaction gleaming in her golden vertical pupils. Not bad, not bad. This cat is quite pleased with this skill too. Both pets are in high spirits due to their newly learned skills, taking turns circling around their master. Chen Runian watches the golden text continuously refreshing on the panel. Feeling equally delighted, was already surprised when his previously learned support skills automatically upgraded to level 2. And now his pet skills have also directly leveled up, which is simply a huge profit. Nice. The newly learned skills also automatically upgraded to level 2. But this husky's skill, why does it sound so weird? He mutters to himself while pointing his finger to expand Era's detailed attributes. Name, Era. Strength, 4,1200. Speed, 4,400. Constitution, 4,400. Spirit, 6. Talent 1, Damage Absorption. Talent 2, Heaven-Wrecking, Earth-Shaking. Skill 1, Divine Bite. Unleashes bite damage with 15 times strength burst. Target loses bleeding damage equal to 2 times Era's strength per second. Skill star rating, 2. Skill 2, Divine Howl. Howling Shockwave deals 10 times strength damage to enemies who hear it. Bewildered status, stunning for 6 seconds. Skill star rating, 2. Skill 3, Moon Howling Shadow Clone. Condenses 2 Moon Howling clones with independent action capabilities. Gains massive attribute bonuses under moonlight. Skill star rating, 2. Skill 4, Wisdom Gaze. Reduces target's mental power and intelligence by 150. Triggers panic, increases obedience, reduces target's all attributes by 15. Skill star rating, 2. Skill 5, Come Hit Me, SS level taunt. Greatly increases aggro value, forcing enemies to frantically attack oneself. Own constitution increases by 10 times. Skill star rating, 2. On the panel, all 5 skills have advanced to 2-star level, with visibly explosive improvements in effects. For Chen Runian, the most useful remains Moon Howling Shadow Clone, now able to summon 2 clones at once, directly doubling dungeon clearing efficiency. The brand new Come Hit Me makes him sigh that it's truly worthy of being Era's skill. 10 times Constitution combined with damage absorption makes it practically a walking fortress, capable of scaring enemies senseless just by standing there taking hits. If enemies discover this dog gets tougher the more you hit it, they'll probably question their existence. Chen Runian can't help but imagine Era arrogantly shouting "Come hit me" at opponents, then getting gang beaten while running around everywhere, almost bursting into laughter. Recently, Era has been getting beaten up almost daily in the leveling area. After upgrading, his strength, speed, and constitution are all stuck at exactly 4,000 points, as if deliberately calibrated by the system. Chen Runian silently complains. These values are too neat. Does the system have OCD? But he has to admit that with current attributes, Era is already comparable to an SS-level main combat profession fully equipped with gold gear. Adding the 5 divine skills, solo fighting same-tier professions would be an easy crushing victory. He closes Era's panel, still wearing a smile, and shifts his gaze to the light screen floating on the other side looking toward the white cat's attributes. Name, Xiaobai. Strength, 2,500-400. Speed, 3,800-400. Constitution, 2,400. Spirit, 5,000-1,200. Talent 1, Natural Charm. Talent 2, Shapeshifting. Skill 1, Meow Iron Fist swings cat paws to strike opponents, dealing 10x strength damage and applying a cat claw mark that inflicts 3x spirit damage per second. Skill level 2. Skill 2, 10,000 cats summoning unleashes numerous cat phantoms that charge at targets, dealing 10x spirit damage and creating a pulling effect. Skill level 2. Skill 3. Charm Awaken talent skill that can inflict charm status on targets with lower spirit than the user, interrupting enemy skills and dealing 2x spirit damage. Skill level 2. Skill 4. Soul Capture SSS-rank active skill that forcibly controls individuals with spirit power less than twice the user's own, granting complete bodily control for 15 seconds. During consciousness takeover, partial thoughts of the target can be read. Skill level 2. From birth, Xiaobai possessed dual talents. The first talent, Natural Charm, imbued every gesture with allure, capable of stirring both hostility and affection even while lying still. The second talent, Shapeshifting, served as a passport to higher life forms, granting the ability to freely switch between human and beast forms at will. These innate advantages destined it for greatness. The attribute panel was nothing short of luxurious. Strength at 2,500, with an additional 400 in combat, capable of shattering heavy armor with a single punch. Speed at 3,800, plus 400 burst potential, allowing it to outmaneuver peers without preparation. Constitution at 2,000, with an extra 400 resilience, providing survivability rivaling tank-type beasts. Spirit power at 5,000, plus 1,200 maximum capacity, giving it superiority in mental confrontations. With all 4 skills reaching level 2, Xiaobai's offensive and defensive systems underwent complete upgrades. 1. Meow Iron Fist. When the fluffy boxing glove struck, the impact of 10x strength value directly shredded defenses. As the punch landed, it left behind a pale golden cat paw mark that burned with 3x spirit damage each second. Even enemies who survived the initial impact struggled against this persistent burn. 2. 10,000 cats summoning hundreds of cat shadows materialized behind Xiaobai, overwhelming targets in a feline avalanche. The moment these phantoms exploded, 10x spirit power surged into opponents' consciousness while generating a pulling force that dragged enemies toward the phantom core, severely hampering their movements. 3. Charm, the evolved skill from Talent Awakening. With just a subtle glance, targets with lower spirit power fell into dizzying enchantment. Unlike the old version's simple control, the current charm also burst with 2x spirit damage and could forcibly interrupt enemy skill preparations at crucial moments. 4. Soul Capture, an SS-rank active skill. Once Xiaobai's spirit power locked onto a target, it could directly commandeer individuals with spirit power less than twice its own. The target's body would completely obey its commands for 15 seconds. More terrifyingly, during consciousness takeover, Xiaobai could read portions of the target's secret thoughts, making it a heaven-defying tool for both assassination and manipulation. In terms of attribute growth, Xiaobai matched or exceeded Erha's development. While lacking Erha's Damagito amplification passive ability, it still pushed base speed to 3,800 before bonuses and forcefully broke through the 5,000 barrier in spirit power. After skills reached level 2, their potency increased exponentially, revealing the terrifying foundation of SS-rank abilities. The transformation of the charm skill was particularly notable, evolving from simple confusion to combining damage with interruption, capable of directly crushing enemy minds during their preparation phases with immediate effect. The newly added Soul Capture gave Xiaobai even greater power. When facing beasts with lower spirit power, once the skill activated, opponents often had no chance to struggle and could only submit to manipulation. Examining this series of stats and skills, every aspect proclaimed the extraordinary bloodline of a divine tier pet. Seeing such attributes, only one thought arose in the protagonist's mind. Truly worthy of a divine tier pet. With these stats, wouldn't he be able to dominate hell itself? The 6,200 mental power after the boost wasn't even Xiaobai's limit. Once Xiaobai transformed, it could equip human gear, and with his drop rates, arranging a full golden equipment set for Xiaobai would be a piece of cake. In Chen Runian's inventory, the most suitable gear for everyone was the level 15 golden quality agility set and its corresponding pieces. Agility staff, golden quality, mental 800, skill casting speed 10, one of the 6-piece set's core items. Agility set 66, golden, speed 300, mental 300, strength 200, constitution 200. Chen Runian could practically assemble a complete golden equipment set with every dungeon run. At this moment, beyond having one set per person, he still had an entire extra set remaining. When the agility set was equipped on Xiaobai's human form, its mental power instantly soared to 7,300 points. Combined with its existing skills, it was practically unstoppable. Chen Runian's eyes gleamed. At the same level, probably no one had higher mental power than Xiaobai. Controlling the battlefield would be effortless. He then pulled up his skill panel. 1. Divine Almighty Push repels all objects and attacks around the body, dealing 10x mental value damage to surroundings. Can be concentrated at designated locations with reduced range and damage. Skill level 2. 2. Divine Agility Beam consumes 1 mental power per second, releases light attribute attacks at designated positions, dealing 15x mental damage. The beam can be freely controlled and moved. Skill level 2. With his mental power now dramatically increased, the overall power of both skills had improved 5-fold, greatly boosting his confidence for Hell level difficulty. Everyone equipped these level 15 golden sets. We're going to conquer Hell difficulty. With that, he handed 4 agility sets to Wang Yin and the other 3. Though everyone was mentally prepared, they were still stunned speechless by his casual production of 4 complete golden equipment sets. My god, 800 attributes per piece. Whoa, the 6-piece set bonus adds another 1,000. The full set bonus is higher than individual pieces. So this is a level 15 golden equipment set? Absolutely terrifying. Amazing. My attributes literally doubled after equipping this. Brother Chun, if we went to farm nightmare level now, we could probably clear 80% of the monsters in 2 hours. Zhang Yao and Yuro were thrilled to receive the equipment Chen Runian had promised, clutching their golden gear with obvious delight. After Yuro finished changing equipment, she excitedly rushed toward Chen Runian, only to be silently pulled back by Lingxue. Oh come on, Lingxue. I just wanted to thank this handsome, wealthy, invincible guy. I wasn't trying to assassinate him. Yuero explained with a pout. Chen Runian felt speechless, his mind full of complaints, but not knowing where to begin. Zhang Yao trotted over and stared at Lingxue, asking, Lingxue, you're so protective about keeping Shiro away from Chen Runian. Is he your boyfriend? Lingshue's cheeks instantly turned bright red as she frantically shook her head. No, we're not. Then do you like him? Zhang Yao and Yuero pressed from both sides, making Lingshue's face turn even redder under their scrutiny. Finally, she cried out. Oh, forget it. If you want to hug him, just go ahead. Yay. Zhang Yao and Yuero flanked Chen Runian from both sides, wrapping him in a warm embrace. Ling Shui stood nearby, first stunned, then stamped her feet in frustration. She wanted to squeeze in but couldn't bring herself to do it, so she could only watch longingly, feeling a twinge of envy in her heart. Chen Runian found himself sandwiched between 2 soft, warm forces, his entire body freezing in place. This was a real hug. And it actually felt pretty nice. Wang Yan's eyes widened as he watched, green with envy. Brother Nian really is something else. His luck with women is absolutely insane. He secretly glanced at the 3 stunning beauties, each with their own unique charm, and thought to himself, if I were a woman, I'd probably fall for this guy too. Lost in his wild thoughts, Wang Yan's eyes met Chen Runian's. Chen Runian caught that strange look in his gaze and suddenly shivered. All right, enough fooling around. Chen Runian cleared his throat and gently peeled the 2 girls off himself. We're targeting hell difficulty. Chu Tiangao and his team have been in there for hours. Can't let them clear it first. Roger that, Captain Chun. Everyone responded in unison. The group exited the secret realm and appeared before the teleportation array. The onlookers around them weren't surprised. Yesterday this same team had done exactly this, making trips every 2 hours and grinding all day long. They came out about 10 minutes later this time, someone in the crowd said, checking their stopwatch. My calculations were pretty accurate, right? They're going in again, definitely nightmare difficulty again. Another person waved dismissively. Before the words had finished leaving their mouth, the teleportation crystal suddenly burst with deep crimson light. Wait, that color's wrong. Holy shit, they selected hell level. The surrounding area immediately erupted in chaos. Many people rubbed their eyes to confirm what they were seeing on the information panel. Is this real? Is it really hell difficulty? Oldly, are your eyes playing tricks on you? I'm not blind, it's definitely hell difficulty. Sharp intakes of breath echoed one after another as everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Li Ao and Yang Kuang, 2 guild core members, felt their hearts pounding so hard they nearly jumped out of their throats. That's insane. You need to be level 15 to enter hell difficulty. They're already level 15? The crowd scalps tingled level 15 across the board on just the 4th day after class change. Yesterday when they threatened Wang Yan, he was only level 12, and now they'd left him 3 levels behind. Everyone who knew anything understood that leveling became harder at higher levels. But that rule seemed completely irrelevant to this team. It's not even 2 p.m. yet. At this rate, they might hit level 16 tonight. Level 16 4 days after class change, just thinking about it is terrifying. Someone suddenly remembered another scene from last night and lowered their voice. Do you think, given the current situation, when spirit speaker Chu Tiangao used his spirit influence on that shadow assassin yesterday, the shadow assassin Yuro was actually telling the complete truth? This statement served as a wake-up call for everyone. The crowd's minds raced back to Yuro's initial, outrageous assessment, and their breathing involuntarily caught. If what she said was true, that small team had actually cleared a nightmare difficulty dungeon in just 2 hours? And Chen Runian, the most inconspicuous member within Frank Pet Summoner profession, was actually the captain of this terrifying squad? Recalling how they had been frequently entering and exiting nightmare-level dungeons over just a few days, everyone suddenly realized this wasn't ordinary dungeon clearing at all, but power leveling. The thought that someone was treating nightmare difficulty as an experience farming ground instantly electrified the atmosphere. Normal difficulty takes us over 6 hours. Chu Tinggao's team spent 5 hours on their first normal difficulty run, and that was already incredible. Yesterday, they equipped full treasure grade gear and still spent a full 10 hours on nightmare difficulty. If Yuro wasn't exaggerating, Chen Runian's team only needed 2 hours by the most conservative combat power calculation. They were at least 5 times stronger than Chu Tinggao's group. 5 times. Everyone felt a chill, finding it so outrageous they wondered if the team had mastered some speedrun technique. However, Li Yun's team, who had just retreated from normal difficulty not long ago, immediately threw cold water on this theory. Speedrun? You probably don't know how massive the agility secret realm is. Even ignoring those 2,000 demon beasts and sprinting at maximum speed the entire way, it takes over 4 hours just to get from the entrance to the final boss, and that's running non-stop, without any breaks. He even gestured emphatically. I really can't imagine how they could possibly be faster. The nearby proud mercenary group nodded in agreement, further confirming the fact that the dungeon was enormous and traversing it was extremely time-consuming. By comparison, Chen Runian's team's 2-hour legend seemed even more incredible. Could they have just farmed the first 2,000 demon beasts and then force quit? Someone speculated, but Li Ao shook his head in denial. Exiting midway requires using a dungeon teleportation talisman, and you get thrown out with extremely unstable landing posture. But look, every time they appear, they're perfectly steady. Clearly, they completed the dungeon normally. Li Ao waved the teleportation talisman in his hand, mockingly berating himself. I was so focused on being shocked earlier that I didn't think of this detail. How careless of me. However, the mystery remained unsolved. Some people were still puzzled. But 2 hours isn't even enough time to run to the end, let alone kill monsters and level up. Yet their levels are rising rapidly, proving they definitely slaughtered massive numbers of demon beasts. The crowd fell silent again, but their hearts were collectively racing. The more they calculated, the more outrageous it seemed. The more they thought about it, the more their scalps tingled. They could no longer imagine what method Chen Runian's team had used to conquer the agility secret realm. At this moment, many gazes focused on that consistently low-key, yet extremely handsome young man. Someone clicked their tongue. That summoner kid is definitely not simple. 4 S-rank professionals are willing to serve as his team members. That says it all. What was even more shocking was that in just 4 days, Chen Runian's level had shot up to 15. It was common knowledge that Frank Professions faced a major bottleneck at level 10, yet he seemed to encounter no obstacles whatsoever. By the way, Wang Yin also mentioned that he suspected Chen Runian possessed word becomes reality abilities, someone added. If that's really the case, Chu Tiangao and his team's chances of clearing hell difficulty are probably slim. Everyone thought of that handsome face, their minds filled with countless thoughts. Don't underestimate this Frank Profession. This guy reached level 8 on his very first day in the newbie dungeon. Level 8 on the first day in a newbie dungeon? Are you kidding me? Someone in the crowd immediately questioned. I can vouch for that. Another player stepped forward, his voice even louder than before. Lu Hao was level 5 when he lost to him, and he had to crawl on the ground barking like a dog right in front of his own father. Lu Hao's father, Lu Tianyu, a 4th-tier peak warrior infinitely close to master level, was standing right there. The thought of this level 49 powerhouse witnessing his son crawling and barking like a dog in front of him, yet being completely helpless to do anything about it, sent chills down everyone's spine. What kind of background could make even Lu Tianyu bow his head? Could they themselves swallow such humiliation? With this realization, the onlookers finally understood that Chen Runian's origins might be far more complex than they had imagined. Those who had previously mocked Chen Runian's team and complained about them wasting teleportation talismans by repeatedly entering and exiting the secret realm now wished they could slap themselves. This is what you call a trash Frank Profession. This is what you call a waste of time. Clearly, their judgment had been severely lacking. Upon entering the hell difficulty agility secret realm, Chen Runian's group had barely landed when the grass suddenly exploded, and 2 agility rabbits shot toward them like arrows. Damn, they're attacking us right off the bat. Era and the team exclaimed. Shinra Tensei. Chen Runian reacted fastest, extending one hand as an invisible tremendous force burst outward. The two agility rabbits were forcibly blasted away, spitting blood midair before crashing to the ground. Their health bars instantly dropping to critical red. The effect of 10 times mental power reflection left everyone stunned. Chen Runian glanced at the status panel. Name, Agility Rabbit Super Enhanced. Level, 10. Strength, 1,200. Speed, 1,800. Constitution, 1,200. Mental, 1,000. Super enhanced monsters possessed 5 times the attributes of ordinary monsters. At just level 10, their stats were already comparable to what Era and Xiaobai had when they were level 10, and there were 2 of them at once. The next second, Yuero's figure swept past like wind, a moonlight-like blade flash cutting through the air, and the 2 white shadows collapsed motionless. System notifications flooded the screen. Party member killed Super Enhanced Level 10 Agility Rabbit, EXP, 200. Obtained, Super Enhanced Agility Rabbit Meat 22. Chen Runian noticed the loot names now included the Super Enhanced designation, suggesting their quality had also improved significantly. Everyone be careful. He collected the drops, frowning slightly. This situation isn't normal. We're being attacked right after entering, and the monsters are appearing in pairs completely different from the previous nightmare difficulty. Ling Xuan nodded in agreement. My father mentioned that hell difficulty sometimes triggers double monsters. It seems the hell difficulty of the Agility Secret Realm is exactly this type. Everyone acknowledged in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they gazed toward the dark depths of the dense forest. Everyone proceed with caution. Chen Runian summoned Era and Xiaobai. After reaching level 15, the random amplification of summoning spells had improved, granting Era and Xiaobai boosts of 1,000 strength and 1,000 speed respectively. To clear the secret realm as quickly as possible, he didn't employ a carpet bombing approach but continued with their previous straight-line strategy. The 5-person squad advanced through the center, adapting to the hell-level difficulty's pace, while Era and Xiaobai charged along the left and right flanks of the front line, sweeping away all blocking demon beasts to ensure their teammates wouldn't be slowed down by the beast tide. As the distance rapidly shortened, everyone noticed that the number of demon beasts had indeed doubled. However, even with twice the quantity, under the protection of their golden equipment and Chen Runian's guardian aura, this increased difficulty only meant improved leveling efficiency for them. In another secret realm, Chu Tiangao's squad was similarly pushing toward the endpoint under hell level difficulty. Unlike their cautious advance during nightmare level, this time they chose to bypass unnecessary battles and strike directly at the greatest threat. An hour ago, the group had reached the demon beast cluster area, immediately facing the toughest challenge in no longer 2,000, but 4,000 agility-type demon beasts. Besides the doubled numbers of agility horses and agility birds, the beast horde now included agility bulls and agility rats. Agility bulls possessed extremely high strength and constitution with average speed and spirit, while agility rats excelled in spirit and speed but had weaker strength and constitution. However, after the 5-fold amplification, all these attributes had broken through 1,500 points. In other words, even their advantageous stats were higher than Chu Tiangao's team's maximum stats. Holy Shield Knight, Zhao Chongwei charged at the front. The moment he stepped into the demon beast's sensing range, over 1,000 agility beasts roared and pounced. After the 5-fold attribute stacking, the first wave of monsters averaged over 2,500 in their primary attributes, their ferocity earth-shaking. He shot an arrow, and the explosive arrow detonated upon hitting the first agility horse, scattering flames everywhere. Immediately after, Storm Mage Li Xiaoxiao whipped up a hurricane, instantly drawing the flames into the beast horde as the fiery vortex continuously expanded. Chu Tiangao shouted, "Stop!" His sole command thundered like rolling thunder, causing hundreds of leading beasts to freeze momentarily. Zhao Chongwei seized the opportunity to slam his shield into the ground, and a massive holy shield dozens of meters in diameter burst open. Chu Tiangao led the team in rapid retreat, leaving only assassin Lu Xiaoa, whose figure vanished in an instant. In just a few seconds, thousands of demon beasts struck the holy shield with tremendous force, creating deafening roars. Though the holy shield could reflect some damage, it was completely shattered in less than 10 seconds. The combination of explosions and hurricane only reduced the front row's 100-plus beasts' health bars by less than 5, while the remaining 3,000-plus continued roaring at full health. Once their targets disappeared, the demon beasts quickly returned to their positions, sealing off any infiltration gaps. Lu Xiaohe seized the moment to eliminate 3 retreating agility bulls and 2 agility rats, but this was still insignificant against such massive numbers, and he could only silently return to the team. These super-enhanced agility demon beasts are quite fierce. That round we just had was practically useless. He frowned inside. Zhao Chongwei agreed grimly. Indeed terrifying. I could withstand several minutes of impact in nightmare difficulty, but here I can't even last 10 seconds. Chu Tiangao nodded as well. This hell-level difficulty is far stronger than what we've encountered before. We absolutely cannot rush this. In just a few minutes, they had taken down over 100 demonic beasts. Chu Tiangao calculated that with 10 more rounds like this, they could eliminate the first wave. After estimating their battle results, he added, once we break through their defenses, our advantage will keep growing, and we'll clear them out faster and faster. But right now, there's something more urgent we need to handle. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Tiangao as he spun around, drew his weapon, and fixed them with a cold stare. The beast packs we let escape earlier are converging on our position. If I'm right, each of these 4 groups has a leader, and they're waiting for the outer perimeter beasts to arrive so they can wipe us out in one fell swoop. Zhao Chongwei's eyes widened, his voice cracking with disbelief. Come on, we didn't even aggro them, and now the monsters are hunting us down. Lu Xiao's figure flickered and vanished, returning minutes later with a grim expression. Captain Chu is right. The outer beasts are definitely gathering over 1,000 of them, split into several groups. After confirming this intelligence, the team exchanged worried glances. Their original plan had been to avoid these beasts and rush through the level, but it was clear that hell difficulty wouldn't give them that option. Chu Tiangao made a swift decision. Fall back. We'll eliminate this pursuing pack first, then slowly chip away at the outer perimeter. With orders given, everyone spread out to engage the nearest enemies. Hell-level demonic beasts had insane stats, but their experience and loot drops were equally generous. Normally, getting treasure-grade equipment required hell difficulty for any decent chance. Nightmare mode offered possibilities, but they were extremely rare. Chen Runian, however, had an innate 100 dropper T, could farm golden gear sets even on normal difficulty, an advantage so overpowered it would drive others mad with envy. Meanwhile, Chen Runian's squad also noticed something was wrong. The beast numbers were surging. Theoretically, with Era and Xiaobai flanking from both sides, there shouldn't be any large-scale gatherings nearby. But the ground trembled beneath their feet, and beast roars echoed from all directions clearly. The situation was spiraling out of control. A bizarre mixed squad suddenly appeared ahead. Agile rabbits, agile sheep, agile rhinos, and agile monkeys, 30 beasts of various types that looked like they were mimicking human professional teams. Wang Yin let out a tiger's roar and dragon's cry, unleashing his draconic and tiger powers to form his newly awakened innate skill dragon scale armor. Bronze-colored scales spread from his shoulders and neck, protecting his vital points. After reaching level 15, he, Ling Shui, and Yuro had each awakened new innate abilities, making Chen Runian and Zhang Yao green with envy. Ling Shui's sword emanated freezing mist as she charged up her mystic ice sword rain, the surrounding temperature plummeting until it stung exposed skin. Yuro melted into the shadows, her figure vanishing completely as she began hunting beasts whose attention had been drawn elsewhere. However, taking down 30 super-enhanced demonic beasts in a short time was still extremely challenging. Chen Runian stepped forward, his eyes gleaming. Since there are so many of them, I guess I'll pitch in too. As everyone prepared, the demon beast horde charged toward the 5 of them. Wang Yin struck first, unleashing his spirit fist technique. His professional enhancement transformed the punch into blurred dragon and tiger phantoms, with fierce winds tearing through the air as it struck Hedon into a spirit rhinoceros leading the charge. The massive beast's enormous body was sent flying through the air, and immediately after, a brilliant beam of light descended from above. Whoosh! A damage number exceeding 40,000 exploded in the air. The rhinoceros hit the ground with critical health and died on the spot the next second. Wang Yin froze for a moment, instinctively turning around to see Chen Runian making a gun gesture with one hand, casually blowing smoke from his fingertip. Holy crap, Brother Nian, was that you? Chen Runian nodded coolly. Before Wang Yin could finish saying, Brother Nian is awesome, he punched another demon beast into the air, with another light beam following immediately. Another instant burst of over 40,000 damageno demon beast could survive more than 2 seconds before turning into white light. Damn it, with damage that high, this assassin can't fall behind. Yuro gritted her teeth in determination. Activating her 4 signature skills in succession, her figure became like a whirlwind, darting around a spirit monkey 4 or 5 times. The ape's head went flying, completing a solo kill. Looking back at Chen Runian, with each gesture, another 3 beasts fell. Ling Shui's mystic ice sword rain finished condensing at that moment. Countless icy gleams rained down, instantly cutting the health of demon beasts in a wide area by half. Yuro seized the opportunity to dash forward, killing 5 in a row. When she sheathed her blade and stopped, all nearby demon beasts had been cleared. She lifted her chin proudly. Chen Runian, isn't this assassin amazing? Just 30 demon beasts, I could have handled them without you. By the way, how is your light beam so powerful? Ling Shui couldn't help but marvel. Yeah, it feels like your spirit light beam's power has nearly doubled in no time. How did you manage that? Skill upgrades plus new equipment when attributes improve. Doubling damage is normal. Chen Runian replied flatly. Doubling damage is normal? Everyone exchanged glance. It was only one level up. Ling Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. You definitely leveled up. Both speed and damage increased significantly. Chen Runian, you're really amazing. Brother Nian is awesome. Wang Yin and Yu Rou exclaimed in unison, with Yu Rou even grinning foolishly with delight. Chen Runian waved dismissively. You guys aren't bad either. But we need to change our approach to clearing this secret realm. His detection map showed in real time. A series of green dots were converging from behind. If they got surrounded, it would be extremely dangerous for the group, though for him, it would actually be much more convenient. He recalled Erha. Soon, Erha came running over wearing sunglasses and looking incredibly pleased with himself, tail wagging. Any orders for me, my handsome master? Sweet talker. Chen Runian gave the dog's head a gentle pat. Call over the Howling Moon clone that isn't carrying Xiaobai. Ignore the scattered monsters along the way. Head straight to the center of the demon beast, horde, and wait. Shortly after, the second Erha leaped out from the forest. Chen Runian mounted Erha's back and addressed the group. Hell level difficulty means all the monsters we haven't killed will converge toward us. So let's head to the monster horde and set up traps for a complete sweep. As soon as he finished speaking, the four quickly divided up the mounts. Era's Howling Moon Shadow clone was massive enough to carry 2 people. Chen Runian originally planned to ride with Wang Yan, but just as he began to speak, Yu Rou raised her hand and nimbly leaped onto the dog's back, grinning as she claimed the front position. Chen Runian, this assassin is riding with you. The moment she settled in, Ling Xue's face turned bright red as she also climbed on behind Chen Runian, speaking softly but firmly. I'm riding with you too. Wang Yin could only stand aside, staring helplessly and waving his hand with a sour expression. It's fine, Brother Nian, you go with them. I'll ride alone. Sigh. I'm just like this Era clone, a pitiful single dog. Unexpectedly, Era's Howling Moon Shadow clone suddenly turned its head and flicked its tongue in protest. You're wrong. This dog and my main body are both lapdogs for Master and Miss White Cat, not single dogs. Wang Yin felt even more dejected and could only console himself. Hey, riding alone on an Era is so spacious and comfortable. Not like Brother Nian and you guys, 3 people squeezed together. Especially Brother Nian, getting embraced by 2 beauties front and back. Halfway through his words, his eyes actually began to water with envy. Seeing his brother's pitiful state, Chen Runian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had genuinely wanted to ride with Wang Yin, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't very well kick the 2 girls off. With his command, Era began striding forward. Just as they started moving, Zhang Yao's voice came from the dog's body, sounding somewhat confused. Chen Runian, I'm spiritually attached to Era, and you're riding on Era. So does that mean you're riding me? Ling Xue was so startled she quickly interrupted. Zhang Yao, stop talking. How can you say such things? Yu Rou and Zhang Yao looked completely puzzled, while Ling Xue's face grew even redder, and she could only mutter quietly. Just don't say any more. Zhang Yao's mind was blank, and being scolded, she could only obediently respond. Oh. In less than an hour, everyone reached the outskirts of the monster horde and met up with Xiaobai, who was also riding on Era's Howling Moon Shadow clone. Xiaobai appeared as a white-furred mature lady, and seeing Chen Runian sandwiched between the 2 girls, she nodded approvingly. Not bad, meow. Being in the middle must be quite comfortable. Everyone awkwardly cleared their throats simultaneously and jumped down from the dog's back one after another. Everyone get down. Let's start setting up the traps. Chen Runian wasted no more time, taking out formation discs and placing them around the area while assigning positions. Yu Rou crouched in the shadows with her blade ready. Ling Xue checked the explosive talismans. Wang Yin led the clone to secure the outer perimeter, and Xiaobai commanded Era's main body and clone to patrol and scout. With the plan in place, Chen Runian patted Era's neck to signal advance. At Era's speed, it had taken them only 45 minutes to rush here from their rest area. Meanwhile, Chu Tiangao and his group were fighting their way back out, the 2 groups crossing paths in different spaces of the same secret realm, each with their own schemes. It looks like this secret realm expedition is going to take quite a while. Chu Tiangao stood tall at the cliff's edge, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly dense torrent of demonic beasts below, unable to help but sigh. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. In normal dungeon runs, teams would only follow predetermined routes, clearing whatever they could manage. But now they had to completely clear the map of the entire beast horde, and these were super-enhanced monsters at that, cranking the difficulty to maximum. The hell mode of secret realms varied greatly, but there was only one way to complete them: adapt. Kill however many demonic beasts came their way until there were no more monsters left to farm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Runian stared at the tactical panel densely packed with green dots and nodded with satisfaction. It looks like this secret realm expedition is going to be quick. Entering hell mode meant no need to search around. The demonic beasts came charging in groups on their own, which was absolutely wonderful. He even felt the progress might be faster than his first time clearing nightmare mode. Ling Shui and the others also sensed the massive battle ahead and felt their hearts racing with excitement. Super enhanced monsters didn't give 5 times the experience when killed, but 6 times. If they cleared this entire wave, their levels would definitely jump significantly. Get ready. Erhago aggro the monsters. Chen Runian pointed at the beast tide marked by the cursor and commanded, pull all 4,000 of them over in one go, and we'll wipe them out in one wave. Era perked up, strutting confidently into the demonic beast territory with his chest puffed out, unleashing his lung capacity. You bunch of weaklings, come fight me. As the come fight me skill activated, the demonic beasts that would normally activate in batches instantly all went berserk, their aggro maxed out. Era's constitution attributes rapidly expanded, multiplying tenfold, and he howled proudly, stupid bulls, stupid horses, stupid birds, stupid rats, come fight me. Woohoo, I am invincible, this is awesome. With that, he took off on all fours, kicking up clouds of dust as he ran, dragging thousands of agile demonic beasts into a long chain. After reaching the other side, he delivered an even louder map-wide taunt to another group of beasts, and the second wave of demonic beasts roared as they joined the frenzy. Bema chirp chirp hiss hey ho wo. Various beast roars rose and fell, incomprehensible, yet sounding like angry cursing. Zhang Yao scratched her head. Why do I feel like we're being insulted? Era replied matter-of-factly. That's right, they're cursing at us. Xiaobai disdainfully covered her ears with her paw tips. You silly dog, you're taunting his way too intensely, cursing so horribly. Era immediately flared up. A bunch of stupid demonic beasts dare to disturb our white cat lady. Master, give the order quickly, let me destroy them. Chen Runian chuckled, grateful he couldn't understand, or he'd have to cover his ears like Xiaobai too. Don't rush, wait for them to get a bit closer. At the same time, Chu Tiangao's group encountered a small squad of 50 demonic beasts on the other side. Chu Tiangao glanced at the density and frowned. No good, there are too many beasts here. Use items, or we don't know how long it'll take to fight our way back to the main group. Li Xiaoxiao activated Windstorm. Chu Tiangao raised his hand for crowd control. He fired explosive arrows in succession. Lu Xiaohe flashed in for sneak attacks, and Zhao Chongwei provided steady suppression. Simultaneously, several of them threw flame talismans, and blazing fire consumed everything below. In just 3 minutes, all 50 demonic beasts lay dead. Excellent. This kill efficiency was so much higher. Unfortunately, there are too few item types below level 20, otherwise those great demon beasts would be nothing to fear. Alright, enough lamenting. Someone in the team laughed heartily as he shouldered his bloodstained spear and kicked the massive demon beast corpse back onto the pile of bodies. 50 super-enhanced demon beasts slain in 3 minutes. This is hell difficulty. Would any other team dare to play like this? Haha, exactly. Another team member shook the blood droplets off his blade. Wang Yan's squad is probably still trembling with every step in nightmare difficulty. I'd love to drag them here to see hell level and watch them cry on the spot. Everyone burst into laughter, firelight reflecting off their armor, killing intent still lingering. Chu Tiangao sheathed his weapon, his tone arrogant. Let's finish our own business first. Once we're out, we can decide how to crush them. Roger that, Captain Chu. Meanwhile, Chen Runian's squad held their position in a narrow mountain valley. Only one path led through the valley entrance, while behind them rose sheer cliffs where black winds howled and loose rocks tumbled down. Under the night sky, dust clouds churned at the far end of the mountain path as 5,000 demon beasts slowly approached in the moonlight, each one super enhanced, with attributes surpassing even ordinary difficulty bosses. The overwhelming roars made the ground tremble, and the sheer scale visible alone was enough to suffocate anyone. Ling Shui bit her lip, her voice trembling. Chen Runian, are we really going to be okay? Yuro patted her shoulder, feigning maturity but unable to hide her nervousness. Don't be scared, little girl. Our Chen Runian is so capable. If he says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Chen Runian raised his hand to signal the entire team to prepare, his voice low and calm. Everyone listen up, prepare for action. Yuro instinctively shuddered. Wait a minute, Chen Runian. Wang Yan, who had been lurking in the shadows, frowned. If this assassin charges up there, I'll probably be done for in 2 seconds. Chen Runian's gaze swept over everyone as he quickly issued tactical orders. Wang Yan, your Dragon Tiger Fist can generate chi force. Use it to blast away approaching demon beasts. Yuro, your signature skill, Wind Shadow Flying Blade Long Range Cutting. Maintain the rhythm. Yuro pouted. But I don't want to always attack from hiding. This assassin wants to fight honorably. Cut the chatter. Chen Runian raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead with his knuckles. He commanded in a deep voice, enough talk. All units, begin the assault. Chen Runian issued the attack command, and everyone simultaneously activated their formation discs. As hordes of demonic beasts entered the formation area, their speed immediately dropped. Low-level formation discs were mostly defensive or trap-based. Among these two types, Chen Runian was most familiar with deceleration formation discs, which reduced speed by 10-50 more than sufficient for this wave of demonic beasts. As for talismans, only flame talismans and gale talismans proved useful. Though their damage was limited, they effectively disrupted the charging rhythm of the demonic beasts. 3 huskies charged headfirst into the beast tide, their tenfold constitution making them unstoppable. System notifications kept popping up. Your pet husky has suffered a trampling attack. Strength 5. Your pet husky has suffered a mental attack. Spirit 55. The spirit attribute still gave Chen Runian headaches, but strength, constitution, and speed were skyrocketing. The huskies continuously unleashed divine-level howls. Not even bothering with divine-level bites, that move was actually slower for them. Whatever the huskies couldn't finish off, Xiaobai would follow up on. What Xiaobai missed, Lingxue would harvest with wide area skills. Any stragglers Lingxue overlooked, Chen Runian, Wang Yan, and Yuero would handle, positioned in a triangle formation for targeted kills. Wave after wave of beast herds fell. The huskies drew maximum aggro, causing the demonic beasts to surge inward like they'd lost all reason. The deeper they pushed, the faster they died. The huskies howled incessantly under various attacks, yet their attributes kept climbing. They grew more frenzied in battle, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Divine Almighty Push, Agile Light Beam, Dragon Tiger Shadow Fist, Mystic Ice Sword Rain, Wind Shadow Flying Blades, 10,000 Meow Gravitational Pull, Wisdom Gaze. Skills poured down like rain, kill notifications flashed by like a scrolling screen, and experience bars shot up like water being poured in. In just 10 minutes, nearly 6,000 demonic beasts were completely annihilated. Chen Runian glanced at his status panel. Level 15, 36 experience. Hell difficulty dungeon monsters provided double the experience of nightmare level 1s, with double the quantity as well. Clearing hell difficulty once was equivalent to 4 nightmare runs or 12 normal difficulty runs. With such rewards, everyone shouted in unison, "Awesome!" Even more surprising was that this single wave had dropped 3 complete sets of level 15 golden equipment. Hell difficulty truly lived up to its reputation. Let's go do another round at the boss gate. Yeah. The group rode the 3 huskies and reached the boss gate in less than half an hour, immediately setting up traps. They waited 30 minutes for monsters, then spent 3 minutes killing them. With thorough preparation, the second wave was cleared even more efficiently. Another 2,000 demonic beasts, bringing everyone's experience to 48. After restoring their status to full, they pushed through the doors. At the far end of the spacious throne area, 2 tall figures could be faintly seen. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. A fierce new battle was inevitable. Name: Agile Deerman Super Enhanced Monarch Class Boss. Level: 15. Strength: 12,500. Speed: 12,500. Constitution: 35,000. Spirit: 15,000. Skills: Agile Trample, Agile Light Beam, Agile Binding, Detection. The moment they saw the status panel, everyone gasped. All attributes had reached 5 digits. Even when divided by 5, the Agile Deerfolk's attributes remained quite impressive, with strength and speed both at 2,500, spirit reaching 3,000, and constitution directly hitting 7,000. King-level boss base attributes were 500 points higher than commander level, and a full 1,000 points higher than the initial chief level, which was crystal clear from the current status panel. From this, it could be inferred that bosses at each tier experienced stepped increases in base attributes when their titles changed. If it were Overlord level, base attributes would likely increase to 3,000, while Domain Lord level might even break through 3,500 points, making the Agile Deerfolk's current attributes nearly identical to Era's. In comparison, Era's attributes could continue growing. Divinity or pets were truly extraordinary. The King-level Agile Deerfolk skill list had one additional new ability called Agile Binding, compared to the Nightmare level version. More troublesome still, there were now 2 Agile Deerfolk present. They shared 15,000 spirit points, and before the skill star upgrade, Era's Wisdom Gaze would have struggled to suppress them. But now that Gaze had been upgraded, the situation had turned around. Era Attack. Chen Runian's mind stirred. Era unleashed Wisdom Gaze, and both Agile Deerfolk simultaneously showed the debuff, Spirit 150, Intelligence 150. Immediately after, Era pounced forward, using Divine Howl to create thunderous vibrations that stunned both Agile Deerfolk on the spot. However, even while stunned, the 2 bosses' automatic defenses remained terrifying. Beams of light exploded from their bodies, forcing everyone back and preventing close-range finishing attacks. 6 seconds passed in a flash, and the group had only managed to reduce one of them by less than 20% of its health. When the stun ended, the Agile Deerfolk retaliated in fury. One raised its hooves to cast Agile Trample, while the other lifted its arms to release Agile Binding. 3 thick vines burst from the ground, instantly binding the 3 Era clones and rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, the wide-range trample cracked the ground into a spider web pattern, sending dust clouds rolling. A system notification flashed into Chen Runian's view. Your pet Era has sustained heavy attacks, strength 50. Seeing this line, he burst out laughing, gaining 50 attribute points in one go. That growth rate was impressive. Light beams continued surging, relentlessly bombarding Era and making it howl in pain, but Era's attributes were skyrocketing. With Era positioned at the front serving as a super tank, the others spread out and began long-range suppressive fire. I'll use your own agile light rays against you. Chen Runian pressed his palms together, condensing divine tier agile light rays into blinding white radiance in his palms, then unleashing them like a torrent that precisely covered both agile deerfolk. The searing energy tore through their fur, spreading the smell of burning as their health bars visibly trembled downward. The continuous damage completely enraged the agile deerfolk. After being provoked, Era's wisdom gaze duration expired and its effects collapsed. The two bosses regained mental clarity, their 4 deer eyes simultaneously locking onto Chen Runian and his group, erupting in ear-splitting roars. Eliminate these humans first. The 2 agile deerfolk exchanged glances before charging toward Chen Runian and his companions. Little deer, look at me. White cat Xiaobai twitched her whiskers, instantly releasing her charm ability. The 2 deerfolk, their mental defenses weakened, immediately stared at her in a daze, their eyes filled with floating red hearts. Seizing the moment of distraction, the white cat pounced forward, delivering a cat iron fist with both paws and leaving deep claw marks on both bosses' chests. She then swished her tail, unleashing 10,000 meows gravitational pull, sending violent psychic shockwaves tearing through the air while dragging both bosses toward the husky bound by vines. Though the husky couldn't move, his voice was louder than anyone's, barking divine-level taunts like machine gun fire. You stupid deer, come hit me. If you can actually kill me, I'll admit you win. What's wrong? Didn't eat breakfast? Put some effort into it. Along with his howls, wide-range sonic waves slammed into the deerfolk, making them shudder and instantly breaking them free from the charm. Once awakened, the agile deerfolk activated their self-defense agile light beams. Unlike Chen Runian's single beam, this time there were over a dozen, their trajectories chaotic like dancing silver serpents, most of them striking the husky. Your pet husky has taken massive damage, Constitution 50. The system notification was cold, but it couldn't stop the husky from getting more excited with each beating. That hit felt great. Woohoo! Strength increased by 50 again, awesome. Let me make you happy too, whoa. Though bound, his mouth never stopped, complaints coming in waves. The white cat's eyes flashed as she used soul captivation on one of the deerfolk. Instantly, that deerfolk's pupils turned cat-like, and it even lifted its hooves like a cat, grinning smugly at everyone. As expected of me, it worked on the first try. The white cat controlled the deerfolk's large body to act cute, leaving Chen Runian and the others both amused and exasperated. In the next moment, she used the deerfolk's hands to release the vines binding the husky, then mercilessly swung its hooves at the other deerfolk. What are you doing? Doing you? You deerfolk are so shameless. Save that kind of talk for later. I never said no. Everyone listening was left speechless, but their skills, gunfire, and spells were now all converging on the 2 deerfolk. The intense bombardment combined with the continuous output from the husky and white cat finally drove both deerfolk into a berserk state. The white cat looked down at her paws as Xiaobai's consciousness returned to her original body, clicking her tongue. Looks like bosses become immune to control when they enter berserk mode. Before she finished speaking, one deerfolk teleported in front of her, agile trample crashing down. White cat girl, danger! The husky's howling moon shadow clone flashed in front of the white cat, taking the full force of the trample and immediately shattering into particles of light. Holy crap, what kind of damage is that? Wang Yan gasped. Chen Runian remained calm. Berserk state doubled all attributes, so this damage was reasonable. The clone had already taken multiple hits and couldn't hold up much longer anyway. He noticed that the husky's "come hit me" only added constitution to the main body, not to clones, unless the clones cast the spell themselves. Just then, another agile vine silently wrapped toward Uro. Chen Runian spread his palm. Divine almighty push. An invisible repulsive force sent the vine flying, startling Uro into quickly hiding behind him. The white cat transformed back into her true form, her speed increasing as she launched a flurry of cat punches at the agile deerfolk. The opponent was immune to control effects, rendering many of White Cat's divine skills largely ineffective, which greatly irritated the feline. Its cat punch attacks became so rapid they left afterimages. The agile deerman possessed intelligence far superior to other demonic beasts of the same tier. It immediately saw through the capture the king strategy, forcefully shaking off Era and Little White. Spiritual light erupted beneath its hooves as it unleashed agile trample, charging straight toward Lingxua. Dragon Tiger Shield. Wang Yin roared, condensing a protective barrier around himself that absorbed the first impact of the trample, though he was still sent flying back dozens of meters. Immediately after, divine almighty push. Chen Runian's palm erupted with silver light, and a repulsive force sent the deerman flying back to its original position. As the deerman staggered unsteadily, Yuero had already flash-stepped close to it, her daggers carving over a dozen streaks of cold light across its neck, abdomen, and back knees. Simultaneously, Chen Runian's agile light beam pierced through the deerman's chest, continuously burning it. With the accumulated heavy damage, the first agile deerman crashed to the ground. With only the last boss remaining, Lingxue spread her arms wide as blue-white ice mist spread from beneath her feet. Frozen wasteland covered the entire battle circle, and the extreme cold's freezing and slowing effects made the deerman's movement sluggish. Era and White Cat seized the opportunity to bite and combo attack, their lightning-fast claw shadows and fangs carving bloody wounds across the deerman's body. In less than half a minute, the second agile deerman also crashed down. Defeated super enhanced level 15 boss agile deerman X2, experienced 20,000, obtained agile set X2, agile hard X1, royal grade agile antlers X4. System notifications flooded the screen. Congratulations on achieving first kill of hell difficulty boss. Obtained special agile heart fragment X1. Congratulations on obtaining 3 special agile heart fragments, automatically synthesized into a complete special agile heart. Congratulations host on obtaining special agile heart. Mission completed. Reward, agile secret realm core, distributed. Confirming his team had secured the first kill, Chen Runian nodded with satisfaction. A fist-sized crystal orb had appeared in his inventory, the agile secret realm core. He took it out, watching pale golden light patterns flow across its surface. Agile secret realm core. 1. After refinement, grants control and planning authority over the secret realm. 2. Can interfere with other teams entering the secret realm. 3. Can collect or deploy the secret realm. 4. Provides additional benefits. Upon first use of any function, will enter master recognition refinement process. Truly worthy of being a secret realm core, so this means from now on, this secret realm belongs to me? At this thought, Chen Runian felt both curious and excited. After refinement, he could even carry the entire secret realm in his pocket. Even better, since he could interfere with others in the secret realm, there was already a perfect test subject available, Chu Tiangao's team. What do you all think about Chu Tiangao's group? Chen Runian looked up and asked. Wang Yin snorted without courtesy. If it weren't for the forces backing them, I'd really want to beat them up. Yuero also sneered coldly. This assassin agrees. They actually used spirit speech techniques to trick information out of me, making me reveal so many secrets in one breath. They're asking for death, claiming they want to turn us into slaves. I really want to give them a few slashes. Lingxue pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, Chen Runian, you mentioned earlier that whether Chu Tiangao's group can clear hell difficulty depends entirely on whether we can clear it first. Do you have some way to properly teach them a lesson? Smart. Chen Runian gave her a thumbs up. He activated the secret realm core, bringing up a virtual interface, and without hesitation selected realm interference. The next second, all 5 were lifted by an invisible force, their vision rapidly ascending. The 5 gained a Godseya view and entered the perspective of Chu Tiangao's team. Chu Tiangao and his companions finished slaying the dozen or so demonic beasts before them and sat down to recover their strength. Blood still dripped from their sword edges and palms, while their scorching breath seemed to burn their throats. Phew, we finally cleared the first half of the demonic beasts. Chu Tiangao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Now comes the real, brutal battle. How many talismans and formation discs do we have left? Not many at all. The team member skilled in talismans smiled bitterly as he opened his cloth bundle. Just a dozen low-grade talismans, and only 2 formation discs remaining. I'm afraid it won't be enough to clear those 4 large groups of demonic beasts. It's fine, we'll grind through slowly. We're the only team daring to challenge hell difficulty right now, so we just need to play it safe. Chu Tiangao adjusted his wrist guards, his gaze calm and steady. If we really can't handle it, we'll force Wang Yan's squad to serve as our vanguard. Hell-level secret realms can accommodate at most 12 people working together, no need for 5 people to tough it out alone. To block the endless stream of demonic beasts converging on them, they had expended tremendous energy and could only sit cross-legged to circulate their cultivation techniques, recovering while discussing in low voices. Hearing the phrase, at most 12 people, Chen Runian and his companions suddenly realized they had initially only noticed the minimum 5 people requirement, but hadn't considered they could bring more people along. In such a difficult battlefield, having several more teams might make things even worse. Meanwhile, Wang Yin and his group, hidden in the shadows, watched Chu Tiangao's every move intently. Due to the moderate distance, they could not only see the movements over there, but also hear every word of their conversation clearly. The group covered their mouths in disbelief, afraid their gasps might expose them. Chen Runian patted Wang Yan's shoulder and said with a suppressed laugh, "Don't worry, they can't hear us. One of the benefits of clearing hell difficulty early is being able to interfere with those who come after. Since everyone thinks Chu Tiangao's team is despicable, we can deal with them however we want." As his words fell, Chen Runian flicked his wrist, and a stream of light spread out. Everyone gained editing permissions for the Secret Realm scenario. Wow, we can actually modify it now. Yuro squealed excitedly. Without asking more questions, she immediately got to work, doubling the number of spirit mice and forcibly setting a locking rule that they won't disperse even if Chu Tiangao's squad leaves. Hee, this assassin is most afraid of mice. 2,000 mice should scare them to death. So you're afraid of mice? The group burst into laughter. Yuro realized her slip of the tongue and quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her exaggerated expression drawing even more laughter. Wang Yan also excitedly extended his finger, drawing in the void a few times, applying the same operation to the spirit bull herd. Doesn't Zhao Chongwei think he's so tough? Let's send him a whole herd. With the condition only attack Zhao Chongwei, let's see how many seconds he can last. Ling Shui didn't make any modifications, just quietly observed. Zhang Yao blinked and stepped forward with a grin. You're all too gentle, let me handle this. She directly dragged 2 spirit deer beings from the boss domain and threw them into the center of the demonic beast group, then expanded the deer beings' perception range to just cover Chu Tiangao's 5-person team. Instantly, the deer beings' pupils lit up, locking onto the distant humans and charging forward with thunderous force. You're really ruthless, Xiao Yao, but I like it. Everyone gave her thumbs up. Zhang Yao scratched her head. Grandpa says don't hold back against those with malicious intent. In my opinion, it's best to deal with them right here. Chen Runian frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, these people harbor considerable killing intent toward us. Though when real danger comes, they won't be stupid enough not to run. We'll eliminate as many as we can. With that, he pointed at the secret realm's ground from a distance, adding one final command. Since Zhang Yao is being so ruthless, I'll add some spiced tullets, add an earthquake. After Chu Tiangao and his companions finished resting and prepared to set off again, he suddenly pressed his ear to the ground to listen carefully. The subtle vibrations reaching his eardrums felt wrong. The sounds of demon beasts running in the distance were rapidly intensifying. Something's not right. He suddenly raised his head to warn the others. Everyone's hearts sank as they quickly assumed battle stances. Captain Chu, could it be that if we don't clear all the demon beasts within the specified time, their numbers will double? Wouldn't that make it even harder for us to complete the challenge? Yuro covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It's not just a big increase. Buta's super incredibly massive increase. As she spoke, sharp chittering sounds pierced their ears first. The next second, 2,000 spirit mice surged out from beneath the forest like a black tide, their fangs gleaming coldly as they closed in on the 5 within 3 breaths. Spirit mice. It really is them. This hell-level spirit secret realm is too ruthless. The demon beasts are actually hunting us down. Chu Tiangao lowered his voice. Hold the line first. Retreat if we can't handle it. The 5 quickly raised their respective defenses, blade light, and spell radiance interweaving as large numbers of spirit mice were cut down. However, before they could catch their breath, thunderous charging sounds suddenly erupted from the ground. 2,000 spirit bulls came stampeding from afar, kicking up dust clouds with Zhao Chongwei as their direct target. Zhao Chongwei gritted his teeth and raised his hand to summon a 100-meter giant shield, while simultaneously sliding backward. Clang! Hundreds of spirit bulls crashed into the giant shield, but the rest actually flanked around to continue their pursuit. These beasts can even go around shields. Zhao Chongwei exclaimed in shock. Immediately after, spirit birds and spirit horses came through the air and across the ground, the exponentially multiplying beast shadows making all 5 scalps tingle. Fight while retreating, don't take them heeding, Chu Tiangao said grimly. They had considered crushing their teleportation talismans to escape several times, but remembering their bold words in front of others, they forcibly restrained themselves. Besides, they still had items in hand. As long as they weren't instantly killed, with their team coordination, they could slowly wear down these demon beasts. This was the shared understanding and stubbornness among the 5. Just as they managed to create distance from the first wave of demon beasts, 2 even more imposing figures suddenly burst through the wind. Lowly humans, how dare you invade my spirit secret realm and slaughter my spirit creatures? 2 king-level spirit deerman bosses descended, their antlers glowing with threatening presence. The 5's pupils contracted sharply. Bosses. And there are 2 of them. Spirit binding. Spirit trampling. Before the words finished echoing, thick vines burst from the earth, instantly entangling Zhao Chongwei, who bore the brunt of the attack, leaving him unable to move. Immediately after, the deerman boss raised its hooves and stomped down violently, the thunderous impact accompanied by swirling dust columns. The spirit bulls that had smashed through the giant shield surged in like a tsunami, completely engulfing Zhao Chongwei. Stop! Chu Tiangao roared, using his spirit speech technique to try freezing the demon beast's movements. However, his mental power could only suppress 200 of them facing thousands of stampeding beasts. He barely managed to freeze a few spirit bulls trampling on Zhao Chongwei's back. Taking advantage of the gap, he pulled out a secret realm teleportation talisman. But the ground beneath his feet shook, and the entire land suddenly trembled, causing the teleportation talisman to flutter to the ground. An earthquake. The five were stunned to encounter an earthquake while clearing a secret realm. The sudden violent shaking caused Zhao Chongwei to completely disappear from Chu Tiangao's sight as thousands of spirit bulls stampeded past, while the spirit deermen cast their skills once again. Agile Beam, Agile Trample. Under these two devastating skills, combined with the boss's randomly unleashed Agile Beams, Zhao Chongwei, already injured from the Agile Bull's charge, could no longer hold on and instantly perished. Your teammate Holy Shield Knight Zhao Chongwei has been killed and automatically removed from the party. The system notification flashed, striking Chu Tiangao and his companions like lightning, but with demonic beasts surging around them, they couldn't spare a moment to rescue anyone. The most threatening were those two agile deermen. Li Xiaoxiao cast a detection spell, and when the stats appeared, she immediately cursed. Holy crap, King Tier boss. Quick, 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 run for your lives. The secret realm has encountered an anomaly. Captain Chu, quickly use the secret realm teleportation talisman to retreat, she shouted as a reminder. Chu Tiangao had long wanted to flee, but unfortunately the teleportation talisman had been knocked to the ground. Assassin Lu Xiaohe activated stealth and dashed forward, transforming into a shadow streak as she rushed toward the teleportation talisman. Just as her fingertips touched the light pattern, icy vines suddenly erupted from the ground, entangling her limbs. No, her spine instantly turned cold. She knew all too well what being controlled meant. The two agile deer men leaped high, their agile trample attacks falling almost simultaneously. Stop! Chu Tiangao roared, forcibly unleashing a crowd control skill that briefly immobilized the demonic beasts and boss. Lu Xiaohe gritted her teeth and activated the secret realm teleportation talisman. Just as the runic light began to rise, the deer hooves came crashing down. Bang! Her left hand and right foot were mangled beyond recognition, bones crushed to powder. Just as her chest was about to cave in, the teleportation pillar of light rose up, forcibly pulling the four survivors out of the secret realm. Outside, Chen Runian and others waiting at the exit saw only a figure tumbling heavily to the ground, covered in wounds and still clutching a battered shield. It's the Holy Shield Knight from Chu Tiangao's team. My god, even an S-rank defensive class couldn't withstand it? Is hell difficulty really this terrifying? Before the exclamation could fade, the other four members came tumbling out of the teleportation passage one after another. It was indeed Chu Tiangao's group. Among the five, Zhao Chongwei had become a cold corpse. Lu Xiaohe was barely breathing, with scorch marks on her chest from being pierced by an agile beam one step slower, and she would have died in there too. Everyone understood clearly Chu Tiangao's secret realm expedition had ended in failure. The surrounding players fell silent. The stark contrast between the four severely wounded and one corpse versus their bold declarations before entering the secret realm was glaring. Moments later, the ground shook violently, spatial cracks spread across the secret realm portal, and Chen Runian's team was also ejected by the teleportation beam, landing in disarray. Looks like both teams failed. Hell difficulty is hell difficulty truly terrifying. Even Wanjing Corporation's level-locked squad couldn't make it through. Is there really no one who can clear it? Yang Kuang, who hadn't left, crossed his arms and explained to everyone. In hell difficulty dungeons, demonic beast attributes are 5 times those of normal difficulty. Some secret realms even double the monster count, making completion extremely difficult. After hearing this explanation, the crowd erupted in amazement once again. Everyone knew hell difficulty would be challenging, but no one had imagined it would be this brutal. That makes sense why they failed their challenge. With 5 times the attributes, even the small monsters are basically bosses on normal difficulty. How could anyone beat that? And if the numbers double too, you'd be dead the moment you step inside. Li Ao frowned in deep thought. Yang Kuang had just reviewed the hell mode settings, but suddenly Li Ao shook his head, his gaze falling on Wang Yan's team not far away. Maybe Wang Yan and his team didn't fail at all, they actually cleared it. Everyone was stunned. Li Ao raised his hand, signaling everyone to look carefully. Their equipment is intact, their aura is stable, and most importantly, they weren't teleported out after falling. That one sentence was like a wake-up call. The 4 members of Chu Tiangao's team, who had been dejected from their failure, all looked up simultaneously with shocked expressions. You guys cleared it? Chu Tiangao's voice trembled. Wang Yan chuckled lightly, his tone carrying undisguised mockery. Yeah, looking at you guys, don't tell me you didn't clear it. This question made Chu Tiangao's blood surge instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Yuro jumped in front of everyone, mimicking Chu Tiangao's earlier tone and loudly declaring, We The level 15 team from Wanjing Corporation hereby challenge Hell Mode difficulty. Her tone was exaggerated as she threw his earlier boastful words right back at him. And this is the result? Didn't you say you'd come out and teach us a lesson? Hilarious. Shu Tiangao suddenly remembered something and forced himself to stay calm. You only cleared nightmare mode. What's there to be proud of? Our Wanjing Corporation team already passed that yesterday. When you reach level 15 and challenge hell difficulty, you'll naturally learn your place. As his words fell, he looked around and noticed everyone's expressions were strange. Yuro crossed her arms, puffed out her chest, and lifted her chin. Sorry to break it to you, but we just came out of the hell mode dungeon and we finished 4 whole hours before you did. TSK, and you even had someone die and had to flee back. How embarrassing. An expression of disbelief instantly froze on Shu Tiangao's face, even more exaggerated than his earlier shock. Impossible. There's no way you could have cleared hell mode. You must be lying then, tell me. What's the hell mode situation really like? After speaking, he quickly activated his spirit speaker talent. Yuro was forced to speak, uncontrollably recounting. Hell mode? The monster attributes are multiplied by 5, numbers doubled, kill experience multiplied by 6, and there are 2 bosses. Huh, why am I telling you all this? You despicable spirit speaker, using spirit speech on this assassin again. Before she finished speaking, she slapped Shu Tiangao across the face with a crisp smack that echoed throughout the area. Shu Tiangao stood there dazed, his face stinging from the slap, but he had no time to care about ivory number Yuro mentioned matched the dungeon data perfectly. His heart pounded like drums. It's true. They really did clear hell mode. And they were at least 8 hours faster than him after all. His team hadn't even finished clearing the monster groups. Yuro was in great spirits, her tone carrying deliberate pity. Actually, even if you hadn't used spirit speech, this assassin could have told you anyway. Hell difficulty is too hard. Teams like yours that are so full of themselves are just going in to die, right? After all, those 2 bosses have the title of sovereign class. What? A monarch level title? The crowd froze in unison, shock and terror written across every face. Everyone knew that with each level increase in boss titles, attributes would skyrocket dramatically. Not to mention this was a super enhanced monarch level and there were 2 of them. By this calculation, hell difficulty was at least 10 times harder than normal difficulty. Li Yun swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Did you really take down 2 monarch level bosses? Yuro nodded proudly. Of course. How else would we have made it out alive? As soon as the words left her mouth, she instinctively glanced at Chen Runian, a detail immediately caught by everyone present. As expected, that young man is the real captain of Wang Yan's team. Back then, Shu Tiangao's spirit speech clearly controlled Yuro, yet they still managed to clear the dungeon. Discussions erupted everywhere. Shu Tiangao and his group were thunderstruck. Yuro's claim about clearing a nightmare-level dungeon in 2 hours was actually true, and the captain was none other than Chen Runian, the Frank Beast Summoner. Chen Runian no longer concealed himself, stepping forward slowly with his gaze fixed on Shu Tiangao. Wanjing Corporation supposedly has a success rate of over 95 in dungeon clearing. I thought you guys were strong too, but it seems I overestimated you. He sighed softly. Well, I suppose someone has to make up that 5 failure rate. Each cutting remark struck Shu Tiangao's group like daggers to the heart. Chen Runian continued. The spirit speaker's skills are indeed impressive, just not so great when used on people. You've used them on my teammate so many times there has to be some payback. Shu Tiangao's heart tightened. What do you want to do? Chen Runian didn't answer, merely raised his hand to stroke the white cat on his shoulder. The cat meowed once, its golden eyes flashing as it suddenly unleashed soul captivation. In a flash, Shu Tiangao's body shuddered, his pupils transforming into vertical cat slits. He dropped to all 4s and actually began licking his paws like a cat. Meow meow meow. Paws without fur are so disgusting. His high-pitched, shrill voice made everyone's skin crawl. Meow. There's a weird little bump a few centimeters long between these front legs. Before anyone could react, he clenched his fist and began pummeling his own crotch. Every man in the vicinity instinctively crossed their legs too brutal. Completely oblivious, Shu Tiangao suddenly pounced on his teammate Lu Xiaohe. Caught off guard, Lu Xiaohe stumbled backward from the impact. You little rogue is quite cocky. Poor thing, missing both a front paw and a back paw. Though his words sounded pitying, his cat-like fists rained down like hail, making Lu Xiaohe howl in pain. Seeing He Yu and others approaching, the white cat withdrew its soul captivation. Such a powerful skill was mentally draining, and it didn't want to waste its spiritual energy. Shu Tiangao regained his senses and tried to pull his hand away, but Lu Xiaohe's remaining leg shot up, kneeing him squarely in the groin. The pain sent him rolling on the ground, clutching his vitals. Ark! Shu Tiangao's agonizing screams filled the air, evoking deep sympathy from many of the men present. Holy shit, a double critical hit, someone in the crowd jeered. And this quip instantly hit everyone's funny bone, triggering waves of laughter throughout the area. After quite some time, Chu Tiangao finally struggled to his feet, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he clutched his groin. He glared venomously at Chen Runian, his voice shrill with pain. What did you do to me? Chen Runian remained expressionless, his tone calm. I simply gave you a taste of your own medicine. What's wrong? Can't handle it when the tables are turned. Seeing Chu Tiangao's violent outburst, Li Xiaoxiao frowned and reminded him. Captain Chu, you're losing your composure. Keep quiet. She then turned to Chen Runian. Chen Runian, that heart of vitality from the secret realm is actually in your possession, isn't it? Chen Runian didn't answer immediately, only meeting her gaze with his own. Li Xiaoxiao softened her tone, though urgency crept through. If you truly have the heart of vitality, would you consider selling it to us? This is extremely important to us. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ao and Yang Kuang stepped forward side by side, each clasping their fists, their voices ringing with determination. Li Ao, young man, whatever she offers, my proud mercenary group will pay double. Yang Kuang immediately followed, lowering his voice. Kid, whatever she offers, my tyrannical guild will pay triple. Give me that heart of vitality. With these two master-level figures suddenly joining the bidding war, Li Xiaoxiao's knuckles turned white with anger, yet she had no grounds to object. Having failed their challenge, they had lost their former confidence. Without obtaining the heart of vitality, this entire mission would be a complete failure. As for Zhao Chongwei's death, she found it acceptable once levels were raised. Everyone would go their separate ways anyway, which was the norm. The three of them argued back and forth, their faces flushed with heated debate, as if Chen Runian would inevitably give in. In the past, Yang Kuang and Li Ao would have simply taken it by force, but now Chen Runian's background was mysterious, had even dared to slap Wanjing Corporation in the face, so they didn't dare act rashly. Meanwhile, Chu Tiangao sat on the ground like a discarded clown, clutching his vital parts. Apart from earning some mockery, no one paid him any attention. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from deep within the Vitality's secret realm, and the ground shook like accelerating drum beats, instantly silencing everyone's arguments. What's happening? Is there a problem with the secret realm? Someone cried out in alarm. Chu Tiangao stared at the trembling secret realm passage, grinding his teeth. Damn it, there's definitely something wrong with this secret realm. Otherwise, how could we have encountered those two king-level bosses so early? If it weren't for them, Zhao Chongwei wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have lost. Though his words were harsh, they were drowned out by the increasingly violent tremors. No one dared approach the entrance, nor did they have time to pay attention to him. Several screams rang out in succession. The teams that had been attempting the normal difficulty were forcibly teleported out, tumbling and scrambling away from the entrance. Ling Shue's face turned pale from the shaking as she grabbed Chen Runian's sleeve. Chen Runian, let's move away from here. Let's go, step back first, and see what's really happening with the secret realm. Chen Runian nodded. Just as everyone began to move, a vortex silently materialized in front of Chen Runian. The dark blue whirlpool spun wildly, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Without hesitation, Chen Runian stepped forward, and instantly half his body was swallowed by the vortex. As Chen Runian took that step, half of his body disappeared into the swirling portal. Seeing the horrified expressions on everyone's faces, Ling Shui and her three companions turned around in unison, only to witness Chen Runian with half his body already pulled into the vortex. Chen Runian, Brother Nian, all four cried out almost simultaneously. Wang Yan's throat tightened, Ling Shui's face turned deathly pale, and both Yu Rou and Zhang Yao gasped in shock. The vortex suddenly contracted, snapping shut like torn fabric in an instant. The next second, Chen Runian's figure vanished along with the secret realm's entrance, leaving only faint ripples of spiritual energy trembling in the air. The plaza fell silent at first, then erupted in hushed exclamations. No one had expected the seemingly stable secret realm to undergo such a sudden change. People looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to tell whether Chen Runian was dead or alive. Li Xiaoxiao sighed and shook her head regretfully. What a pity the heart of vitality was still in his hands. Upon hearing the words heart of vitality, the crowd, still reeling from shock, displayed expressions of both sympathy and regret. He Yuan crossed her arms and swept the area with a cold gaze. Li Xiaoxiao, you must be secretly celebrating. That vortex was clearly targeting Chen Runian, most likely because he was holding the heart of vitality. Otherwise, why would it take only him when so many people were here? This analysis gained considerable agreement, and discussions arose throughout the crowd. Li Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, then suddenly felt the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Yang Kuang and Li Ao, standing beside her, also felt lingering fear. If Chen Runian had handed over the heart of vitality earlier, perhaps they would be the ones swept away now. The three exchanged glances, and none spoke another word. With the secret realm destroyed, the crowd had no reason to linger. Various factions quickly dispersed, leaving only Ling Shui, Wang Yan, Yu Rou, and Zhang Yao standing guard at the original spot, their eyes fixed on where the vortex had disappeared, as if waiting for an impossible miracle. Ling Xue's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her fingers helplessly clutching at her clothes. Wang Yin paced back and forth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In comparison, Yuro appeared much more composed. Wang Yin couldn't help but lower his voice to ask Yuro, "Yuro, do you think Brother Nian? Is he still alive?" Yuro dramatically pointed at herself and asked in return, "Wang Yin, how did you come up with the idea of asking an assassin this kind of question?" It's simply absolutely correct. Her joke failed to ease everyone's tension, and the atmosphere remained heavy. Just then, a hoarse but amused voice came from above. "Come to my place to talk." Buzz. A silver teleportation array bloomed out of nowhere. Light flashed beneath their feet, and with a shimmer, their figures were swept away. Not far away in the shadows, several lurking figures simultaneously gasped and exchanged glances. "Just as we thought," one of them whispered. "Wang Yan's team dares to challenge the major factions because they have backing. Anyone who can instantly deploy this kind of array formation is most likely an array formation grandmaster. Let's report back first. We must investigate this mysterious force." With that, they quickly retreated. Meanwhile, as the light faded, the four found themselves in Zhang Kuei's courtyard. In the blue brick courtyard where array patterns flickered with flowing light, Zhang Kuei raised his hand and made several gestures, activating multiple protective formations simultaneously to block outside surveillance. Only after completing this did he look toward Yuro. "Yuro, whatever you discovered, you can speak now." Under the focused gazes of several people, Yuro straightened her back, her tone barely concealing her pride. "If you ask me, Chen Runian should be fine. The reason is simple. The moment he was pulled into the vortex, his expression was very calm, as if he had already anticipated what would happen." Zhang Yao couldn't help but exclaim with a "Wow, amazing little Ro. I was too panicked to notice, but you observed so carefully." Yuro put her hands on her hips and tossed her hair, smiling like a proud little fox. "Of course. I'm a shadow wind assassin. My observation skills are unmatched." Then she sighed. "It's just a pity that without Chen Runian as our powerhouse, our leveling will probably slow down considerably." Wang Yin and Ling Xue exchanged glances. Reminded by Yuro's words, they recalled the scene before Chen Runian disappeared. That slight nod, those steady eyes. Their hearts lightened. Perhaps Brother Nian really was all right. Ling Xue exhaled deeply, her emotions finally beginning to settle. Yuro casually flicked her forehead, the gesture serving as both comfort and playful teasing. "Oh my, you little girl, you're obviously in love." Wang Yin half-jokingly exposed Ling Xue's little secret. Based on her daily observations of Chen Runian's diligence, if anyone understood Chen Runian best, it should be Ling Xue rather than Yuro, who called herself the intelligence queen. Ling Xue's face instantly turned red. In contrast, Yuro lifted her chin proudly and spoke with satisfaction. "This assassin has discovered more than just that." When the secret realm went haywire and everyone scattered to escape, Chen Runian didn't tell us to run at all. With his leadership skills, if there was real danger, he would have dragged us away immediately. When would it ever be our turn to remind him? Yuro's analysis made everyone nod in agreement. Zhang Yao reached toward Yuro's forehead, pretending to be puzzled. "Huh? Xiaoro, did you suddenly activate some intelligence cheat? How did you become so smart all of a sudden?" "What?" Yuro instantly bristled, crossing her arms over her chest. "This assassin has always been intelligent. It's just that when fighting alongside Chen Runian, I was overshadowed by his brilliance, so you couldn't tell." Wang Yin gave a thumbs up. "You've hidden that intelligence pretty deep." "Of course. This assassin is the Shadow Wind assassin. Wait. No, why don't you believe me?" Yuro's indignant expression made everyone laugh. With her explanation, the weight on everyone's hearts finally lifted. "Too bad we can't ride Chen Runian's coattails anymore." Yuro picked up her backpack and waved goodbye. "Everyone, until we meet again, see you at Tianming University. This assassin has been sneaking around for so many days. Time to go back and report. Hee hee, I'm going to secretly level up, and when Chen Runian shows up in a few days and sees I'm already level 18, he'll definitely be shocked." Ling Xue's eyes lit up as she quickly asked, "Yuro, will Chen Runian really come out in just a few days?" Yuro shrugged. "Who knows? This assassin was just guessing." At that moment, Zhang Kuei caught even more explosive information. Wait, Yuri, all level 15. Everyone nodded in unison. Zhang Kuei glanced at Zhang Yao's personal panel and nearly cursed it out loud. Yesterday she was level 14, and now she's level 15 with 50 experience? Leveling gets harder with each level. If Chen Runian hadn't been swept away by the vortex, at this rate, wouldn't they all be level 25 by the college entrance exams? Yuro sighed with lingering regret. Sigh. If Chen Runian were here, we could run the Hell Dungeon one more time today and easily reach level 16. But with this complete set of golden equipment he gave me, this assassin can dominate anywhere, so I'm not worried about leveling up a bit later. Golden equipment set? Zhang Kuei caught the key phrase again, his voice cracking. You all have legendary gear? Everyone simultaneously displayed their equipment. For sets of golden gear gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, making Zhang Kuei's eyes ache from the dazzling light as he gasped. Zhang Yao helplessly patted the old man's shoulder, sighing like she was coaxing a child. Grandpa, you're so old, already stop being so jumpy. Zhang Kuei had nowhere to vent his overwhelming shock. Anyone would freak out seeing 4 complete golden sets at once. Good heavens, this kind of showing off only Chen Runian could pull it off. Meanwhile, after being swept away by the vortex, Chen Runian found himself in a mysterious place. What made this place so extraordinary was its peculiar perspective. Looking up, the sky appeared shattered into countless fragments, like a broken jigsaw puzzle. Gazing down, the earth itself hung suspended in the distance, and only then did Chen Runian realize he wasn't standing on solid ground. Beneath his feet lay complete emptiness. Yet he could breathe normally, and gravity felt natural. It wasn't like weightlessness in space, nor was it like standing on solid ground. This floating sensation was both disorienting and fascinating. Directly in front of him towered a spiritual realm core, magnified 10,000 times over. Above the core flowed sacred white light, streaming like a river toward the junction where the fractured sky met the suspended land. The scene before him brought sudden understanding. The secret realm could accommodate countless teams simultaneously precisely because of this core, which linked identical spaces in parallel and allocated them to different explorers. Chen Runian wasn't surprised to find himself here. When he had previously used his core privileges to interfere with Chu Tiangao's group, the refinement countdown had already begun, and he had sensed he would eventually be summoned to this place. Therefore, when the secret realm actually pulled him in, he remained calm. However, refinement took time. If he couldn't gain corresponding benefits, this would become pure waste. System, what exactly can I gain from refining this secret realm core? He asked mentally. The system responded calmly and directly. Host, after refinement, you will become the master of the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is a growable type that binds the core to the host level and can upgrade as you advance. You will gain the following privileges. 1. Authority to modify the realm's environment. 2. Rights to obtain portions of items produced within the realm. 3. When others enter this realm to level up, you will receive a certain percentage of experience rewards. Specific values depend on refinement completion. 4. As your level increases, additional functions and privileges will be unlocked. Others level up and I get experience? Wouldn't that mean I could grow stronger just by lying around? Chen Runian's eyes lit up. The system immediately added. Given your current growth rate, the experience gained from others grinding in the secret realm would likely be less than 1,000th of what you'd earn grinding monsters yourself. Chen Runian remained undeterred. One person might be little, but what about 1,000 or 10,000 people? If I turn this into a large-scale leveling ground like the novice secret realm, small amounts will accumulate into something significant. He then thought about real-world time. System, how long does refinement take? Will it affect my college entrance exams? Host, refinement must begin today. Progress depends on how well the secret realm aligns with your past experience. It could take as little as several days or as long as several months. That long? Chen Runian was secretly alarmed. But if it could be completed quickly in just a few days, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity he didn't want to miss. He would strive to refine it as quickly as possible. During his conversation with the system, Chen Runian found himself gradually drawn toward the massive secret realm core before him due to his special spiritual heart and the miniature secret realm core he possessed. His body began to merge with the enormous core. Secret realm refinement. Begin. Blazing white light patterns surged toward him like a tide, and vast amounts of information instantly flooded Chen Runian's mind. He witnessed the secret realm core's initial hazy mist of light, saw external forces flowing in strand by strand, and watched as rule runes were inscribed in the void. A brand new secret realm was taking shape before his very eyes. His consciousness was pulled into a half-dreaming, half-waking state. Like an observer from above, he watched the evolution of the spiritual secret realm from a Godseya view at accelerated speed. But as the information became increasingly complex, his thoughts grew heavy. He suddenly snapped awake, forcibly sharpening his focus and reciting incantations. Under his active acceptance, the refinement speed skyrocketed. While Chen Runian was deeply absorbed in refinement, Ling Shui and the others concluded their brief discussion. Except for Wang Yan, who decided to take his girlfriend leveling, everyone else returned to their respective families to seek resources and strategies for faster advancement. The Ling family. Ling Shui had been leveling with Chen Runian for days and hadn't returned home even once. An S-class professional who had just successfully changed classes had simply vanished for several days, leaving the elders frantically worried and sleepless for nights. You? It's all your fault, Ling Qiao. In the living room, the furious Ling Feng pointed at his second brother. Little Shui reached level 6 on her first day, the most prodigious genius in the Ling family's history. If she doesn't come back at level 9 today, I'll make sure that Chen Runian pays for it. He turned around. And you? Second brother. If Ling Xue is below level 10, I won't just beat you, I'll break your legs. Ling Qiu could only smile bitterly. Why are your expectations higher for me than for Chen Runian? If it weren't for you, she never would have had the chance to find that boy. Ling Feng grew even more agitated. Our family's most outstanding genius. This is the first time she's been away from home for 3 days. Family head Ling Ding rubbed his temples. Third brother, say less. I've already sent people to find Ling Xue. They'll bring her back today for sure. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Family head, the young miss has returned. Everyone stood up almost simultaneously and rushed toward the gate. As soon as Ling Xue stepped into the estate, she was surrounded by her father, second, third, fourth, and fifth uncles, plus a crowd of relatives. She paused, startled. Huh? Why is everyone here? Ling Feng grasped his niece's hand, his face full of disappointment. It's all your second uncle's fault for making you miss the optimal leveling time. Little Xue, your third uncle has been worried sick about you being out there alone for days. Ling Ding frowned and spoke up. Little Xue, you've had your fun. That Chen Runian is just in class professional. I've given you all this time to level with him. That's already the limit. From now on, to catch up on progress, there won't be any more leisure time. Ling Qiu also seized the opportunity to say, Little Xue, your second uncle can't make any more virtual images for you. You need to level up properly and strive to get into Tianming University to bring honor to the family. Second uncle knows you like Chen Runian, but you're an S-class professional. A gap will only widen. Put your feelings aside for now and focus on getting into university. Everyone present exchanged glances, surprised to learn that Ling Xue actually liked Chen Runian. The young girl's face flushed red. After listening, she understood her family's concerns. Second uncle is right. Even though I'm S-class, if I hadn't gone to find Chen Runian this time, the gap would be even wider. She lifted her chin, her voice carrying a hint of pride. Don't worry, everyone, I haven't been idle these past few days. Under Chen Runian's guidance, I've already reached level 15. Look if you don't believe me. The more Ling Xue spoke, the stranger her words sounded to everyone. Just an S-class profession, the gap with Chen Runian keeps growing. Under his leadership, this string of self-deprecating remarks left the Ling family members in the hall exchanging bewildered glances. By all logic, Ling Xue was an S-class mage who should naturally be the unquestioned leader of any team. How had the roles become so reversed? Even stranger was her mention of level 15. Level 15. Fourth uncle Ling Shan's curse burst out. What did you just say? Level 15. Fourth brother, you must have misheard, it's level 10. Third uncle Ling Feng frowned and raised his hand to stop him, then said with a teasing grin, Second brother, you dodged a bullet this time. Since Xue is already level 10, I won't beat you up. Not bad at all. Even while carrying that class Chen Runian, Xue hasn't fallen too far behind. Third uncle is very satisfied. The other elders nearby nodded in agreement. Reaching level 15 in just 4 days? That was too ridiculous. Ling Shan must have misheard. Ling Xue blinked her bright, clear eyes and said seriously, Fourth uncle didn't mishear. I really am level 15. Look if you don't believe me. She pulled up her personal interface, which clearly displayed LV.1550. My god, it really is level 15. And 50 progress. The hall instantly erupted. Several elders nearly started setting up tables and music on the spot for a proper celebration. Ling Xue raised her hand to calm everyone's excitement. Fourth uncle only got it half right. What I meant was Chen Runian has been power leveling me, not the other way around. It's only because of him that I've leveled up so quickly. The air fell silent as if someone had hit the mute button. Ling Feng stepped forward and placed his palm on his niece's forehead. No fever. Ling Xue giggled at his antics. Third uncle, stop fooling around. I'm telling the truth. Second uncle knows this best. Chen Runian came out of the dungeon at level 8 on his very first day. That day he carried all 4 of yous including Mestrate through to level 15. If I'd been grinding on my own, I'd be lucky to hit level 11 by now. The hall fell silent again, with all eyes turning toward the recorder, Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu opened his terminal, and a projection appeared. Chen Runian's publicly displayed interface from that day. Level 8, completely authentic. The duel between Lu Hao and Chen Runian hadn't spread beyond their circle due to Lu Hao's father, Lu Tianyu's intervention. So most people were learning about this for the first time. Seeing that level 8 figure, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Level 8 on the first day? What kind of monster was this person? Thinking about Ling Xue's 2 private meetings with Chen Runian, Ling Qiu probed, Xiaoxua, when Chen Runian called you out those 2 times, what exactly happened? Ling Xue glanced at her father, Ling Ding. Ling Ding surveyed his brothers. Let's go. We'll talk in the conference room. The crowd in the hall was orderly dispersed, leaving only the 5 Ling brothers. Xue, speak plainly. With a bright smile, Ling Xue pulled out a complete set of equipment glowing with an eerie green light from her backpack, a treasure-grade goblin set. The first time Chen Runian called me out, it was to give me this complete treasure-grade goblin equipment set to help with my leveling. I had originally planned to take a break that day, But after getting such amazing equipment, I was worried I wouldn't be able to keep up with Chen Runian's progress, so I stayed up all night grinding levels. By the time the beginner dungeon opened the next day, I had already reached level 10. The living room was brightly lit as several Ling family elders sat around a spacious sandalwood table. On its surface lay a complete set of fired treasure-grade equipment, glowing with a faint aura. Everyone stared at that dazzling red color, and though Ling Xue's words seemed far-fetched, they had no choice but to believe her. A treasure-grade set. Third Uncle Ling Qiu gestured in the air with his hands, unable to contain his admiration. Not bad at all. You can tell that boy truly has feelings for our little Xue. But what's even more impressive is Xue herself coming out of the beginner dungeon on day 2 already at level 10. I was originally worried you wouldn't reach level 10 within 4 days, but it turns out I was being too narrow-minded. Ling Shan frowned as he looked at his daughter, asking in confusion, Xue, if he's giving you such excellent equipment, doesn't he need it himself? Ling Xuan nodded obediently, her voice serious. He has even better gear. He uses legendary-grade equipment. What? Legendary-grade equipment? Several elders raised their voices almost simultaneously, and the hall fell silent for half a second before erupting. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, Ling Xue pulled out several more pieces of equipment from her bag and placed them in front of Ling Ding. Oh, and father, the reason I asked you to send away the branch family members is because Chen Runian also gave me level 8 and 12 transitional sets, plus some matching individual pieces. They're all here for my younger siblings to use. As her words fell, she spread everything out on the table with a flourish, a treasure-grade trance set, a legendary-grade bamboo set, plus several treasure-grade and legendary-grade individual pieces. The intertwining red and gold light instantly illuminated the sandalwood table surface. Good lord, the lowest grade here is treasure level. Ling Feng rubbed his temples, his voice weak. A legendary grade set, can someone actually collect a complete one? Unbelievable. What's even more outrageous is that Chen Runian gave all of this to our little Xue. Haha, what a good lad. Ling Qiu laughed heartily, his eyes bright. Worthy of our Ling family's most beautiful Zhuo, that boy's heart is completely devoted to you. Ling Feng was still muttering to himself. This scene is too surreal. Third brother, are we dreaming? Unprecedented, Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. Reaching level 15 in 4 days was already outrageous enough, and now all these treasures. Someone pinch me. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached over and gave Ling Feng's arm a hard twist. His so ow ow. Ling Feng sucked in a sharp breath, tears nearly springing to his eyes. Seeing this, everyone finally confirmed that the scene before them wasn't an illusion. Watching the elders' exaggerated reactions, Ling Xue couldn't help but smile. Everyone, stop doubting, it's really true. The second time Chen Runian called me over, he took me dungeon running. We've been grinding continuously until now, which is how I reached level 15. Ling Ding took the equipment, picked out the legendary grade bamboo set, and solemnly pushed it back into his daughter's arms. Xue, we'll accept the treasure grade items, but keep this legendary set for yourself. Level 15 common equipment has worse stats than a level 12 gold set. You should use legendary grade gear, it befits your status as a genius of the Ling family. Ling Xue cheerfully pushed the set back. Father, if I brought it out, it means I don't need it. As I mentioned before, these are all transitional items Chen Runian gave me. Now that I'm level 15, he's given me a level 15 gold set. Look, seeing Ling Xue equipped with a complete agility set that had significantly higher attributes than the bamboo shadow set, the Ling family elders were all stunned. Golden radiance flowed around the equipment as the attribute panel floated before everyone's eyes, displaying a series of stats that far exceeded level 20 gear. The numbers were simply dazzling. Third uncle was the first to recover, and after his initial amazement, he couldn't help but tease. Another golden equipment set. My goodness, these attribute bonuses are even stronger than level 20 gear. Little Xue, you've really found yourself a great boyfriend. Who would have thought he'd just give you a golden set like that? Hearing third uncle, Ling Xue's pale cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Oh, third uncle, we're not really. Third uncle waved his hand with an I understand expression. No need to make excuses, third uncle gets it. Even if you haven't officially announced your relationship, the fact that he's giving you such precious equipment says it all. Though Ling Xue was secretly delighted, she still earnestly added, Chen Runian didn't just give me one set, all my other teammates got one too. One set each. All golden quality. This casual statement hit the elders like a thunderbolt. The entire room fell into dead silence. What? One set each? Is that kid running a wholesale operation for legendary equipment? We thought he was just an ordinary orphan, but now it seems he's no orphan at all, must have a special identity prepared by some hidden family. Fourth uncle frowned, his voice mixing shock and admiration. Your fourth uncle has lived this long and never heard of 5 golden equipment sets appearing at once. Even these pieces you've shown us, little Xue, are the first I've ever seen in my lifetime. Only then did Ling Xue realize how rare golden equipment truly was. and she marveled once again at Chen Runian's incredible luck. Had far more than 5 golden sets. Even his white cat wore golden equipment. Shuer, where is this Chen Runian? Could you introduce us? One elder couldn't help but ask. Ling Shui shook her head helplessly. Chen Runian had an accident and was swept away by a secret realm. She recounted every detail of their encounter in the agility secret realm, from entrance to his disappearance, and the listeners' frowns deepened with each word. Father, do you think Chen Runian is still alive? Ling Shui asked. Ling Ding pondered for a moment before analyzing in a low voice. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. I'll make inquiries through various channels over the next few days. However, someone like Chen Runian, who possesses such extraordinary fortune, should normally be fine. Just focus on leveling up. Yes, father. I'll follow your arrangements for the coming days. Ling Shui nodded. Meanwhile, Yuro traveled through multiple teleportation arrays before stepping into a tranquil courtyard. The grounds were paved with blue stone, bamboo shadows swayed gently, and birds sang among fragrant flowers. Yet no human voices could be heard. It was like a paradise hidden deep in nature. As soon as she arrived, she drew out the agility dagger and called out loudly, Wind Shadow Assassin Yuro has arrived, come quickly to greet me. Before her words faded, dozens of figures broke through the wind and appeared neatly at the courtyard entrance. Yuro, you're becoming more and more outrageous. Where have you been these past few days? As an S-class assassin, constantly swaggering around, what kind of behavior is this? Did you find it too hard out there and finally come back to admit your mistakes? As long as you properly apologize and behave for the next few days, we'll let bygones be bygones. Various emotions, self-interest, concern, and reproach intertwined in their voices. Someone quickly reported the latest plan. That young man from the Gongsun family can break through to level 13 tonight. He's an S-class beast tamer who has contracted a mountain ghost beast, with his beast drawing fire at the front and you as an S-class wind shadow assassin providing damage support. It's a match made in heaven. This was supposed to be a win-win situation, but you just had to refuse. Now look what happened. Ed found someone else to team up with and his level is way ahead of yours. Are you regretting it now? In the main hall, the scolding from the Yu family elders bombarded Yu Ro's ears like machine gun fire. Before she even stepped through the door, a barrage of accusations came crashing down on her. You bunch of old geezers, shut up. Yu Ro impatiently raised her hand to interrupt them. What's this about Gongsun Pang reaching level 13 tonight? How embarrassing. Even if I solo grind, hitting level 13 today wouldn't be a problem for this assassin. Seeing that the crowd still wanted to argue, she snorted coldly and straightened her spine. Watch carefully. The reason this assassin dares to come back is to tell you all. This assassin is invincible. Praise me. He. As her words fell, she pulled up her personal panel, and a blue-white screen hovered in midair. Yu Ro, class, S-rank wind shadow assassin, level, 15, 52. Arrogant. Let me see what you. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Level 15. And it's 15 with 52 experience. The elders crowded around the screen, repeatedly confirming what they saw, their shocked voices rising one after another. You all see level 15 too, right? My god, I'm really not seeing things. Yu Ro swept her gaze over the circle of stunned faces, feeling triumphant beyond measure. Just then, fifth uncle Yu Kaihuai strode out with quick steps, clapping his hands with a beaming smile. I told you our little Ro is the best. These old geezers have no vision at all. Never mind them, fifth uncle will take you inside for some tea. Hee hee, I knew our fifth uncle has the best judgment. What's that worthless Gongsun Pang compared to this assassin? Yu Ro linked arms with Yu Kaihuai and swaggered along. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, but still followed them into Yu Kaihuai's quarters. The impact of level 15 was too overwhelming. They had to keep their eyes on this junior to confirm this wasn't all an illusion. Inside the room, delicate smoke curled up from the incense burner. Yu Kaihuai took out only 2 of his finest purple clay cups, brewing premium Tsuifeng tea for himself and Yu Ro. When the other uncles tried to reach for some, he cheerfully blocked them. Yu Ro drank with obvious delight, so pleased she was practically ready to put her feet up. Excellent, excellent. Fifth uncle, this tea is really delicious. Of course it is. Yu Kaihuai stroked his beard. This is my treasured tea. I wouldn't even let your other uncles have a sip. But our little Ro is so outstanding. She deserves tea this good. Yu Ro gave him a thumbs up and slurped her tea loudly. Amid the fragrant tea steam, Yu Kaihuai finally couldn't contain his curiosity. Little Ro, tell fifth uncle, how did you manage to shoot up to level 15 after just 4 days out there? Yu Ro cleared her throat twice, set down her teacup, and smiled mysteriously. Hee, you might not believe this. I found myself a boyfriend. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yu Kaihuai suddenly spat out the half cup of tea he'd just brought to his lips, sending tea spraying everywhere. The family members crowding around the doorway erupted in an even greater uproar. What did you say? A boyfriend? The family elders immediately became restless. This was the family's only S-class professional among the younger generation. How could she just casually date someone? The living room was brightly lit, filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Yuro set down her teacup and sighed softly. Yes, I've taken a liking to him, but he doesn't know it yet. He has two gorgeous women eyeing him like hawks. This assassin is under quite a bit of pressure. Yu Kaihuai rubbed his nose awkwardly and pressed further. So this is just unrequited love on your part. Yuro nodded, then looked around at everyone. I'm here today to tell all the elders stop arranging marriages for me. I have no interest in someone like Gongsun Pang. If I'm going to pursue anyone, it'll be the strongest and most challenging to win over, like this handsome guy I met recently, Chen Runian. At this, her eyes lit up and her speech quickened. If I had been leveling on my own today, I'd be level 13 at most, but under Chen Runian's guidance, I shot straight to level 15. The elders exchanged surprised glances. Yu Kaihuai quickly asked, what's this young man's profession? Class profession, beast summoner. What? Beast summoner? Class. The living room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. Yuro raised her hand for quiet. I'm not joking. Even though he's class, each pet he summons is more terrifying than the last. What's even more ridiculous is that he learned a class skill that I swear packs more punch than an S-class skill. Summoners are supposed to rely on their summoned beasts for combat, right? Well, his personal damage output is fiercer than mine. As an assassin, it's driving me crazy. Thank goodness I awakened 4 innate skills, or I would have been kicked from the team. 4 innate skills. Someone nearly spat out their tea. Yuro nodded again. Instantly, the room filled with exclamations of prodigious talent. Yu Kaihuai slapped the table and laughed heartily. Little Ro, don't worry. An S-class professional is a hot commodity in any team, even with just 1 or 2 awakened innate skills. But Yuro was dead serious. Fifth uncle, you don't understand. In Chen Runian's team, aside from him, everyone else is S-class, Spirit Channeler, Dragon Tiger Master, Mystic Ice Mage, plus me as the assassin. We've got Warrior, Mage, and Support all covered. So tell me any efficient leveling methods you know. I want to gain experience far ahead of the others and give Chen Runian a big surprise. This statement made everyone gasp again. A full S-class configuration with complete role coverage. Satisfied with everyone's expressions, Yuro casually dumped a large bag onto the table. This is starter equipment Chen Runian gave me that I've outgrown. Anyone who wants some can take whatever they like. With clanging sounds, treasure light sparkled. My god, a level 12 rare quality set. These pieces are gold quality individual items. The elders stared at the pile of equipment, all gasping in unison as exclamations rose one after another. Impressive, generous, wealthy. Little Ro, you have excellent taste, and he's really looking out for you. Yuro proudly lifted her chin. This is nothing. Look at my current equipment now. This is what I call good gear, understand? With that, Yuro displayed her equipment, completely blinding everyone present. It was a complete set of level 15 golden gear, gleaming like the blazing sun, with attribute panels significantly higher than equipment of the same level. The hall instantly erupted with gasps and exclamations echoing throughout. Incredible. With that gear set, who at the same level would dare challenge little Ro Hedon? Ha ha ha. Extravagant, truly extravagant. I've never seen anyone who could produce something like this all at once. However, Yuro shook her head with a light sigh. Unfortunately, this isn't exclusively mine. Everyone in our team has a complete set, all gifts from Chen Runian. 1 set each. The Yu family members felt their scalps tingle as the second and third uncles stared at each other across the table. What kind of terrifying generosity was this? Yuro pressed her advantage. Second uncle. Third uncle. Now I have good reason to refuse the invitation from the Gongsun Pang side, don't I? The 2 uncles nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. Second uncle will decline right away. Third uncle was even more enthusiastic. When can we invite this Chen Runian to visit the Yu family? What's the rush? Yuro thought for a moment. The college entrance exam is in just a few days. Let's wait until I get into university. She raised her hand, making an 18 gesture, her tone casual yet radiating confidence. Hee hee. This assassin aims to reach level 18 or above by exam day. Please make the arrangements for me. Family. The group of elders immediately beamed with joy. Of course, of course. Level 18 by the college entrance exam? That would be unprecedented in the Yu family. If that really happens, our ancestors would wake up laughing in their dreams. Meanwhile, Wang Yin was in high spirits, leading 4 support girls into the level 15 dungeon. The power of dragon and tiger erupted magnificently as he wore his golden gear set, defeating level 15 monsters with single punches. After each kill, he deliberately struck muscle-flexing poses. Brother Wang Yin, you're so powerful. Wang Yin Gij is so amazing. We don't even need to finish them off. There's a scary snake over here. Wang Yin Gij. Amidst the endless chorus of brother and Gij, along with constant praise, Wang Yin completely lost himself, thinking ecstatically. So this is the treatment Brother Nian enjoys every day. Amazing. On Zhang Yao's side, Zhang Kuei brought her to Tianyuan imperial capital. The capital was filled with talented individuals, with leveling grounds scattered outside the city. The spirit attachment target Zhang Kuei selected for her was named Qi Qin, whose profession was S-level spirit array Mistura special formation, mage focused on support. Zhang Kuei felt that given Zhang Yao's current level, she should start supplementing her support skills. The moment the spirit attachment was completed, Zhang Yao blinked. Huh? Why am I thinking about so many more things after this attachment? Qi Qin looked down at her status panel, her voice trembling with excitement. All attributes increased by 800? This is absolutely ridiculous. She looked up at Zhang Yao with burning eyes. Your profession is only stronger than mine, not weaker. Master Zhang said you should train with me for a while, and I definitely won't disappoint you. Zhang Yao nodded, but inwardly missed the pure thrill of don't think about anything. Just charge forward, she felt when attached to the husky's spirit. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Chen Runian pressed both hands on the core of the agility secret realm as the special heart of agility flew out from his chest, slowly fusing with him through the core's power. He could sense subtle transformations occurring in his physical body, but had no time to be distracted as he continued absorbing and analyzing all information within the secret realm. 5 days passed in a flash. Chen Runian's consciousness suddenly became clear, and when he opened his eyes, everything was settled. The refinement of the agility secret realm's core was finally complete. The spiritual realm core in Chen Runian's hand had vanished, leaving only this enlarged version before him magnified 10,000 times. In that instant, a subtle bond formed between him and this massive heart. The spiritual realm was no longer an independent space, but had become a contracted realm that could grow alongside its master. The realm's current access level remained at 15, but would henceforth synchronize with Chen Runian's personal level, with its actual opening entirely at his discretion. This binding brought clear advantages and disadvantages. The downside, Chen Runian could no longer gain any realm rewards through dungeon runs. The upside, whenever others entered the realm and killed monsters, he would passively receive 5 of their experience. Though the percentage seemed modest, once the number of teams running the dungeon reached hundreds, it would become a continuous torrent of experience. Especially considering his current leveling experience requirement was already 5 times that of ordinary people, and might continue climbing, such passive farming was exactly what he needed. Next, the system granted him one opportunity to refresh the spiritual heart cooldown. Without hesitation, Chen Runian reset the cooldown, instantly obtaining 3 more spiritual hearts. Combined with the 2 he already possessed, his total reached 5. This reminded him of the special spiritual heart that had emerged during the fusion process. Its attributes immediately appeared on his panel. All attributes 50. Skill cost 50. Skill cast speed 50. Skill cooldown 50. Passive, spiritual evasion when activated, grants perfect evasion of any attack for 10 seconds, 24-hour cooldown. Active, spiritual sharing consumes mental energy to share the above enhancement effects with designated targets. The skill cost 50 alone was enough to make him, as a summoner, want to shout with excitement. As for the other 4 ordinary spiritual hearts, since the special heart occupied the core position, he could no longer equip them himself, but they would serve perfectly as backup for his companions. After confirming his gains, he realized he had completely lost track of time during the refinement process. With a thought, he returned to the clearing where the spiritual realm entrance had originally been. The realm had disappeared, leaving the surroundings so desolate that even wild monsters were sparse. The evening sun had sunk to the mountain ridge, leaving only the last traces of golden red light. Just as he was about to check his phone for the time, formation patterns lit up beneath his feet and a pillar of light rose. When the radiance faded, a familiar figure stood before him. Oh, Master Zhang. You should call me Grandmaster Zhang now. Zhang Kuei laughed heartily, his voice full of satisfaction. Thanks to that spiritual heart of yours, this old man has broken through the level 59 bottleneck and reached level 60. However, you certainly kept me waiting, knowing you'd eventually emerge from the realm. I settled Yao's affairs and have been standing guard here ever since. Chen Runian was touched by Zhang Kuei's gesture upon hearing these words. Before he could respond, Zhang Kuei had already grabbed his hand and pulled him into the teleportation array that materialized before them. You came back just in time, kid. The Unified College entrance exam is tomorrow any later, and you would have missed it. Zhang Kuei spoke while continuously forming hand seals to activate new formations. It's student assembly time right now. We can still make it if we hurry. Flashes of light erupted repeatedly as the two rushed toward Huiquan No. 1 High School. At the Huiquan No. 1 High School Plaza, nearly all students had already assembled. According to regulations, the college entrance exam took place in designated testing areas, and students needed to be transported to the exam sites by their respective schools the night before. At this moment, Class 1 was the most eye-catching. The class had produced 2 S-rank professionals, plus Lu Hao, who was S-rank, giving them strength that practically dominated the entire school. Lu Hao had reached level 14 and was proudly showing off to his surrounding classmates. Not far away, Wang Yin and Ling Shui kept a low profile, yet their gazes occasionally drifted toward Chen Runian's empty spot. Noticing their expressions, Lu Hao threw back his head and laughed loudly. I bet Chen Runian feels the gap is too huge, stuck at level 10 with no face to show, so he's decided not to come. But that's fine, I've grown stronger, and rare-grade professionals are more valuable to the country. Qian Yin asked curiously, Boss, how come you don't seem hostile toward Chen Runian anymore? Lu Hao clasped his hands behind his back, putting on airs. That's small thinking, too narrow. I'm a dignified SSS-rank, we should I bother with him, Frank? Besides, that guy is actually pretty decent. Too bad he won't make it here to witness my magnificence. He added loudly. I'm currently level 14 at 85. Once we reach our destination, I'll push harder and might even touch level 15. Tianming University is still within reach, haha. Tianming University. Envious gasps immediately arose from the crowd. That was the nation's top institution to enter through the college entrance exam. One of the hard requirements was reaching level 15 within 10 days of job transition. This year's group was once again personally led by Lin Chen. With Huiquan No. 1 High School producing so many high-tier professionals, he was paying extra attention. Glancing at his watch, he walked to the center of the plaza to remind everyone. Assembly deadline is 6 o'clock tonight. Students who don't arrive forfeit their college entrance exam by default. School statistics showed that 5 students among those who transitioned to Frank were absent, including Chen Runian. Wang Yin was both anxious and regretful. Looks like Brother Nian still didn't make it. It's already the 5th day. When will he finally come out? Ling Shui said nothing, only clutching her skirt tightly as her gaze swept through the crowd in circles, still holding onto final hope. The time reached 5:59 p.m. Lin Chen stepped onto the platform again, raised his wrist to align with the second hand, cleared his throat softly, and began announcing the assembly status. Time's up, I declare. Wait. Zhang Kuei's voice suddenly rang out. A silver blue light instantly illuminated the empty space in front of Lin Chen, and a clear teleportation array materialized. As the light converged, Zhang Kuei and Chen Runian stepped out together, causing all the examinees to instinctively freeze and turn their gazes toward the two figures. Chen Runian, Brother Nian. Wang Yin was the first to react, excitedly rushing forward and pulling Chen Runian into the group, settling him into his designated seat within the class formation. Zhang Kuei raised his wrist to check his watch. 5:59:55. He quietly exhaled in relief. Just made it. He then nodded toward Principal Lin Chen, saying, Principal Lin, Chen Runian was delayed by some matters, so I brought him here. Please continue. His tone remained humble. Despite having advanced to grandmaster level, he showed no trace of condescension and naturally stepped aside to yield the commanding position. Just as Chen Runian took his seat, the clock atop the academic building chimed 6 times. Lin Chen looked at Chen Runian, who had rejoined the formation, initially wanting to scold him, but when he caught sight of the prominent level 60 display above Zhang Kuei's head, his mind exploded with frustration, and he forcibly swallowed his words. He didn't dare provoke Zhang Kuei even when he was a master, let alone now as a grandmaster. Time's up. I declare the assembly concluded. Those absent are considered to have forfeited the exam. All students board the buses by class in order and proceed to the examination site. Lin Chen's voice boomed as he quickly resumed his principal's composed authority. Zhang Kuei watched Chen Runian board the bus with the main group, and only after the vehicle started and departed did he turn and leave with satisfaction. Inside the bus, Wang Yin lowered his voice, unable to contain his excitement. Brother Nian, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't make it in time and would be disqualified. Ling Shui also showed joy, nodding gently. Chen Runian looked around at everyone, then asked, I didn't realize time had passed so quickly. What levels have you all reached? Upon hearing his question, Ling Shui and Wang Yin simply disabled their concealment and projected their information onto their spiritual energy panels. Ling Shui, S-rank Mystic Ice Mage, level 18, 62. Wang Yin, S-rank Dragon Tiger Master, level 18, 3. Not bad, you're both level 18. Chen Runian was somewhat surprised. He quickly calculated, for a 5-person team clearing normal difficulty spiritual dungeons, going from level 15 to 16 required at least 24 runs, or 8 runs on nightmare difficulty. The experience requirements only increased afterward, so he had originally estimated they might reach level 17 at best, never expecting both to reach level 18. Other classmates turned around upon hearing this, with Lu Hao's jaw dropping wide enough to fit an egg. Exclamations arose one after another. Holy crap, level 18. S-rank classes are truly terrifying. Wang Yin is so amazing. Several female students he had carried gathered around Wang Yin, their faces full of admiration. Though Wang Yin appeared satisfied, there was some fatigue in his eyes, clearly indicating he had been grinding hard in the dungeons recently. In comparison, Ling Shui's progress bar was ridiculously high at 62, nearly catching up to the next level. Some quietly speculated that if she pulled an all-nighter grinding, Reaching level 19 by exam day wouldn't be impossible. Lin Shun, riding in the same bus, nearly couldn't suppress his urge to cheer on the spot upon hearing their levels. Initially, seeing Lu Hao approaching level 15 had assured him that Wang Yin and Ling Shui would definitely reach level 15, but now with both at level 18, getting into Tianming University was practically guaranteed. As everyone continued their chatter and praise, Ling Shui seemed oblivious to it all, turning toward Chen Runian with curiosity in her eyes. Chen Runian, what about you? Have you made any progress recently? Has your level improved? Chen Runian nodded, then shook his head. I did gain something, but my level didn't change, still level 15. His casual remark instantly silenced the previously noisy bus compartment. Lu Hao shot up from his seat and rushed across the aisle to him. What? Chen Runian, what did you say your level was? Chen Runian didn't hide anything after all. It would be announced publicly during the college entrance exam anyway. He raised his hand, making his status panel appear. Name, Chen Runian. Class, Pet Summoner Frank. Level, 15. Experience 52. The panel's glow flickered and vanished. Lu Hao froze completely. Your Frank class is actually level 15. His voice was so loud that even the driver got startled and slammed on the brakes. Screech! The bus lurched violently, throwing Lu Hao off balance. Bang! His head crashed into the ceiling of the aisle with a resounding thud. Damn it! He clutched his forehead, disheveled as he stumbled back to his seat and fastened his seatbelt, still muttering in disbelief. Chen Runian is already level 15. How can Frank reach level 15? I'm Lu Hao, with Shrank Rare Class Berserkerand after training like crazy for so many days. I'm only level 14, with 85 experience. Even Lin Shun, who had been sitting calmly in the front row, raised an eyebrow. He had assumed Chen Runian was finished after getting in Frank class, but surprisingly, he had managed to reach level 15 before the college entrance exam. Still, Frank was Frank after all. The difficulty of crossing every 5-level threshold was far more brutal than other ranks. There was a 90% chance he'd get stuck at level 15. With that thought, Lin Shun looked away. He stood up and surveyed the chaotic bus. All right, quiet down. Our bus doesn't go straight to the destination. We're about to enter a teleportation array, so brace yourselves. Everyone quickly grabbed the handrails. The next second, the vehicle seemed to pierce through an air tunnel. The scenery outside the windows stretched at high speed, and the intense spatial fluctuations made their scalps tingle. Some students immediately turned pale, their stomachs churning as they nearly vomited, but the accompanying teacher stabilized their stomachs with a healing spell. The bus passed through several preset teleportation arrays until 9 o'clock in the evening, when it stopped at a base where all signals were completely blocked. Outside the windows was pitch darkness, making it impossible to tell their location. Even Principal Lin Shun was told he had no authority to know their coordinates. The exam location was classified at the highest level, solely to prevent candidates from outside interference. At exactly 10 o'clock tonight, all examinees would be placed in nutrient pods to sleep until the exam. This was why Zhang Kuei had to get Chen Runian there before 6. Being late meant permanently losing the right to take the exam. After checking the arrival list, Lin Shen looked up and said, "Now let me explain tomorrow's exam procedures." Lin Shen led the group through the examination venue while explaining tomorrow's combat profession college entrance exam. He first emphasized the rigorous nature of combat profession assessments, which consisted of 3 parts. 1. Solo combat assessment. Candidates would fight various types of demon beasts alone in a closed arena. The system would calculate points based on kill count and time taken. 2. Group attack assessment. Candidates would be placed in environments surrounded by demon beast packs. Points could be earned through survival, counter kills, or both, with the system calculating scores based on survival duration and counter kill numbers. 3. Tower challenge. A new addition this year. Candidates needed to ascend the tower from bottom to top, with each floor presenting completely different challenges and demon beasts. Performance would be determined by floors cleared and performance on each level. Final rankings would be based entirely on cumulative points, displayed in real time on large screens, though only the top 100 would be publicly shown. Lin Shen reminded them that the third test changed every year, and this year's tower was classified even he didn't know what mechanisms lay within. The group followed him to the tower's base. The tower gleamed with gold throughout, with faint runes visible flowing across the stone walls. From a distance, it appeared to have over 100 floors, surrounded by a golden light barrier. Until tomorrow's official exam began, no living creature was permitted within 100 meters. Lin Shun led the students around the barrier's perimeter, allowing them to adapt to its scale and imposing presence to prevent mental imbalance on exam day. Next, he brought everyone to Huiquan First High School's assigned nutrition pod area. Neatly arranged metal chambers glowed with soft blue light, with numbers clearly marked on each pod door. Lin Shen called out each person's number individually, saying, "This is where you'll spend tonight." Once inside the nutrition pods, your mental and physical condition will be adjusted to peak performance for the best possible state during the exam. His voice suddenly turned grave. The Tianming Empire trains combat professionals. Only true warriors are wanted. Therefore, all exams take place on real battlefields. The demon beasts you face tomorrow aren't data, and the dangers aren't fictional. Carelessness will get you killed during the assessment. Put away any playful attitudes and treat every battle seriously. Lin Chen reiterated the rules. Personal equipment and food were permitted. All props were forbidden. Any items the system deemed as cheating aids. While the system wouldn't confiscate luggage, if anything other than equipment and food was detected, exam qualification would be immediately revoked, followed by 10 years imprisonment and a lifelong cheating candidate disgrace title. This title couldn't be hidden and would be prominently displayed in any situation. The harsh penalties caused an uproar among the students. Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. You think this is severe? 10 years ago, cheaters were executed on the spot. They didn't even get the chance to go to prison. Someone in the crowd raised their hand. Principal, since these are real battlefields, what happens if we face life-threatening danger? Lin Chen nodded at the questioner. Excellent question. Tonight, while the nutrition pods supplement your nutrients, they'll also imprint each of you with a one-time life seal. It can trigger passively or be actively detonated, providing life-saving protection at critical moments. As long as you don't cheat or act recklessly, the nation will naturally ensure your safety. Of course, once the life-saving mark is triggered, it means your assessment is over, and the points you've earned become your final score. Hearing Lin Chen's reminder, the tense nerves in the waiting area instantly relaxed, and many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen briefly went over the precautions again, then raised his wrist to check his watch, his voice clearly carrying across the entire venue. All right, there are 15 minutes left before entering the nutrition pods. Feel free to move around. If you need the restroom, hurry up. We'll start lining up at 9:55 to enter the pods, and the doors will lock at 10 o'clock sharp. Anyone late will be treated as having forfeited the exam. Don't forget. These words completely deflated Lu Hao, who muttered quietly. So we can't grind levels all night. Lin Chen heard him and swept his gaze over him and the other candidates. Give up that idea. All high school exam participants will rest tonight to maintain peak condition for tomorrow's assessment. Let me add one more thing. Even I can't leave this area, so don't even think about trying anything. Prepare peacefully. The exam itself also gives experience. With that, he turned and left. The hall immediately split into several small groups, with candidates talking in low voices as the atmosphere gradually shifted from tension to excitement. In a corner, Chen Runian gave Ling Shui and Wang Yin a meaningful look, and the two immediately understood, quietly following behind. The three chose an area with fewer people, and Chen Runian raised his hand to activate a soundproof array disc, enveloping them in a faint light barrier. He pulled two exquisite ebony boxes from his backpack and handed them to the pair, one each. Use them immediately, and don't let anyone else see. As the lids opened, pearlescent light nearly spilled out. Wang Yin and Ling Shui froze in place, their mouths agape. Holy shit, hearts of agility. Wang Yin couldn't help but curse, while Ling Shui was equally shocked. These rare treasures that only produced 3 pieces every 10 years were suddenly right in front of them. Even more incredible was that since they each got one, the third was likely in Chen Runian's possession. Having all the output from the agility secret realm, such a move was completely beyond their imagination. Images of Yu Rou and Zhang Yao flashed through Ling Shui's mind, and she felt increasingly fortunate that Chen Runian had given the most precious treasure to her rather than someone else. Don't just stand there, Chen Runian urged in a low voice. Absorb them directly. Someone's coming this way. The two exchanged glances and hesitated no more, pressing the hearts of agility to their chests. The treasures instantly transformed into countless tiny points of light, seeping into their flesh through their meridians. After the glow subsided, Chen Runian looked at them. How's the effect? Wang Yin couldn't contain himself, shooting forward 2 steps like an arrow from a bow, leaving a faint afterimage, his voice trembling with excitement. Speed 35, skill casting speed 15, skill consumption 10. Brother Nian, this is godly equipment, and it's the kind that stacks with growth. Ling Shui clenched her fist, feeling the surging power within her body, her eyes shining brilliantly. My mental power and speed each increased by 20, and skill cooldown and consumption both reduced by 15. No wonder so many organizations are after these things. Hearing their reports, Chen Runian secretly compared them with his own special heart of agility. His effects were even more dramatic, practically worthy of being called a divine heart. But at this moment, he simply smiled slightly. Excellent. With their enhancement, you'll definitely handle tomorrow's assessment with greater ease. After finishing their conversation, they saw a figure approaching cautiously. Looking at the newcomer, Chen Runian was somewhat surprised to see it was Lu Hao. At that moment, in the corridor outside the laboratory, a soundproofing array disc was quietly operating, emitting a faint spiritual glow. Lu Hao stopped at the edge of the array, glanced at it curiously without asking questions, then turned to face Chen Runian, his lips opening and closing hesitantly. Chen Runian, I He stammered for a long time, unable to squeeze out a complete word. Wang Yin was adjusting the array disc to its maximum range when he noticed this and whistled, grinning as he teased. Lu Hao, since when did you become so bashful? Looks like you want to confess your feelings to Chen Runian. I'd sooner confess to goddess Ling Shui. Lu Hao instantly bristled, waving his hands and shouting. How could it possibly be Chen Runian? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Okay. Wang Yin snorted and checked his watch. Then speak up quickly or shut up. We still need to go calibrate the nutrition pods. Lu Hao hurriedly rubbed his hands together, glanced at Chen Runian again, and took a deep breath. Chen Runian, you just gave Wang Yin and Ling Shui some benefits, right? So, do you have any treasure-grade equipment sets suitable for me? I want to buy from you. He spoke rapidly, then quickly added, I've figured it out. You're someone with vision, and I have to admit you're just better than me. Although your profession quality is lower than mine, your level is higher, and both your strength and perspective crush mine. I thought being level 14 was impressive enough, but seeing you at level 15 made me realize that profession grade is just surface level. What really determines whether someone becomes strong is effort and opportunity. I swear I'll never cause you trouble again. If you ever need Lu Hao, I'll risk my life for you. I hope we can let bygones be bygones. Chen Runian raised his hand to interrupt. It's just buying a piece of treasure-grade equipment. No need for all that. Seeing that Lu Hao's attitude had genuinely changed, he didn't say more. Given your current level, I only have a level 12 dark bamboo set available. Want it? Yes. 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 Lu Hao nodded repeatedly, his face lighting up. Brother Nian, you truly have the magnanimity of the heavens. I'll buy it right now. Wang Yin grabbed Lu Hao by the back of his collar and warned in a low voice. You'd better not spread this around. Brother Nian is magnanimous enough to forgive you, but I'm not. If you go blabbing about this, I won't let you off. Understood. Understood. Brother Yan, I wouldn't dare even with 10 times the courage. Chen Runian focused his thoughts, preparing to retrieve a complete set of treasure-grade dark bamboo equipment plus some individual pieces from his storage ring. Just as spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, he suddenly froze. Seeing his expression change, Lu Hao jumped up like an exploding pincushion. My dear brother Nian, don't tell me you're out of treasure-grade sets. He almost burst into curses but held back, his voice trembling with urgency. Chen Runian remembered recently commissioning Zhang Kuei to sell equipment, having given away several treasure-grade dark bamboo sets as commission fees. He couldn't help but laugh. That's right, I really don't have any treasure-grade sets left. I just remembered I gave them away not long ago. Lu Hao instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his shoulders sagging, but he still forced himself to bow respectfully. Sigh. Seems I came to my senses too late. If I'd come to find Brother Nian earlier, maybe I could have gotten a good set. Seeing that he had genuinely changed his ways, Chen Runian chuckled softly and pulled out a dazzling golden glow from his ring. I don't have treasure grade, but how about making do with legendary grade? No payment needed, just owe me a favor and repay it later. Golden radiance bloomed between the three of them, and Lu Hao's brain buzzed as if struck by lightning. What? Holy shit, legendary grade. A golden equipment set. He clutched the equipment set, his entire body trembling. Is this real? This is real, right? Right. Lu Hao stared at the golden phantom bamboo armor set, tears welling up in his eyes as he kept seeking confirmation from Wang Yin, Ling Shui, and Chen Runian. Woo, brother Nian, you're absolutely amazing. His voice trembled with excitement as he clutched his pants tightly. Now I finally understand why Wang Yin chose to follow you. Lu Hao, deserved to die for opposing you before. With that, he threw himself down and hugged Chen Runian's leg, his expression switching between remorse and gratitude, nearly startling Chen Runian into stepping back. Chen Runian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only pat Lu Hao's shoulder to comfort him. After this little episode, the four of them lay back into their nutrition pods, quietly waiting for the college entrance examination to officially begin. Time passed, and the examination formation activated simultaneously across the nation. In an instant, the Tianming Empire entered martial law. With all communications and transportation under strict control, the empire had always placed extreme importance on education, and the college entrance exam was the top priority. Meanwhile, in a high-tech hall filled with holographic screens, two white-haired elderly men stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the floating displays. Who would have thought two SS-class professionals would emerge this year? One of them remarked with a deep voice. A divine dragon fighter and a divine phoenix swordmaster dragon and a phoenix. What marvelous fate. The other man laughed heartily and picked up the conversation. Old Sue, you make it sound so easy. I chose the 100th-floor demon suppression tower for the assessment, but it wasn't specifically prepared for these two SS-class candidates, was it? Who told you all to disagree and let me, Feng Jinxiu, set the rules? Old Sue rolled his eyes. With your scheming mind, can those kids handle it? Forget 100 floors passing 10 would be impressive. I can already imagine their complaints afterward. The most difficult college entrance exam in history. heartless and merciless Feng Jinxiu. Feng Jinxiu didn't care at all and laughed cheerfully. The assessment ranks by cumulative points. If they can't pass the higher floors, they'll compete on efficiency in the lower ones, and rankings can still be determined. As for the infamy, you, Su Duokai, also participated in the design, so don't think you can stay out of it. The two bantered back and forth while the surrounding staff didn't dare interrupt, only listening respectfully from the side. After all, both were legendary class professionals of the Empire with illustrious military achievements, revered by the world as Legend Su and Legend Feng. The entire process and assessment content of this college entrance examination was under their direction. Numbers scrolled across the light screens as student information continuously flowed in. Feng Jinxiu opened the statistics page and raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Besides those two SSS candidates, this year we have 32 S-class and 185 S-class students. This number represents a peak even in the past century. Su Duokai nodded along. And the professional directions are quite balanced. Although non-lifestyle professions make up less than 0.5, the pure numbers are already staggering. Suddenly, he noticed a data column and muttered softly, Huiquan number 1 high school. Feng Jinxiu looked over and showed the same surprised expression. This unremarkable city, with secret realm resources and equipment standards far inferior to first-tier cities, had produced two S-class professionals who had both reached level 18. Such progress would be considered top-tier even in the most resource-rich imperial capital. Dragon Tiger Master and Mystic Ice Mage, Feng Jinxiu stroked his chin with a satisfied smile. Both are professions with extremely strong late-game potential. For such talent to emerge from a small place is a blessing for the Empire. Su Duokai continued browsing the data when he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," and pointed to a corner of the screen. "Old Feng, look at this now, here's an interesting surprise." Su Duokai scanned Huiquan number 1 high school's roster and couldn't hide his surprise, and Feng Jinxiu leaned in as well. "Not bad, this is interesting." Feng Jinxiu's lips curled as he tapped a name on the light screen. Class professional, at level 15, within 10 days, 52% odds. That's a level higher than our school's class berserker, Lu Hao. Pushing up his glasses, Su Duokai murmured, Huiquan City really is something special this year. Chen Runian, surname Chen. Feng Jinxiu flipped through the notes. I've never heard of any Chen clan in Huiquan City strong enough to produce a talent like this. If he got here on his ounce, this kid's got a future worth watching. They were more impressed with Chen Runian's level than they had been with the two SS class professionals. After their exclamations, they kept browsing the other candidates' profiles. This cohort is solid overall, Su Duokai nodded. It's worth bringing out the demon-suppressing tower. 8 o'clock came quickly. Feng Jinxiu stepped up to the console, his voice booming across the arena through the amplification array. Connect candidates. Begin assessment. Dozens of massive precision devices roared to life. Intricate spirit sigils flared, and bucket-thick beams of light punched into the sky, linking in an instant to the nutrient pods below. As the blinding white glow faded, Chen Runian and the others snapped their eyes open. He looked around. The familiar pod was gone, replaced by a barren arena 4 to 5 kilometers across, the sky dim and the surroundings empty. Your classic solo challenge scene. Stage 1, Unknown. With a thought, Chen Runian summoned Era and Xiaobai. Cast, God tier pet summoning, mana 200. Summoned, Era, random boost strength 1000. Summoned, Xiaobai, random boost spirit 1000. Seeing the notifications, Chen Runian smiled. Thanks to his Heart of Agility talent, skill costs were halved. Maintaining 2 pets now cost what one used to. The mana he saved would let his agile light beam fire continuously for over 10 minutes. The broadcast chimed again. Attention candidates, the assessment will officially begin in 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves. Items other than equipment and food are prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and face legal penalties. Main combat track, Stage 1, Unknown battle. Timer starts now. From waking to the start signal, less than 30 seconds had passed fast enough to catch anyone off guard. But the repair fluid in the pods had tuned their bodies to a peak. Chen Runian felt clearer and sharper than ever, and so did the others. 30 seconds was plenty to enter combat mode. In the control room, Feng Jinxiu laughed. Old Su, you're too soft. 5 seconds is enough. Their frontline fighters don't coddle their sense of danger. Don't talk nonsense. They're still kids. Su Duokai shook his head. At your pace, would eliminate half of them in under a minute. If they lack danger awareness, they should be out. Feng Jinxiu shrugged, though he let it drop. The teachers nearby grumbled under their breath. Feng the legend really has no chill. On the arena floor, the ground split open as an 8th level whip treant burst forth, almost identical to the tree folk from the novice dungeon. Chen Runian lifted a finger. A tightly condensed beam slammed down. The treant didn't even have time to scream before it vaporized to ash. Kill. Level 8 whip treant. EXP 8. Drop. Heart of the treant 1. College entrance exam points, 8. The system prompt followed at once. Matching your second opponent college entrance exam solo challenge. Each kill spawns a stronger monster. Points are awarded based on the monster's level and your clear time. A perfect score is awarded for kills within 1 minute, with the score decreasing by 1 point for each additional minute. If the time exceeds the monster's level, a final kill still earns 1 point. Chen Runian immediately raised his hand and released a spirit beam, the light instantly piercing through the first demon beast, securing a perfect score with clean efficiency. For most professionals above level 12, finishing a battle within 1 minute wasn't particularly difficult, but only a handful could achieve a true instant kill. Just 5 seconds later, the second demon beast emerged from the pitch-black Portala charging beetle, level 9. Before it could even let out a screech, a more concentrated beam penetrated its shell, sending green fluid splattering through the air as the system notification Kill 9 popped up. The giant leaderboard in the center of the arena began updating frantically, with candidates' rankings tumbling across the light screen. Despite Chen Runian's extremely fast kill speed, he still hadn't broken into the top 10. The current first place was none other than Yuro. Gripping her short dagger, she simply stationed herself at the monster spawn entrance, delivering a flash of blade light the moment any target appeared, harvesting them directly and gaining several seconds on everyone else. Though the top 100 candidates temporarily shared the same score, Yuro's fastest strike kept her at the top of the rankings. This scene didn't surprise the observers. The real gap would emerge with monsters level 15 and above. 5 seconds later, the third demon beast appeared, a violent ape, level 10. Chen Runian's finger tapped again, the beam precisely hitting a vital spot, and the ape's body dissolved into white light before the sound of its fall had even faded. Era. From now on you guard the exit and kill any monster you see. Era gave a low bark and crouched by the portal. Soon, the fourth demon beast charged out. Before Chen Runian could even make out its silhouette, Era's fangs flashed with cold light. A system notification appeared, killed level 11 Swift Bird, experience 25, obtained Swift Feather X1. Starting from level 11, the gap between candidates became apparent, with many no longer able to guarantee instant kills. The subsequent level 12 and 13 demon beasts were immediately blasted into white light by Era and Spirit Beam working together, as if they had never existed at all. The leaderboard shook violently once more, with numerous candidates completing kills within a minute but still falling half a beat behind. In the examination seats, Feng Jinxiu gazed at the light screen and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Dragon Warrior Qin Long and Sword Dancer Yin Shuang are both very strong. They can even instant kill level 13 monsters. That Shadow Assassin Yuro is even more remarkable, with reflexes so fast they're almost absurd. She's still in first place, which is truly unexpected. The two quickly scanned through the first page of rankings, their gaze falling on those ranked 10th and below. At that moment, Chen Runian's name silently squeezed into 9th place. This holy knight is quite good, very steady. Wang Yin, the Dragon Tiger Master, and Ling Shui, the Mystic Ice Mage from Huiquan First High, are also impressive, ranking around 15th. Among this group of S-class professionals, they're in the upper middle tier. Indeed, to reach this level without big city resources shows considerable talent. They're basically all above level 15, so once the 1-minute mark hits, that's when the leaderboard will show its true colors. Feng Jinxiu suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, how is that class professional Chen Runian performing? Have you spotted him? Feng Jinxiu asked curiously, and Su Duokai waved his hand, causing another large screen to appear, displaying the situation of candidates ranked beyond the top 100. Although that kid was also at level 15, he only had an rank profession. To break into the top 100 among a list filled with countless rank prodigies was virtually impossible. The two exchanged glances and decided to divide the work, searching through all candidates from rank 101 to 5,000. In major cities with abundant resources, many A and rank professionals were forcibly pushed to level 15 before the college entrance exam. Most of these candidates now hovered around rank 200, with some even outperforming certain strength talents. However, after a full minute, despite the keen eyesight of these two legendary powerhouses scanning through nearly every name, they still hadn't spotted the three characters, Chen Runian. It seems our expectations for him were too high. Su Duokai shook his head in self-mockery. And frank profession, most likely boosted by resources alone. How strong could a pet summoner really be? Feng Jinxiu sighed softly. Just a waste of time anyway. The top 10 should be pretty much set in another minute. At this moment, nearly 80 seconds had passed since the test began, and the 16th wave of monsters should have appeared according to the rhythm. However, after level 15, monster strength increased dramatically, requiring considerable skill to defeat. Advancing to level 18 was even more challenging, making it nearly impossible for ordinary candidates to continue accelerating. Just as the two were about to switch back to the main leaderboard, the large screen above the venue suddenly went black, and cheerful footsteps accompanied by the aroma of wine approached. A middle-aged man carrying a wine gourd strode over, his robes billowing. Elder Feng, Elder Su, long time no see. Li Qingyun, the wine sword immortal. a newly ascended legendary figure known for his bold and playful nature, was grinning with obvious interest. You two were just staring at the secondary leaderboard and probably aren't familiar with the changes in the top 10. How about we make a little wager? Feng Jinxiu raised an eyebrow. What kind of wager? Li Qingyun pointed his thumb toward the large screen. In a moment, we'll reveal the rankings in reverse order, starting from 5th place. If you two can correctly guess any one person, I'll offer you a pot of fine wine. If you guess them all wrong, you'll have to provide me with a azure dragon horn or brewing materials of equivalent value. How about it? Li Qingyun's wine was renowned throughout the world, and azure dragon horns were incredibly rare treasures. The two legendary figures were naturally delighted to accept the challenge. All right, first reveal 6th through 10th place. Feng Jinxiu smiled. This old man's memory isn't too shabby yet. Haha, when Qingyun offers wine, how could we refuse? Su Duokai also nodded readily. Li Qingyun smiled mysteriously and waved his hand over the control panel. The curtain covering the large screen slowly faded away. 10th place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Dragon Tiger Master, Wang Yin, level 18-4, score 143. 9th place, Tianming Middle School, Holy Gunner, Tang Gao, level 1856, score 143. 8th place, Xiaoming Middle School, Flame Fist Master, Huang Daguan, level 1878, score 162. 7th place, Tianshui No. 2 High School, Shadow Twins, Rao Xiao, level 1918, score 162. 6th place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Mystic Ice Mage, Ling Shui, level 1862, score 162. When this leaderboard appeared, whether it was Feng Jinxiu, Su Duokai, or the other teachers who had been watching the rankings from the beginning, all showed expressions of surprise. Ranks 610 actually included 2 students from Huiquan No. 1 High School. The spectator hall immediately buzzed with excitement, as everyone was surprised by how quickly these 2 young competitors had broken into the top 10. Yes, especially that ice mage Ling Shui, someone in the crowd exclaimed. She reached 6th place as an AoE mage, which is no simple feat. She was hovering around ranks 15-20 just a minute ago, and now she's killed her way into the top 10. In the VIP box, Feng Jinxiu held his wine flask and smiled at Li Qingyun beside him. Heh, interesting. No wonder you invited us to watch this competition, Li Qingyun. You seem quite confident. Are you trying to take advantage of this 6-to-9-year-old veteran? Li Qingyun laughed heartily. You're joking, Elder Su. Your lightning 5-strike whip is still our academy's treasure. I wouldn't dare take advantage of you. Su Duokai also burst into laughter, his beard trembling. Though I don't know where your confidence comes from, kid. Among the top 5, Wind Shadow Assassin Yuro will definitely claim one spot, and those 2 SS-class professionals Qin Long and Yin Shuang are sure bets too. The other 2 are probably Bagua Masters Wiqiu and Formation Master Ding Shua, who've been holding steady in the top 10. Right, I bet 5th place goes to Bagua Masters Wiqiu. Su Duokai confidently raised his hand. Feng Jinxiu shook his head. I think it's Wind Shadow Assassin Yuro. Li Qingyun signaled the staff to reveal the screen. 5th place, Ingyue High School, Wind Shadow Assassin Yuro, level 19-1, 182 points. She actually dropped to 5th? Su Duokai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised but not particularly concerned. Feng Jinxiu nodded with satisfaction, accepting the fine wine Li Qingyun offered and taking a sip with narrowed eyes. What about 4th place? Li Qingyun smiled and tapped the table. Feng Jinxiu pondered for a moment. I guess Formation Master Ding Shua. Su Duokai glanced at him. I'm still betting on Bagua Masters Wiqiu. Li Qingyun nodded and waved his hand. 4th place, Kongyu Academy, Bagua Masters Wiqiu, level 19-5, 203 points. Su Duokai smugly stroked his beard. This old man guessed correctly, breaking even at least. He accepted the second bottle of fine wine Li Qingyun handed him. Then 3rd place is obvious, it must be Ding Shua. Both elders said almost in unison. Li Qingyun's smile grew wider as he casually pulled back the curtain. 3rd place, Tianming High School, Divine Phoenix Sword Master Yin Shuang, level 1956, 225 points. The box fell silent with surprise. Su Duokai stroked his beard. Yin Shuang with 225 points means she's slain level 22 monster stats, quite impressive. But for an SS class professional to only rank 3rd is indeed unusual. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, signaling to continue. Then 2nd place is obvious, right? It must be Ding Shua. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai said in unison again. The curtain dropped. 2nd place, Xiangtian High School, Divine Dragon Fighter Qin Long, level 1966, 225 points. What? Both elders sat up straight simultaneously. Qin Long had the same score as Yin Shuang but ranked higher, indicating he was more efficient at killing level 21 monsters and was currently battling level 22 beasts. I never expected Qin Long to only be 2nd. Feng Jinxiu murmured. Both SS class professionals have been surpassed. This is truly incredible. Su Duokai shook his head repeatedly, clicking his tongue in amazement. This formation master Ding Shuo suppressing two SS-class professionals in such a short time, he must have extraordinary talent and awakened high-quality abilities and signature skills. Sigh, I hope to win more wine bottles betting on the two SS-class fighters, but I miscalculated. Li Qingyun watched the disappointed expressions of the two elders and laughed so hard he nearly fell over, tilting back his wine gourd for a long drink that echoed loudly. Huh? Excellent. He set down the wine gourd, his smile growing even brighter. Elders, there's still first place. Who do you think it is? It must be Ding Shuo. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai blurted out almost simultaneously, their voices filled with absolute certainty. At this moment, among the top 10 on the leaderboard, aside from that formation master Ding Shuo, there were no other suspicious candidates. Li Qingyun narrowed his eyes and asked once more, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Both answered with unwavering conviction. Li Qingyun suddenly burst into hearty laughter, the sound making Feng and Su's hearts skip a beat, as if sensing something unexpected was about to happen. They watched as he raised his hand with a wave, instantly dispelling the black veil covering the rankings, revealing all the data clearly. First place, Huiquan number 1 High School Pet Summoner Chen Runian. Level 15, 52, 350 points. The moment the name and information appeared, Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai were struck as if by lightning, their eyes widening in disbelief. Both couldn't help but rub their eyes and look again. In the next second, the points jumped to 378, meaning Chen Runian had just slain a level 28 demon beast and was currently locked in fierce battle with a level 29 one. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the assessment began. After roughly calculating the time, their shock multiplied exponentially. Looking at second place, Qin Long had currently killed a level 22 demon beast with 225 points. The first place was actually that special rank professional Chen Runian. Even though Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai were both legendary tier professionals, they were now too stunned to speak. A level 15 rank professional leading by a wide margin over level 18 S-rank and SS-rank professionals, this was simply miraculous. No matter how wildly they had imagined, they never thought an rank professional could suddenly appear at the top of the points leaderboard. Even if it was only temporary, it was shocking enough. Li Qingyun laughed heartily as he extended his hand toward the two big shots. This kid is indeed special. I only started thinking about making this bet with you two after seeing him charge to the front ranks. Haha. Fortunately, you both were generous enough to agree. Speaking of the wager, Li Qingyun gestured with his hands. You guessed wrong 4 times, but I'm not greedy. 1 azure dragon horn, 1 vermilion bird feather, 1 black tortoise shell, and 1 white tiger claw each will do. I'll use them to brew a jar of 4 divine beast wine. Who would have thought the ingredients would be so easily gathered? Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai looked pained, but still took out their respective materials and handed them over. Su Duotsai's fingers practically stuck to the vermilion bird feather, reluctant to let go. When it's brewed, you have to share some with me. Of course. Li Qingyun grinned from ear to ear, tucking the 4 rare materials into his robes with satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the name at the very top of the leaderboard. A dark horse. Absolutely a dark horse. Li Qingyun exclaimed. His level, his profession, everything is beyond expectations. I'd love to see everyone's expressions when they discover the first place is Chen Runian. Especially the Qin family, those arrogant bunch will probably have faces as black as coal. An SS-rank profession with a level advantage, yet only ranking second, haha. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai exchanged glances, their hearts still churning with disbelief. Su Duokai murmured in a low voice, "This kid is no simple matter. Old Feng and I were looking for him outside the top 100, never imagining he'd already charged to first place. Among the top 10, he's the only one below S rank, and only level 15 at that, while everyone else is level 18 or above." This remarkable kid had actually crushed so many people whose professional quality and levels were both higher than his. Su Duotsai's words were filled with admiration, while Feng Jinxiu smiled softly and set up an isolation barrier before looking at the two men. I've made up my mind. If this kid can take first place in the college entrance exam, I'll personally train him. Feng Jinxiu declared with conviction. Li Qingyun immediately frowned. No way, this kid belongs to me. Su Duokai had originally wanted to comment on Chen Runian's good fortune in having 2 legendary powerhouses fighting over him, but a sudden flash of inspiration made his pupils dilate. Haha, it seems old Su has finally figured it out. This kid might have a hidden class. The more he thought about it, the more extraordinary it seemed who would associate in rank profession with a hidden class. Ordinary hidden classes were rated at least rank or above, yet Chen Runian was rank. Li Qingyun shook his head, maintaining his composure. It's not necessarily a hidden class. We can't rule out that he awakened a special talent or used some kind of special treasure. Feng Jinxiu's gaze fell on the distant demon suppression tower. Whether he's a mule, a horse, or a divine dragon, we'll know once he goes in. Inside the tower at that moment, Chen Runian was watching 3 huskies face off against a level 29 silver-striped tiger. With a 14-level gap, the Huskies were already at a speed disadvantage and had to endure frequent claw strikes. Fortunately, the tenfold constitution boost from their taunt skill made them like 3 meat shields, stubbornly withstanding the assault. These demonic beasts aren't enhanced types. Though their attributes are high, they're much weaker than the 5 times attribute monsters from Hell difficulty. Chen Runian assessed silently. He snapped his fingers. Xiaobai go. Xiaobai received the command and, without transforming, crushed the silver-striped tiger with just the 1000 mental amplification. The pure white spirit floated out, and a single charm spell left the tiger's eyes glazed. Chen Runian seized the opportunity and raised his hand, sending agile light beams cutting through the air in successive hits. In less than 30 seconds, the massive tiger's body crashed to the ground. The kill notification appeared on the light screen, and Chen Runian's score skyrocketed. Feng Jinxiu and the others watching through surveillance were stunned. This kid's solo combat ability is this strong? He's reached level 29 now, right? The speed is incredible. The group had originally planned to observe other candidates, but after exchanging glances, they decisively switched to Chen Runian's feed. The system issued no cheating warnings. His strength was absolutely genuine. Meanwhile, most other candidates were still struggling against demonic beasts below level 15. Dragon warrior Qin Long, his body covered in dragon scales, was using brute force to suppress a level 23 belly-armored beast. Haha, crossing 5 levels and still having the upper hand first place this round is definitely mine. He glanced at the leaderboard from the corner of his eye. Yin Shuang is only 3rd, one of only 2 SS-rank professionals in the country, and her actual combat is this week. Qin Long had originally considered her a formidable opponent, but now a weight lifted from his heart. He looked at 2nd place again. Could that be the assassin Yuero? Yuero, who had dominated the rankings from the first minute, was known for her incredible speed. The rankings refreshed. 2nd place, Qin Long. Qin Long froze. Same name as me? And from the same school. Wait, how are the profession and level exactly the same as mine? Damn, isn't that me? Qin Long stared at the avatar on the leaderboard, exclaiming in shock as his mind reeled. A shell-armored beast slammed into his chest, causing sharp pain and making his entire body go numb, literally, physically numb. After steadying himself, he looked up again, only to discover with surprise that he was actually ranked 2nd. 1st place? The shadow assassin Yuero? No, the top spot now showed. 1st place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Pet Summoner, Chen Runian, level 1552, 407 points. What the hell, who is this guy? Qin Long's eyes widened as he saw the gap between them was over 100 points. Glancing at 3rd place, Yin Shuang had the same score as him, but had secured 2nd place only because he'd killed his beast a few seconds earlier. This comparison made Chen Runian's dominance absolutely terrifying. You have to understand both he, Qin Long, and Yin Shuang were recognized SS-class professionals. Yet they were being crushed by some mere level 15 pet summoner, a class that looked pathetically weak? What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Qin Long cursed 3 times in a row. While distracted, the shell-armored beast charged again, sending him flying several meters and leaving his body numb once more. Fury erupting, he activated his dragon god power and punched the creature back. This is wrong. 1st place should be mine, he muttered through gritted teeth. Level 15 taking 1st in solo combat? This has to be cheating. The system will definitely report his cheating record during settlement. After this self-consolation, he continued grinding through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang's longsword flashed with cold light, her movements both elegant and precise. She was also locked in fierce battle with shell-armored beasts, but remained completely focused. When her last monster fell, she only had time for a quick glance, noticing that Qin Long's score matched hers, without even seeing her own ranking. While Qin Long fumed and muttered, Yin Shuang's blade trembled as she spun like a dancer, her sword tip piercing the beast's thin scales from multiple angles. Within just a few minutes, she successfully slayed her target. Finally, this time I should be 1st. Yin Shuang sheathed her sword with satisfaction, taking advantage of the system's 5-second cooldown to scan the leaderboard with complete confidence. 2nd place, Tianming High School, Divine Sword Dancer, Yin Shuang, level 1956, 245 points. Still 2nd. Had Qin Long gotten ahead again? She quickly looked to 1st place. 1st place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Pet Summoner, Chen Runian, level 1552, 436 points. It wasn't Qin Long at all. Who was this Chen Runian? She'd never heard of him before. Even the usually cold and confident Yin Shuang was shaken by this unfamiliar name, staring fixedly at those numbers and sharply sucking in a breath. Hiss, over 400 points. Yin Shuang's mind raced at lightning speed, calculating how many demonic beasts she'd need to kill to reach that score. While fending off the attacking creatures, she frantically converted numbers in her head, but the formulas kept spinning around chaotically, refusing to line up properly. Moments later, a new enemy thundered onto the scene, a gorilla with shoulders broader than a man's, its entire body covered in gray-black fur. It roared as it landed, sending debris flying in all directions. Her sword tip gleamed with cold light as Inshuang leaped to dodge, simultaneously crouching to carve neat numbers into the ground with her blade. 12, 18, 24. Like a panicked elementary student, she wrote out the entire addition process at her feet. Finally, her last stroke settled into 43630. She jerked her head up to earn 436 points. She had to defeat a level 30 demonic beast. But in that moment of hesitation, Chen Runian's number on the leaderboard jumped up another notch, 466. This meant he had just slain a level 31 demonic beast. Compared to herself, he had not only crossed the level 30 threshold, but was also killing at a faster pace. Level 15 fighting level 30, a full 15-level gap, double the difference. Inshuang's pupils contracted as her heart pounded wildly. Ordinary people could barely fight 1 or 2 levels above their own. Even SS-class professionals like them typically managed only 5 or 6 levels. She estimated that with her equipment, she could guarantee victory against opponents 9 levels higher, with level 10 depending on luck. Yet Chen Runian had stretched the gap to 15 levels. What terrifying combat power was that? 2 words immediately came to mind. Cheating. Only fraud could make crushing level barriers seem so effortless. But then she gripped her sword hilt tighter. I'm still faster than Qin Long. Before the first round ends, as long as I knock him off the leaderboard, I'll still be first. Her confidence reignited as she unleashed her full power, charging toward the level 30 threshold. Meanwhile, the battlefield before Chen Runian had transformed completely. Starting from level 30, the demonic beast's physique and attributes surged dramatically, and they all mastered various skills. Though Chen Runian still dominated, his kill times noticeably increased. Let's try the new skill. With a thought, he activated his special Agile Heart's agility sharing. Gentle silver radiance enveloped Era and Xiaobai, instantly boosting both pets' attributes by 50, while simultaneously optimizing their skill cooldowns, consumption, and casting speed. Era's clone, which had nearly been suppressed, suddenly straightened its spine and slammed the level 32 demonic beast into the dust. His mental energy drained noticeably faster, but Chen Runian merely frowned. The first round was limited to 1 hour, with other rounds to follow. His score already led by a huge margin. There was no need to risk full power output. The next moment, he withdrew the agility beam and simply sat cross-legged on the spot, removing his backpack to retrieve pre-prepared provisions. The main screen in the technology hall was broadcasting his live feed. The audience expected to witness heart-stopping battles, but the camera focused only on him, failing to capture those rampaging summoned beasts. They watched as Chen Runian pulled out a piece of bread and began eating with obvious relish. Chen Runian had spent 5 consecutive days in the spirit realm. When leaving the core area, he used the concentrated energy to strengthen his physical body, but hadn't touched a single bite of food. The moment he stepped out of the realm, he ran into Zhang Kuei, went through several teleportations, and arrived at Huiquan No. 1 High School just seconds before the assembly countdown ended. Then came the bumpy bus ride and familiarization with the exam venue, followed by diving straight into the nutrition pod for sleep. Although his body had sufficient nutrients, his empty stomach still felt oddly uncomfortable. At this moment, no fires were allowed in the exam venue, and the most convenient item in his backpack was bread. Thinking about the upcoming trials, he didn't want to waste mental energy, so he decided not to use any skills. He simply unwrapped the bread and bit into it piece by piece, creating soft crunching sounds. Feng Jinxiu, Su Duokai, and Li Qingyun, 3 top-tier officials of the Tianming Empire, sat in the monitoring room, watching Chen Runian chew bread with unwavering attention. The air suddenly became eerily quiet. The other proctoring teachers were also stunned. This was the college entrance exam's unknown challenge, and that kid was actually munching on bread? Watching the golden cracks on the bread's surface and Chen Runian's eyes squinting with satisfaction, Li Qingyun couldn't help but swallow and muttered. Watching this kid eat makes drinking feel like it's missing some snacks. You too, got any bread? Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai were both speechless. This was the college entrance exam, and they needed to monitor the battle footage. Yet the bread's aroma seemed to waft through the screen. The two unconsciously made eye contact, then shook their heads in unison and quickly switched the camera to the battle zone. On screen, Chen Runian stood behind the safety line as 3 huskies and 1 white cat rushed toward the center like the wind. It was normal for summoners not to enter the field personally, but no one expected his summoned beasts to be 2 dogs and 1 cat, just 4 ordinary pets in total. The spirit synchronization skill activated with a flash of light, and the opponent's demon beast didn't last long before being torn apart. Seeing the situation, Chen Runian immediately canceled the synchronization to conserve mental energy and continued munching his bread with single-minded focus. The 3 officials only saw him raise his hand to end the technique, then lower his head to continue chewing, completely unable to figure out what he had just performed. Pet summoner? Feng Jinxiu raised an eyebrow with interest. A level 32 demon beast getting instantly killed like that. I'd like to see these summoned beasts' attributes. He waved his hand to pull up the data, and the husky stats appeared on screen. Species, husky. Level, 15. Strength, 5,200. Speed, 4,200. Constitution, 42,000. Spirit, 6. When the attributes appeared, the entire room gasped. The strength and speed were practically invincible within the same tier, and the constitution, after a tenfold amplification, rivaled hell-level bosses. Yet the spirit stat was ridiculously low, so extreme that it left everyone speechless. And this was just Chen Runian's base numbers after canceling spirit synchronization. Otherwise, the 50 boost would make the husky's attributes even more impressive. Now Chen Runian had even called Xiaobai back, occasionally casting charm spells to provide assistance, then letting Era fight on his own. Getting beaten up a bit to boost some stats wasn't bad either, while he himself petted the cat and munched on bread. What a leisurely life. Era howled frantically on the battlefield, his fur torn and disheveled. Yet he still stuck out his tongue and bared his teeth at the level 33 hammer beast every so often, executing a series of taunting gestures with fluid precision. The hammer beast roared in fury, swinging its massive hammer and sending Era tumbling. But the husky quickly bounced back up, shook his head, and continued his provocations. Any observer could tell at a glance that this husky must possess incredibly exaggerated enhancement talent, strength, and defense approaching dragon-level standards, with only his mental attributes being pathetically low, making him the epitome of a dumb husky. Chen Runian sat at the edge of the safe zone with the languid Xiaobai on his lap. The white cat occasionally raised a paw, sending pink mental ripples spreading like waves across water, accurately striking the hammer beast's forehead. The charmed beast would pause momentarily, giving Era an opening to exploit. While petting his cat and stuffing bread into his mouth, Chen Runian calculated the rhythm perfectly. The first stage didn't offer many points, and you only scored by defeating the current monster. There was really no need to go all out. Saving stamina for later stages was the key to clearing the trial. In the audience seats outside the arena, Feng Jinxiu tapped the light screen, switching to another candidate's live feed. This was an SS-rank giant beast tamer named Gongsun Pang. His contracted mountain ghost was as massive as a hill, shattering rocks with each gesture, yet Gongsun Pang ranked only 22nd. The reason was simple. He had to participate in combat throughout, rapidly depleting his stamina over time. Next, Feng Jinxiu pulled up Lin Mo's footage. Lin Mo was a skeleton summoner, also S-rank. He released 10 skeletons at once, surrounding enemies in dense formation. But their individual attributes were inferior to even level 15 monsters, relying solely on numbers to wear down opponents. Therefore, Lin Mo couldn't afford to rest either, wielding his scythe alongside his skeletons in group attacks. In comparison, Chen Runian was living far too comfortably. Era charged forward, Xiaobai provided support, and he himself simply reaped the benefits. The first stage only offers so many points anyway, there's really no rush, Feng Jinxiu commented casually, reminding his companion to focus on other popular candidates since Chen Runian had clearly entered rest mode. Meanwhile, outside the examination grounds, Principal Lin Shun of Huiquan First High School stared intently at the leaderboard displayed on the main screen. The three characters, Chen Runian, at the top were particularly dazzling, making his heart race. Lin Shun regretted his sudden change in attitude toward Chen Runian, secretly wondering if the boy truly possessed an SS-rank hidden profession. How else could he achieve such heaven-defying results? Scanning further down, he saw Ling Shui and Wang Yan also ranked in the top 10. With 3 students from Huiquan First High School in the top 10, Lin Shen was so excited he nearly jumped for joy, as if he could already see his own meteoric rise to success. Just then, a team of people in suits with stern expressions approached with steady, measured steps. Lin Shan was about to stretch and celebrate when he caught sight of them in his peripheral vision, his heart skipping a beat. Lin Shan of Huiquan First High School, come with us. The leader's tone was calm, but brooked no refusal. Lin Shan clenched his fists, his earlier joy replaced by tension. But remembering that he was the principal of 3 top-ranking talents, his confidence gradually returned. May I ask what this is about? Lin Shan thought about the rankings. His Huiquan No. 1 high school occupied 3 spots in the top 10. Now encountering this group of men in suits at the examination venue, they were probably here to invite him for tea and discuss his educational management experience. Oh my, how should he humbly introduce his achievements later? Well, the advanced practice of job transfers based on rankings was definitely worth highlighting. His mental abacus was clicking away as his face beamed with a smile as brilliant as blooming flowers. The leading man in the suit remained expressionless and coldly stated, "Let's go. We'd like to invite you for some tea." Lin Chen nodded eagerly. Of course, of course. You want to learn about Huiquan No. 1 high school's management experience, right? Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted. You're overthinking this. We're taking you to the interrogation room. With those words, the remaining suited men immediately surrounded Lin Chen completely. The leader sternly announced, Lin Chen, You are suspected of embezzling resources meant for new job transferees, abusing and humiliating students with low-grade job transfers, among other charges. Every word you say from now on will be used as evidence in court. We advise you to reflect properly, come with us, and confess honestly. The thunderbolt accusation made Lin Chen's whole body tremble. Just moments ago he was in heaven. Now he seemed to have plummeted into hell. No, this must be a misunderstanding. I'm the principal who cultivated 3 students who made it into the top 10 rankings. You can't treat me like this. His voice shook as he tried to defend himself. The suited man sneered. Cultivated? What does these 3 people's levels and achievements have to do with you, Lin Chen? According to our investigation, except for Wang Yan receiving a level 1 advanced weapon that you lent him initially, the other 2 received no support whatsoever. Especially the summoner Chen Runian, who only got a machete instead of a staff, not even the most basic resources. In fact, all E and F grade job transferees at Huiquan No. 1 High School are in the same situation. What else do you have to say? At this point, he shook his head with a cold laugh. A mere advanced weapon, and even that was just lent to an S-grade transferee. Such a stingy principal is truly rare. Enough talk. Let's go, Lin Chen. Do we need to carry you? Lin Chen seemed drained of all strength. His legs gave way as he collapsed to the ground and was dragged away by 2 men. As soon as he was taken away, the surrounding teachers and principals immediately turned against him, their condemnations rising one after another. Time quietly passed, and an hour later, the first round of assessment came to an end. During this time, Chen Runian killed 2 more demonic beasts. Due to the longer time required, his points weren't maximized, but he still ranked first with 520 points. Second place went to Yin Shuang with 385 points. Third place to Qin Long with 362 points. Fourth place to Yu Rou with 350 points. Fifth place to Zhuqiu with 336 points. Sixth place to Wang Yin with 335 points. Seventh place to Ding Shua with 321 points. Eighth place to Tang Hao with 302 points. Ninth place to Rao Xiaoxi with 299 points. And 10th place to Huang Daguan with 285 points. Except for Chen Runian, the point differences among the other contestants weren't significant. Ling Shui dropped to 16th place, while Wang Yin climbed to 6th. The ranking changes were dramatic, which was within everyone's expectations. Many people knew that starting from the second round would be when the real gaps began to show. Ling Shui, as a powerful mage specializing in area attacks, chose the same strategy as Chen Runian in the latter, half simply stalling for time without actively killing monsters. Yuero crouched in front of the leaderboard when she suddenly caught sight of that glaring 520 score. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, Chen Runian's score is 520. Is he trying to say I love you to me?" She covered her face with both hands and whispered to herself, "Oh my, Chen Runian, this assassin hasn't even worked up the courage to confess yet, and you're already making the first move." If Chen Runian had heard these words, who knows what he would have thought. Meanwhile, Wang Yin stared at the constantly fluctuating leaderboard, sweating profusely and breathing heavily, feeling a bitter sense of self-mockery. Fully equipped with golden gear plus the heart of agility that symbolized top-tier skills, yet he was only ranked 6th. He could understand being outranked by Yuero, an assassin with explosive damage output, but who was this guy called Zhuqiu who ranked above him? Still, Wang Yin sincerely admired. Brother Nian is incredible. 520 points. She must have farmed at least level 35 demonic beasts. Ling Shui also stared at those numbers, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Chen Runian and the other contestants. She silently vowed to herself, "Chen Runian, I've been second place for so long. This time, I must also fight for second place. The one following closely behind you must be me." With no one around, she voiced this obsession aloud. At the same time, Yin Shuang and Qin Long stared at the scoreboard with bated breath. As long as the system determined Chen Runian was cheating, they could each advance 1 rank. How could proud SS-class job holders be ranked below some seemingly frail guy? The 5-minute review countdown filled them both with hidden anticipation. 5 minutes passed in a flash, but instead of a violation removal notification, they received a system announcement for the second assessment. You have entered the second stage of the college entrance examination assessment. Group attack assessment. Demonic beasts will appear in 10 seconds. Please prepare for battle. This stage has a high danger coefficient. You may voluntarily pause the assessment, or it will automatically pause when your life is in critical danger. Qin Long quickly glanced at the leaderboard. Chen Runian still held first place firmly. He frowned and muttered, "What's going on? Wasn't he cheating? Why wasn't he eliminated?" Yin Shuang's pupils also contracted sharply. Could it be that he really wasn't cheating and had genuinely earned 520 points with level 15 strength? That would require crossing a full 20 levels to defeat level 35 demonic beasts, something even she, an SS class holder, could hardly imagine. Amid their shock and suspicion, the second stage's demonic beasts appeared. First wave, 2 level 8 Treant demonic beasts, like appetizers. Second wave, 3 level 8 Treant demonic beasts, totaling 5 times the number from the first stage. Following, 2 level 9, 3 level 9, for level 9, totaling 9. Next, 2 level 10, 3 level 10, for level 10, 5 level 10, totaling 14. Both level and quantity increased progressively, with terrifyingly fast point accumulation. After clearing each wave, the next would charge forward within 10 seconds, barely allowing any respite. Chen Long roared, golden dragon patterns instantly covering both arms as he activated his divine dragon power again. With each punch, a demonic beast exploded into dust. One punch, one kill, with the small monsters unable to even get close. Battle intent surged in his chest as he glared fiercely at the name at the top of the rankings. Even if you're not cheating, so what? In the second stage, I will definitely surpass you. The second stage monsters awarded the same points as the first stage, but with increased numbers, making them significantly easier to farm. The arena erupted with sounds of battle as everyone burst forth with fighting spirit. All participants surged forward with renewed vigor, each displaying spectacular combat prowess. Chen Long, as a divine dragon warrior, was covered head to toe in azure dragon scales, his punches accompanied by deep draconic roars. Each strike resembled a massive dragon opening its maw to bellow, causing the very air to tremble. In Shuang, the divine phoenix swordmaster, wielded her blade in graceful arcs that conjured phoenix feather-like crimson flames. Phoenix might intertwined with fire essence, creating explosive bursts of flame with devastating destructive power. The 8 trigrams masters Wuqiu stood atop manifested Taiji formation patterns, yin and yang flowing in eternal cycle as surrounding monsters seemed drawn into visible trajectories. They were continuously struck down and repelled from near to far, their roars proving futile against his defenses. Yu Rou transformed into a wind shadow assassin, moving so swiftly her afterimages formed continuous wind lines. Monsters drew their weapons and looked around frantically to no avail, only to be harvested one by one. Wang Yin unleashed his full dragon tiger power, one fist like a dragon churning the seas, another like a tiger roaring through mountain forests. The dual amplification of his golden equipment and agile heart made his movements flow like a dance, leaving monsters falling in droves wherever he passed. Formation Master Ding Shua struck with precision like targeted acupuncture, his finger strikes forming geometric arrays that instantly locked onto vital points, completing elegant kills and flashes of light. Holy Spear Master Tang Hao spun his long spear in impenetrable flower patterns. His spear techniques showed clear offense and defense, obviously honed through 10 years of rigorous training. Each move both steady and fierce. Flame Fist Master Huang Deguan delivered fire-enhanced heavy strikes with every punch, creating thunderous explosions upon impact that proved especially effective in group combat, connecting flames across the battlefield. Shadow Twin Rao Xiao Xiao also followed the assassin path, but could split his form in two. The dual shadows alternated in flanking maneuvers with flawless coordination, leaving countless monsters unable to even touch his robes. Ling Shui completely unleashed herself in the group combat scenario, raining down area effect skills from all elements with built-in slowing effects. Combined with her agile heart's speed boost, monsters couldn't even approach her as her score skyrocketed. Everyone's performance was spectacular, earning frequent nods of approval from the 3 examiners, including Feng Jinxiu. This year's students are exceptional. In the 100-floor Demon Suppression Tower, someone will definitely clear at least 10 floors. Let's see how that Chen Runian kid fights. Before the words finished, the view switched to another battlefield. Chen Runian strolled leisurely with a lollipop in his mouth, appearing to simply take a casual walk. The white cat on his shoulder yawned lazily, glancing disdainfully at 3 newly spawned level 11 monsters. Nearby, his husky followed obediently at its master's feet, while the real fighting was done by its howling Moonshadow clone, split into 3 forms playing enthusiastically ahead. This test is way too easy. Even this husky is getting bored. The dog complained with its tongue hanging out. Chen Runian patted its head with a relaxed tone. No rush. Wait another half hour before we really get serious. The white cat yawned again, too lazy to even lift its eyelids. Half an hour, just enough for a nap. Got tired just from casually casting a few skills earlier. Chen Runian reached out to rub the white cat's soft little head, smiling contentedly. He knew the cat's claim of being tired was just an excuse. It actually disdained these weak monsters and didn't want to bother fighting them. Chen Runian could understand this perfectly. It was just like the written exams back at school. The test questions were incredibly easy for him, and the so-called exam was nothing more than wasting some time to get a perfect score on the paper. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. Too bad I can only take out equipment and food from my storage space. If I could move that soft, comfortable bed out here, I'd be fast asleep right now. Yesterday's rest in the nutrition pod felt more like the system had forcibly hit the pause button. Though he woke up feeling refreshed, something was missing: that deep, satisfying sleep. Era, let me lean on you for a bit. Chen Runian patted the giant dog's shoulder. The Howling Moon Shadow clone immediately crouched down, its fluffy back forming a perfect natural recliner. He lay back, and the white cat, Golu, jumped onto his stomach with a soft thud, curling up in the most comfortable spot. Just like that, the trio quickly settled into a brief rest. At this stage, the arena was spawning level 11 small-scale group attack demon beasts with long refresh intervals and low difficulty. It would be quite a while before any high-tier demon beasts that could actually threaten Era's clone would appear. Assessment Command Center. The three examiners Feng Jinxiu, Su Duokai, and Li Qingjian watched this scene through the light screen, exchanging bewildered glances. What's he doing? Is he actually sleeping? Feng Jinxiu raised an eyebrow. Su Duotsai's mouth twitched violently as he stared at the screen. Though we can't hear the audio, this old man knows a bit about lip reading. That kid is actually complaining about not being able to take out a big bed. This is our organized college entrance exam, and he thinks he's on vacation. He stroked his beard, his anger rising. If he doesn't become my disciple when he comes out, just wait and see how I deal with him. Li Qingyun raised his wine gourd, then set it down with a hearty laugh. Old Su, your scheming is so loud it's making my wine gourd vibrate. Don't forget, his pet beast just ground down a level 35 demon beast in the first trial. With that kind of strength, naturally he doesn't take this small scene seriously. He tapped the virtual battle display. In my opinion, our dual trial separation design is too gentle. If we combine the solo combat and group battles into a single 100-floor demon suppression tower, how much simpler that would be. Su Duokai shot him a look, then turned to Feng Jinxiu. Ask him's the mastermind. He thought using the first trial to exhaust those impatient students would make them regret and stomp their feet when they saw others' scores skyrocket in the second trial. How's that working out? As you can see, some people already crashed and burned in the first trial. He pointed at Chen Runian's avatar on the screen. Unfortunately, Chen Runian didn't take the bait. If he really kept grinding until level 40, the qualitatively enhanced demon beasts would give him a real headache. But he's too smart, stopped right at level 35. Li Qingyun immediately gave Feng Jinxiu a thumbs up. Truly worthy of old schemer, Feng the Lejingui, still the master of cunning plans. 30 minutes later, the brief nap ended as Chen Runian opened his eyes, gently lifting the white cat to his shoulder before sitting up. In the distance, Era's clone was locked in combat with two level 26 demon beasts, the ground covered in torn and scorched marks. Clearly the level 25 demon beast group had just been cleared. He raised his hand to bring up his personal panel, and the numbers jumped into view. First place, Huiquan number 1 High School Beast Summoner, Chen Runian. Level, 15, 53. Points, 31,381. Over 30,000 already so many. With the Husky's attributes, any opponent below level 20 would be instantly killed in each wave of demon beasts. For those below level 25, it might take more than a second, but a few more seconds, or even 10 plus seconds would still get the job done. For all waves below level 25, he could still clear the field within a minute and consistently earn maximum points. Level 8 had 2 waves, level 9 had 3 waves, level 10 had 4 waves. Following this pattern, level 25 had a full 19 waves. Chen Runian, the top student from Huiquan number 1 High School, quickly calculated in his head. 189 waves had already spawned on the field, totaling 1,518 demon beasts. Up to this moment, he had single-handedly slain over 1,500 of them, pushing his personal level to 15 with 60 progress. If this were the first trial, 189 waves would correspond to demon beasts above level 100, which would instantly crush any candidate. However, the point accumulation in the second trial was extraordinarily generous. Chen Runian currently only needed to kill whatever he encountered. When level 26 demon beasts appeared, the two huskies, Howling Moon Shadow Strike, showed signs of strain for the first time, taking over 30 seconds to clear each wave. Chen Runian patted his knee lightly. Husky, Xiaobai, you join in too. Let's try to max out level 28. He calculated again. The number of waves increased exponentially in later stages. At the current pace, he could at most reach the end of level 28 within an hour. But don't forget, this was the college entrance exam. In the final wave of level 28, candidates had to face 22 level 28 demon beasts alone. All candidates on site were below level 20. Forget about killing them. Just surviving until the end would be challenging. In fact, very few could reach his current level 25. If only the waiting time could be shorter, I'd like to farm some experience from level 30 demon beasts too. With this thought, he felt at peace. What others considered tough challenges were merely appetizers for him. At this moment, most candidates had no time to look around. Earlier, they could still glance at others' battles, but now everyone was on edge, using even the brief 10 seconds after clearing waves to frantically recover stamina and mental energy. Some didn't even dare to clear all the demon beasts, leaving 1 or 2 to delay the next wave, fearing complete collapse in the next round. Others were locked in stalemates, facing off against demon beasts for over 10 minutes without resolution. At the monitoring station, Feng Jinxiu stared at the ridiculously high personal score on screen, speechless. Others struggled desperately for just a few thousand points, while Chen Runian casually earned tens of thousands while sleeping. If those weren't genuinely his summoned creatures, she would almost accuse him of cheating. As a fellow summoner, Necromancer Lin Mo had more summoned creatures, but was stuck at level 18, wave 7, completely unable to match Chen Runian's pace. One sleeping, one fighting desperately. This stark contrast prompted Feng Jinxiu to raise her camera and capture the scene without hesitation. I'll give him this photo after the exam and see what he thinks. Su Duo laughed heartily and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. When the time comes, we'll each watch one side and see what gives him the confidence to sleep soundly during our proctored college entrance exam. No way. I need to rewind and capture him eating bread while his pets are battling. Great idea. Another legendary professional immediately chimed in. The two crouched in the corner, pulling up the replay footage, as excited as kids sneaking snacks. These legendary figures who struck fear into foreign enemies were now bustling about just to capture perfect shots. Li Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the contrast. As Chen Runian slowly opened his eyes, everyone immediately stopped their antics and focused their attention on him. The kid's finally awake. Let's see what new tricks he's got up his sleeve. Li Qingyun pressed down his hat brim, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The white cat gracefully leaped down from Chen Runian's chest. The moment it touched the ground, its snow-white fur rippled and condensed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a curvaceous, enchanting white-haired beauty with alluring eyes. Pet transformation impressive. Gasps of amazement erupted from all around. Shape-shifting pets were extremely rare, and any creature capable of this feat possessed both exceptional potential and formidable strength. After transforming, Xiaobai took the agility set that Chen Runian handed her and efficiently equipped her self-bracers, boots, cloak, each piece gleaming with golden light. Li Qingyun squinted his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that white cat is wearing all legendary gear. Pets wearing equipment. This was unheard of. Even SS-rank summoners couldn't grant their summons equipment bonuses. This made everyone even more convinced that Chen Runian was full of mysteries. Chen Runian patted the husky's head, signaling it to dismiss the howling moonshadow clones. The grinding area suddenly lost 2 gray shadows, and only then did people realize that the 2 creatures that had been clearing monsters were merely clones. The real summons were just 1 cat and 1 dog. Li Qingyun was internally screaming about how ridiculous this was. The kid had his clones do the work while he and his actual pets took a nap. Look, he's starting to buff up, someone in the audience whispered. Chen Runian activated agility share. Blue light spread from his palms, enveloping both the husky and Xiaobale attributes 50, plus a string of beneficial effects. Master is invincible, the husky howled, then activated howling moonshadow again. 3 huskies barked as they charged toward the demon beast pack. Feng Jinxiu, unwilling to accept this, forcibly inspected the husky's attributes again. Race, husky. Strength, 7,800. Speed, 6,300. Constitution, 63,000. Spirit, 6. Good lord, except for spirit, all other attributes increased by another 50. Even more outrageous was that this boost applied to the clones as well. 3 huskies working with the fully legendary equipped Xiaobai tore through the level 26 demon beasts like they were nothing, clearing the field in 3 seconds. This kid's amplification skills are truly broken. Several legendary professionals complained verbally, but their eyes were full of appreciation and admiration. Xiaobai's attributes were even more outrageous. Race, white cat shapeshifter, level 15. Strength, 5,250. Speed, 3,650. Constitution, 4,500. Spirit, 13,725. After Xiaobai's transformation, she had already traded speed for spirit attributes, then stacked with the 1,100 spirit points from golden equipment and the 50 amplification from Chen Runian's talent. Her spirit value instantly broke through the 10,000 mark, finally settling at 13,725 points. When Chen Runian checked the status panel, the system would display base attributes and bonus attributes separately, but under Feng Jinxiu's forceful inspection, outsiders would only see the final combined attributes. Breaking through 10,000 spirit points at level 15. Usually only super-enhanced bosses of the same level could achieve this. With such a foundation, these ordinary demon beasts that were 10 levels higher posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, all of Chen Runian's contracted pets mastered area effect skills, so when the level 26 demon beasts entered the battlefield, they could only fall in waves like harvested wheat. Meanwhile, those continuously monitoring the leaderboard stared intently at the jumping numbers, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Runian's score was more than double that of 2nd place, and a full 5 times that of 10th place. What did it mean to have an overwhelming lead? This was an overwhelming lead, and the gap was still widening frantically. The Qin family of the imperial capital had recently produced an SS-rank dragon warrior Qin Long, and all clan members were watching his growth. His record of reaching level 19 in 10 days was unprecedented in Chen family history. Even though there was another SS-rank professional in this year's college entrance exam, everyone still firmly believed Chen Long would take first place, as Dragon Warriors never experienced a weak period. However, when the leaderboard showed Chen Long's score at only 13,659 points while Chen Runian had broken through 32,000 points, all the Chen family's high-ranking members fell into collective silence. Who would have thought there was such a master hidden away? It was one thing for him to lead by a huge margin in the first stage, but it turns out he wasn't cheating, actually widening the gap even more in the second stage. Have you found out this kid's background yet? A level 15 pet summoner who can leave our longer so far behind. Soon, a subordinate rushed into the hall. Report. This person's information has been compiled. Chen Runian, a student at Huiquan No. 1 High School, achieved perfect scores in all subjects during his time there. He's the sole survivor of his family, with parents declared dead after failing to return from distant battles, officially recognized as an orphan. Although his class change result was frank, there were reportedly class change anomalies, and he reached level 8 within the first 6 hours after the newbie dungeon opened. After hearing the report, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. An orphan? How is that possible? Impossible. With such talent and class change anomalies, how could he only be frank? You only investigated the first day's information. What about the rest? Report. Subsequent information has been blocked by a powerful and mysterious force, making it impossible to investigate. A powerful and mysterious force. The Chen family was already a top-tier noble house in the imperial capital, and they could usually uncover information that ordinary forces tried to conceal. But this time, even the Chen family was completely blocked out. Such a background was truly terrifying. All the Chen family's high-ranking members looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. If we had investigated any later, we probably wouldn't have been able to find even this first day's information. Based on what you've described about someone with a class transition anomaly, yet only in frank profession, the Chen family has similar records from the past. This person is very likely to possess a hidden class. As soon as the Chen family head finished speaking, everyone held their breath. Past records clearly documented that whenever a class transition anomaly appeared but failed to reach legendary rank, the final assessment was almost always rare grade. Yet this young man was only frank, despite displaying an astonishing anomaly. All clues pointed to one conclusion: a hidden class. Such professions were even rarer than SS rank. While most hidden classes weren't particularly powerful, Chen Runian's dominant performance in the secret realm clearly marked him as one of those terrifyingly exceptional cases. Though the Chen family had only said it was possible, everyone present was already certain. If not for a hidden class, how else could he have crushed their own SS-rank prodigy Chen Long? On the other side, Imperial Legend Feng Jinxiu was reviewing Chen Runian's complete file, with 2 other figures of equal standing leaning in to look. This dossier was far more detailed than what the Chen family possessed, covering everything from birth to being swept away by the spirit motion secret realm, leaving nothing out. Yet deeper investigation revealed no trace. Feng Jinxiu personally encrypted and sealed the information. Frank, yet triggering a class transition anomaly, definitely a hidden class, he said with certainty. The fewer people who know about this, the better, lest hostile forces take notice. As for what follows in the spirit motion secret realm, perhaps this kid will bring even more surprises. As an imperial legend at the pinnacle of power, Feng Jinxiu's security clearance matched that of royalty, accessible only to a select few core figures. As long as the 3 of them kept quiet, other busy oldtimers would have no time to pay attention to mere college entrance exams. In fact, they were only here today due to their rotation duties, initially considering it a waste of time, yet unexpectedly discovering Chen Runian's surprise had become their greatest reward. Let's each compete for this kid based on our own merits, but don't let outsiders know. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement, then continued monitoring the examinee's progress. Suddenly, the examination's secret realm shook violently, and a cold notification flashed across both the Great Hall and the light screens, instantly darkening the 3 men's expressions. Huiquan First High School's repeating archer Lin Lily has used prohibited items, including formation discs and talismans during the examination. Ruled as cheating, examination qualification revoked, immediately transferred to the tribunal for review. The same message scrolled 3 times before disappearing. Inside the secret realm, Lin Lily felt a chill in her chest and collapsed onto the grass. Chen Runian was clearly cheating too. Why am I the one being targeted for using items? She screamed hoarsely. It's not fair. This isn't fair. But now she was alone in the secret realm. When the whistle sounded, she was forcibly teleported out. Before she could steady herself after landing, a circle of men in sharp suits surrounded her. Lin Lily, cheating on college entrance exams is a serious crime. In 10 years, you're the first to try this. Brave or foolish? Faced with the examiner's cold mockery, Lin Lily's sanity nearly collapsed as she refused to admit guilt. Her gaze swept to the massive leaderboard in the center of the hall, and she suddenly pointed at the name at the very top, screaming. Why was I discovered the moment I used items? But Chen Runian in first place's score is so obviously from cheating, yet nothing happens to him. Considering you're the only candidate in nearly a decade who dared to cheat, I suppose I can spare a few words with you. The black-clad man's deep voice echoed through the damp corridor. Let me ask you something. From the moment you started cheating until the exam realm's announcement, how long did it take? Under the harsh light illuminating Lin Lily's pale face, all her strength seemed to drain away instantly, leaving her to whisper weakly, no, no more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The black-clad man didn't even lift an eyelid before throwing out his second question. Then tell me, how long has Chen Runian been at the top of the rankings? At the mention of that name, Lin Lily collapsed completely, as if her last pillar of support had been yanked away. She fell flat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo woo woo. I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. Forgive you? We don't have that authority. The black-clad man sneered and gestured to his companion. But what a coincidence, you just caught someone with the surname Lin today. And here you are, also surnamed Lin. Let's have you cellmates meet each other first. He paused, deliberately lowering his voice as a warning. By the way, let me tell you something. This exam is personally overseen by Legend Feng and Legend Su. You just cheated right under the noses of two legends. That's provocation. Cheating itself isn't the most serious crime, but offending the legends on duty is the real sword hanging over every candidate's head. Upon hearing Legend Feng and Legend Su, Lin Lily went completely limp. The two black-clad men expertly lifted her by the armpits, exactly as they had done with Lin Chen earlier, and dragged her to the interrogation room in just a few steps. The interrogation room was dimly lit, with the concrete floor reflecting a cold, wet gleam. Lin Chen sat disheveled and powerless, his elbows resting on the icy table surface. Multiple charges were enough to earn him at least 10 years in prison, and his heart was filled with nothing but hatred for whoever had reported all his behind-the-scenes manipulations. When it came to state-distributed resources for new job changers, who would know? Giving them to and frank job changers was just wasteful. Better to concentrate them on high-quality professionals. But no matter how he tried to console himself, whenever he looked up and saw those three characters, Chen Runian, at the top of the rankings, his emotions became a tangled mess. After manipulating things for over a decade, he had miscalculated on an frank professional. Coming out at level 8 on the first day, had been convinced the guy was using cheating tools, but looking at the data trends now, it was far more complicated than simple cheating. After the black-clad men left, only Lin Chen remained in the interrogation room, dark and deathly quiet. Snap! The overhead light suddenly blazed on as they pushed through the door again. Lin Chen's spirits lifted, and he quickly spoke up. Are you letting me go? I told you from the beginning this was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The lead man glanced at him sideways and casually shoved another person inside. Lin Chen, you're in luck. Someone else broke the law and found you a companion. Ah! A scream echoed as Lin Lily was thrown in, tumbling to sit in front of Lin Chen. Father and daughter locked eyes, both crying out simultaneously. Lily, father! This scene amused all the black-clad men. I knew they looked alike, and both surnamed Lin. Turns out they really are father and daughter. Birds of a feather flock together. Incredible. This is so bizarre they could film 3 episodes about it. After a few more taunts, they turned off the lights and locked the door, leaving behind complete darkness and the Lin family's bewilderment. In the darkness, Lin Chen lowered his voice. Lily, how did you end up committing a crime too? Lin Lily raised her hand, pointing toward the only source of light in the interrogation room, a small screen on the wall. At the top of the screen, that name still remained. Father, look at Chen Runian's score. That's absolutely a score you can only get by cheating. She bit her lip, her voice growing quieter. In the past 10 years, not a single person has been caught cheating on the college entrance exam. I thought maybe they just don't check, and actually many tools can be used, they just don't announce it. In the first assessment round, Chen Runian scored a whopping 520 points while I only got 92. That's more than 5 times my score. In the interrogation room, Lin Lily complained hoarsely, her wrists still bearing the confiscated formation discs and talismans. Her cheating had been detected by the system in just 10 seconds, and now she could only cry pitifully. Chen Runian is just an frank professional. What gives him the right to score so many points? He must be cheating. Lin Chen looked at his daughter, opening his mouth but finding no words of comfort. Lily, it's not your fault, it's all that Chen Runian's doing. Lin Lily wiped away her tears, gritting her teeth. Father, I really suspect he pulled some tricks. Otherwise, the secret realm would have kicked him out long ago. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a heavy breath. If the secret realm had determined he was cheating, he'd be the one being interrogated right now, not us. But father, how did you end up getting dragged here too? Lin Lily finally realized. Lin Chen's face darkened as he pointed at Chen Runian in the surveillance monitor across from them, anger practically erupting from his throat. If I'm not mistaken, it must be that brat's doing. After Master Zhang Kuei took notice of him, he started bad-mouthing me behind my back, saying I withheld resources from newcomers and insulted low-grade professionals. He let out a cold laugh. What a joke. Those E and Frank professionals can't make much use of those resources anyway. Giving them supplies would just be wasteful. My God, they arrested you over this trivial matter? Lin Lily couldn't believe it. What kind of nonsense is this? Their conversation was heard word for word by the judges in the adjacent observation room. The dark interrogation room was clearly visible under the surveillance cameras, with the audio amplified for clarity. Seems like this father-daughter duo doesn't think they've done anything wrong, one judge frowned. Like father, like daughter, another scoffed. When it comes to sentencing, we'll impose the harshest punishment. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads and continued listening to the increasingly outrageous venting from the pair. Meanwhile, outside the assessment area, Chen Runian's staggering score of 520 points acted like a giant magnet, attracting one ill-intentioned person after another to hatch crooked schemes. Several enforcement teams had already been hastily assembled. Feng Jinxiu had deliberately canceled the area-wide cheating alerts, hoping to use this opportunity to screen candidates' character. Many supervisors had initially wanted to question this decision, but upon hearing the reasoning, they all nodded in approval. Sure enough, within an hour, Lin Lily wasn't the last one to be caught. At the same time, the second round's monster wave finally dissipated after a full hour of relentless assault. Except for Chen Runian, almost all candidates collapsed to the ground, sighing heavily under the college entrance exam rules that prohibited energy replenishing supplies. An hour of continuous combat was hellish difficulty. Those who had overexerted themselves in the first round couldn't even hold out through the first few waves of the second round, slapping the ground in regret. Chen Runian wiped away some sweat and looked at his score display with a satisfied smile. Hey, a perfectionist dream. This score is just right. He shook the weapon in his hand and gazed intently at the teleportation gate ahead. If the second round was already this challenging, who knows what surprises the third round might hold. Many people checking the leaderboard naturally focused on the top 10 rankings first. First place, Pet Summoner Chen Runian, 52,000 points. Second place, Dragon Warrior Qin Long, 20,951 points. Third place, Mystic Ice Mage Ling Shui, 18,956 points. Fourth place, Divine Phoenix Swordmaster Yin Shuang, 18,865 points. Fifth place, Flame Fist Fighter Huang Dagwan, 16,532 points. Sixth place, Dragon Tiger Master Wang Yin, 15,656 points. Seventh place, 8 Trigrams Master Zhuoqiu, 15,222 points. Eighth place, Shadow Twins Rao Xiao, 14,865 points. Ninth place, Shadow Assassin Yu Rou, 14,520 points. 10th place, Wind Gathering Mage Tian Xian, 13,865 points. The rankings had been completely reshuffled. Some were knocked out of the top 10, while others surged up the board. Yet all these fluctuations paled in comparison to the shock of Chen Runian's commanding lead with his 52,000 points. Holy crap, over 50,000. That's like 100 times his first trial score, right? This is insane. Damn, he must have reached at least level 25. Someone tell me how one person managed to push through with a 10-level disadvantage? Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Geez, Qin Long, that SS class professional, only has around 20,000 points. The gap is massive. Who the hell is Chen Runian? This is absolutely incredible. Damn it. Even if I cheated with talismans and formation discs, I couldn't score this high. Someone refreshed Chen Runian's specific level 15. Level 15? I'd believe you if you said level 51. At this moment, the second, third, and fourth place holders were practically invisible. In the first trial, the point gap between Qin Long and Chen Runian was less than double, but now he had been left far behind. Qin Long's gaze lingered on the number 52,000 for a full 3 seconds before he collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained. Starting from the 18th level monsters, even with his SS class profession, he didn't dare be careless and stopped checking the rankings. In the battles that followed, he fought his way through all waves up to level 23, grinding through over 150 group combat encounters. This should have been enough to make him confident he was the MVP. Yet the power of his Dragon Warrior class with no weaknesses in either group or single combat seemed pale in comparison. Not only had the gap not narrowed, it had widened further, and even his second-place position was becoming precarious. Yin Shuang, another SS class professional, had been caught up to by Ling Shui, with their scores nearly tied, intensifying Qin Long's sense of crisis. Looking at Chen Runian's score, Qin Long's mind went blank. This isn't about whether I'm trying hard enough, I simply can't catch up. He clenched his fists, then released them, his breathing becoming erratic. Ling Shui stared at the final leaderboard, gently biting her lip. Too bad. Qin Long still managed to hold on to second place. I need to readjust my spell sequence for the next trial and try to overtake him. Yin Shuang stood frozen in place, the fourth place ranking piercing her heart like a nail. As one of only 2 SS class professionals in this assessment, her exam results only ranked 4th. Though it was only temporary, it was still 4th place witnessed by the entire nation. Shuang felt completely drained, as if all her strength had been sapped away, leaving her utterly demoralized. The scoreboard on the giant screen flickered constantly, with everyone fixated on the rise and fall of their own names, each harboring their own thoughts. Yuero, however, was completely different from the others. Looking at her score, her eyes crinkled into crescents with joy. Chen Runian, you said 520 to me in the first round. So this round I'm responding with 14520, that's also 520. Oh my. Chen Runian, are you deliberately maintaining that 52,000 points? How wonderful. Can you feel this assassin's feelings? After speaking, she actually bounced twice on the spot, as delighted as a child who had just received candy. Feng Jinxiu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, dropping from first place initially to 9th now. And she could still be this happy? But women's thoughts had always been hard to fathom, so they simply chose not to delve deeper. While everyone was discussing and hurrying to recover their strength, suddenly a series of red alerts appeared before everyone. 1. Lin Lily, archer from Huiquan First High School, caught cheating during the examination. Examination qualification revoked. Immediately transferred to the tribunal for review. 2. Song Yinghao, berserker from Gumming Middle School, caught cheating during the examination. Examination qualification revoked. Immediately transferred to the tribunal for review. 3. Xiong Bao, thornspear wielder from Tianming First High School, caught cheating during the examination. Examination qualification revoked. Immediately transferred to the tribunal for review. There were a full 7 alerts. What? Cheating on the college entrance exam? 7 people at once. For 10 years, no one dared cross this red line. How is this batch so brave? Students and teachers instantly erupted in chaos, with discussions rising and falling like waves. Chen Runian's first place score remained nailed to the top of the leaderboard like a spike, particularly striking against the backdrop of 7 cheating announcements. This meant his results were achieved purely through skill. All the amazement ultimately condensed into 2 words: incredible. Feng Jinxiu glanced at the leaderboard and shook his head with a sigh. Only 7? I thought Chen Runian's score would expose dozens or even hundreds of people with corrupt hearts. Su Duokai snorted coldly. Come on, having 7 cheaters appear in an exam where proctoring is a disgrace, not some honor. That's where you're wrong. Another proctor patted his materials. Kicking out these morally corrupt people early is actually good for the empire's future. Just as the two were about to continue their debate, Li Qingyun interrupted. Only 7 means that most examinees in the Tianming Empire still maintain their principles, and that's what's truly good. Qingyun is right, someone agreed. These 7 should be punished with the maximum penalty, which will serve as a perfect deterrent for future candidates. As the atmosphere settled, the senior proctor's attention returned to the big screen. Let's open the next round, the person said with a slightly heavy tone that carried anticipation. I'm more eager to see their performance in the 100-floor Demon Suppression Tower. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai jointly activated the 100-story Demon Suppression Tower, and the towering structure radiated brilliant golden light. As the light faded, a prominent system notification appeared before all examinees. You have entered the 3rd stage of the college entrance examination, the 100-story Demon Suppression Tower. This stage requires facing demons from the abyss. Demons are generally stronger than monsters of the same level and can affect human minds. The minimum demon level is 10. Candidates below level 14 cannot participate and will have their scores calculated based on the first 2 stages. Candidates level 14 and above, please prepare for battle. After entering the tower, eliminate all demons on each floor and find the entrance to advance to the next level. Level 12 had always been the minimum threshold for admission to good universities, and very few could reach level 14 within 10 days. Among tens of thousands of candidates, the vast majority were instantly eliminated, leaving only 322 people, a number that matched Feng Jinxiu's prediction perfectly. Even class professionals like Lu Hao, benefiting from the complete equipment set gifted by Chen Runian and his family's affluent conditions, had barely reached 85 progress toward level 14 after 10 days, let alone professionals of other qualities. Among the final 322 remaining candidates, only Chen Runian had a professional quality below a class. All others were a class or above, with class comprising the majority. The system provided 15 minutes for rest and teleportation preparation, opening status replenishment. Chen Runian tilted his head back and drank a mental recovery potion, feeling refreshed and alert. He then grabbed specially formulated pet food from his backpack, meat strips and dried fish, made from boss-level flesh, and fed them to his husky and xiaobai respectively. Both pets' panel attributes instantly received a temporary boost of 500 points, which, combined with their master's amplification, could burst to 750 points, elevating their firepower to another level. When rest time ended, another notification appeared. teleporting to the first floor of the 100-story demon suppression tower. Demons will appear 10 seconds after entry. Please prepare for battle. If you actively pause or your life is in critical danger, the system will automatically terminate this stage of the examination. Although candidates had mentally prepared before the exam, many still couldn't help trembling when they actually saw the notification. Demons originated from the abyss, and compared to ordinary monsters, they carried demonic energy, possessed higher attributes, more skills, and more sinister mental attacks. The light screen dissipated, and Chen Runian and the others were engulfed by white light, landing on the first floor of the demon suppression tower. The tower's interior was paved with dark blue-black stone slabs. The temperature was low, and a faint smell of blood permeated the air. In the center, a purple-black spatial ripple expanded to 2 meters wide, like a torn wound. This was a demon fissure, the demon's exit point, though this wasn't truly connected to the abyss, but rather a simulated examination fissure created by Feng Jinxiu and others. The 100-story demon suppression tower was originally a facility for suppressing demons. Being suppressed meant these demons had been subdued by the human race, but they still couldn't be completely killed, so they were imprisoned within the tower. The tower's other purpose was to let human newcomers who had never fought demons familiarize themselves with combat methods in advance, avoiding massive losses when encountering real demons. According to usual procedures, students would gradually be exposed to this project only after entering university. However, this time, Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai had directly incorporated it into the college entrance examination, prompting much reflection from many people. Chen Runian looked at the first demon beast that appeared. As the prompt indicated, its level was directly marked as 10, but the string of attribute numbers was on par with the level 15 demon beasts he had encountered before, even faintly stronger. No wonder candidates had to reach level 14 to enter the assessment with this kind of trump card plus demonic aura. Ordinary low-level candidates simply couldn't withstand it. A level 10 beast comparable to level 15, this made one wonder just how powerful the demons that would appear later would be. The monster was a dog demon. Its mouth split all the way to its ears, with chaotic fangs protruding outward and blood-red pupils staring fixedly at people. Dark demonic energy continuously seeped from its messy black fur, swirling around its limbs like smoke. Facing such a level 10 dog demon, Chen Runian felt even more pressure than when confronting level 15 or 20 demon beasts. This was the oppressive feeling that demonic creatures brought. The other candidates also reacted differently. Some remained calm, while more were gripped by deep-seated fear. Although historical records of demons destroying cities were numerous, those were ultimately just words on pages, far from the bloody reality of this moment. Oh my god, so terrifying. I'm only level 14. How can I possibly beat these attributes? One candidate said with a trembling voice, then raised his arm high. I give up. Light flashed, and he was immediately teleported out of the 100-story demon suppression tower. Feng Jinxiu and the other proctors merely glanced at him indifferently, without saying much. To fight against abyssal forces, both mental fortitude and strength were indispensable. Students who were scared away at this first stage would need targeted training later. Unexpectedly, those who voluntarily withdrew accounted for a full 1/10. The already small number of candidates instantly decreased, leaving only 265 people. The grotesque appearance intensified the psychological pressure from the dog demons, and those who could stay were all tough characters. Feng Jinxiu surveyed everyone and nodded with satisfaction. These people would surely become the backbone force against abyssal invasions in the future. While the candidates watched the dog demons were also coldly sizing up their prey. Suddenly, they exerted force with their limbs and pounced like black lightning. Battle erupted abruptly. Several dog demons let out low, frenzied howls, their sound waves carrying demonic properties that made people's chests tighten and hearts race wildly. Chen Runian looked at the dog demon again, then glanced down at his own husky. Under such stark contrast, that silly and cute husky had practically become a super handsome guy in the dog world. The husky also glared disdainfully at the opponent. I'm extremely good looking, okay? With that, it suddenly pounced forward with a sweeping claw strike. With a bang, the dog demon's skull shattered and turned into black ash. Killed level 10 dog demon, experience 20, points 20, merit 1, obtain magic dog Fong 1. The kill notification appeared, and Chen Runian was slightly stunned. Besides experience points and dropped items, he had also gained additional merit. According to what they learned in school, job changers can venture into places like the abyss and battlefields to hunt demons. Killing these demons grants merit points and various grade rewards. Merit points can be used both to determine personal rankings and to exchange for equipment or resources in the merit shop. However, textbooks only provide the framework. The specific details of acquisition must be experienced firsthand through actual combat. Points 20 double the reward of ordinary demon beasts. Quite a decent start. The system notification followed immediately. Congratulations on taking your first step in demon slaying. Demons often attack in groups, so please be prepared. As soon as the prompt ended, a cracked demon fissure suddenly expanded, and 9 dog demons burst forth. With exposed fangs and saliva flying, they locked onto Chen Runian and immediately launched a coordinated assault. Era attack! Chen Runian commanded with a thought. Era raised its head and unleashed a divine-level howl. The sonic waves thundered forth, instantly shattering all 9 dog demons, their dark blood mist scattering into fragments. Points 180, experience 180, merit 9. The dog demons that still posed a threat to ordinary candidates were effortlessly eliminated by Chen Runian. The system displayed another message. Congratulations on clearing all demon beasts on this level. Please find the entrance to the second level yourself. Chen Runian was momentarily stunned, not expecting that candidates had to locate the teleportation gates themselves. In the observation seats outside, Li Qingyun looked at Feng Jinxiu with equal confusion. Feng Jinxiu laughed and explained, "This tests students' observation and exploration abilities. Many demon fishers and beasts in the abyss are skilled at hiding, so giving them early exposure is beneficial." Su Duokai nodded in agreement. This element was actually my suggestion. The abyss has become increasingly rampant in recent years, and if candidates are unprepared when they encounter it, that would be troublesome. Feng Jinxiu continued. This is also the original intention behind making the 100-level Demon Suppression Tower the third trial. While the difficulty has indeed increased, we never expected this trial to add many points for them anyway. We simply hope to expose them to demons early. Li Qingyun finally understood. He had seen the old version of the Demon Suppression Tower before previously. After clearing a level, candidates were directly teleported. Now, with the added element of independent searching, it was indeed closer to real combat. At this moment, over a dozen candidates had completed their instant kills of the dog demons and were searching separately for the second-level entrance. Chen Runian held a detection map, a tool that others couldn't detect once used. However, in his view, using tools was cheating, and not cheating was his bottom line. So he had Era and Xiaobai search separately while he crouched down, carefully examining every brick crevice. Soon, he discovered that one brick crevice was half a fraction wider than those around it. When his fingertip lightly touched it, thin energy ripples immediately responded. The entrance found. In the observation seats, an instructor marveled. This kid's observation skills are remarkable. He found the second-level entrance so quickly. Excellent indeed. Su Duokai laughed heartily. I think this child must be properly cultivated. With a flash of white light, Chen Runian was teleported to the second level. In the dark stone hall, 10 level 11 demon jackals and 10 level 12 demon wolves emerged alternately, forming an encirclement. Their stats were equivalent to same-level demon beasts boosted by 5 levels, which would likely cause other candidates to struggle. Era, continue. Another earth-shaking roar erupted, and 20 demons exploded simultaneously, black blood splattering everywhere. The examination process continued advancing. Chen Runian progressed triumphantly, reaching the 5th level in the blink of an eye, while other candidates were still below the 3rd level, busy clearing monsters and searching for entrances. Watching Chen Runian's points surge at an incredible pace, Qin Long had completely given up any thought of competing. Though hatred still churned in his heart, those numbers climbed so rapidly that he couldn't help but wonder if Chen Runian was enjoying some hidden multiplier when killing demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, Chen Runian had reached the 9th floor, where the highest-level demonic beasts were only level 20 with just a 2-level difference between floors. This posed no challenge for him at all. Suddenly, a surge of pitch-black demonic energy shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The 3 examiners Feng Jinxiu, Su Duokai, and Li Qingyun almost simultaneously burst from the examination hall, hovering in midair. Spiritual light flickered between their brows as they instantly recognized that familiar, yet ferocious power, the force of the abyss, the abyssal tyrant. How dare you invade during our Tianming Empire's college entrance examination period? What audacity! Feng Jinxiu snorted coldly. There are other demon lords, auras too. Do they think Tianming has no defenders? Su Duotsai's palms crackled with rolling thunder. Tonight we'll flatten your abyss. Li Qingyun unsheathed his sword, and 3 powerful auras activated the Great Formation. But the demonic energy had already penetrated the demon-suppressing tower first. Kekashrill laughter exploded across the clouds. The seal is finally broken. The human race grows ever more insolent. Actually using our demon servants as practice targets for your students? Since you enjoy training so much, let your students die in this 100-floor demon-suppressing tower. I hear this year's batch is quite promising, catching them all in one net. Perfect. Keek. Accompanied by the sinister laughter, demonic energy poured in frantically. The demon-suppressing tower, already imposing, suddenly expanded with a thunderous roar, growing 10 million times larger, appearing from above like an independent secret realm. The examination space became chaotic, barriers between floors shattered completely, and all examinees were forcibly teleported to the first floor. Hundreds of students instantly fell into panic. What's happening? This is terrifying. Is the demon suppressing tower going berserk? What's going on? The space is sealed, we can't get out. I forfeit the examination. Teleport me out. Why isn't the teleportation working? I'm not going to die here, am I? Woo woo woo, I want my mom. I have an profession. My future achievements are limitless, don't let me die here. Chen Runian was kicked back to the starting point, watching the arena expand to hundreds of times its original size, with a belly full of complaints and nowhere to vent them. He quickly surveyed the area, spotted familiar faces, waved them over, and formed a four-person team: Ling Shui, Wang Yan, and Yu Rou. Everyone stay close to me to avoid any mishaps. Chen Runian's tone was calm, yet carried unwavering confidence. Ling Shui nodded earnestly. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything that might happen. Wang Yan responded with a deep voice, gripping his weapon tightly. But Yu Rou playfully waved her hand. Chen Runian, you used your points to confess to me in the first round. Did you see my points in the second round? When Yu Rou's words came out, everyone was completely baffled. What the heck? A confession? While everyone else was still trembling in fear, Yu Rou's mind worked in the most bizarre way, leaving Chen Runian and the others completely speechless with just one random comment. While the crowd remained immersed in unknown terror, Yu Rou was already excitedly waving the dagger in her hand, staring at Chen Runian's scoreboard with a mischievous grin. She called out loudly, "Oh, I get it. You're just being shy, aren't you, young man? Look here, your first round score is 520, and 520 means, I love you, right? The second round is even better, 100 times 520, which means you said, I love you 100 times. How romantic. After my assassin score climbed to 14,000, I worked hard and finally managed to get 14,520. 14,520 also means I love you. Chen Runian, how about that? Aren't I amazing? We're probably the only two using exam scores to communicate. Now I'm telling you, I accept your confession." The more she spoke, the more outrageous it became, and the onlookers' expressions grew increasingly bewildered. Could she really connect all this together? What an incredible imagination. Wang Yan couldn't help but point toward Ling Shui. Yu Rou, didn't you consider that maybe this coded message was meant for Ling Shui? In an instant, Yu Rou bristled with fury, her dagger flashing coldly as she nearly stabbed it toward Wang Yan. Ling Shui blushed slightly at being pointed out. Indeed, Chen Runian hadn't specified who the confession was for, so it could very well be directed at her. For a moment, her mind began to wander with possibilities. Chen Runian quietly rubbed his forehead. This girl's imagination was truly extraordinary. He waved his hand to end the discussion. All right, enough fooling around. Everyone should prepare, we're probably facing a fierce battle soon. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Long suddenly roared. Fear not, everyone. I am Dragon Warrior Qin Long, an SS class professional. Ranged fighters can come to my side, I'll protect you all. Almost simultaneously, Yinshuang's clear voice followed. Everyone, I am Phoenix Swordmaster Yinshuang, also an SS class professional. Those willing to follow can come to my side, and we'll face the enemy together. With two SS class powerhouses speaking up, the panicked contestants finally steadied their nerves. At that moment, someone shouted from the back of the crowd, Where's Chen Runian? Where is Chen Runian, the first place winner? Yu Rou spun around instantly, raising both hands and calling out like setting off fireworks. Tada! Our Chen Runian is right here. All eyes turned toward Chen Runian in that moment. People saw a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing a clear and refined temperament. So handsome. So that's Chen Runian. Chen Runian merely nodded slightly, yet this simple gesture drew many people toward him involuntarily. Those terrifying scoreboard numbers were themselves the most powerful rallying call. Qin Long observed coldly, his face written with defiance. Chen Runian, I am the Dragon Warrior. With my leadership, I can naturally keep everyone safe. What are you trying to interfere with? Although I don't know what methods you use to get those points, it won't be long before I crush you. Yinshuang's gaze moved between the two men, then swept over the crowd before drawing her long sword. A phoenix phantom spiraled around her as she leaped gracefully into the air. In that case, let's form 3 teams. Too many people make unified command difficult. Besides our 2 teams, is there anyone else willing to volunteer to lead another team? No one in the field responded. Only the cry of the phoenix phantom could be heard. Yinshuang lightly flicked her sword. Since no one speaks up, we 3 teams will recruit separately. Those who want to follow me, come over, or go to either of their sides, make your own choice. As Yinshuang's words fell, the voices of demons and monsters had already begun to appear. The cacophony of sounds was chaotic and overwhelming, clearly indicating an enormous number, at least 1,000 or more, and they were still gathering. The Abyssal Demon King's power surged through the cracks of the Demon Suppression Tower, starting from the first floor where chains shattered inch by inch, releasing all the captured demonic beasts in a frenzied exodus. Then came the second floor, the third floor. Higher and higher level demonic creatures broke through their prison doors, rushing downward through the open passages in a mad stampede. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy, relentless pounding on doors echoed like sledgehammers, each blow striking the hearts of every test taker. In the blink of an eye, demons from over a dozen floors had already broken free. Just as more prison doors were about to collapse, three terrifying auras swept through the entire tower, forcibly suppressing the churning demonic energy. The 100-story demon suppression tower suddenly stabilized, with residual demonic power forming pitch-black shackles that sealed the entire tower like a giant cauldron. The demons inside couldn't escape, and outside reinforcements couldn't enter either. A voice like a great bell suddenly resonated throughout the tower. Fellow test takers, I am one of the legendary supervisors of this college entrance examination, Feng Jinxiu. The 100-story demon suppression tower has been invaded by abyssal forces and is forced into lockdown for half an hour, with the first 20 floors of demon prisons now opened. A massive number of demons have been released. Prepare for defense. Survive this half hour, and we guarantee your safety. Killing demons still counts toward your exam scores, and you're permitted to use items and form teams focus entirely on survival. As his words faded, Feng Jinxiu turned and rushed outside the tower to engage in fierce battle with the infiltrating Abyssal Demon King. That's Legend Feng's voice. So it really is an abyssal invasion. My god, all the demons from 20 floors have been released. If the first floor alone is this challenging, how can we possibly handle 20 floors? Panic spread instantly. Some remembered Feng Jinxiu's words and hurriedly pulled out various items. Low-grade formation discs, talismans, mechanical puppets. But their levels were generally low, causing many test takers to lose heart immediately. We're all below level 20. These things are useless against high-level demons. If the monsters from the 20th floor come down, who could possibly withstand them? Just as the crowd was about to scatter, Lu Hao stepped forward and shouted, as long as your items have even a little effect, bring them out. With our brother Nian here, even 20th floor demons are nothing special. Trust in brother Nian, gain eternal life. Everyone follow brother Nian, and he'll guarantee you live peacefully to 100. Brother Nian, I'm coming. With that, he eagerly rushed toward Chen Runian with utmost sincerity. Lu Hao was only level 15 and a summoner. While he might be able to protect himself, protecting others was questionable. Seeing this, Qinlong immediately reminded everyone of Lu Hao's low level, causing many who had originally wanted to follow Chen Runian to hesitate. Chen Runian stepped forward and said in a deep voice, thank you all for your trust. Please assist these two SS-class job holders in stabilizing the defensive line. My 4 companions and I will handle the central area. The 100-story demon suppression tower covers a vast area. I'll take care of the central region, but the other areas will require your full effort to defend. The central zone? Just the 5 of you. Qinlong stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Chen Runian simply nodded calmly, meeting his gaze. The center has the most demons, so it's safest for us to handle it. Qinlong, your team takes the east side. Yinshuang, you take the west. If there are no objections, move out immediately. Time is running short. As his words fell, the dark tide of beasts had already surged to within dozens of steps, their roars deafening. Even if Qinlong and Yinshuang wanted to argue, they could only grit their teeth and lead their respective teams toward their assigned positions. One moment of inattention, and he's become the commanding officer. Honestly, Qinlong muttered under his breath as he sprinted. Give it a rest. He took the toughest bone to chew. You should be laughing with relief. Yinshuang snorted softly. She recalled Feng Jinxiu's assessment. The demons from the 20th floor were likely already at level 30. Forget about those monsters. Even the ones above the 10th floor would be a struggle for her team, which hadn't even reached level 19. What they faced now were still mainly level 13 demon serpents. As for the dog demons and jackal demons from the 1st and 2nd floors, they had been heavily culled by everyone earlier, so even if they all escaped, their numbers wouldn't exceed 900. The 100-story demon suppression tower hadn't originally stockpiled many low-level demons. They were only captured temporarily to fill the tower for this assessment. The moment the 3 battle lines made contact, both flanks erupted in a rain of skill effects. On Qinlong and Yinshuang's sides, fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning arcs intertwined with continuous thunderous roars as the leading dog demons fell in droves and jackal demons shrieked in agony. But at the very center, only Era's howling moon shadow overlap, charged into the demon horde. With each divine level howl, masses of demons seemed crushed by an invisible giant hammer sent flying on the spot. The terrifying carnage made both Qinlong and Yinshuang's scalps tingle. Is that really a husky? Qinlong's Adam's apple bobbed. If that pet is considered weak, then what does that make us? Yinshuang smiled bitterly. This pet summoner before them was far more formidable than these SS-class professionals, and what was even more outrageous was that he had summoned 3 identical huskies at once. Chen Runian teamed up with Ling Shui, Yu Rou, and Lu Hao, sharing experience and merit points equally among the 4. For Chen Runian, experience wasn't affected anyway, so bringing friends along didn't matter. It just meant slightly thinner distribution with more people. He had originally planned for the 4 of them to act together, but when Lu Hao volunteered to join, he didn't refuse. During a lull in battle, Chen Runian pulled out a crystal from his chest completely emerald green and pulsing like a beating heart, the heart of vitality. He handed it to Yu Rou. Keep this quiet and use it quickly. Yu Rou's eyes immediately welled up with tears upon receiving it. Chen Runian, I'm going to cry. Wah, this is a heart of vitality that only produces 3 pieces every 10 years, and you're just giving it to me? This assassin is so moved. But, giving me treasures right in front of Ling Zuanshi get angry. Chen Runian's temple twitched. Why did this girl always have that scheming undertone? He helplessly withdrew his hand. Fine, 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 I won't give it to you then. Yu Rou immediately used the spirit heart and grinned at Chen Runian, saying, there's no way I'm giving back what you've given to this assassin. The moment the gem merged into her pouch, a pale blue radiance spread across her skin, and a string of data quickly appeared. Speed 40, skill consumption 20. Yu Rou exclaimed, wow, such powerful effects. Shoo, is there more? Chen Runian pressed. Yu Rou didn't dare delay and pulled up her attribute panel again, her eyebrows shooting up instantly. Assassin class core skill power 15. Such an exaggerated boost made her lose control on the spot, suddenly hugging Chen Runian and humming a tune while spinning in circles. The next second, Ling Shui silently stepped forward and lifted Yu Rou off Chen Runian with one hand. Ling Shui and Wang Yan exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Though the spirit heart had few attribute categories, each individual boost was maxed out. It was practically tailor-made. Lu Hao on the side was practically drooling. This was the treasure that the proud mercenary group and tyrannical guild had been hunting for days without success. Yet Chen Runian had just casually given it to Yu Rou like handing out candy. Unfortunately, given their previous opposing stance, he could only swallow his envy. Chen Runian turned his gaze to him. Lu Hao, when you reach level 15, switch to this set. When the high-level demons come down later, you and Xiao Yinzi need to hold the front line. Lu Hao received the equipment with both hands, his heart lurching violently before exploding with joy. Damn, another legendary set. He clasped his fists and shouted, Brother Nian is awesome. Lu Hao, swear to follow you to the death. 5 minutes flew by in a flash. The outer ring of demon beasts grew denser, with level 18 elites already appearing. Chen Runian's group sat cross-legged to recover, with only Aris Shadow clones clearing the perimeter, their efficiency matching that of Qin Long and Yin Shuang's respective 100-man teams. Only then did everyone understand why Chen Runian's score was so far ahead. With such an overpowered pet, it would be hard not to score high. Lu Hao's monster hunting speed increased, and he soon reached level 15, grinning like a flower as he changed into his new gear. Suddenly, a deep, angry roar exploded from the depths of the dense forest, its echo carrying a tremor like grinding metal. Immediately after, all the demons became restless as if their reins had been yanked away. 10 level 25 ghost ape demons burst through the tree trunks, dark bone spikes covering their arms as they each let out shrill, whistle-like cries. Kikik. Didn't expect that after entering the demon suppression tower, this demon could still come out for a stroll. So many tender humans. Excellent, excellent. You can eat the other parts as you please, but the heads must be left for this demon. Eating human heads boosts intelligence. None of you are allowed to fight me for them. With those words, over 100 level 1825 demons arranged themselves in formation. Heavy armored beasts took the front, their thick armor striking sparks. Wing-backed flying beasts swept into the air, wind blades howling. Bow and crossbow type ranged demons raised their weapons and drew their strings. Stealth attackers skilled in ambushes quietly prowled the flanks. The originally chaotic beast tide instantly became a proper military legion. Chen Runian's side had limited numbers and was only targeted by 100 demon squad. Qinlong's side faced a full 5 squads pressing forward. Yin Shuang had it even worse, with 400 demon squads arrayed in siege formation. Chen Runian's group, being smaller in number, faced only 100 demon squad, while Qinlong's side confronted a full 5 squads, and Yin Shuang also suffered greatly under 400 demon formations, all at levels above theirs and beyond what they could withstand. What should I do? So many high-level demons. I can't hold them back. Someone save me. My hand has been devoured. Healing. Where's the healing? Agonized screams echoed through the stone walls of the 100-story demon suppression tower, shaking dust loose from the ceiling. The elite 100-man human force had just engaged the demon horde in close combat, and several warriors in the front line were already swaying on their feet. The tower housed only combat classes, not a single healer or dedicated tank among them. The front line consisted entirely of warrior defenders, and though they were of exceptional quality, their armor had limits. Fighting one demon horde unknown was already pushing their absolute limit. If another squad joined the fray, their defense would crumble instantly. One of the charging warriors gritted his teeth and channeled his energy, forming a translucent force barrier. Bang, bang, bang. After several powerful impacts, cracks spiderwebbed across the barrier before the demon leader shattered it completely with a headlong charge. Fragments of light scattered as the warrior was hurled through the air, his body tracing an arc against the darkness. In that split second, a stealth demon materialized from the shadows, a bone-winged demon dove from above. An ranged demon raised its claws to fire deadly projectiles, three killing intents locked onto him simultaneously. Someone save me, I don't want to die. He tumbled through the air, blood spattering, his life flashing before his eyes. Qin Long and Yin Shuang wanted to rush to his aid, but they were entangled by several level 24 and 25 demons, unable to break free from the whirlwind of blades and steel, forced to watch helplessly as their comrade fell. The charging warrior's eyes met Yin Shuang's, seeing her anxious yet helpless expression. His heart sank, and he finally closed his eyes, awaiting death. Divine Almighty Push. A deep shout exploded through the air, and visible ripples burst from his chest. All claws and arrows were deflected by an invisible force, and the three demons were sent flying several meters back, crashing into the stone walls with ear-piercing crashes. The warrior remained suspended in midair, stunned for a moment before erupting in joy. He was completely unharmed. Chen Runian's voice reached his ears. Qin Long, Yin Shuang, each of you take command of your teams and handle one demon squad each. Leave the rest to me. The unquestionable authority in his tone made the two proud SS-class professionals nod instinctively. Realizing they were being commanded again, they felt a moment of surprise, but the situation was urgent. If they continued to face two demon squads hidden, their side would surely suffer heavy casualties. The two immediately split their forces, flanking left and right to contain their respective demon squads, completely drawing the remaining squad that had been attacking them toward Chen Runian's center position. Meanwhile, Chen Runian activated spirit sharing, and blue-white light instantly enveloped his team members, as well as Era and Xiaobai. Ling Shui and the others felt power surging within them. All attributes increased by 50. Even more incredible was that skill cooldowns, consumption, and casting speed all received the same boost. What kind of divine skill is this? Ling Shui and her three companions gasped in shock, their amazement quickly transforming into fervent battle spirit. Era split into two clones, with the main body and clones each engaging a demon squad. Xiaobai's silver fur bristled as he single-handedly blocked another demon squad, his barks and the demon's roars weaving a chaotic symphony. Wang Yin, Ling Shui, Yu Rou, and Lu Hao faced off against another squad. Wang Yin unleashed Dragon Tiger Force, his arm muscles swelling like stone, each punch generating thunder. Lu Hao activated Berserk Mode, blood energy roiling as his aura surged. Ling Shui raised her hand, spreading vast ice-blue spiritual energy into frozen wasteland, instantly frosting the legs of 100 demons and slowing their movements. Yu Rou's form became like wind, her slender sword flashing with cold light, demon blood splattering as she darted back and forth. With the attribute boost, their coordination flowed like water, forcing the demons into steady retreat. Demonic energy churned throughout the tower, but could no longer conceal the sharp edge of the humans' rising morale. As for the final squad, Chen Runian took it upon himself, his resolute determination leaving everyone deeply shaken. It was already outrageous enough that Ling Shui and her three companions were fighting against a high-level 100-demon squad, but now Chen Runian was taking on an entire team by himself? Even counting Chen Runian's pets, out of 10 full demon squads, he was single-handedly handling 5 of them. Era moved through the battlefield like there were no demons at all, taking down entire rows of monsters with each bite. Xiaobai unleashed 10,000 cat heavenly pull, and even the strongest level 25 demon, the ghost ape demon, was firmly restrained, helpless against the cat's assault. Everyone had already witnessed how ridiculously powerful Chen Runian's pets were, but no one expected that this summoner himself would also charge hidden against a 100-strong squad. Chen Runian's figure flashed as he plunged directly into the demon horde. Dark shadows rushed toward him, but he spread his arms wide and spoke calmly. Divine Almighty Push. Invisible ripples exploded outward from his center, instantly sending all demons and their unleashed skills flying. Agile Light Beam. Brilliant beams of light swept across with precision, and wherever they passed, the demon beasts couldn't last even a second before crumbling into debris. When the demons regrouped, he raised his hand again, unleashing a second Divine Almighty Push that sent enemies flying several meters back. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This graceful fighting style made the watching girls' hearts melt. So handsome, so cool, so amazing. Seeing his subordinates being crushed, the ghost ape demon roared and called 2 more 100 demon squads for reinforcement. This kid is the strongest here. Kill him, and the rest will be at our mercy. Attack. All together. Don't give him time to rest. In an instant, dense waves of demons surged toward Chen Runian like a tide. Though Divine Almighty Push was powerful, it had a cooldown period. During this gap, Several level 23 demons had already closed in. Chen Runian, watch out! Everyone cried out in alarm. At this critical moment on the battlefield, his and his pet's presence was crucial. If Chen Runian fell, the consequences would be unthinkable. Ling Shui and Yu Ro's hearts pounded like drums, their breathing becoming rapid with tension. Agile dodge. Golden light burst from Chen Runian's body as his second skill from the agile heart instantly activated. His form became light as silk, and whether facing close combat strikes or ranged projectiles, he evaded every single attack. These movements clean and decisive. These movements supremely elegant. These movements like a banished immortal. Everyone watched with rapt attention, and even the ghost ape demon commanding the encirclement stared with blood-red eyes. How is this possible? Why is this human so powerful? Both humans and demons were stunned into shock. It's one thing for his pets to be incredible, but why is Chen Runian himself as a summoner so ridiculously strong? Powerful. Too powerful. Simply invincible. Brother Nian is invincible. Chen Runian is awesome. Chen Runian smiled slightly for the next 10 seconds. Agile dodge would make him immune to all damage, essentially granting him an invincible golden body. Xiaobai, era, come to me. After that direct confrontation, Chen Runian realized he couldn't defeat these demons on his own. However, as a pet summoner, his strength had never been in solo combat. Chen Runian raised his hand with a wave, and Era and Xiaobai were immediately summoned to his side. 3 huskies with matching coats and robust builds formed a triangular formation around the perimeter, while a snow-white cat, with a gently swaying tail, occupied the center. Along with them came exactly 4 demon squads, their bloodthirsty gazes locked onto the pets and their master. The next second, white light exploded around Xiaobai as her soft feline form stretched and grew taller, transforming in the blink of an eye into a mature woman with waist-length white hair clad in silver armor. Many demons' eyes immediately lit up. She looked truly delicious. The watching examinees were left speechless with shock. A pet that could shapeshift? What level of rarity was this? How many more surprises could Chen Runian bring them? Golden equipment materialized from his storage space, the armor pieces automatically assembling onto the transformed Xiaobai, complete with a snow-white cape fluttering in the wind. Xiaobai elegantly positioned herself to Chen Runian's left, while the 3 huskies took positions covering 3 of the cardinal directions, stomping their front paws and raising their heads in unison to roar. Come at me. The piercing taunt echoed across the battlefield. Despite the ghost ape demon's desperate attempts to restrain them, an irrepressible rage instantly ignited the demon's bloodline, and they let out bestial roars as they swarmed toward Chen Runian en masse. The front line of shield-bearing demons growled as they raised their massive shields, while the second circle consisted of various attack-type monsters wielding bone blades and spears, completely sealing off all escape routes around Chen Runian. Chen Runian, can you really handle this? My god, he's facing hundreds of demons alone. How can he survive? If that were me, I'd probably collapse from fear. Cries of alarm rose from the observers as fear and despair spread rapidly. If Chen Runian fell, over 600 demons would immediately turn on Themis certain death sentence. Quick, save him. Yin Shuang made an instant decision, unleashing the spiritual might of a divine phoenix sword master. Her crimson sword conjured blazing wings like a fire phoenix, cutting an arc through the air as it dove toward Chen Runian. But even the fastest speed required time, and the warhammer of the frontmost demon was about to crash down on Chen Runian's head. At that moment, Yuero gracefully stepped in front of Yin Shuang, patting her shoulder with a tone both certain and calm. Young lady, don't be afraid, Chen Runian will be fine. Yin Shuang froze. From another direction, Wang Yin called out while battling demons. Miss Yin Shuang, follow Brother Nian's instructions and focus on your own enemies. Brother Nian's power is beyond imagination. Don't worry. Caught between their repeated dissuasion, Yin Shuang found herself unable to advance or retreat and could only grit her teeth and hold her position, though her attention remained fixed on the center of the battle. At this moment, 7 demon squads of over 100 each, though Chen Runian and his pets had already slain over 100, still numbered more than 600, their charging creating a deafening roar. Chen Runian looked up and met the eyes of his 2 pets. The 3 huskies immediately focused their gaze as their blue pupils blazed bright. Wisdom gaze. Invisible psychic waves spread out, instantly cutting away a massive portion of all demons' intelligence and mental power, a full 150 reduction, along with a 10 decrease to all their physical attributes. As the opportunity presented itself, Xiaobai spun her staff tip with flowing sleeves. Charm. White light spread like mist, and all demons, including the towering ghost ape demon, froze in unison. 10,000 cat heavens pull. The white-haired battle maiden raised her staff and swept it through the air, tearing open countless white cat phantoms in the void that roared as they crashed into the demon horde. The spiritual cores of over 600 demons were struck by the chain assault, their minds buzzing. Though their thick hides prevented them from collapsing immediately, They lost control and were involuntarily drawn by the ability's pull, clustering densely toward Chen Runian. When the demonic beasts closed to within 3 meters of Chen Runian, the three huskies simultaneously unleashed their divine-level howl. The deafening barks spread like solid waves, first tearing open a gap in the front line and forcibly repelling the demon horde, though the remaining momentum kept them surging toward Chen Runian. Just as they were about to collide with Chen Runian and the husky Xiaobai, Chen Runian raised his hand and unleashed Shinra Tensei. With him as the epicenter, visible air ripples thundered outward. All the demons drawn in by the 10,000 Miao gravitational pull seemed to be struck by an invisible giant palm, flying backward in unison and crashing heavily to the ground, creating dozens of craters as they died instantly. The tenfold mental damage from 10,000 Miao gravitational pull, the tenfold physical damage from the huskies, combined with the tenfold mental impact of Shinra Tensei, formed a devastating combination that even the thick-skinned demons couldn't withstand. In just one breath before Yinshuang could even rejoin the group, the 600-plus demons of various levels charging from the front were instantly wiped out. Whether they were the tanks charging at the front or the ranged and melee fighters hiding in the back, all died on the spot. Killed level 25 Ghost Ape Demon. Experience 2,000. Points 50. Merit 5. Obtained Ghost Ape Skull X1. Ghost Ape Hair X3. Killed level 23 Demon Horn Bull. Experience 1,500. Points 46. Merit 4. Obtained Demon Bullhorn X1. Demon Bull Meat X5. Killed level 20 Demon B. Experience 1,000. Points 40. Merit 4. Obtained Demon Honey X1. Demon Bee Stinger X1. Kill notifications flooded the screen as Chen Runian's experience bar climbed steadily. The spectators watched in stunned silence at this moment. Time seemed frozen, leaving them with nothing but shock. Chen Runian had no time to admire his results. He raised his hand again, unleashing Shinra Tensei and Spirit Light Beam in succession to block fatal attacks for several students who were nearly ambushed by demons due to their excessive surprise. "Stop standing there," he shouted sternly. "Deal with your opponents first, then be amazed later. This is a battlefield, not an arena." Like a wake-up call, everyone snapped back to reality. If Chen Runian alone could instantly kill 600 demons, wouldn't it be laughable if they couldn't handle the 100 or so in front of them? Battle spirit ignited in their chests as the potential of various high-quality classes erupted simultaneously. The previously retreating situation immediately reversed, with the demons being pressed back and their screams echoing everywhere. Chen Runian didn't turn to support Qin Long and Yinshuang's side, but instead directed the Huskies to assist Ling Shue's group. At this moment, Ling Shue's team had only about 70 enemies left, and with the combined efforts of the Huskies and Chen Runian, they were completely eliminated in less than 30 seconds. Qin Long and Yinshuang's teams took about 3 minutes to similarly annihilate all the demons. They won. Ha ha ha, we held our ground. We're saved. We're saved. It feels so good to be alive. Emotions suppressed for so long erupted with the victory fanfare as everyone began cheering. All eyes turned to Chen Runian, their gazes filled with fervor and worship. "Chen Runian, you're absolutely incredible. Chen Runian, I thought you cheated to get first place, but you truly deserve it. Your strength is absolutely mind-blowing. Brother Nian, can I follow you? Are you kidding? He's my sworn father. Chen Runian, are you single? I'd love to date you. Big brother, after the college entrance exam, could you help me level up? I could be your girlfriend too. Brother Nian, hee, if you're into guys, I could be your boyfriend." In just a few seconds, over 200 people surrounded Chen Runian completely, chattering with praise, begging to ride his coattails, and confessing their feelings, all assaulting his eardrums. Their admiration was genuine, but the more sincere it was, the more cacophonous it became. Chen Runian simply smiled faintly, his chiseled handsome face becoming even more dazzling under the lights, triggering another wave of gasps and exclamations. The crowd grew increasingly terrified as they reflected. Without Chen Runian, that wave of demons would have torn them to shreds. The level 20 demons led by the Ghost Ape Demon had already left everyone struggling to breathe, and the Ghost Ape Demon itself was level 25. Just moments ago, even the two SSS-rank fighters Qin Long and Yinshuang nearly got killed instantly. Fortunately, Chen Runian's rescue came just in time, otherwise, their bodies would already be cold. Forget about rank and below professionals. Even Qin Long and Yinshuang couldn't guarantee they could hold off that demon pack for half an hour. By the time Feng Jinxiu arrived, he'd only be collecting their corpses. Yet Chen Runian had almost single-handedly cut through the demon horde, was truly their savior. "Chen Runian, I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, we will answer your call." "Same here," said Zhang Fei. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with an impressive figure rushed forward, clasping her hands together. "Such great kindness and virtue, this humble girl has no way to repay you except to offer herself in marriage." "Sneaky. I should be the one offering myself." Another girl with a sultry figure clutched her chest and squeezed into the crowd. Not only was he incredibly strong, but he was also devastatingly handsome. You couldn't find such a man even with a lantern to guide your search. Yuro watched the swarming men and women with growing alarm. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Chen Runian raise his hand for silence. In that instant, his gaze darkened, locking onto the stairway leading from the second floor to the first. Everyone immediately fell silent, following his gaze. Crack, crack, crack. Sharp sounds like whips cutting through air exploded at the entrance. The noise was so violent that everyone instinctively retreated behind Chen Runian. Level 12 and 15 demons were already terrifying enough. Those above level 20 were pure nightmares. The ghost ape demon was only level 25, so the next batch would surely be level 26 monsters or higher. Even Qin Long and Yin Shuang might not guarantee victory, let alone against demon creatures whose attributes crushed ordinary beasts several times over. At the stairway entrance, a group of demons leisurely descended. At the front, a level 26 thorn vine demon swung its arm-like vine whips, lashing the air with each strike thundering like muffled drums. That distinct applause sent chills down everyone's spine. It was clapping for the bloodbath that had just occurred. Starting from the 16th floor, the number of demons wasn't particularly large, and the quantity of demons imprisoned on each floor also decreased sharply. When Feng Jinxiu and his partner designed this trial, they never expected candidates to reach the 16th floor and face these high-level demons. The 15th floor and beyond were originally intended as trials for professionals above level 20. Right now, all the candidates were below level 20. With incomplete equipment and skill sets, facing these demons head-on would be tantamount to suicide. What made it worse was that demons above level 25 experienced a dramatic surge in intelligence, with many even capable of human speech, just like that level 25 ghost ape demon they'd encountered earlier. Everyone looked up at the slowly descending monsters, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Level 26 thorn vine demons, 32. Level 27 three-eyed demons, 30. Level 28 twin-headed wolf demons, 22. Level 29 black feather demon hawks, 22. Level 30 shadow leopards, 15. Though numbering just over 100, they exerted far more pressure than the 1,000 low-level demons from before, especially when the detection spell projected the data of those final shadow leopards before everyone's eyes. All hearts began pounding like war drums. Species, shadow leopard level 30. Strength, 13,500. Speed, 20,000. Constitution, 17,500. Spirit, 12,000. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Lightning Strike, Phantom Pack Hunt. Shadow Leopards and Black Feather Demon Hawks were both renowned for their speed, yet with just one level difference. Nearly every attribute was a full 5,000 points higher. This cross-level gap was terrifying. Ling Shui and the others stared at those numbers, finding them oddly familiar. These stats were nearly identical to the super-enhanced Agile Deer Men, and in actual combat, the leopards would likely be even more terrifying with their superior burst speed and intelligence. And there were 15 of such creatures. Ling Shui silently calculated Agile Dodge had a 12-hour cooldown, and even possessing the heart of agility couldn't change that fact. This meant she couldn't rely on that lifeline for the upcoming battle. Against such opposition, only Xiao Bai could make a move. She looked up and met eyes with the white-haired beauty Xiao Bai. Understanding immediately, Xiao Bai quietly activated Soul Capture, instantly seizing control of one shadow leopard's mind while the other demons remained oblivious. The controlled leopard crouched low and led the spread formation, clearly not wanting Chen Runian to wipe them all out at once. You human are quite capable, having slain so many of our demon kin. The leopard's beast eyes flashed with an eerie light as it spoke with a cold laugh. Pity that aside from you, the rest are merely fish on a chopping block. Fellow demons, hold this human back while we slaughter the others first. What say you? Keek keek, excellent. This demon is famished. It's been ages since I've tasted human flesh. Allow me the first bite. A nearby demon let out a piercing cackle. Looking at those devastatingly hopeless stats on their panels, everyone once again fell into that cold, helpless despair. Too strong. Too many. There was simply no way to win. What to do? What to do? Are we going to die here? Chen Runian, Brother Nian, Father Nian, Grandpa Nian. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Everyone panicked, instinctively placing all their hopes on Chen Runian. Xiao Bai's controlled Shadow Panther silently crept to the rear of the demon army, its limbs pressed to the ground as it moved without a sound. Meanwhile, Chen Runian surveyed the group, stepped forward, and calmly faced off against the high-level demons. Seeing him take the front position, the human team's hearts instantly steadied. Hope was rekindled. Qin Long secretly clenched his fists. When crisis struck, everyone's first instinct was to look not at him, the SS-class professional, but at Chen Runian. In that moment, he envied Chen Runian's courage and his standing in everyone's hearts. If he had to face this Shadow Panther alone, he honestly wouldn't dare. The creature's attributes completely overwhelmed his own, and even with his SS-class stats, he had no chance of winning. Speed alone would allow that Shadow Panther to tear through his defenses. At this thought, Long's feet trembled slightly as his gaze fell on Chen Runian's back, his expression complex and unreadable. Shuang's mindset differed from Long's. She felt no jealousy, only heartfelt admiration, strength, courage, vision, sense of responsibility. Chen Runian excelled in every aspect. During the previous crisis, it was Chen Runian alone who had drawn away most of the demons, allowing the team to survive. Now, facing even more terrifying enemies, he was still the first to step forward. Watching his upright figure, Shuang's eyes even showed a hint of infatuation. Yu Rou, Ling Shui, and the others also looked on with admiration, truly worthy of Chen Runian, so dependable. Chen Runian turned to look at the three huskies. The huskies' eyes showed rare intelligence as they instantly activated their wisdom gaze skill, covering the 15 shadow panthers at the front. The next second, these shadow panthers' eyes became somewhat vacant, their intelligence drastically reduced. You few little demons, numbering less than half our human force, I really don't know where you get the confidence to think you can take us down. Chen Runian's voice was steady as he raised his hand in a welcoming gesture. How about we play a game instead? Just as he finished speaking, a level 27 three-eyed demon was quietly dragged away by Xiao Bai's controlled Shadow Panther, unnoticed by anyone. Before the lead Shadow Panther could respond, another Shadow Panther beside it sneered. A game? How about we compete to see who can eat more humans? Wold, that'd be more fun. Chen Runian smiled apologetically. Sorry, I misspoke just now. I meant to show you a magic trick. Magic trick? The demons were stunned, and Chen Long and the others looked equally puzzled. Chen Runian looked at the leader again. Before killing you all, how about letting you witness some human magic first? The intelligence-reduced Shadow Panther nodded dumbly. Sure. This demon has never seen humans perform before. Same here, Kikik. Having a show before dinner isn't bad at all. If you perform well, kid, we'll save you for last. Seeing the Shadow Panthers agree in unison, the other demons also cheered their approval. At this moment, Xiaobai silently dragged away another demon, still undetected. Chen Runian called out. When you first appeared, there were exactly 121 demons total, right? The demons nodded in unison. They knew their deployed forces perfectly well, exactly 121, just as Chen Runian had stated without error. Then everyone look here. Chen Runian pulled out a piece of dark gray fabric from his backpack and gently covered his left hand with it. His right hand moved continuously in the air as if playing an invisible harp, seemingly casting a spell over his left hand. After more than 10 seconds, he gently blew on his hand, then removed the cloth to reveal 4 golden tickets in his palm. Guess how many demons you're missing now? As soon as Chen Runian finished speaking, a 3-headed wolf demon excitedly shouted. You have 4 more golden tickets in your hand, so we must be missing 4 demons. Chen Runian nodded slightly and praised. Correct, very clever. The demons, who had been completely bewildered moments before, heard this exchange, and their expressions changed dramatically as they frantically began counting each other. The humans also started counting along. 117, someone cried out in shock. How did we lose 4 in just the time it took to say a few words? My God, those golden tickets in Chen Runian's hand are real. 4 golden tickets appeared, and we lost 4 companions. Could it be that he turned them all into golden tickets? A 3-eyed demon muttered in a trembling voice. The commotion spread, and even the demon leader who had been keeping his distancia level 30 Shadow Cheetah called, help but frown. Since both sides had revealed themselves, all demons had remained on guard with no humans approaching. Assassin classes like Yu Rou hadn't made a move due to the Shadow Cheetah's vigilance. Yet now, 2 3-eyed demons and 2 thorn demons had simply vanished into thin air. Facing the widespread suspicion and confusion, Chen Runian spoke calmly. As you can all see, I never made contact with any demon, and all of our people are here, including right now. The Shadow Cheetah instinctively nodded, but still couldn't fathom the mystery behind it. To prove himself, he raised both hands for all demons and humans to see. I have no energy fluctuations on my body, and no one has approached you. Now, please watch carefully. The cheetah looked around, confirming that no humans had come close, and that Chen Runian's palm indeed showed no trace of energy. Chen Runian once again took out the cloth and covered his left hand, mimicking the techniques of the SS class professional magician, Lu Qian, skillfully drawing everyone's attention to himself. At the same time, a shadow cheetah hidden in the shadows split off a phantom and quietly carried out assassinations without anyone noticing. After several dozen seconds of build-up, he swiftly pulled away the cloth, revealing 3 more golden tickets in his left hand. Chen Runian tossed the 3 golden tickets into the air and smiled faintly. Guess again how many of you are there now? 3 golden tickets means 3 demons, a demon cried out in alarm. The demons frantically counted again, with Qin Long and others joining in the count. Soon the answer was revealed. 114. We're indeed missing 3 more. What kind of operation is this? Shock and terror exploded through the demon ranks as all humans and demons alike were stunned, unable to imagine how Chen Runian had accomplished this. A creeping fear of the unknown began to spread silently over the demons' heads. They could hardly believe their eyes before any formal clash had begun. Chen Runian simply drew out a few golden tickets from beneath his cloak and casually tossed them, instantly causing several demons from their side to vanish. This was absolutely no coincidence, but Chen Runian's doing. The demons couldn't comprehend it, and the human side was equally baffled. Only Ling Shui and a few others familiar with Chen Runian's abilities had some inkling, yet they too found it utterly bewildering. All the humans watched in silent observation, knowing in their hearts that the more bizarre Chen Runian appeared, the greater their chances of survival. An oppressive atmosphere shrouded the battlefield until finally, one demon could no longer bear it and roared furiously. "Kill this human. Don't let him perform any more magic tricks. If we let him continue, we'll all turn into those rustling golden tickets in the blink of an eye." A thornvine demon shrieked in terror, immediately gaining widespread support from the other demons. "Yes, exactly. We can't let him perform any more magic, it's too terrifying." Chen Runian's gaze fell upon the constantly chattering thornvine demon. Then he raised his hand and pointed at a nearby shadow leopard, giving a calm command. "My performance isn't over yet. Since you talk so much, you go kill it." This scene left all humans and demons stunned in unison. A black-feathered demon eagle was the first to burst into laughter. "Hilarious, human. Do you know what you're saying? That's Lord Shadow Leopard, currently the most powerful among us demons. How could it possibly obey your command and turn against its own kind?" The demons joined in mocking laughter. While it might be somewhat reasonable for Chen Runian to make weak thornvine demons peck at each other, to dare point at a level 30 Shadow Leopard and issue commands was simply preposterous. Before the laughter could fade, the Shadow Leopard's eyes flashed coldly, and a black shadow suddenly surged. The skill Lightning Strike activated instantly. Its speed far exceeded that of ordinary demons, its strength nearly double that of the thornvine demon, as its claws combined with shadow power tore through the vines. Splurt! The thornvine demon's tree heart was pierced on the spot, followed by cries of alarm. "Ah, Lord Shadow Leopard, why are you biting me?" Before the thornvine demon could finish speaking, the leopard lunged down again, its fangs carrying shadows as it viciously bit down, directly tearing it to shreds. "What are you doing?" Over a dozen shadow leopards roared in fury, charging forward in a dark mass, with the other demons equally enraged. At this tense moment, the white cat nearby, following Chen Runian's instructions, quietly withdrew its control over that shadow leopard and shifted to controlling another one. What just happened? The shadow leopard, awakening from its loss of control, stood frozen in place, staring at the thornvine demon's remains that it had bitten through, feeling utterly confused. The next second, its furious kin had already pounced, sending it flying heavily, its bloodied body crashing hard onto the ground. "Never thought you would obey humans and attack your demon brethren." The leopard desperately tried to explain, but discovered that the thornvine demon's dark green tree heart still hung from its fangs, leaving it speechless with grief at this point. Nothing it said would be believed. Chen Runian stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly. "Well done, little black number one. Little black number one." The humans exchanged bewildered glances, while the demon's fury reached new heights. A black-feathered demon eagle cursed venomously. "Little black number one. So you've long since betrayed us to become their pet. And you kept claiming you'd exterminate and devour humans. What truly misjudged you." Just as Xiaohei number one was left speechless, Chen Runian spoke again. "Xiaohei number two, what are you standing around for? Go deal with that loudmouthed black-feathered demon eagle." As his words fell, all the demons and monsters shuddered violently. In the next second, a pitch-black shadow tore through the air, streaking from the ground to midair. The still flapping black-feathered demon eagle didn't even have time to let out a scream before being torn apart by the shadow leopard's claws, feathers and blood raining down together. With the hunt complete, Xiaobai lifted its soul-captivating suppression, its icy gaze immediately locking onto another shadow leopard. "What? Xiaohei number two. There's another one." The demon horde erupted in chaos. They instinctively distanced themselves from each other, terrified that the creature next to them might be one of Chen Runian's hidden pets. "Damn it, so many traitors have infiltrated our ranks. Who exactly are his pets? Speak up." The two-headed demon wolf roared, only to receive a look of utter disdain from Chen Runian. "Who gave you permission to speak? You two-headed mutt are too noisy. What's so bad about being my pet? Xiaohei number three, go finish it off." "Xiaohei number three." The demon beast's hearts pounded. Another black shadow flashed. Cold light swept across, and one of the wolf's heads dropped to the ground. Following several swift swoosh sounds, before the two wolf eyes could even close, the massive wolf body had been shredded to pieces by razor-sharp claws, collapsing in a pool of blood. The shadow leopard retracted its claws and quietly licked away the bloodstains, its posture so elegant it seemed to be performing post-meal etiquette. It cast a casual smile toward the demon horde, enough to chill any witness to the bone. Look at that demeanor, definitely a pet's attitude. The same thought flashed through every demon's mind. Among the 15 most powerful shadow leopards, 3 were actually under Chen Runian's command. No wonder they had stood by and watched when Chen Runian killed the ghost ape demon. They had been in cahoots all along. Realizing this connection, the demons' minds raced with wild thoughts, yet none dared utter a sound. After all, the moment anyone opened their mouth, Chen Runian would immediately dispatch Xiao No X to claim their head. Want to complain? Want to flee? Not a single demon beast dared move an inch. Good, much quieter now. Chen Runian surveyed the area with a relaxed tone. Come on, take a guess, how many of these shadow leopards do you think are actually my pets? The demons, their scalps tingling with fear, stared intently at every shadow leopard. The atmosphere was like frozen ice, ready to shatter at any moment. One of the shadow leopards, bewildered by all the staring, reluctantly spoke up. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not one of them. This is that human scheme. It looked utterly wronged, but before its words had fully left its mouth, its pupils suddenly contracted and power exploded within its body. A shadow flashed, and another unsuspecting black-feathered demon eagle was instantly killed. Xiao number 4. Though Chen Runian hadn't spoken, every demon simultaneously labeled this leopard in their minds. Just moments ago it had been playing innocent, now it had bared its fangs, clearly another one of Chen Runian's pets. Trust was completely shattered as the demons exchanged terrified glances, not daring to approach any of their own kind. What's wrong? No one dares to guess anymore. Chen Runian's lips curved upward. Then let's continue with our magic show. At the mention of magic, the demons' hearts pounded wildly. Playing again? Who can stand this? Complaints churned in their hearts, yet they dared not truly pounce forward. Among the strongest shadow leopards in the building, a considerable portion were actually Chen Runian's pets, and any sudden movement might result in being torn apart on the spot. Chen Runian merely smiled mysteriously, his expression calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the murderous demonic aura filling the room. This composure, witnessed by all the demons, only caused their confidence to plummet further. He glanced sideways at Xiaobai. At this moment, Xiaobai's mental strength was clearly weakened. Though this soul-stirring psychic assault had produced remarkable effects, it was extremely draining. Chen Runian's mind turned. Stall for time and let Xiaobai recover. He began performing his so-called magic once again. To buy time, he deliberately slowed every gesture, every finger twirl. The demons, like startled birds, remained constantly on guard against Xiaohei's surprise attacks, even more worried they might be transformed into glittering golden tickets at any moment. No one dared utter a word, keeping even their breathing to a minimum. Several minutes crawled by in the needle-sharp tension. Those brief moments felt like a mountain pressing on their hearts, making every demonic heart race uncontrollably. Who knows if I'll be next? What if I get turned into a golden ticket? Suddenly, a two-headed demon wolf's heads began tearing at each other in complete breakdown, blood soon spattering the scene. That sight shattered every demon's psychological defenses. I can't take it anymore either. Run? I don't want to die here. This human is more terrifying than the demon realm itself. Can't I just not eat him? The demons scattered in chaos, fleeing frantically from the first floor to the second, then continuing their escape to even higher floors. Though they hadn't been hit by Era's wisdom gaze, their intelligence remained intact, and they knew that fighting dozens of level 30 shadow leopards heat-in would only result in total annihilation, possibly even being used by those traitors to curry favor. With this thought, they unanimously turned tail and ran. 5 shadow leopards exchanged glances, then glared at Xiaohei numbers 1 through 4, cursing them soundly before slinking back to the second floor. The remaining 6 hesitated momentarily, also hurling abuse at Chen Runian and their fellow leopards before charging toward the stairs. But just as they reached halfway, a piercing scream erupted. Ah! The companions looked back, nearly scared out of their wits. Xiaohei number 5. There was still another one. Run quickly. Damn it. How are there so many of our kind domesticated by humans? Humph. You say that now, but aren't you the human's pet yourself? Bullshit. I think you're the one who looks like his pet. Several shadow leopards roared while fleeing. Chen Runian secretly commanded Xiaobai, whose mental power was released once more, soul-stirring. One leopard's eyes immediately turned red as it spun around to pounce on its companion, claws and fangs flying. Another was provoked to savagery and immediately retaliated. In an instant, 2 shadow leopards were tearing at each other like mad beasts. The scent of blood stimulated the 2 nearby leopards, and amid their kinsmen's agonized howls, they too fell into a rampage. Thus, for shadow leopards at the stairway entrance erupted in wild fury, fur flying and flesh torn, yet none would yield a single step. Watching the 4 shadow leopards in the arena, their skin split and flesh mangled, yet still locked in deadly combat, everyone, human and demon alike, felt their scalps tingle. This was real fighting, with not a step backward taken, and even the observers couldn't help but feel admiration. The two shadow leopards each believed this was Chen Runian's pet, essentially a traitor to the demon race, so they showed no mercy in their attacks. In the center of the arena, dark shadows danced through the air as shrieks and claw strikes crisscrossed. The examinees, watching through the protective barrier, could only see black afterimages flashing before their eyes, yet they were all stunned by the same thought: these shadow leopards were really going all out just to become Chen Runian's pets. For a moment, everyone couldn't even tell which one was the real little black pet. Standing outside the arena, Chen Runian lifted his hand to feed Little White a pill that replenished spiritual energy, then pointed out a new target for it. The medicine's power instantly transformed into white light that surged into Little White's eyes. Reinvigorated, Little White locked onto another shadow leopard. At this moment, one of the shadow leopards approached its still confused companion with a face full of smiles. "Good brother, I never expected you'd also become Master's little black pet. Following the Master means the food can directly boost our attributes." The leopard being addressed was completely bewildered. Returning to its original tribe would surely mean being chopped to pieces, but it truly wasn't Chen Runian's pet either. Facing enemies on all sides, its mind was in complete chaos. Hee hee, what a coincidence, brother, you too, huh? The two leopards awkwardly laughed as they drew closer together. The next second, the laughing one suddenly unleashed its claws through the wind, striking directly at its companion's vital points. "Unfortunately, I know you're not the Master's pet. Time to send you on your way." The peaceful facade instantly shattered as sharp claws tore through the air, and the battle suddenly intensified. The onlookers and remaining leopards were all stunned, and before long, two more shadow leopards began grappling with each other. Chen Runian slightly turned his head toward Era. Era energetically charged onto the arena and unhesitatingly chose to coordinate with one side of shadow leopards in a pincer attack. Dog paws, leopard claws, canine teeth, and cold gleams amid the storm-like sounds of strikes. The situation was forcibly reversed. Killed level 30 shadow leopard, experience 50,000, points 150, merit 20, obtained shadow leopard core 1. As the system notification ended, Chen Runian cheered and applauded. "Excellent. Fantastic." His emotions ran high, and the 200-plus examinees were also swept up, applauding and cheering together. "Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Worthy of being our little blacks. By the way, what numbers are you guys again?" The remaining leopards and Era looked at each other in confusion. Wasn't the one over there supposed to be little black? Why were the humans praising them instead? And this dog that was only level 15 had attack power no less than the leopards. Chen Runian noticed that at the entrance, many demons were still hiding in the shadows, watching. He reached out and pulled out 5 bags of specially made dog food. "Not bad, little blacks. That killing was beautiful. Here's some dog food as a reward." 5 portions of enticingly fragrant dog food traced arcs through the air, landing at the feet of 5 bewildered leopards. "Oomph, dog food. Even if I, a shadow leopard, starve to death or crawl out of here, I absolutely will not eat dog food." One leopard held its head high, its tone resolute. The two nearby also shouted, "We are noble leopards, not dogs that insult us." Yet their stomachs were growling loudly. Speaking of which, didn't someone just mention that this stuff can boost attributes? Seems like it. Let me check. One of the leopards pawed open the dog food bag, and when its claw tip touched the description panel, its pupils suddenly contracted as it cried out in shock. "Strength and speed 500 stackable." At these words, the other 3 iron-willed leopards' eyes suddenly widened. The 2 shadow cheetahs devoured the special dog food Chen Runian had given them. The moment they took their first bite, their faces lit up with amazement, and they ate faster and faster until they had polished off every last crumb. "Holy crap, my stats actually increased. Woohoo, we're flying high," they exclaimed while licking their paws. "This is incredible. This dog food is delicious. Not only does it boost our attributes, but it tastes amazing too." The 3 remaining shadow cheetahs nearby were practically drooling, but still stubbornly maintained their pride. "Is it really that good? No way. Since this demon lord said no, I won't eat it, and that's final. I'd rather die than submit. We're definitely not some little blacks." Seeing this, Chen Runian was amused by the 2 good boys and tossed out 2 portions of special cat food. "Since you 2 are being so obedient, why don't you try some cat food?" "Cat food? You should know we're noble cheetahs, not cats." But as soon as they finished speaking, the 2 cheetahs caught a whiff of the cat food's enticing aroma. Their true nature was instantly revealed as they scrambled to devour every bit of the cat food. Wow, another attribute-boosting food. So delicious. Who would have thought dog food and cat food taste so much better than human flesh and blood? The 2 cheetahs wagged their tails frantically. "Excellent. If we could eat this every day, this demon lord would gladly be a little black. So tasty. My attributes increased by several hundred points. This cat food's effects are incredibly powerful." This delightful scene made the remaining 3 cheetahs swallow their saliva again, their resolve wavering. "Maybe we should try some?" "You go ahead and try it. I'd rather starve to death than eat a single bite of this human's dog or cat food. But as soon as they finished speaking, the three cheetahs couldn't help but edge closer. Oh my goodness, it smells amazing. They ended up fighting over the scraps to taste them, and the next second their eyes gleamed with wild joy. Not only does it taste incredible, but the attribute boost is top-notch too. 5 tails wagged like windmills, making Chen Runian almost think he was traveling with 5 pet dogs. He snapped his fingers. Come on, little blacks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go find other demons to fight. Kill one, and I'll reward you with either dog food or cat food your choice. The 5 shadow cheetahs roared with excitement and followed Chen Runian straight to the second floor of the dungeon. The watching demons scattered in all directions. But these level 30 shadow cheetahs, with their base speed of 20,000 plus the boost from the pet food, burst into action and instantly became 5 streaking shadows, rampaging through the second floor and slaughtering all the demons that had lingered behind. What's going on here? The survivors on the outer perimeter stared in disbelief. When did Chen Runian tame so many demons? My god, the most powerful boss-level demons are actually his pets. This is unbelievable. I know, right? I never would have imagined this. I didn't dare make a sound just now putting myself in those demons' shoes. How terrifying. Everyone was deeply shaken from 2 to 5 cheetahs. These creatures had clearly never met Chen Runian before, yet they obeyed his every command like true pets. No matter what, we're finally saved. Chen Runian's magic show just now was so mind-blowing. Do you guys know what happened? How did those demon beasts turn into golden tickets without us even making contact? Moreover, Chen Runian is a pet summoner, not a talisman master. So how could he possibly turn demons into gold tickets? The scene erupted in commotion, and a talisman master draped in a dark robe stepped directly into the center of the crowd, raising his hand as if taking an oath. Let me clarify, talisman masters have no talisman techniques to transform demons into gold tickets. The talisman master's words quickly eliminated the possibility of talismanto gold ticket transformation, but the mystery only deepened. At that moment, a professional with razor-sharp eyes emerged from the side, his gaze fixed on Chen Runian's figure gradually disappearing into the distance. I saw it. These demon beasts didn't transform into gold tickets, they were secretly killed by Chen Runian's little black pet. The crowd followed his gaze, and someone exclaimed, "It's Eagle Shifter Huang Xiao. He was born with the power of eagle eyes." A captain-like figure immediately asked, "So you're an eagle shifter? Huang Xiao, what exactly did you see?" Huang Xiao slowly surveyed the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on the gradually retreating figure, saying in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, all of this was orchestrated by Chen Runian." A young warrior nearby blurted out, "Are you saying the demon beast attack itself was his doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the warrior's head was smacked by a companion. Huang Xiao shook his head, his voice like iron. "No, I'm referring to demon beasts being scared away, and those 5 shadow leopards inexplicably becoming his pets." Everyone held their breath and listened. Huang Xiao continued explaining, "My eagle vision has an extremely wide range. I clearly saw Chen Runian first communicate with his white cat pet. The white cat's pupils instantly narrowed and became vertical, and immediately after, one shadow leopard's pupils showed the same change. In other words, one demon among the opposing demon group was controlled on the spot." He gestured with his hand. In fact, these demons weren't Chen Runian's pets. Chen Runian's pet briefly took control of a certain demon, using it to do several things that caused suspicion and mutual slaughter among the demons. The demons are still our common enemies. As his words fell, many people finally awakened as if from a dream, with whispered conversations rising and falling. Huang Xiao looked at the debris scattered across the ground, his expression solemn. Looking back, Chen Runian's methods were truly brilliant. If a real fight had broken out, with his strength he could still survive the shadow leopard's coordinated attack, but anyone else here, including SS class professionals Qin Long and In Shuang, would probably have died without a burial ground. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone's minds conjured the shadow leopard's cold and swift killing postures. 20,000 speed points, enough to instantly kill every professional here. Combined with the leopard's own strength skills, they were practically invincible. Don't forget, those were level 30 demons with combat power comparable to level 35 demon beasts. Recalling their initial sense of helplessness when facing this high-level demon group, then thinking of Chen Runian's operation, everyone once again felt complete admiration for Chen Runian. Brother Nian is absolutely legendary. After hearing Huang Xiao's analysis, Wang Yin couldn't help but look up in admiration. Lu Hao raised his arms high and shouted to everyone, "Folks, wasn't I right? Brother Nian is like a god among men, just trust him and we're all set." Oh Hui's voice boomed even louder. "Chen Runian is incredible. Now I owe him 2 lives." Their excitement was quickly tempered by reality. "Yeah, we'd have to fight for our lives against just 1 shadow leopard, let alone 15 of them plus over 100 high-level demons," Wang Yin said, swallowing hard at the thought. "If they all came at us, we'd be nothing but crunchy snacks. So, should we go help Boss Chen Runian? Someone asked hesitantly. In Shuang immediately shook her head, her tone calm and measured. Everyone should stay put. We can't even begin to handle demons of this caliber. Don't forget we're all under level 19, while those demon beasts are generally 10 levels above us. When you factor in demon combat power, the gap is even wider. Forget about the level 30 shadow leopards though. You really think we could easily take down even the weakest thorn demons? Going there would only cause trouble for Chen Runian. In Shuang's words left everyone silent. Earlier, after Chen Runian had effortlessly swept through hundreds of demons like cutting through vegetables and casually toyed with even higher level demons, everyone had felt a surge of confidence after being rescued. Only now did they realize the true gap between them. So they all chose to wait where they were, silently praying for Chen Runian's safe return. Outside the 100th-floor demon suppression tower, a demon over 300 feet tall threw back its head in maniacal laughter, demonic energy surging skyward. Even though it was being forced to retreat step by the combined efforts of Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai, it still carried itself like a victor. Feng Jinxiu, do you regret it? Keh. So many high-quality professionals in exchange for just one of this domain lord's avatar. Swat a bargain. Such a bargain. The Abyss domain lord snarled viciously. I hear there's even an SS-rank professional? And a bunch of S-rank transferred professionals inside. Keh. Trading one avatar for so many human geniuses truly excellent. It turned toward the demon suppression tower, its voice dripping with malice. What a pity we were only able to open it to the 20th floor before you stopped us. But it's enough. The 20th floor houses Shadow Leopard's demon clan's most skilled hunters. Keh. They can bite a high-quality transferred professional to death in one gulp. TSK. I'd love to taste that flesh and blood. The demonic energy surged again, pouring into the demon suppression tower like a black torrent. Before this avatar dissipates, let me see what's become of your high-quality transferred professionals. Keh. After all this time, there probably aren't even bone fragments left, just pools of blood. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai each unleashed their skills, engaging the Abyss domain lord in combat. Below the tower, Li Qingyun had begun forcibly breaking through the bottom defenses of the 100th-floor demon suppression tower. This might cause irreversible damage to the tower, but with the situation so urgent, there was no choice. Feng Jinxiu had authorized everyone to use any items at their disposal, but teams below level 20 had few good items capable of dealing with intelligent demons above level 25. The odds of holding out for 30 minutes were extremely low. Azure Cloud Sword Technique Sword cleaves the azure sky. Li Qingyun's strike was powerful, aimed directly at the base of the 100th-floor demon suppression tower. Just as Li Qingyun's sword was about to strike the 100-story demon suppression tower, a surge of demonic energy descended ahead of time, rushing toward his sword chi. This demonic energy only dulled the blade's edge superficially, but couldn't truly weaken the sword intent. The brilliant sword light still shot straight toward the tower. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the entire 100-story demon suppression tower shook violently, its body tilting several feet and nearly toppling completely before struggling to right itself amid the tremors. After several more violent shakes, the bronze giant tower finally stabilized. Inside the first floor, students were hurled into the air by the sudden impact, and upon landing, they stumbled unsteadily as the tower swayed left and right, tumbling over each other in a chaotic mess of bodies. Outside the tower, Li Qingyun frowned deeply and turned to Feng Jinxiu and his companion. Elders, block that demonic energy for me. Breaking the tower requires my full strength. I cannot afford any more interference. The 100-story demon suppression tower imprisoned countless powerful demons, its defenses strong enough to withstand heaven-tier warriors. Even Li Qingyun, the wine sword immortal, needed to pour all his spiritual power into breaking through the tower walls. That previous strike should have been enough to tear open the bottom seal, but the demonic energy's interference weakened it at the crucial moment, causing his effort to fail. Demonic energy condensed from the last trace of this demon king's avatar isn't so simple. A sinister laugh exploded through the air. Don't rush me, avatar is about to dissipate anyway. Why don't we all enjoy watching your human prodigies being tormented by my demon race? The mass of demonic energy suddenly contracted, drawing upon the evil forces sealed within the tower. A massive, murky screen suddenly materialized in the void, displaying the scene inside the first floor of the 100-story demon suppression tower. Li Qingyun raised his sword to strike, but sensing no real killing intent, he held back. Feng Jinxiu and the others held their breath, their gazes fixed on the screen. Those who had entered the demon suppression tower were all exceptional newcomers who had reached the 14th level within 10 days. 2 SS-rank professionals, 32 S-rank, nearly 200 S-rank, and special cases like Chen Runian, the pet summoner. If this entire group perished, the Tianming Empire would suffer immeasurable losses. The Abyss Domain Lord understood this perfectly, which was why he was willing to sacrifice a precious avatar to forcibly seal the demon suppression tower. The image quickly sharpened. Students lay scattered and unconscious on the ground. Witnessing this scene, all observers felt their hearts tighten, and several elderly voices trembled with hoarseness. It can't be, are they really all dead? Su Duitsai's words made the Black Abyss Domain Lord burst into hearty laughter, his mood extremely delighted. Excellent, excellent. It's wonderful that they're all dead. My arduous journey wasn't in vain. He roared with satisfaction, preparing to contentedly disperse his core essence. At that moment, Feng Jinxiu took a closer look and laughed heartily. Don't worry, old Su. The youngsters are fine. From what I can see, they were just stunned by Qingyun's strike. That sword nearly broke through 100 floors of the demon suppression tower. The impact was indeed tremendous. But essentially, they're unharmed. The Black Abyss Domain Lord's core, which had been about to dissipate, suddenly froze and forcibly stabilized itself. Though its aura was so weak it was nearly extinguished. Feng Jinxiu couldn't be bothered to expend more energy eliminating this remnant, and simply stood with his hands behind his back. Li Qingyun also focused his gaze for a few moments and smiled. Indeed, look, they're still moving, and some have already stood up. If they had truly been attacked by the demon horde, they would have been devoured completely by now. Most of them don't even have broken skin. Very good as long as they're not dead. Once they emerge, they'll still be the future pillars of our human race. Inside the first floor of the demon suppression tower, Li Qingyun's sword strike had just shaken the entire tower, causing Qin Long to knock down over a dozen people before his head slammed into the wall, nearly giving him a concussion. Damn it! Which bastard pulled that stun out of nowhere? He roared. This outburst instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Yeah, that hurt like hell. You're crushing my leg, get off. Assault. Someone's groping me. It was force majeure, force majeure. It must be those demons attacking the 100-floor demon suppression tower. Damn it, once I get out and become stronger, I'm definitely going to slaughter my way through the demon abyss. If I find out who delivered that blow, once I'm powerful enough, I'll lock it in this 100-floor demon suppression tower and make it experience 10,000 impacts. Outside the tower, Li Qingyun heard every complaint crystal clear, his mouth twitching slightly. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai were doubled over with laughter. Qingyun, this old man has counted there are 16 people who want to settle scores with you. You'd better be careful. Feng Jinxiu teased, his laughter growing even louder. The Black Abyss Domain Lord roared in disbelief. No, impossible. I released demons from a full 20 floors of the demon suppression tower, over 1,000 of them. More than 100 were above level 25, a full 10 levels higher than these human students who aren't even level 20. How haven't they been completely wiped out? This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Though nearly spent, he still managed to draw upon his remaining power to manipulate the light screen. Feng Jinxiu didn't stop him, equally curious. The image swept over the students and focused on the ground. Demon corpses littered the tower interior, at least 1,000 of them, clearly indicating a fierce battle had just erupted. Yet the human students' numbers showed almost no decrease, and most had only minor injuries. Among them lay a level 30 phantom shadow leopard, its claws still gleaming coldly. The Black Abyss Domain Lord was momentarily speechless. The phantom shadow leopard came, yet instead of killing them, it was slain by the human students. Something's definitely wrong. The Black Abyss Domain Lord's body grew increasingly transparent as he continued manipulating the displayed scenes. The first floor of the demon suppression tower came into view under his thorough examination. Demon corpses lay scattered across cracked stone slabs, dried blood staining the ground with no signs of life anywhere. The second floor revealed sporadic demon remains scattered between pillar shadows, equally barren. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. With each ascending level, fresh corpses appeared in view. All had been at least level 26 in life. Every body bore torn wounds with expressions of absolute terror, clearly hunted down relentlessly. Someone was hunting high-level demons. The three human powerhouses and the Black Abyss Domain Lord reached the same conclusion simultaneously, their hearts filled with shock. To reverse hunt demons around level 30 was simply inconceivable. Sensing his own aura rapidly weakening, the Black Abyss Domain Lord immediately accelerated his investigation. The scene flickered and jumped directly to the 20th floor. Finally, human figures appeared. In the stone chamber's center on the 20th floor, Chen Runian stood before a white-haired woman with a mature, elegant bearing. Before them, 3 huskies battled fiercely with 10 shadow cheetahs, claws and skill effects interweaving as blood and flesh splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop touched the huskies. Those shadow cheetahs unleashed skills frantically, as if spiritual energy cost nothing. Meanwhile, Chen Runian pressed his palms together, and a solid beam of light rose from his hands, drawing everyone's attention to the young man. Chen Runian. Feng Jinxiu and the other 2 immediately recognized him, that level 15 pet summoner. No wonder we didn't see him earlier, he was hiding here. This kid's strength is actually powerful enough to slaughter level 30 shadow cheetahs? Feng Jinxiu exclaimed in amazement. Li Qingyun shook his head. No, he can fight so easily only because of those shadow cheetahs beside him. Upon closer inspection, the Black Abyss Domain Lord indeed discovered the cheetahs in the field were split into two groups. They tore at each other while Chen Runian and his pets merely delivered finishing blows from the sidelines. How could shadow cheetahs side with humans, even helping to kill their own kind? The Black Abyss Domain Lord's face showed utter disbelief. No one answered, as the three were equally curious. Su Duokai squinted and observed for a long while before shaking his head in denial. It doesn't look like they're being controlled. Those cheetahs fighting alongside Chen Runian show no traces of control, and their eyes are extremely clear. Judging by their excited behavior, they're most likely acting voluntarily. Interesting. Feng Jinxiu and Li Qingyun exchanged glances, finding the situation even more intriguing. The Black Abyss Domain Lord grew increasingly furious. Nonsense. They are noble demons, how could they possibly volunteer to serve mere humans? That brat must have used some despicable underhanded methods that you useless fools failed to detect. As his words ended, a sharp sword energy sliced through the light screen. The Black Abyss Domain Lord's barely sustained avatar immediately crumbled inch by inch, leaving only an angry curse echoing in the air. Your purpose is finish Ejo back to your pit in the demon realm where you belong. In the depths of the abyss, the Lord of the Dark Abyss felt his avatar completely disintegrate. The information he had been gathering cut off midway, leaving him grinding his teeth in fury. His remaining consciousness felt as if it had been severed by a sharp blade, and he couldn't help but throw back his head and roar in rage. Li Qingyun. His hoarse echo reverberated repeatedly against the dark walls of the abyss, filled with unwillingness and madness. Not only had the avatar he'd spent vast resources to forge been destroyed, but he hadn't even managed to eliminate a few young humans with talent. What a devastating loss. Even worse, the spatial passage exposed during this mission had been destroyed on the spot by Su Duokai and the others, and he could almost hear the sound of blood dripping from his heart. The carefully planned strategy he had once been so confident about was now completely disrupted, and the culprit was that young man who had manipulated demons to kill each other within the human camp. In the Dark Abyss Lord's mind appeared the face of Chen Runian with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, handsome, yet in his view, radiating piercing mockery. I'll remember you, he growled in a low voice. Compared to his teeth-grinding hatred for Li Qingyun, this sentence contained only bone-deep killing intent and icy coldness. Outside the tower, Feng Jinxiu, Su Duokai, and Li Qingyun stood guard beneath the 100-story demon suppression tower. The residual demonic energy in the air was firmly suppressed, and pale golden runes flowed across the tower's surface as they quietly waited for the lockdown period to end. Knowing that Chen Runian was alone inside, counter-killing demons and earning points along the way, the three legendary figures were in no rush to force their way into the tower. Though they could break through, it would damage the tower's array foundation, making it not worth the cost. Half an hour quickly passed. The 100-story demon suppression tower suddenly blazed with golden light, and the oppressive demonic energy vanished instantly, like mist evaporated by scorching sun. With the restraints lifted, the spirit array returned to stability, and Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai immediately channeled their power to open the exit. Gates of light appeared one after another, and all the examinees were transported outside the tower. We're out. Thank goodness, we finally don't have to face those demons anymore. Looking at the familiar sky and the legendary powerhouses standing in the distance, the young men and women flushed with excitement and cheered in unison. Chen Runian appeared alongside them, while the 5 shadow leopards were left inside the tower. Seeing Chen Runian instantly disappear, the leopards let out low, mournful whines. He's gone? That human actually left. The lead leopard clicked its tongue, eyes full of disappointment. Only 15 servings of dog food and 12 servings of cat food, and then nothing. Another licked the corner of its mouth, savoring the memory. Being his little black wouldn't be so bad. The taste was incredible. What? Aren't you guys his pet little blacks? The third one looked bewildered. You're little black. Your whole family are little blacks. The shadow leopards glared at each other, the air thick with indescribable awkwardness. After a brief silence, their pupils suddenly contracted. Damn, we've been tricked. Recalling their recent words and actions, they felt as if their intelligence had been pressed into mud by an invisible hand, making even thinking difficult. Now that they were clear-headed again, remembering that tearfully delicious cat and dog food actually filled them with nostalgia. Being tricked wasn't so bad. The leader shook its head self-mockingly. That was the most delicious food I've ever had in my life. Same here. Another patted its chest. Being little black actually wasn't a loss. Too bad he's already gone. Before the words finished, the gate suppressing them burst open with a thunderous crash, and a tremendous suction force dragged the 5 shadow leopards back into the depths, silently sealing them away. Outside the tower, as soon as Feng Jinxiu and the other two appeared, the students erupted in excitement. Master Feng, Master Su, and Master Li. The examinees bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with reverence. Legend is a title granted only to those who have reached the teleportation level profession and achieved great feats. Every legend is recorded in textbooks, instantly recognizable to any candidate, and Chen Runian was no exception. Now, with 3 legends simultaneously descending upon the examination site, the shock and excitement nearly overwhelmed everyone present. Feng Jinxiu, leading the group, surveyed the crowd with a steady and powerful voice. No need for formalities. This incident was our oversight, putting you all in danger. Please allow me to apologize to you. Seeing you all safe puts our minds at ease. This single apology instantly softened the tense atmosphere, and many candidates felt warmth surge through their hearts. Such an important figure was actually bowing to them? Another legend, Su Duokai, stepped forward with a serious tone. After this battle, I believe you all have a clearer understanding of the abyssal demons. This incident was orchestrated by the Lord of the Black Abyss, intending to eliminate all of the Tianming Empire's most outstanding candidates in one fell swoop. Had he succeeded, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Remember, humanity and demons are irreconcilable enemies. Even if they speak human words, we remain mortal foes. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Long raised his right fist high, his voice rough. I, Qin Long, am irreconcilable with demons, fighting to the death. With this lead, the candidates followed suit with their shouts, creating waves of sound that rolled on endlessly. When the voices subsided slightly, Qin Long suddenly turned to stare at Chen Runian. Legend Su speaks truly. But today I saw Chen Runian getting along harmoniously with demons. Does he have ulterior motives? This single question made the bustling scene fall silent instantly, with all eyes turning to Qin Long and Chen Runian. Yin Shuang frowned and stepped forward to rebuke. Qin Long, what do you mean? Chen Runian saved everyone, and instead of being grateful, you want to frame him? Qin Long narrowed his eyes, his gaze ice cold. I acknowledge he saved people, but you and I both saw him commanding demons, and heard him calling out little black number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only believe what I see and hear with my own eyes and ears. Is that wrong? These words were indeed well-founded, and the candidates looked at each other with complex expressions. Chen Runian remained silent, only calmly meeting Qin Long's gaze. Chen Runian, do you dare to act but not admit it? Qin Long felt his heart grow cold under this gaze, but still gritted his teeth and demanded. Your collusion with the demon race was witnessed by all. What do you have to say for yourself? Wang Yin and Lu Hao could no longer tolerate this and burst out with curses, defending Chen Runian. Chaotic voices rose again as everyone argued endlessly. With just one sharp glance from Feng Jinxiu, the scene fell deathly silent, as if Mount Tai was pressing down and no one dared make another sound. Li Qingyun fixed his gaze on Qin Long, his tone like frost. Qin Long, you only believe what you see, right? Then tell us, what did Chen Runian do while commanding those demons? Under Li Qingyun's intense stare, Qin Long felt his scalp tingling, as if his life hung by a thread at the other's whim. Recalling Chen Runian's actions, he instinctively replied. Chen Runian was commanding demons to kill demons. The moment these words left his mouth, Qin Long immediately realized his mistake, his face flushing crimson. The surrounding examinees burst into laughter, their mirth washing over him like a tidal wave. Beyond his shame, Qin Long's gaze toward Chen Runian carried even deeper hatred. Su Duokai shook his head with a sigh. Qin Long, despite awakening an SS-rank dragon warrior profession, your perspective remains rather narrow. We understand Chen Runian's actions better than you do. Qin Long could only lower his head, too ashamed to meet anyone's eyes. Su Duokai surveyed all the examinees and announced loudly, the 100-floor Demon Suppression Tower trial has concluded, marking the official end of this combat profession college entrance examination. Final results will be announced promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone may return and rest. The tower's surface shimmered with flowing light before shooting out a golden beam that cascaded down upon all the students like a waterfall. Enveloped in the radiance, everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Moments later, when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves back at the branch tower plaza where they had started, with the same bus waiting nearby. The 100-floor Demon Suppression Tower had been disrupted by the Abyssal Domain Lord's power earlier, causing the ranking leaderboard synchronization function to be blocked. External families with early system access such as the Qin family could only see the final scores from the second trial before losing further updates. Nevertheless, they could roughly estimate the final rankings based on available data. At that moment, Chen Runian opened his eyes to find himself still standing in the same spot within the main Demon Suppression Tower. The 3 legendary figures Feng Jinxiu, Su Duokai, and Li Qingyun stood side by side, watching him with amused smiles. Looking around, he noticed all other examinees had vanished, leaving the scene empty and quiet. Greetings to the 3 legendary masters. Chen Runian cupped his hands respectfully, showing no fear on his face though confusion stirred within. May I ask why you've kept me here? What instructions do you have? The three exchanged glances but didn't cast any detection spells, simply observing him with interest. The brief silence amplified in the spacious hall, causing Chen Runian's shoulders to tense slightly. Just as he prepared to speak again, Feng Jinxiu gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Young man, you're quite impressive. Su Duokai added with a smile. This old man greatly admires you. Li Qingyun tilted his head back for a sip of wine and laughed heartily. Kid, don't be afraid. We just wanted to take a look at you, nothing more. The three exchanged glances again, seemingly sharing some unspoken understanding. Then, a gentle golden light descended from the tower's peak, enveloping Chen Runian. As the light flickered, his form was teleported away, appearing the next instant in the waiting area of the branch tower plaza. Chen Runian looked around, seeing his classmates organizing their equipment in place, completely bewildered. What's going on? The legendary masters specifically kept me behind just to take another look? He could only speculate that perhaps his performance in the demon suppression tower had piqued the three legendary figures' interest. Meanwhile, Feng Jinxiu watched the direction where Chen Runian had disappeared, his smile growing broader. Li Qingyun swirled his cup and teased. Hey, old Feng, didn't you just say you wanted to take Chen Runian as your disciple? Why didn't you speak up? Feng Jinxiu countered. Old Su, you're no different, and you too. Qingyun, didn't you both just say you wanted to take Chen Runian as your disciple? Why aren't you speaking up? Li Qingyun took a sip of wine. Hee, no rush. You guys chat. I need to go brew some wine. Li Qingyun waved the wine flask in his hand and strode toward the exit. Feng Jinxiu watched his retreating figure and shook his head with a helpless chuckle. I bet Qingyun thinks it's beneath his dignity to ask directly. He wants Chen Runian to bring it up himself. Su Duokai scoffed in response. Aren't you the same? This old man is exactly the same. Feng Jinxiu readily admitted. He had originally planned to escort Chen Runian back, but suddenly remembering something, he slapped his hand forcefully. Oh no, I almost forgot something important. We need to let this kid choose his school first. At the doorway, Li Qingyun's steps came to an abrupt halt. Su Duokai waved his hand dramatically, and golden light suddenly erupted, enveloping Chen Runian completely. Outside, Wang Yin, Ling Shui, and the others had just caught sight of Chen Runian when the golden light flashed again and he was gone. Not just Chen Runian, but all the examinees in the room were completely bewildered. As the golden light dissipated, Chen Runian opened his eyes again to find the same three legendary figures before him. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, May I ask what the three legends need from me this time? Feng Jinxiu flipped his hand, and a gold-plated token appeared suspended at his fingertips. I forgot to mention earlier. The combat class college entrance exam is over. Once the results are announced, you'll be able to choose your university. You're in first place, so all the schools will definitely come to recruit you. If you're going to choose the best. He extended the token with a solemn tone. I represent Tianming University in inviting you to enroll. Are you willing? Tianming University was exactly Chen Runian's ideal choice. He was about to agree readily when a steady hand on his shoulder interrupted him. Li Qingyun had returned with large strides, his palm gently patting Chen Runian's shoulder. Choosing a school is a big decision. Don't rush. He raised his wine flask and took a gulp, casually wiping away the wine from the corner of his lips. Tianming University is acknowledged as the strongest, but the gap between first, second, and third-tier institutions isn't actually that large. Whether it's good depends on the academy system and resources. Tianming University's strongest academy is the Wilderness Academy, while my Tianjin University's ace is the Divine Sword Pavilion. His gaze burned intensely. If you choose my Tianjin University, name your conditions, it definitely won't be worse than Tianming University. Name any conditions? Chen Runian was stunned, not expecting Li Qingyun to make such a generous offer. Su Duokai looked up at him with a half-smile. Qingyun, weren't you leaving? Hurry up, don't compete with us for students. Are you asking for trouble? On any other day, Li Qingyun would probably have surrendered with both hands raised, but this time, he responded with a resounding voice. Chen Runian, people from Tianjin University are tough wherever they go. Look at Mephasing two legends. I'm not backing down at all. As his words fell, sword intent erupted from within him, and his entire being became like an unsheathed sword, his sharp aura instantly sweeping through the area. A low sword hum echoed through the air as a long sword materialized and danced in midair, starlight-like radiance flowing along the blade, creating an instantly dazzling spectacle. The name of the wine sword immortal was truly well-deserved. Even Chen Runian was shocked by this display. This is so cool. What made his heart race even more was, if you come to Tianjin University, I'll personally train you. Li Qingyun declared with conviction. Being trained by a legend, especially one he admired, Chen Runian felt his heart stirring. Seeing Chen Runian's expression, Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai exchanged glances before looking confidently at Li Qingyun. Qingyun, you've said it yourself that Tianming University is recognized as the best university. Whatever Tianjin University can offer, Tianming can offer just the same. Feng Jinxiu declared loudly. As soon as his words fell, both men stepped forward simultaneously. Boom! Two overwhelming auras shot skyward, forming two brilliant pillars of light. Immediately, two massive phantoms materialized behind them. A golden giant wielding a long spear, muscles rippling with power, imposing as a mountain. A figure wreathed in mist, surrounded by slowly rotating yin-yang and 8 trigrams, profound and unfathomable. The luminous shadows towered thousands of feet high, their pressure vast as an ocean. Though the aura wasn't directed at Chen Runian, the surging power still made his chest feel tight and his breathing labored. The 3 legends before him were names from textbooks. He had secretly admired them when reading about their deeds in class, and now seeing them in person, with them personally inviting him to enroll, his blood instantly boiled and his heart pounded wildly. Feng Jinxiu smiled slightly. Chen Runian, if Li Qingyun can teach you personally, why can't we? Su Duokai smoothly added. As long as you're outstanding enough, both of us might join forces to cultivate you. The promise from 2 legends thrilled Chen Runian immensely. It wasn't that Li Qingyun wasn't appealing, but being cultivated by 2 working together offered better value. Feng Jinxiu produced a golden-laid token with the character Feng engraved on the front and pressed it into Chen Runian's hands. I can see your choice. This is my token with it. You can enter Tianming University early to audit classes. As for whether you'll receive our personal guidance, that depends on your results announced tomorrow. If you have time, come find us at Tianming. Token in hand, Chen Runian felt overwhelmed by the honor. Just as Li Qingyun was about to speak, Su Duokai raised his hand and flicked buzz. An invisible formation descended, isolating Chen Runian and Su Duokai in a separate space of silence. Outside the formation, Li Qingyun's lips were moving, but not a sound penetrated. His figure was completely blocked by Feng Jinxiu. Su Duokai handed over another token bearing the character Su. Perform well. We won't delay, you didn't miss your bus back. With those words, he waved his sleeve again, and a golden light enveloped Chen Runian. When the radiance faded, the plaza was empty. All 3 legends had vanished without a trace. Li Qingyun tilted his head back to take a swig of wine and sighed helplessly. Well played, you two. I've certainly witnessed your methods, Wolden. Even let me get a word in. Su Duokai laughed heartily. That's called strategy. If you had spirited him away first and had a private conversation, Tianjin University would probably have snatched him up. Li Qingyun slapped his forehead. Careless of me, too careless. The 3 then burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, Li Qingyun sighed again. Too bad it's not Tianjin University's turn to host this time, or Chen Runian might have been mine. When the other schools find out you've already claimed him, they'll be gnashing their teeth in frustration. Su Duokai spoke dismissively. If they've got what it takes, let them come and fight us. If they can actually beat us, I wouldn't mind handing Chen Runian over to them. I haven't had a good, satisfying brawl in ages. That Black Abyss Domain Lord's avatar was pathetically weak, nearly fell apart after just a few hits. He clenched his fists with lingering excitement, then turned his gaze to Li Qingyun with a teasing grin. Speaking of which, Qingyun, you sounded pretty tough just now. Almost like you don't take me and old Feng seriously. Li Qingyun felt his scalp tingle under that stare and quickly forced an awkward laugh. I need to get back to brewing wine. You 2 elders take your time chatting. Before he'd even finished speaking, he mounted his flying sword and fled like a rainbow streak across the sky. Feng Jinxiu watched the sword light disappear and shook his head with an amused smile, then turned to Su Duokai. Do you think he'll come directly tomorrow? On the plaza, Chen Runian pocketed the 2 legendary tokens and reappeared in a flash. Wang Yin came running over. Brother Yin, how did you suddenly pop up and then vanish? Never mind. Explain later. Buses are ready, and we need to get going. As the crowd dispersed, a row of brand new buses took their place. A black-clad figure stood by the door, waving them over. After the 2 boarded, the man silently followed, his cold gaze instantly silencing the entire bus. The familiar Lin Shun was nowhere to be seen, making the students panic. Could it be because of Lin Lily's cheating? The black-clad man stepped forward, his voice ice-cold. Lin Shun from Huiquan No. 1 High School has been arrested for criminal activities. I'll be leading this group. I prefer quiet. Anyone who makes noise will face the consequences. An overwhelming sense of oppression filled the air, and everyone suddenly realized this was a master-level powerhouse. The bus fell dead silent, with even breathing becoming more cautious. Chen Runian was perfectly content with the peace, closing his eyes and leaning back in his seat, feeling quite comfortable. As night fell, the convoy returned to Huiquan No. 1 High School. Without Lin Shun, the students scattered, awaiting tomorrow's results announcement. Chen Runian returned alone to his quiet little home. Pushing open the door, he first picked up the family photo, running his fingers across the glass. A folded note slipped out from behind his father's handwriting, clear and strong. Little Nian, I'm sorry I can't be there with you. I hope by the time you read this, you've grown up and successfully changed classes. Your mother and I have urgent matters that require us to leave for a while. When we'll return depends entirely on fate. But don't worry, your dad is an invincible grandmaster, so our return is just a matter of time. Wait for us." He smiled gently and flipped the note over to find his mother's message, simple and warm. "Little Nien, eat well, study hard, grow up healthy, and wait for us to come home. Mama loves you." Just a few words, yet they had become his guiding principles. As he tidied up, he carefully examined each small object that held memories, then packed them all into his storage backpack. After washing up, he went straight to bed and slept particularly soundly. When he woke in the morning, he even packed the bed into his backpack. Imagining his parents' expressions when they returned to find the house as bare as a shell made him chuckle. That would certainly be quite a sight. Around 7 in the morning, Chen Runian arrived at his classroom on time. According to the vice principal's announcement last night, the final results would first be posted at school. Even though it wasn't time yet, the classroom was already buzzing with chatter. Students who didn't enter the 100th-floor demon suppression tower already knew their scores, but they came to school for 2 reasons: to see the final rankings and to choose their colleges based on those rankings. The classroom's light screen still displayed last night's interface, with the narrow progress bar frozen in place. The air was filled with hushed speculation and nervous breathing. Chen Runian sat by the window, fingers tapping on his desk, quietly waiting for the big screen to refresh. Meanwhile, the Chen family had already figured out the scores from inside the tower. Chen Runian's score was frighteningly high, leaving the clan elders with no choice but to accept their fate. However, Qin Long remained confident. "I soloed the entire way and crushed that demon squad. Me score is rock solid." Several elders nodded reassuringly. If not first place, second wasn't bad either. Chen Runian had a hidden profession, so losing to him was no disgrace. Some worried whether Yin Shuang's score might be close enough to Qin Long's to overtake him. The clan elder waved dismissively. Qin Long's group combat abilities were superior, so he definitely wouldn't drop to third. The Qin family members stared intently at the rankings about to refresh, ready to see which other promising talents they could recruit. The Yin family was equally tense. When Yin Shuang returned home, she had mentioned that Chen Runian had turned the tide in the demon suppression tower, securing first place beyond any doubt. She hadn't teamed up with anyone throughout, and several S-rank job changers had deliberately held back, letting her finish off weakened demons for easy points, naturally boosting her score enough to guarantee second place. The family reasoned. Chen Runian had definitely gone solo, and while Ling Shui was strong, she had teamed up with others, meaning her score would be reduced by 30%, definitely placing her behind Yin Shuang. The Yin family had only one goal: surpass Qin Long. After Qin Long had specifically come to their house to boast, they were hoping to see that kid publicly humiliated this time. Examination halls across the country were also buzzing with excitement. With only 1 minute left until 8 o'clock, every flash of the countdown made someone clench their fists. Be 8 o'clock sharp. All the big screens jumped simultaneously, displaying golden system text. Final college entrance exam score rankings updated. The classroom instantly fell into dead silence. Then all eyes shot toward the light screen in unison. Chen Runian also looked up. First place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Pet Summoner Chen Runian, level 15, scores 62,000. Second place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Mystic Ice Mage Ling Shui, level 18, score 27,485. Third place, Huiquan No. 1 High School, Dragon Tiger Master Wang Yan, level 18, score 24,563. Fourth place, Shadow Moon High School, Shadow Assassin Yu Ro, level 19, score 24,256. Fifth place, Tianming High School, Divine Phoenix Sword Master Yin Shuang, level 19, score 21,669. Sixth place, Xiangtian High School, Divine Dragon Fighter Qin Long, level 19, score 21,333. Seventh place, Xiaoming High School, Flame Fist Master Huang Dagwan, level 18, score 19,955. Eighth place, Kongyu Academy, 8 Trigrams Masters Wuqiu, level 19, score 18,989. Ninth place, Xiaoming High School, Light Mage Jiao Liang, level 18, score 18,954. 10th place, Tianshui No. 2 High School, Shadow Twin Rao Xiao, level 19, score 17,222. The numbers froze, and the classroom erupted. Whoa. First place actually has 62,000 points, oh my god. And it's Chen Runian from our class. That's incredible. Chen Runian is invincible. Is this score a historical record? A male student in the back row clutched his head in despair. Damn it. I only got just over 600 points. That's more than 100 times less than him. Are we really from the same exam session? A shocked voice exploded through the classroom, followed by countless gazes falling on that glaring first place with a massive gap on the rankings. The score was ridiculously high, as if it belonged to a completely different dimension from everyone else. How did he get so many points? Did he cheat? Don't be ridiculous. The official report already screened for cheaters, and his name wasn't on the list. After confirming there was no fraud, everyone's shock instantly transformed into awe for his abilities. Discussions surged like a tide. With that score, he could at least fight 10 levels above his own, right? Only 10 levels. I just pulled out my calculator and ran the algorithm. It's at least 13 levels. 13 levels? I got eliminated in the first round, but he scored 520 points in the first round alone. Let me recalculate. He can at least cross 15 levels. Your calculator must be broken. That's a full 20 levels. Amazement, cheers, and doubts mixed into a cacophony. Just then, someone read out the top scorer's personal information. Chen Runian, level 15. Wait, he's only level 15? This sentence swept over everyone like a cold wind, sending chills down their spines and making their scalps tingle. An even more explosive piece of information followed. Professional rating class. The classroom erupted completely. Starting from second place, the rankings were filled with level 18 and 19 professionals, all S-class and SS class. Yet Chen Runian was only class level 15, but could still fight 20 levels above his own. Did such a monster really exist? Before the shock could subside, someone shifted their attention to other positions on the rankings. Holy crap, Ling Xue is second place. Wang Yin is third. All top 3 nationally are in our class. Lu Hao actually ranked 19th. A single ranking list pushed Huiquan No. 1 high school's reputation to its peak, sweeping all top 3 positions, plus a national 19th place. In the corner, Qin Long and Yin Shuang stared at their rankings, feeling completely drained. Qin Longan SS class Divine Dragon Fighter couldn't even squeeze into the top 5, ranking only 6th. Yin Shuang, also SS class Divine Phoenix Swordmaster, only managed 5th place. Meanwhile, the Qin family elders nearly collapsed when they saw the final rankings. Longer is only 6th. How is this possible? With the Divine Dragon Fighter failing to reach the top 3, their psychological expectations crumbled instantly. The Yin family equally couldn't accept their Divine Phoenix Swordmaster ranking only 5th. The two major families immediately joined forces and issued orders. Investigate. Dig up everything about Chen Runian and Huiquan No. 1 high school. Not just the Qin and Yin families, many factions secretly mobilized. But when the investigation results were presented, there were only 4 words: classified information. No information could be found. This made everyone even more curious about Chen Runian. If even these powerful families and major forces couldn't dig up anything on him, his background must be extraordinarily complex. The Ling family mansion was brightly lit as the family head, Ling Ding, stared at the large screen displaying the National Combat Profession College entrance exam rankings. Ling Xue's name was firmly locked in second place. He excitedly shouted "excellent" 10 times in a row, and applause echoed throughout the hall. Family members gathered around Ling Xue, who had just returned home, but fearing they might add pressure, not a single person asked what the third trial had entailed. No one knew what had happened inside the 100-story demon suppression tower, but the 3 Huiquan first high transferees Wang Yan, Ling Xue, and Lu Hao had nearly identical scores before and after entering. This detail alone was telling. They had definitely formed a team. Adding that the shadow assassin Yu Rou was also in the same tier, and from Ling Xue's account, people deduced she had a good relationship with Chen Runian and likely climbed the tower together. Comparing the 4's abilities with the results, it was almost certain that Chen Runian had carried everyone to success. Without him, Lu Hao's score could never have skyrocketed so quickly, and Wang Yin could never have broken into the top 3. Ling Qiu beamed as he studied the data. Good lad. Thank goodness I didn't stop Xiao Xue from seeking him out back then. Ling Feng patted his second brother's shoulder and chuckled. Second brother, I misjudged you, well done. Everyone surrounded Ling Qiu with admiring faces. Ling Qiu perked up and boasted about his always accurate intuition and brilliant wisdom, and no one in the hall contradicted him. They all nodded in agreement. The Yu family was equally lively. Seeing Yu Rou's name at 4th place, the clan members first erupted in excitement, then issued a series of orders. Notify the entire clan, prepare a grand feast. An assassin profession breaking into the top 4, even surpassing 2 SS-level professionals. Our little Rou has made us so proud. Someone shifted the topic to 1st place. The boyfriend she's interested in, Chen Runian, is even more impressive, commanding 1st place with a huge point gap. Come on, she hasn't even agreed to be with little Rou yet. Yu Xiaohua, what do you mean? Think little Rou isn't good enough for him? Half the hall laughed and joked while the other half argued, with even more people sighing in amazement. Yu Kaikai waved his folding fan and suddenly sighed. What a pity little Rou deliberately capped her score at exactly 14,520 points. She had already qualified by then and stubbornly refused to kill another demon beast. Otherwise, she would have easily made the top 3 this time. Someone questioned, 5th brother, aren't you overthinking this? This is the college entrance exam, not child's play. Yu Kaikai laughed heartily. Haha, she really would do something like that. Recalling Yu Rou's personality, everyone realized this was indeed true and could only nod helplessly. In the imperial capital, Zhang Kuei hunched over his office desk, repeatedly browsing the rankings with only one word left in his heart shock. Initially, he had merely taken a gamble on Chen Runian, never expecting this young man to turn the tables all the way and now claim victory in the combat profession exam. Even more absurd was that he had been swept away by a secret realm for 5 days, losing a full 5 days of leveling time. Zhang Kuei secretly calculated. If Chen Runian had been given the full-time allocation, this kid's score would probably have broken 100,000 long ago. The more he thought about it, the more astounded he became. In the tribunal chamber, Lin Chun glanced up at the same rankings, bitterness rising in his heart. 3 of the national top 10 came from his own school, even sweeping the top 3 positions. Yet here he was, captured. This should have been his own honor, and a promotion with a bright future ahead was well within reach. Lin Chun leaned against the cold wall, his knuckles white with rage. Because of Chen Runian, he had become the scapegoat. Not only was his career ruined, but he also faced 10 years in prison. The hatred burning in his chest threatened to tear him apart. Meanwhile, at the other end of the classroom, Lu Hao rushed over to Chen Runian like a gust of wind, so excited his voice cracked. "Brother Nian, you're amazing. Following you is absolutely incredible. I actually made it into the national top 20. Among ranks 11 to 20, I'm the only class professional. I couldn't stand out more." Ha ha. Back then, he had thrown his lot in with Chen Runian without hesitation. In the dungeons, all he had to do was activate his berserker mode to assist teammates, and when dozens of monsters fell, the points just rolled in. If he had gone solo, he would have earned at most a few hundred to 1,000 points, but team sharing had given him over 7,000 points, catapulting his ranking from outside the top 100 to 19th place. The dramatic turnaround felt like a dream to Lu Hao, and his admiration for Chen Runian skyrocketed to new heights within minutes. Outside the classroom, Lu Hao's father, Lu Tianyu, watched his son through the glass with mixed emotions. Last night, Lu Hao had praised Chen Runian non-stop, making him suspect his son was being threatened by Wang Yin, which was why he came to school to check. When the rankings were announced, he was first shocked by Chen Runian taking first place, then saw Lu Hao national 19th and nearly burst into the classroom to hug his son. The Lu family had never achieved such glory, yet thinking about how Lu Hao had recently been humiliated into barking like a dog in public, his thoughts became tangled. The world of children truly changed in an instant. Lu Tianyu could only shake his head with a bitter smile and continue eavesdropping by the door. The excitement wasn't confined to Class 1 students. From other classes swarmed over too. All top 3 nationally are in Class 1. That's incredible. Wang Yin and Ling Shui are S-class, yet they beat SS class Qin Long and Yin Shuang. Chen Runian is the most impressive, handsome, and strong. You can't even be jealous. Chen Runian, can you give me an autograph? Brother Nian, I'm Xiao Yi, the class beauty from Class 2. Want a date? Brother Nian, are you considering Tianming University? While his classmates kept their distance out of familiarity, students from other classes surrounded Chen Runian completely. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, urgent footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. The vice principal arrived with a group of teachers to escort Chen Runian, Wang Yin, and Ling Shui away. After the 3 national top 3 students were taken away, all eyes in the classroom turned to Lu Hao, ranked 19th nationally. Lu Hao welcomed all comers, instantly switching into bragging mode, while his father Lu Tianyu listened with great interest outside the door, unable to suppress his smile. In the principal's office, Vice Principal Shirlian sat in the head seat, his face glowing red with pride. He had long coveted Lin Chen's position, and now with success in his grasp, his confidence was at an all-time high. You 3 are the most brilliant students in Huiquan No. 1 high school's history. He looked at Chen Runian. Especially you breaking the historical highest score record and bringing great honor to our school. The school is awarding you 1 million yuan in scholarship funds. We hope you'll continue to excel and achieve even greater heights. With that, an assistant brought over a black briefcase. When opened, thick stacks of cash were piled up like a small mountain. While the amount might not be enormous to Chen Runian, the visual impact of the physical cash was undeniable. Shirlian then presented Ling Shui with 800,000 and Wang Yin with 500,000, showering them with praise as he handed over the money. Then his tone shifted. I believe all 3 of you have your sights set on Tianming University. He slowed his speech, enunciating each word clearly. However, competition at Tianming University is particularly fierce, and resources tend to favor more internal personnel. Given your excellent results, I, as principal, have selected several more suitable institutions for you. Halfway through Shirlian's speech, Chen Runian finally understood what was happening. This vice principal had sold them out in advance. He had sold them to those universities that had obtained the second-round score rankings early and contacted him privately the night before, yet he was putting on this act of looking out for you. That won't be necessary, Vice Principal Sure. Chen Runian didn't give him a chance to continue his persuasion, looking up directly. I've already chosen my target university, Tianming University. Chen Runian, how can you be so unreasonable? I'm doing this for your own good. Shirlian's tone suddenly rose. Ling Shui followed immediately, her voice clear but uncompromising. I'm also going to Tianming University. Wang Yin placed his hand on Chen Runian's shoulder and looked at Shirlian. Vice Principal Shi, we already agreed with Brother Nian long ago to apply to Tianming University together. We appreciate your kind intentions, but we're only going to this school. The simultaneous rejection by 3 national exam top performers instantly disrupted Shirlian's calculations. The cash, villas, and luxury homes those schools had offered last night were still vivid in his memory. How could he bear to give up such opportunities? Having finally outlasted Lin Shun and become the real decision-maker, this was his chance to make a fortune, and he absolutely couldn't let these 3 ruin his plans. Today you're going whether you like it or not. As soon as Shirlian finished speaking, he directly released the aura of a level 30 powerhouse, attempting to coerce them through intimidation. However, the 3 remained completely unmoved, their expressions calm. If Vice Principal Shi feels he can't go back on his word, then go to school yourself, Chen Runian said lightly, raising his hand. This matter is non-negotiable. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Shirlian's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. Stop right there. With Lin Shin gone, I'm in charge of Huiquan First High School. Even if the heavens themselves came down today, you'd still have to listen to me. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen faculty members ranging from levels 25 to 30 immediately surrounded them, forming an encirclement. Wang Yin snorted coldly. Vice Principal Shi, do you think this bunch of corrupt officials can beat us? Have you forgotten we're the top 3 in the national exams? This statement made Shirlian's heart skip a beat, but he still stubbornly insisted. No matter how strong you are, you're still under level 20. Even if you're S-class job changers, fighting across 10 levels is pure fantasy. Hearing this, the surrounding faculty members immediately gained confidence. What was there to fear from 3 kids under level 20? Chen Runian, Wang Yin, and Ling Shui exchanged glances, looking at Shirlian as if he were an idiot. Clearly, these people were so busy sucking up and negotiating prices that they had no idea what their massive point totals actually meant. Vice Principal Shi, how much did they pay you? Chen Runian asked quietly. Quite a lot. No wait, this isn't about benefits. Shirlian quickly changed his tune. I'm thinking of you. The matter is set, no one can change it. He planned to present them with a fait accompli. Wang Yin and Ling Shui exchanged worried glances. Brother Nian, if he really registers us, we'll be in trouble. Chen Runian remained calm. I'm sorry, Vice Principal Shi. Last night after the exam ended, I already promised a professor from Tianming University that I would definitely apply there. Since I gave my word, I absolutely won't go back on it. If a student had already made a verbal agreement with a professor, that would indeed be troublesome. They'd have to make the other schools raise their offers. Thinking of those millions in cash and luxury villas, Shirlian's eyes flickered, but he ultimately couldn't give up. Chen Runian, you're still young and unfamiliar with these admission rules. Your score is first in the nation, which means you can negotiate many conditions with various universities. This matter requires careful consideration. We need to secure as many benefits as possible. That's what's truly beneficial for your college life. Shirlian pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses while patting his chest, earnestly imparting his golden advice to Chen Runian. His expression was solemn, like a shrewd businessman calculating every detail, yet he spoke at a rapid pace. Agreeing so easily to join Tianming University with just one professor is absolutely not a wise move. Listen to me, turn down that professor and enroll in the school I, as vice principal, have negotiated for you. The benefits will definitely be the best. Chen Runian smiled without saying a word. Seeing that he seemed swayed, Shirlian pressed on. Chen Runian, regardless of who that professor is, anyone who would accept you on the very day results are announced must have ulterior motives. What I've secured for you are all top-tier universities with first-class resources, and the training programs are already settled. Trust Vice Principal Shi, I would never harm you. As soon as he finished speaking, while he was still trying to persuade further, Chen Runian had already handed over a slip of paper with a number written on it. I dare not offend this professor. If you're truly confident, Vice Principal, please handle the negotiations for me. After yesterday's college entrance exam results were announced, Chen Runian had not only received tokens from Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai, but also obtained their contact information. The number on the paper was precisely Feng Jinxiu's phone number. Shirlian stared down at the string of digits, weighing his options repeatedly. Meanwhile, the benefits promised by various universities kept churning in his mind. After a moment of consideration, he gritted his teeth. So what if he offended someone? People die for wealth. Birds die for food. Helping a student choose a better university while earning a favor in return, this deal wasn't a loss. Beep beep. He immediately dialed the number. Wang Yin and Ling Shui exchanged glances nearby, their lips curving upward, knowing a good show was about to begin. Chen Runian even gave a thumbs up, gesturing, please, go ahead. The call connected quickly, and Feng Jinxiu's hearty laughter came through the speaker. The kid's quite eager. Just got your results, and already at Tianming University? Pretty cautious too, not using your own number to contact me. Interesting. Before he could finish speaking, an unfamiliar middle-aged male voice came through the receiver. Though I don't know which professor you are, I have important news to share. Chen Runian finalized another university with me last night, so his verbal promise to you is void. I'm Shirlian, vice principal of Huiquan No. 1 High School. The student was naive and agreed too hastily. I must secure the best benefits for him, so I can only decline on his behalf. Please understand. After finishing, he let out a long breath, feeling he had accomplished a righteous deed. Chen Runian's smile grew even broader as he silently applauded this vice principal's stubbornness. After a brief silence, Feng Jinxiu spoke calmly. I recall that Principal Lin Xun of Huiquan No. 1 High School has been arrested. Who are you again? I am Shirlian, vice principal of Huiquan No. 1 High School. Shirlian puffed out his chest and raised his voice. Now that Lin Xun is gone, I'm in charge of all affairs. Chen Runian is the National College Entrance Exam champion. While choosing Tianming University isn't bad, the school and professors I've contacted for him are even better, definitely no worse than you. Hearing this, Feng Jinxiu couldn't help but laugh aloud. His tone relaxed yet tinged with mockery. Oh? Which school and which professor are you so confident could be better than me? Shirlian immediately spoke up with pride. This school is called Man. Why should I tell you? You just need to know that Chen Runian won't choose you. Feng Jinxiu's voice remained calm on the other end of the phone. Is this Chen Runian's own decision? Of course, Shirlian snorted. Chen Runian said he doesn't dare refuse you, but as long as I can convince you, he'll listen to me. As the principal, I have the responsibility to find him a good university and a good mentor. You might be excellent at Tianming University, but I found him a master-level mentor for unknown training. If he performs well, there will even be sage-level experts providing personal guidance. These conditions are far better than what you can offer. If you know when to back down, just say okay over the phone. Chen Runian is right here beside me, and I'll handle his enrollment procedures immediately. Feng Jinxiu chuckled softly, but inwardly sighed. This kid looks honest, but he's quite the schemer. He said unhurriedly. Masters also have different levels, and Tianming University has plenty of masters. Even if there were only one master, I wouldn't necessarily let him go. You only mentioned Man early heiress at Manhui University. Shirlian hadn't expected the other party to guess correctly. Gritting his teeth, he spoke again. Since you've guessed it, there's no harm in telling you. I chose Manhui University for HEMA first-class institution. Unknown training with master-level experts is just the foundation. If Chen Runian performs excellently, sage-level experts will personally guide him. Can you refuse such an offer? As far as I know, most students at Tianming University never even meet sage-level mentors. Even though you're a mentor at Tianming University, Chen Runian won't choose you. Do you have any objections? No objections really, Feng Jinxiu said indifferently. But if they knew who I am, I'm afraid even if I agreed to let him go, they wouldn't dare accept him. What would happen if Chen Runian ended up with no university to attend? Shirlian threw his head back and laughed. Teacher, you're far too confident. You're just a small recruitment mentor at Tianming University. Would Manhui University be afraid of you? What a joke. Don't forget, Manhui University not only has sages, but also legendary-level experts. Feng Jinxiu didn't argue. Indeed, Manhui University did have a legendary-level professional, but that person was notoriously cowardly in a real fight. He wouldn't even fight back after getting beaten. Just then, the Manhui University representative who had been eavesdropping next door walked over. Dressed in a suit, he looked confident. That's right. Our Manhui University has multiple grandmaster level, master level, and sage level experts, plus a legendary level professional. This foundation is enough to establish us as a first-class institution. As he spoke, a group of teachers behind him nodded in agreement. The representative adjusted his cuffs, his gaze falling on Chen Runian with an appreciative tone. You must be Chen Runian? You're indeed as handsome as the rumors say. I'm Wu Li, a recruitment teacher from Manhui University. Welcome to Manhui University. Chen Runian glanced at the phone in Shirlian's hand, but remained silent. Wu Li brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and confidently added, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I'll definitely convince this mentor to let you come to our university. He's just a small-time admissions advisor. Being overconfident isn't a good thing, and following him will only hurt your future prospects. Come to Manhui University, instead we guarantee 100 acceptance. After delivering this speech, Shirlian saw Wu Limai approaching and immediately straightened his posture even more, shoving the phone into the other man's hands to signal he should take control of the situation. Wu Li took the phone and brushed off the slightly awkward atmosphere in front of the podium with a smile. He cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Hello, professor from Tianming University. I'm Wu Li from Manhui University's admissions office. I heard your entire conversation with Principal Shi just now. Please rest assured, every word Principal Shi said is true. Our school has a grandmaster-level expert willing to provide unknown training for Chen Runian, and we even have a venerable-level expert observing from the sidelines. However, I still don't know your esteemed name. Would you be so kind as to tell us? I feel deeply uneasy about this sudden competition for a student today, and I will certainly visit in person to apologize in the future." As his words ended, the entire office fell into brief silence. Everyone strained their ears waiting for a response from the other end of the line. "Feng Jinxiu." 3 words came through the receiver, calm yet clear. "Feng Jinxiu, what a fine name." Wu Li responded politely, his speech neither hurried nor slow. "I imagine you must be a refined and easygoing professor. I apologize once again for stealing the top college entrance exam scorer Chen Runian from Tianming University. If convenient, please provide your address so I can visit with generous gifts in the future." Halfway through his words, Wu Li suddenly frowned, as if searching for some familiar fragment in his mind. "Wait, Feng Jinxiu. I feel like I've heard this name before." Shirlian nodded as well, tapping the table with his finger. "Indeed, it does sound familiar, but where have I heard it?" Several teachers looked at each other, equally puzzled. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange, the air taut like a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, Teacher Lin, who was in charge of history education, shot up from his seat, his chair making a sharp scraping sound against the floor. "It couldn't be. Feng Jinxiu, could it be that Feng Jinxiu?" His exclamation was like a drop of water hitting hot oil, sizzling and exploding. Almost simultaneously, everyone recalled the same name, the same legend. Even Wang Yan couldn't help but raise his voice, shouting to Chen Runian, "No way, brother Nian, is this the legendary Feng?" The legendary Feng. These words struck everyone's hearts like muffled thunder. Feng Jinxiu and the legendary Feng were the same person. After the shock, Shirlian was the first to recover, springing up from his chair with surprise and suspicion mixed on his face, quickly replaced by anger. "No, you can't be Feng Jinxia. How could a figure like the legendary Feng personally handle admissions? Who are you really, daring to impersonate the legendary Feng?" Some teachers quietly agreed, thinking this made sense. How could such a legendary figure be reached with just a phone call? Wu Li also steadied his tone and persuaded again. "Professor, this joke has gone too far. If convenient, please state your real identity, and I, Wu Li, will certainly visit with gifts and keep my word." The voice on the other end didn't offer much explanation, remaining calm as before. "Chen Runian, if you've seen enough of this show, come prove it yourself." All eyes instantly fell on Chen Runian. The young man leaned forward slightly, respectfully answered, "Yes," and then, under everyone's watchful gaze, pulled out a token with a smile on his face. Everyone turned to look at the token, which bore a large character. Su. Su. Murmurs of confusion immediately rippled through the crowd. Feng's surname was Feng, so how could it possibly bear the character Su? Just as Shirlian was about to mock this, he heard Chen Runian's unhurried voice. "Oh, sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. This token belongs to Su Duatsai Su, the legendary. Feng the legendary's token is this one." Before he finished speaking, he pulled out another token, its front clearly engraved with a large character Feng. The air seemed to freeze instantly. The tokens needed no verification. The overwhelming aura emanating from them alone made everyone present feel their scalps tingle. These were genuine legendary tokens. And Chen Runian held 2 of them. Feng Jinxiu shook his head gently, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. This kid still knows how to build suspense. In contrast, Shirlian and the others' faces had turned as twisted as hemp rope, bitter with distress. Feng. Feng the legendary. Shirlian's mind roared as his spine went cold. Recalling his tone toward Feng Jinxiu moments earlier, he felt his heart plunge into icy depths. Wu Li recognized the 3 characters Feng Jinxiu and, abandoning all dignity, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sudden commotion startled the already nerve-wracked Shirlian, whose eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. "Quick, quick, quick! Principal Shir has fainted. Where's the healer?" Someone in the crowd shouted urgently. A flash of healing magic passed, and Shirlian slowly regained consciousness, though he wished he could remain unconscious forever. Feng Jinxiu, Feng the legendary. This was a figure of slaughter written into textbooks. With illustrious battle records, demons and foreign races had almost universally met terrible ends at his hands. No wonder the name sounded familiar. It was this great personage personally recruiting students. Thinking of his earlier persuasion, he found it utterly absurd. When a legendary personally intervened, how could a few grandmasters and venerables compare? Even if Zhang the legendary from Manhui University came in person, it wouldn't be enough. "Feng the legendary, I didn't know it was you." Shirlian rolled over and crawled on the ground, his voice carrying a sob. "I truly meant no offense. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was I who presumptuously placed Chen Runian's application under Manhui University's name. Please don't hold it against this lowly one. I deserve death." The more he spoke, the more terrified he became, even wetting his pants. Feng Jinxiu's cold and ruthless image from historical records flashed before his eyes, his killing intent absolute, making Shirlian feel his soul scatter. Wu Li beside him was equally terror-stricken. To compete with such an existence for new students was like plucking whiskers from the king of hell's mouth. He frantically kowtowed. "Feng the legendary, We truly didn't know Chen Runian was your student. We immediately withdraw. Please, in your great magnanimity, forgive us. Feng Jinxiu spoke indifferently. Go call your Zhang the legendary to see me. It's been a long time since we caught up. That single sentence was like bone-piercing cold wind. Wu Li trembled all over. Zhang the legendary feared two people most in his life, one being Feng Jinxiu and the other Su Duokai, which was common knowledge among Manhui University's faculty. Now because of himself, Zhang Chuanqi would need to go find Feng Chuanqi, and would most likely have to face Su Duokai as well. If Wu Li simply went back to report, Zhang Chuanqi would absolutely tear him apart. At this thought, a chill ran down Wu Li's spine, and the sweat on his forehead melted like ice cream thrown into a sauna, instantly turning into streams of water. He secretly felt grateful that he had at least maintained basic politeness earlier, otherwise the trouble would be more than just a little. Shirlian's mouth had nearly put Manhui University on the demolition list. If he had also started cursing, the consequences would be unthinkable. The hall was still immersed in shock when Wu Li's phone suddenly vibrated again. Feng Jinxiu's lazy yet unquestionable voice came through the speaker. Kid, if there's nothing else, hurry over here. Next time you encounter this kind of excitement, find old Shuha loves this stuff more. Yes, Feng Chuanqi, I'll take a flight to the capital later to find you. Chen Runian quickly replied. What flight? Too slow. Old Su's token has a built-in teleportation array. Find an open space and activate it to get to the capital. If you don't know how to use it, call him. With that, the phone was hung up with a click. As the phone screen went dark, everyone simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Especially when they heard Old Su. Everyone shuddered. If that person had actually answered the phone, who knows how many disasters would have befallen this place. Chen Runian pulled two tokens from his pocket, one from Feng Jinxiu and one from Su Duokai. The two metal pieces were similar in size, but had completely different auras. Feng Jinxiu's token was sharp as a blade, with fierce energy faintly emanating from it. Su Duotsai's token was covered with obscure magical arrays, its black gold patterns like a swamp that seemed to drag one's vision into it, creating an illusion of helpless struggle. Any legendary token is a priceless treasure, and he has too. The watching teachers' eyes nearly popped out of their heads, gasping with envy. What they didn't know was that Feng Jinxiu hadn't mentioned, once his token was passively triggered, it would deliver his full power strike. As long as the opponent's strength wasn't above his, taking this hit would send them straight to meet the King of Hell. Chen Runian toyed with Su Duotsai's token, pondering how to use it, when Ling Shui eagerly approached. Su Duokai was her idol, and with the real thing in hand, her heart was racing. Su Chuanqi likes ceremony, Ling Shui pointed out after careful examination. Tap the topmost dot of the character Su, hold it down, and when the character starts flowing, you can teleport. Chen Runian raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Ling Shui responded with a confident smile. I've studied quite a bit of his material. I'll also be going to the capital in a few days. Let's stay in touch. All right, we'll head out first. I need to find somewhere with better air quality, so we don't bring this stench with us. With that, he looked around, and wherever his gaze fell, whether teachers or students, all fell silent as cicadas. Chen Runian left with Wang Yin and Ling Shui, while Shirlian didn't dare even grunt. The teachers at the school gate consciously formed two lines, bowing their heads and waists, sending them off in unison. These weren't three students at all, but three ancestors. With legendary figures involved, they wouldn't dare covet anything even with 100 times the courage. Watching the three disappear, a teacher wiped his cold sweat and whispered, Principal, sure, Chen Runian has legendary backing. Should we still force them to go to the universities you designated? Are you stupid? Shirlian jumped up and slapped him. Force them? You dare? With those two's tempers, forget about you. Even those three universities could be reduced to rubble. I was talking about Ling Shui and Wang Yin, not Chen Runian. Isn't it all the same? Idiot. Shirlian was beside himself with rage and kicked him again. What exactly is Chen Runian's background that he even has legendary tokens? He suddenly had a realization. Wait, quick, 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 come with me to invite them back. If we don't apologize to them, we're doomed. All the other teachers suddenly snapped back to reality, their hearts filled with terror. They finally realized that if they couldn't gain forgiveness from Chen Runian and his two companions, most of the faculty who had joined in the earlier confrontation would likely suffer the consequences. Principal, sure, we really do need to apologize, but I think you should first change your pants. One teacher cautiously pointed toward Shirlian's crotch. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on that spot, and Shirlian turned red with embarrassment, covering his crotch as he ran off shouting, Mind your own business. After changing his pants, he led his group rushing frantically to Class 1's classroom, only to find Lu Hao bragging and pounding on his desk, while Chen Runian and his two friends were nowhere to be seen. I'm finished. I'm completely finished. Shirlian wailed, holding his head in his hands. The other teachers exchanged glances, unable to laugh. Shirlian's fate today could very well be theirs tomorrow, since they had all participated in blocking the students. A group of school administrators stood dejectedly in the hallway while students watched this scene in confusion. With such excellent exam results, why did the principal and teachers look like they'd lost their souls? Quick, go to the school gate, they might have already left. The crowd once again surged toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Wooly was frantically pacing in circles in his office, finally steeling himself to call Manhui University. Hello, it's me, Wooly. I have urgent news to report. Feng Chuanqi wants Zhang Chuanqi to come find him. The other end of the line fell silent. Then a trembling voice responded. What did you say? You want Zhang Chuanqi to go find Feng Chuanqi? Do you have a death wish? Wooly could only smile bitterly as he recounted the entire situation. Soon, he transformed from an ant on a hot pan into two ants on a hot pan. The person on the other end was equally frantic. Meanwhile, following Feng Jinxiu's instructions, Chen Runian brought Wang Yin and Ling Shui to the spacious campus plaza. You two, see you in the capital. Runian, I'll also head to Tianming University early in a few days and look for you then. Ling Shui waved. Brother Nian, I'll set off as soon as possible too, so I don't fall behind you. Wang Yin laughed. Chen Runian nodded. However, Vice Principal sure had one thing right. As the top 3 in the National College Entrance Exam, were qualified to negotiate with universities and secure the best benefits. After chatting for a moment, Chen Runian took out the token bearing the character Su. I'll go meet Feng Chuanqi first. There might be strange phenomena when the token activates, so you two should stand back. Wang Yin and Ling Shui retreated to the platform area. Chen Runian pressed his finger on a small indentation at the top of the token, holding it down for several breaths. The character Su suddenly decomposed, each stroke and a floating in the air before instantly reorganizing into mysterious patterns that radiated brilliant light. In the next moment, a tremendous suction force enveloped the entire empty plaza, stopping just one step away from the two by the platform. Invisible energy was drawn in like a tide. The formation suddenly contracted, and Chen Runian's figure vanished along with it. Wang Yin watched as the light faded completely and sighed. Brother Nian truly is Brother Nian, his departure is so graceful. Wang Yin sighed with emotion, and the two of them gazed at the empty plaza for quite a while before parting ways. The moment Chen Runian stepped out of the plaza, he was swept up by the familiar, yet strange power of the teleportation array. The rapidly contracting space seemed intent on squeezing him into a thin line, causing dizziness more than 10 times worse than when he had taken the bus to his exam venue. The violent sensation of weightlessness left him dizzy and disoriented, forcing him to close his eyes and endure. After an unknown amount of time, his feet suddenly found solid ground, and a cool breeze brushed against his face. Chen Runian opened his eyes to find himself standing in the center of a secluded courtyard surrounded by dense array patterns. Wait, don't move. A slightly aged but vigorous voice suddenly boomed. It was Su Duokai. Haha, excellent. Chen Runian, my boy, don't move yet. Let this old man finish the setup. Su Duokai stood by the courtyard wall, his body radiating spiritual light that drew out bright lines. Like a weaver at her loom, he threaded each line into the array patterns with precision. Very good, very good. So the key point was here all along. After searching high and low, the answer comes without effort. The sudden shout startled Chen Runian. Looking down and around, he realized he was standing precisely at the core node of the array formation. Su Duotsai's figure appeared half bright and half shadowed in the reflection of the array patterns, his fingers forming hand seals as spiritual light danced around him. Chen Runian, hold on a bit longer. Don't move a muscle. Su Duokai looked up and shouted again. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, this old man won't be responsible. You could have at least given me a heads up before using my token. I was in the middle of constructing an array formation. But your timing is perfect. The position you're in is absolutely crucial. Chen Runian froze in place, not daring to move even when his arms began to ache. The dizziness gradually faded without him noticing, but he couldn't afford to pay attention to that. He could only watch helplessly as the spiritual threads crisscrossed and the array patterns layered upon each other, like an intricate loom weaving the courtyard into a suit of mystical armor. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. His whole body trembled, and just when he was about to collapse, Su Duokai suddenly roared, "Done. Perfect." With those words, the entire array formation suddenly contracted, transforming into a sphere of light that enveloped Chen Runian. In the next instant, the light sphere merged into his body, and the courtyard ground returned to its smooth state, as if nothing had happened. Chen Runian looked down to examine his limbs. His appearance showed no changes. Master Su, what kind of array formation was that? What kind of array formation? This old man doesn't know either. Su Duokai stroked his white beard, his eyes gleaming. It's a newly researched array formation with countless wonderful uses. You'll have to experience them yourself gradually. Since it only reached completion because of your unexpected intrusion, let's call it the Runian array, entering the year like the year itself. Hey, quite fitting. This old man truly is a genius. Only then did Chen Runian piece together what had happened. He had accidentally used the token to teleport to the courtyard, happened to stand at the crucial point of the array formation, triggered Su Duotsai's inspiration, and thus the array was completed and imprinted into his body. As for the array's function and its specific location within his body, he knew nothing. But he trusted that Su Duokai wouldn't harm him, so he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Su. Su Duokai excitedly circled around him. You're quite something, my boy. You knew how to use my token without even calling me. Did old Feng teach you? Chen Runian shook his head. Ling Shui taught me. She's your fan and knows you very well. What? You're not my fan. Chen Runian watched Su Duotsai's feigned anger without much concern, finding the old man rather endearing instead of intimidating. How could that be, Master Su? He said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. More than half the people in the Tianming Empire are your fans, myself included. Ling Xue is obsessed with your array formations and spell research, so she knows more about those aspects. I, on the other hand, admire your heroic deeds. I remember every detail of your battle show. You operated super formations, constructed heaven and earth arrays, and instantly slaughtered 1,000,000 demons. And that time when a powerful overlord beast invaded the imperial capital, you casually cast a forbidden spell of your own creation and turned it to ash. Growing more excited, Chen Runian's fingertips trembled slightly. How much would you like to hear? I can recite every battle recorded in the books. As a top student at Huiquan First High School, I can also recite the deeds of Feng Jinxiu and Li Qingyun backwards and forwards. Su Duokai listened with pleasure, nodding approvingly. Excellent, excellent. I acknowledge you as my fan. His gaze shifted. As it happens, there's something I'd like to ask you. Chen Runian immediately assumed an attentive posture. Su Duokai burst into laughter and slapped his shoulder. How about becoming my disciple? Chen Runian was stunned. Before he could respond, a hearty voice suddenly came from outside. Good thing I sensed the token was in the imperial capital and rushed over. I never expected to arrive just in time to hear such shameless words. What do you mean shameless? This is called striking first. Su Duokai bristled, his beard quivering. Even with further testing, I'd consider him qualified. Chen Runian is simply my lucky star. The new grand array that had puzzled me for so long was completed just because his teleportation happened to land at the most crucial point. With such coincidence, what else could he be but my disciple? Feng Jinxiu stepped into the courtyard, raising an eyebrow. You completed that grand array of yours. Of course. This boy's luck is frighteningly good. Su Duokai looked smug. Therefore, I've named the array formation the Runian array. The Runian array, quite fitting. Feng Jinxiu looked toward Chen Runian. Meanwhile, Chen Runian secretly examined his inner state, but felt no changes from the array formation, finding it all rather mystifying. Feng Jinxiu patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Let's go inside and talk properly. The two legends walked into the living room with familiar ease, leaving Chen Runian no choice but to follow. Feng Jinxiu spoke first. Let's get to business. Do you control a secret realm? Chen Runian's heart skipped a beat, but he decided to admit it. Master Feng's insight is truly sharp. Yes, I do. Feng Jinxiu laughed heartily. I knew you'd surprise us. Don't worry, we deduced this from your experiences. I once obtained a secret realm myself, so I understand your situation well. Chen Runian nodded. Actually, I've been troubled about how to handle this secret realm. It has limited use in my hands, but it would be such a waste to just leave it lying around in the outside world. With that, he retrieved a smooth, jet-black secret realm core from his chest, spiritual light flickering faintly in his palm. Feng Chuanqi and Su Chuanqi stood before Chen Runian as he explained the newly discovered secret realm called the Agility Realm. Chen Runian positioned himself in front of the two legendary figures, his fingertip gently touching the fist-sized, crystal-clear realm core. His voice remained steady yet couldn't hide his pride after successfully completing first clears of normal, nightmare, and hell difficulties 3 consecutive times. He had finally earned the qualification to access the core, spending 5 full days to refine it. Su Duokai glanced at Feng Jinxiu with a raised eyebrow and smiled. It's somewhat different from your situation back then, but pretty similar overall. Feng Jinxiu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. I had to break the records for 4 different dungeon difficulties consecutively, clearing each within an hour to earn access. Every core has a different contact method. Chen Runian's approach is worth noting. As his words ended, Su Duokai casually waved his hand, causing a line of pale golden text to appear in midair, meticulously recording Chen Runian's core refinement process. The crystalline realm core refracted scattered rainbow light in the illumination. Chen Runian continued his explanation. The agility realm produces hearts of agility every 10 years. After refining the core, I used 1 refresh opportunity and obtained 6 hearts of agility total. I have 2 remaining. He then produced 2 crystals swirling with pale blue halos and offered them with both hands to the 2 legendary figures. If you can use them, please take them. Feng Jinxiu laughed heartily and patted Chen Runian's shoulder. Kid, you know how to conduct yourself. The hearts of agility are indeed impressive, but they only work on second-tier professions, and below 2 can't use them. He pushed the hearts of agility back. However, Su Duokai snorted with amusement and accepted the 2 crystals. Don't let old Feng speak for me. I'll accept this gift and exchange it for something good for you later. Feng Jinxiu slapped his forehead. Almost forego told Su still has his precious granddaughter, probably saving it for her. After finishing with the gifts, Feng Jinxiu steered the conversation back to business. Chen Runian, what do you plan to do with this realm core? Chen Runian pondered for a moment. I want to submit it to the country, but I'm unfamiliar with the procedures and can only ask you 2 legendary figures for help. The agility realm has abundant magical beasts that will gradually unlock as my level increases. It's very suitable for training or assessments. The later sections have approximately 2,000 magical beasts standing guard, presenting considerable breakthrough difficulty and excellent trial effects. I rapidly reached level 15 thanks to the experience gained there. I hope to share the realm so more people can benefit, while the agility equipment sets and Hearts of Agility are also excellent resources. After hearing these words, both legendary figures looked even more pleased. Feng Jinxiu nodded approvingly. Excellent. We certainly didn't misjudge you. Leave the realm core to us. We guarantee a satisfactory response. We'll set the level requirement starting at 15, with thresholds every 5 levels, and I'll handle the other details. Chen Runian breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 experience bonus and overflow experience from others' monster hunting was incredibly valuable for someone like him with massive experience requirements. Feng Jinxiu smiled and added, of course, the country won't take your core for nothing. With such high awareness and being this year's top college entrance exam scorer, I'll apply for additional rewards for you. Take the enrollment supplies first, and we'll provide the rest in a few days. As he spoke, both he and Su Duokai produced several well-packaged supplies, their spiritual energy fluctuations clearly detectable. Chen Runian looked at the materials produced by Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai, feeling quite delighted. The basic dungeon refresh talisman is rechargeable and can remove dungeon cooldown times, with 1,010 refresh attempts remaining. The basic dungeon teleportation talisman is also rechargeable, allowing direct teleportation into designated dungeons and emergency escape when needed, with 1,010 teleportation uses remaining. Tianming University badge, an exclusive emblem for Tianming students that serves multiple functions including recording grade points, assigning tasks, and publishing notifications, while also serving as a pass for campus entry and exit. Treasure grade Falcon set level 15, strength 50, speed 100, constitution 20, spirit 80, dodge 10. Military badge, records merit points, which automatically advance to the next rank upon accumulating a certain amount. These were the physical rewards from this assessment, along with 2 essential badges. Meanwhile, Chen Runian's Tianming University account had been activated and linked to his professional account. Other rewards had been converted into grade points and directly credited to his professional account. The demons slain in the 100th-floor demon suppression tower also counted toward merit points, with detailed scoring rules available once the military badge was activated. Chen Runian opened his professional panel. The previously blank affiliation field now displayed Tianming University with an official emblem, making its authenticity unmistakable. Most sections of the panel still needed completion, so he focused on the points column. Grade points, 74,000. Merit points, 1,654. 74,000. The number shocked him, equivalent to 700 million when converted, an unprecedented fortune. As for the merit points, he had no reference yet, since despite killing countless demons in the demon suppression tower, team distribution had left him with only these 1,000+ points. Your assessment score was 62,000 points, converted 1 tune into 62,000 grade points. The additional 10,000 was something I fought for on your behalf. After Feng Jinxiu's explanation, Chen Runian nodded solemnly. Thank you, Legend Feng. Feng Jinxiu then produced 2 exquisite medicine bottles. Flawless blood recovery pills, 10 instantly restores constitution to full, rapidly heals wounds, limited to use below level 30. Flawless mana recovery pills, 10 instantly restores spirit to full, removes negative status effects, limited to use below level 30. Keep one with you at all times. It could save your life even if your storage space gets locked, Feng Jinxiu advised. At this moment, Su Duokai spread 10 thin talismans across the table with a flourish, a greeting gift from this old man. Basic skill awakening talismans 10 have a chance to awaken profession-related skills. Skills awakened this way don't count against existing skill slot limits. Usage level, 20. Skills in the system were divided into innate and learned categories, with conventional progression opening only 1 slot every 5 levels. Awakening talismans could grant additional skills during lower stages, which was an unexpected delight for Chen Runian. Thank you, Legend Su. He smiled as he collected all the treasures, but left the falcon set aside. Legend Feng. This equipment set can be given to someone else who needs it. Chen Runian returned the falcon set to Feng Jinxiu, who nodded and took the equipment back, remembering what she had witnessed during the assessment. I almost forgot you have a golden equipment set. This gear really isn't much for you. So let me exchange it for merit points instead. Chen Runian sat on the sofa holding 2 large bags of equipment, his eyes sparkling as he looked up. Feng Chuanqi, how many merit points could a treasure grade set like this be worth? Feng Jinxiu smoothed his sleeves and pondered briefly before answering. A level 15 treasure set is just transitional gear, not expensive, but not easy to collect either. A complete set would be worth about 500 merit points. 500 merit points, that's 5 million. Chen Runian calculated silently, then pressed further. Can other equipment be exchanged for merit points too? Only then did Su Duokai catch the implication, squinting as he studied him. Boy, are you saying you have other sets? If so, bring them all out for this old man to see. I happen to need them. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Runian raised his hand, and over a dozen pristine treasure grade and legendary grade agility sets instantly lined up in a row. Golden light and purple radiance intertwined, illuminating the entire wall. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai had been around for years and thought they'd seen every kind of treasure, but they still froze for 2 seconds at this sight. Good lad. Did you farm all of these yourself? Feng Jinxiu raised an eyebrow. Chen Runian nodded. Su Duokai burst into hearty laughter. Haha, I knew this boy had heaven-defying luck. A complete set of brand new legendary agility gear with attributes 20 stronger than the Falcon set. I'll take it. Plus that agility heart from before. Wait. He pulled a simple black bracelet from his storage ring and handed it over. Take this as an exchange. Spirit-infused bracelet. Special equipment doesn't occupy equipment slot. No level restriction. Equipment effect. Spirit 200. Spirit recovery speed 20. Put it on, boy. You're a summon earth. This will be quite useful for you. The bracelet felt cool against his wrist, and Chen Runian could clearly sense his spiritual sea rippling gently, recovering much faster than before. He thanked them earnestly, then remembered something else. Master Su, does the school buy back rare grade sets? Su Duotsai's eye twitched. How many? A fair amount. As his words fell, Chen Runian flipped his palm, and hundreds of rare grade purple agility sets poured out like a flood, cramming the living room to capacity. Equipment light effects crisscrossed, painting the walls in rising purple mist. Feng Jinxiu and Su Duokai exchanged glances, both thinking the same expletive, but forcibly holding it back to maintain their dignity as seniors. Su Duokai feigned composure, stroking his beard thoughtfully. If I didn't know you, I'd suspect you were a sales rep from some major trading company. He raised his hand and collected all the equipment along with the previous dozens of sets into his ring. All right, wait for your payment. I'll have someone register these and transfer the merit points directly to your account. He added casually, agility sets have 20 higher attributes than Falcon gear, so naturally the price is correspondingly higher. The school has its own assessment standards. After finishing the collection, the three moved to the tea table. Su Duokai calmly prepared tea, taking leaves, warming cups, pouring water, and only looked up as wisps of steam rose. Since we've promised to train you, we won't go back on our word. You've just changed classes and refined the Agility Secret Realm core, losing 5 days for nothing. You're probably still unfamiliar with the class system. He pushed a teacup toward Chen Runian, his tone gentle but serious. If you have any questions about being a class changer, you can ask now. We can answer them for you. Having the opportunity to consult with a legendary figure was a chance countless people could only dream of, and Chen Runian naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Knowing his understanding of the class advancement system was limited, he seized the time to fire off all his questions about advancement levels, skill learning, professional talents, and academy requirements, leaving no doubt unaddressed. The legendary figure patiently explained. While class advancers are superficially divided into 10 tiers based on every 10 levels, they essentially fall into 3 major stages: first, second, and third advancement. Below level 35 belongs to the first advancement stage. Reaching level 35 allows for second advancement, and level 70 ushers in the third advancement. After completing the second and third advancements, all attributes of the class advancer will undergo qualitative leaps, and at the moment of advancement, there's a chance for professional quality enhancement or unlocking hidden potential, making them even more powerful, meaning there are only 2 opportunities in a lifetime to elevate one's profession to an entirely new level. The legendary figure added that while this wasn't truly classified information, the real challenge lay in obtaining certificates. Second and third advancements required advancement certificates, which could only drop from clearing level 35 and 70 secret realms respectively. The higher the realm difficulty, the better the drop rate. Multi-person teams could only obtain ordinary certificates, but for enhanced second and third advancement effects, one must solo clear hell difficulty secret realms to obtain star-rated advancement certificates. Given Chen Runian's abilities, the legendary figure showed no concern and even joked. Even if you want to carry some girl through, you'd better solo farm enough certificates first. Regarding skill learning, the legendary figure pointed out, upon reaching level 20, one could use skill awakening talismans with a chance to awaken professional skills. These items were the biggest drain on merit points, with most people's merit points going toward this. It was best to use one talisman each time you gained 5 levels and unlocked a new skill slot. Frantically grinding multiple skills within consecutive 5-level periods often resulted in no awakening even after 10 times the talismans, wasting both talismans and merit points. Professional talents were even rarer. The reason Chen Runian's pet was so formidable was likely because he had awakened a rare talent. Most class advancers tried their luck every 10 levels, and whether they'd encounter one depended entirely on fate. Many people might not possess a single talent even by their second advancement. Talent stones or drops from certain specific bosses could provide additional awakening opportunities, and the legendary figure promised that once Chen Runian's level increased, he would arrange for him to try his luck in a secret realm that produced talent stones. Finally, the legendary figure specifically reminded him, if you obtain a fusion stone, never make it public. Fusion stones could greatly increase the probability of awakening secondary professions during second and third advancements, allowing one person to master 2 or even more professions. The optimal timing for use was precisely at the moment of second and third advancement. Speaking of dual professions, the legendary figure gave a ready example. Old Su was dual profession, possessing the incredibly powerful combination of Supreme Array Master and Spirit Creation Mage, with creativity and destructive power that were both exceptional, combining support and combat capabilities. Old Feng is actually even more terrifying than I am. He's an extremely rare triple-class practitioner who awakened a secondary profession at his first advancement, and his secondary professions are comparable to others' primary ones, absolutely heaven-defying. The outside world knows him as a divine gunner warrior, but few are aware of his other 2 professions, Spirit Master and Core Cultivator. Chen Runian listened with growing alarm, and Feng Jinxiu pointed out the crucial detail. If possible, it's best to obtain the fusion stone yourself. Self-acquired fusion stones significantly improve both success rate and quality. This is experience verified by all class changers over the past century. Both of us obtained our fusion stones personally. If you truly can't find one, we can help you acquire it, but the effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Not recommended. Su Duokai added. As for the school's curriculum, you don't need to follow others in those time-wasting activities. Geniuses only need to walk the genius path. Your most important goal right now is leveling up, reach level 20 as quickly as possible. The school provides open leveling secret realms for each level from 15 to 20. Feng Jinxiu's mission was crystal clear. 1. Clear all 6 secret realms on their highest difficulty in sequence. 2. Obtain a special material called Micro Wisdom Tree Heart from the level 20 secret realm. Come find us again after completion. During the QA session, Chen Runian continuously raised questions, and the 2 legends were happy to answer while providing plenty of additional intelligence. The benefits of traveling alongside the strong immediately became apparent, avoiding countless detours. At the same time, he truly realized how terrifying these 2 powerhouses were. Su Duokai possessed 2 legendary tier professions, both having completed 1 sublimation, with combat power rivaling God tier. Feng Jinxiu was even more outrageous. His primary profession, Divine Gunner Warrior, was already SS tier, while his secondary professions, Spirit Master and Core Cultivator, were S tier sublimated, equally comparable to God tier. Thinking of this, Chen Runian suddenly grew curious. Besides Wine Sword Immortal, was Li Qingyun hiding other secondary professions? This question would have to be shelved for now. After receiving his mission, he was about to leave Su Duotsai's residence when the man called out. Wait, this old man has one more matter. Chen Runian turned around, face full of confusion. Su Duokai stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. Summon your pets for me to see. Chen Runian nodded and cast his god-tier pet summoning technique. Era and Xiaobai appeared simultaneously. Sensing the ocean-deep aura of the 2 legends, Era straightened his back, but remained stiff, eyes filled with tension. Xiaobai merely glanced at them before immediately hiding behind Chen Runian, clutching his clothes and revealing only half her head. Su Duokai silently marveled. These are the original attributes without any enhancements? To reach such heights is remarkable. Indeed, your amplification talent is truly astonishing. Chen Runian wasn't surprised that the man could discern his amplification type talent. Feng Jinxiu stared at Era with great interest. I saw it use a gaze-type skill in the examination hall. Have it demonstrate on may want to see the effect. Su the Legendary, is this really a good idea? Su Duokai simply stroked his white beard upon hearing this. His expression relaxed and confident. Don't worry, I am a legendary figure after all. You're just a level 15 class changer, so your skill will have limited effect on me. I found it quite interesting watching from afar earlier, so now I'd like to experience it firsthand. Feng Jinxiu, standing nearby, burst into laughter and patted Chen Runian on the shoulder. Chen Runian, go ahead and give it your all. If this old fellow tries to back out, I'll protect you. With Feng Jinxiu's backing, Chen Runian felt much more at ease. He bent down and patted his husky's head. Come on, use wisdom gaze on Su the Legendary. To cooperate with the test, Su Duokai deliberately deactivated his passive skills. A faint halo instantly dissipated, as if some kind of protective shield had been withdrawn. He rolled his neck and waited leisurely. The husky tilted its head toward its master, ears twitching slightly. If I use it, he won't slap me to death, will he? Chen Runian gestured reassuringly. What kind of person is Su the Legendary? He wouldn't bully us. It's just an experiment. Go ahead. With permission granted, the husky took a deep breath, and a dark gleam flashed in its canine eyes. The skill activated. A notification immediately appeared in everyone's minds. Mental power 150, intelligence 150, all attributes 10, obedience increased. The next second, Su Duotsai's gaze became unfocused, with a hint of dullness creeping into his expression. Well, I'll be. Feng Jinxiu was quick to react, pulling out his phone and snapping photos of his old friend, not forgetting to tease him. Su the Legendary, how do you feel? Huh? Why has my thinking become so slow? Su Duokai scratched his head, looking genuinely stuck. Feng Jinxiu, still concerned, cast a detection spell. Old Su, your mental power has dropped severely. He leaned closer and waved 2 fingers in front of Su Duotsai's eyes. Su Duotsai's eyes followed and focused directly on the fingertips, creating perfect crosses. Click. Another high-definition close-up was captured. Feng Jinxiu nodded with satisfaction. TSK. Looks like your IQ has been completely wiped out too. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Duokai suddenly snapped back to awareness and reactivated his passive skills. The invisible halo instantly covered him. All negative effects were completely removed, and his mental power and intelligence rapidly recovered. Old Feng, what the hell did you just do? Feng Jinxiu looked down at his camera, seeing Su Duokai with crosses and a silly, childlike expression in the photos, and burst into laughter. Perfect. Old Su, I give this expression full marks. Then, the camera's built-in printer began whirring and spitting out paper. Feng Jinxiu waved the photo in front of Su Duokai. Seeing his own adorably dumb image, Su Duokai exploded on the spot. Feng Jinxiu, destroy that photo, or I'll never forgive you. Feng Jinxiu raised an eyebrow, grabbed the photo, turned, and ran, disappearing instantly. A teleportation circle lit up beneath Su Duotsai's feet, his anger maxed out, and he also vanished in a flash of white light in pursuit. The courtyard was instantly left with only Chen Runian, the husky, and Xiaobai. The husky shrank to Chen Runian's side, looking around nervously. Master, should we hide for a while? Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, voice trembling. Yes, master. That aura just now was terrifying. He could probably kill me with just a casual strike. Chen Runian glanced at the now empty courtyard, thinking of the photos Feng Jinxiu had just taken, and couldn't help but smile. He then agreed with the husky and Xiaobai's suggestion. The 3 of them quietly left Su Duotsai's courtyard, walking for quite some time until they crossed stone paths and covered walkways, finally reaching the main gate. My current task is to quickly level up to 20 and clear the highest difficulty of each level in sequence, which means I need to head to the secret realm hall. After following the signs for quite a while, Chen Runian suddenly realized a fatal problem was completely lost. When he came to the imperial capital, he had used the ultra-long-distance teleportation array that came with Su Duotsai's token, landing directly at the Su residence outside Tianming University. Not only had he never been to Tianming University, but this was his first time in the imperial capital altogether. He had no idea how large this supposedly largest academy in the nation actually was, or in which direction the secret realm hall might be located. Without a guide, he was in serious trouble. Sitting on his husky's back, Chen Runian looked around in all directions. The wide, tree-lined avenues, the maze of academic buildings, and the bustling students only made him more dizzy. Just as he was studying the directional signs, a curious female voice rang out beside his ear. Who are you? Why are you riding a husky around campus? This is Tianming University. Beast tamers should at least be riding a silver wolf. What's the deal with your husky? The speaker was a girl about Chen Runian's age. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, her eyes were bright and clear, and her large eyes sparkled like gems. She radiated health and vitality, making her pleasant to look at. However, her gaze was full of scrutiny. Chen Runian followed the girl's line of sight and turned back to see the characters Su residence on the wall behind him. Having a sudden inspiration, he said, I just came here to visit an important figure at the Su residence. Before he could finish speaking, the girl burst into laughter, though her wariness only increased. An important figure at the Su residence? You're being way too cautious. This is exactly where Su Chuanqi lives. Who at Tianming University doesn't know about the Su residence? Come on, tell me who you really are. You're looking more and more suspicious. Chen Runian spread his hands helplessly. Would you believe me if I said I was teleported to the Su residence? I'm completely unfamiliar with this place. Could you tell me where the secret realm hall is? The girl remained suspicious. Words are cheap, where's your proof? Chen Runian pulled out the token carved with intricate patterns, its golden markings flashing with flowing light. The girl gasped in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. Su Chuanqi's token. The real deal. Her expression instantly became warm and friendly. If you can produce this token, it means you've earned my, Su Chuanqi's recognition. I believe you now. First time here, right? I happen to be free, I'll show you around. Her attitude had completely flipped, as if her previous defensive posture had never existed. I'm Chen Runian. Nice to meet you. Hee, I'm Su Xia. Hearing that her surname was Su, Chen Runian remembered Feng Jinqiu's words and blurted out, "Are you Su Chuanqi's granddaughter?" Su Xia paused for a moment, then took out a small mirror to look at herself, frowning dramatically. Do I look that old? Can you tell I resemble my grandfather? Woo-woo, I'm supposed to be the best looking in the Su family's history. Everyone's been lying to me. This self-deprecating comment made Chen Runian laugh. No one's been lying to you. You really are beautiful. I just saw your surname was Su and you were standing in front of the Su residence, so I made a random guess. Before he finished speaking, a blue light formed a teleportation array at their feet, and Su Duokai stepped out. The old man didn't speak, only looked intently at Su Xia with burning eyes. The girl immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. What? Is looking like grandfather such a bad thing? Su Duotsai's tone was lazy. I just found you a nice set of equipment, but now I think I'll give it to Shiwan instead. Oh, grandfather, I was just joking. Su Xia quickly took his arm, smiling sweetly. You must have been absolutely magnificent when you were young. That's how we got my handsome father. And that's how I got such good looks. Quick, let me see what equipment it is. Su Duokai was delighted by his granddaughter's coaxing and handed over the golden agility set that Chen Runian had previously presented to him. Wow, a golden equipment set. Grandfather, you're the best. Su Xia hugged the equipment lovingly, so happy her eyes curved into crescents. Su Duokai chuckled and patted his granddaughter's head. This was actually a gift from this handsome young man here to your grandfather. You two get along well. I still need to go find Feng Jinqiu for a fight. With those words, the teleportation array beneath his feet lit up again, and with a flash of blue light, his figure disappeared once more. Wow, I never expected someone so young to be this generous. Su Xia raised her hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling golden reflection, her gaze fixed on the magnificent spirit set gleaming before Chen Runian. The golden armor's patterns flowed with light, and the attribute panel hovered between them. Every single stat was a tier above her own collection of scattered pieces. These attributes are incredible, way better than any of my golden pieces. She couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't that she didn't own golden equipment, but she'd never seen anyone produce an entire set at once. Filled with shock and suspicion, she blurted out, Chen Runian, did your family give you this equipment? I farmed it myself. Chen Runian replied with a slight smile, his tone casual. No way. Your luck is insane. Su Xia was so stunned she could barely speak. She had struggled to level up all this time and had only managed to obtain one rare piece of equipment, which came from fragments she'd collected after grinding dozens of dungeons. Yet here was this newly transferred player, roughly her age, who had somehow assembled a complete golden set. This set is so precious, why aren't you using it yourself? She couldn't contain her curiosity. Her answer came in the form of another equally brilliant golden glow. Chen Runian gave his cloak a gentle shake, and his equipment panel appeared another complete golden set. You farmed this one too? Chen Runian nodded. Su Xia's expression looked like she'd seen a ghost. My god, which secret realm did you farm these in? I need to go there too. The spirit realm, but it's been sealed off for now. When the next cycle opens, Miss Xia, you're welcome to give it a try if you have time. Hearing that the realm was temporarily closed, she sighed in disappointment, then remembered something else. By the way, do you know why my grandfather wanted to fight Feng Chuanqi? Perhaps it was just a friendly spar, Chen Runian said, looking up at the sky as he mentally calculated the sensing range of legendary tier experts, cautiously avoiding saying more. The moment the thought crossed his mind, blue light flashed beneath his feet as array patterns quietly emerged. Su Duotsai's figure seemed to materialize from thin air. He nodded at Chen Runian without any pleasantries and directly handed over a jade green, heart-shaped crystal. I forgot to give you this earlier. Su Duokai pressed the spirit heart into Su Xia's hands. This young man originally intended it as a gift for the old master, so I'm giving it to you instead. With those words, his figure dissolved back into shadow and vanished. The legendary expert's ghostly appearance and disappearance left Chen Runian secretly amazed. Su Xia held the spirit heart, feeling its cool, pulsing surface. Not knowing its function, she cast an identification spell, and the attributes immediately appeared, though she still couldn't understand them. Spirit heart? What does this do? It has significant effects, and they're different for everyone. Try it, and you'll see, Chen Runian suggested. She took a deep breath and absorbed the crystal. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. After staring in disbelief for a full 10 seconds, she finally announced the stats. Skill casting speed 30, movement speed 20, skill cooldown time 20. Chen Runian raised an eyebrow in approval. Excellent modifiers, especially the combination of cooldown reduction and casting speed. Su Xia gripped the equipment and took a sharp breath. Chen Runian, You were really willing to give something this valuable to my grandfather? Because I have one too, he said with a shrug. Chen Runian waved his hand, indicating there was nothing more, and only then did Su Xia gradually calm down. The heart of agility and the agility set these must be from the same secret realm, right? Humph. When the realm opens, I definitely need to farm it once and see for myself. Su Xia believed that since Chen Runian could obtain so many good items, she certainly could too. Excellent, excellent. With this set and the heart of agility boosting me, I'm now invincible. Come on, you just mentioned going to the secret realm hall, right? I want to test just how strong I am now. Su Xia chattered away as she followed Chen Runian, introducing him to the situation at Tianming University before leading him to the secret realm hall. His mission was to clear the highest difficulty dungeons of each secret realm. Chen Runian looked around and noticed that aside from the level 20 dungeons, the highest difficulty for other dungeons only reached nightmare level, which clearly indicated that the quality of these secret realms was relatively low. At the same time, Chen Runian discovered that the level requirements for these secret realms were merely recommendations, with quite large level ranges. For example, the level 15 Falcon Secret Realm allowed entry from levels 12 to 18, spanning 3 levels. The level 20 Tree Demon Forest allowed entry from levels 16 to 24, spanning 4 levels. At the Secret Realm Hall, many people were calling out. Level 15 Falcon Secret Realm Team, welcoming newly transferred players. Level 18 Labyrinth Secret Realm Team, need 1 assassin. Anyone for level 20 Tree Demon Forest? I need 4 more. Level 25 Valley Abyss, need a powerful healer. Level 30 Destruction Plains, anyone have an attachment type support? When Chen Runian and Su Xia arrived at the low-level secret realm area of the dungeon hall, they quickly attracted a group's attention. Wow, are you two a divine couple? Hello there, handsome guy and beautiful lady. Are you here to farm secret realms? I see you're both low level 1 at 15 and 1 at 18. How about joining my level 17 Wild Sand secret realm? Chen Runian hadn't hidden his level information, and neither had Su Xia, so everyone could easily determine their levels with a glance. The two had refrained from using inspect on each other out of politeness, but others weren't so considerate. Chen Runian, which secret realm do you want to farm? There are plenty of people forming teams. Harito, you want to join one? No thanks, but thank you for showing me the way, Miss Xia. Chen Runian smiled slightly, and was about to enter the Falcon secret realm directly, when Su Xia immediately put her hands on her hips. What? You still want to solo it? Wait for me. Didn't I just say I wanted to test my new equipment? My level is exactly 18, so I can enter the Falcon secret realm. The two declined everyone's invitations and teamed up to enter the Falcon secret realm. Successfully used 50 merit points to enter Nightmare difficulty Falcon secret realm. Only after seeing this notification did Chen Runian realize that accessing secret realms at school actually cost money. 50 merit points equaled a whopping 500,000 yuan, small sum. He surveyed his surroundings. Beneath his feet stretched an open wilderness, with towering mountains rising in the distance, their gray rock faces exposed. Occasional gusts of wind swept by, stirring up dust and sand. The main demonic beasts inhabiting the Falcon secret realm were indeed falcons skilled at aerial hunting, a nightmare for melee classes, but perfect for ranged professions to shine. However, Chen Runian's thoughts weren't focused on combat, but rather on another puzzling question. Miss Xia, I have a question. He turned to look at the girl beside him. Why are there so many newly awakened professionals at school? Didn't the college entrance exams just end? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be time for enrollment yet, right? Su Xia blinked her clear, bright eyes and asked with a half smile. Are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? Chen Runian shook his head earnestly. I thought you knew. She said softly. Many direct descendants of prestigious academies can be admitted early as long as their profession quality isn't too poor. They're called the Academy faction and don't need to take the college entrance exams. They come from wealthy families and generally have stronger overall abilities than regular exam candidates. Only a very few families would have their children take the entrance exams. For instance, if I had to be categorized, I'd also belong to the Academy faction. At this point, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking matter-of-factly. I also awakened recently. We prefer to focus on leveling up and studying during the exam period. Each approach has its pros and cons. But you should be aware that many in the Academy faction are quite arrogant and often speak rudely to others. Chen Runian nodded to show he understood. No wonder there were so many newly awakened professionals in the secret realm. They were already part of the school. Thinking about how Su Xia, as Principal Su Duotsai's beloved granddaughter, would find it hard not to advance quickly, he felt relieved. Since no one knew the exam results, it saved him from others prying questions and brought him some peace. Earlier, while traveling with Su Xia, he had recalled his pets, but now he summoned them again. The 3 pets appeared out of thin air, arousing Su Xia's intense curiosity. Chen Runian's level wasn't hidden, but his profession column remained completely blank. Chen Runian, what type of summoner are you exactly? Or are you a beast tamer? Pet summoner. Pet summoner? That sounds amazing. She raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Can you guess what my profession is?" Before Chen Runian could answer, Su Xia had already drawn out an exquisite longbow. The bow spun several times in the air before landing steadily in her palm, accompanied by cheerful laughter. Hee, this young lady is an SS-rank profession elemental archer. In secret realms for hunting flying demonic beasts, I am a goddess. Beneath her gentle and graceful exterior also lay a somewhat dramatic side. Chen Runian mused silently. 10 isolated falcons spotted explosive fire arrow. Su Xia manipulated the surrounding elements as flames crawled up the bowstring, instantly enveloping the entire arrow. With a sharp whistling sound cutting through the air, the flaming arrow struck one falcon precisely before exploding, with the scorching shockwave injuring the surrounding falcons as well. Here comes an explosive ice arrow. This time, Su Xia channeled ice elemental power, and frigid energy emanated from above her bow. She fired another arrow that struck the same falcon, causing ice energy to explode on impact and killing the falcon instantly. The other falcons injured by the explosive fire arrow were invaded by the icy aura and immediately plummeted from the sky. Humph, perfect. Su Xia lowered her bow with satisfaction and snorted softly. The falcon's greatest advantage is their ability to fly, and now they've lost it completely. Chen Runian, I'll leave the rest to you. Yuri, only level 15. So rack up some more experience. Chen Runian looked up to see falcon after falcon burned by flames and frozen by cold air. Their wings stiffened as they fell to the ground like stones. The falcons, ravaged by both ice and fire, not only lost health rapidly, but also had their coordination completely disrupted, which was why they could no longer take flight. My ice and fire dual assault isn't something just anyone can withstand. Su Xia lifted her chin proudly. Chen Runian quietly noted this comment, sensing there was quite a bit of information packed into it. She then sighed with admiration. The golden agility set is truly impressive. Targets that used to take 3 arrows to finish now die in just 2. It might also be the agility heart boosting my firing speed, making the second arrow both fast and devastating. The two were currently in a nightmare-level secret realm where demonic beasts possessed triple attributes. Su Xia's ability to kill level 15 demonic beasts with just 2 arrows was remarkably impressive damage output anywhere. Era, go finish off these falcons. Era howled a woo and activated Howling Moon Shadow Split, instantly creating 3 afterimages. The 3 clones each grabbed a falcon in their mouths, harvesting with astonishing efficiency. Su Xia clicked her tongue in amazement. Not bad at all. Your husky really packs a punch. It's all right, Chen Runian replied casually, then asked, Miss Xia, are you familiar with the Falcon Secret Realm? Su Xia spun her bow while recalling. The Falcon Secret Realm is a level 15 beginner realm, so the difficulty isn't actually that high. Even on Nightmare mode, the main challenge is just the aerial falcons. The ground also spawns swift rabbits level 12 and bow snakes level 14 in numbers several times greater than the falcons, but they don't drop equipment and are scattered widely, so most people don't bother farming them specifically. Where are the demonic beasts most concentrated? Chen Runian pressed. Falcon Valley. Su Xia pondered for a moment. Over 100 falcons circle around the valley entrance, and the valley floor is packed with level 14 bow snakes and level 12 swift rabbits. The advantage is you can clear them all in one sweep, but the downside is you can easily get surrounded. It's very dangerous. Chen Runian nodded and immediately headed toward Falcon Valley. Era's 3 clones and Xiaobai spread out, clearing demonic beasts along the way while simultaneously expanding the map. Killed level 12 Swift Rabbit, 20 EXP. Obtained Swift Rabbit, Meat X1. Killed level 14 Bow Snake, 30 EXP. Obtained Bow Snake, Gallbladder X1. Killed level 15 Falcon, 45 EXP. Obtained Falcon Longbow X1, Falcon Claw X2. Kill notifications flooded the screen as the secret realm's layout gradually became clear. Being new to this place, Chen Runian had to constantly ask Su Xia for guidance to avoid exposing himself. Stay close to me. Don't underestimate the swift rabbits. Their name says swift for a reason. They're ridiculously fast, and if you're not careful, they'll kick you. It hurts like hell, and that even rhymes. Su Xia warned as they walked. As for the bow snakes, they usually coil up in grass or tree branches and strike suddenly. One bite, and you'll need antidote. We don't have a healer with us, so you need to conserve your pills. As for the falcons in the sky, leave them all to me. Once they fall, you can finish them off. Era and Xiaobai moved quickly, and with the 2 humans as the center, surrounding demonic beasts were systematically eliminated, making the Falcon Secret Realm increasingly clear on the map. The entire realm was less than 1/5 the size of the Agility Secret Realm, with only a couple hundred scattered demonic beasts. After clearing these minions, the map's edge finally revealed Falcon Valley containing a full 800 demonic beasts. While not truly clustered, it was considerably dense compared to other areas of the realm. Chen Runian thought to himself that if he had farmed this place before going to the Agility Secret Realm, the contrast would have been enormous. Throughout the journey, Su Xia remained on high alert, constantly scanning left and right, while Chen Runian was as relaxed as if he were on a leisurely outing. By the time they reached the entrance to Falcon Valley, they hadn't encountered a single demonic beast, leaving Su Xia completely puzzled. Huh? Where did all the demonic beasts go? Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Relax. I've already taken care of the danger. Su Xia raised an eyebrow at his words, but irritation flared in her chest. Throughout their journey, she had been the one clearing the path ahead. Apart from those first few moves, she hadn't seen Chen Runian lift a finger once. Where did he get the nerve to claim he had taken care of the danger? Moreover, this was a nightmare-level Falcon secret realm where demonic beasts were notoriously difficult to handle. Did he really think this place was some garden for a leisurely stroll? Yet the facts left her unable to argue back. Since entering the valley, they truly hadn't encountered a single demonic beast. If Chen Runian wasn't secretly commanding his pets to clear the area, she couldn't think of any other explanation. If that were really the case, it would be absolutely terrifying. The mountain path ahead narrowed, and Chen Runian suddenly raised his hand, signaling that he would take the lead. In the next instant, 4 figures appeared as if materializing from thin air. Era, Xiaobai, and 2 other pets with distinctly different forms. Era, Xiaobai, don't let a single demonic beast in Falcon Valley escape. Drive them all to the boss and deal with them there. Xiaobai, handle the falcons in the sky. Era, herd the swift rabbits and coiling serpents to the center of the valley. As his words fell, a light glowed in his palm, buffing all 4 pets. When the radiance faded, the pets leaped into the forest. Miss Xia, please take me to where the boss is located. My pets will arrive shortly. Su Xia looked at him like he was insane. Are you out of your mind? You want to fight the boss directly without killing a single beast in the valley? There are only 2 of us woes going to tank when we get swarmed. Chen Runian simply met her gaze calmly. Fine, I'd like to see just how you plan to get yourself killed. She pulled out a secret realm teleportation talisman and gripped it tightly, ready to activate it and flee at any moment. Although Chen Runian had already locked onto the boss's location, he still followed behind her as they raced along the rugged mountain path. Throughout their journey, the mountain forest was in complete chaos. Swift rabbits crashed into trees as they fled, coiling serpents writhed on the ground hissing, and falcons circled overhead. Yet not a single demonic beast paid them any attention. Instead, they all surged toward the heart of the valley. Something's definitely wrong. All the beasts are gathering near the boss. Su Xia's heart tightened. Chen Runian, get out your teleportation talisman. If we delay any longer, we'll lose our lives. Chen Runian nodded but didn't stop moving. When the beast tide erupts, we'll both be done for. The Falcon Lord has triple attributes. Its speed alone is 4,500 points. Gundam? What Gundam? Chen Runian asked casually. You're going to be the death of me. I'm talking about attribute values 4,500. Oh, attributes. 4,500 isn't that high. Just watch, Miss Xia. Su Xia nearly choked on her words. If these attributes weren't that high, why did everyone else prefer normal and hard difficulty modes? The 2 followed the muddy path trampled by demonic beasts, tracking the traces left by the beast tide as they rapidly approached the center of Falcon Valley. Suddenly, Su Xia's eyes widened in shock. In the center of the valley, Xiaobai in her white-haired goddess form was weaving through the air with hundreds of demonic beasts in tow, her snowy hair streaming behind her. Meanwhile, Era stood positioned on 3 separate hills, raising his head in a long howl. Accompanied by the melodious song that sounded like barking, the swift rabbits, coiling serpents, and falcons in the area seemed to be frozen by a paralysis spell. In the next moment, they began falling to the ground in massive waves. It appeared as though Era was singing, but in reality, the demonic beasts were dropping dead batch by batch. What puzzled Su Xia the most was that the Falcon Lord was actually helping Chen Runian's pets slaughter the demon beast horde. The scene looked as if the Falcon Lord had become a subordinate to Chen Runian's pets. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining 800 or so demon beasts in the valley were completely wiped out. At this point, the Falcon boss was on its last breath when Xiaobai delivered a meow meow iron fist, followed by Era unleashing 3 divine-level bites, instantly killing the Falcon boss on the spot. System notifications flooded the screen. Defeated Special Class Enhanced Level 16 Boss Falcon Chief. Experience 1000. Drops. Falcon Armor X1. Falcon Chief Talon X1. The entire process flowed seamlessly, making Su Xia wonder if Chen Runian had already farmed this dungeon countless times. That's it. Her mouth hung wide open and hadn't closed since entering the valley. I was planning to help you farm the dungeon, but you handled everything yourself. Wait, with this kind of power, how are you only level 15? She finally spotted the inconsistency. Chen Runian didn't respond, instead focusing on examining the drops. Several pieces of golden falcon set equipment, plus a complete set of treasure-grade gear. Based on resale value, he had already earned more than 10 times his investment. Including other materials, dungeon farming was incredibly profitable. The only thing slowing down efficiency was the dungeon's sheer size. though the varied scenery across different dungeons was educational. He decided to run it once more to complete a full Golden Falcon equipment set while reaching level 16. Miss Xia, I'm planning another run, would you? Count me in. Su Xia responded even faster than he could finish. Bringing another person posed no challenge for Chen Runian, so he readily agreed. Watching her experience bar skyrocket, Su Xia marveled silently. This guy must be clearing the entire map. With such a powerhouse to carry her, she wasn't about to quit. If she hadn't been so lazy, she would have reached level 20 long ago instead of being stuck at level 18. Chen Runian exited the dungeon, triggering a 12-hour cooldown. All dungeons on cooldown. No problem, simply purchased a cooldown refresh token and dragged Su Xia back into the Falcon dungeon. Honestly, did your pets really clear out every single demon beast in this entire dungeon? Su Xia whispered as soon as they entered. Chen Runian nodded. Getting confirmation, she still couldn't help but gasp. All of them? Yes. They can track any demon beasts since nothing can hide from them. That's incredible. Su Xia lavished praise generously, throwing in several compliments for Xiaobai and Era as well. After just a few steps, the same patrol of 10 falcons appeared again. Xiaobai cast its charm ability, luring the falcons close, while Era unleashed a divine level roar, instantly killing all 10 falcons. Remembering her earlier boast about being the god of Falcon Dungeon, Su Xia immediately blushed. The real god was right before her eyes. Chen Runian. An hour and a half later, the Falcon Dungeon was swept clean once more, and Chen Runian successfully reached level 16. Su Xia gained experience just by walking around. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Right after exiting the dungeon, the two headed straight for a level 16 dungeon. Halfway there, a group of people approached Chen Runian. A group of people swaggered in, and it wasn't until they got closer that Chen Runian realized they weren't looking for him. They were here for Su Xia. The handsome young man leading the group shouted loudly, "Xia, why didn't you tell me you were coming to run dungeons? I could have taken you. As soon as I heard you were in a secret realm, I rushed right over. Which dungeon do you want to run? I'll take you there right now." Chen Runian looked up and saw that the newcomer's information window wasn't hidden. Ouyang Jintian, SS-rank profession Dragon Master, level 20. One of only 2 SS-rank professionals in the Academy faction. Reaching level 20 in just over 10 days was beyond what any other newly awakened professional present could achieve. The crowd surged forward with envious and flattering voices rising one after another, but the 2 lackeys Ouyang Jintian had brought with him stretched out their arms to block everyone, keeping them 2 meters away. Thus, a vacuum zone instantly formed around Chen Runian, Su Xia, and Ouyang Jintian's trio. Ouyang Jintian frowned as he glared at Chen Runian, his tone extremely aggressive. "Are your eyes broken? I'm talking to Xia, can't you see? Get the hell out of my way." The onlookers immediately began snickering. This guy thinks he can get close to goddess Su Xia just because he's got some good looks? Boss Ouyang shows up, and he still won't back down. He's really not afraid to die. Just wait for the disaster. Ouyang Jintian has quite the temper. Those who were blocked and couldn't get close to Ouyang Jintian could only shout and laugh from the periphery, trying to make their presence known in hopes he might take them along for leveling. However, Ouyang Jintian didn't spare them even a glance, keeping his eyes fixed on Chen Runian. He considered himself handsome, but when facing Chen Runian directly, he actually had the absurd thought that he wasn't as good as the other guy. Even more ridiculous was that those calm eyes showed not a trace of fear, which made his heart flutter with unease. I clearly have higher level and better profession. Why should I be overshadowed by him? Thinking this, his anger flared even more. Chen Runian couldn't be bothered to respond. His gaze moved past Ouyang Jintian to the secret realm monument in the distance. Level 16 Demon Wolf Secret Realm. Entry level 1319. Cooldown time 11 hours 53 minutes. He turned to Su Xia. "Miss Xia, he seems to be looking for you. Do you want to talk to him?" Su Xia shook her head decisively. "I barely know him at all. I'm ignoring him. Let's continue running dungeons. Though I'm not very useful in secret realms, as an exchange, you can use my secret realm cooldown talisman first." With that, she pressed a blue talisman into Chen Runian's hand. Chen Runian nodded and accepted it, then turned and headed straight for the Demon Wolf secret realm. Veins bulged on Ouyang Jintian's forehead. Wherever he went, wasn't he always the center of attention? When had he ever been treated like air? After his rude words just now, the other person should have at least argued back or dodged away, but Chen Runian acted as if he hadn't seen him at all. And now he was actually walking straight toward him. "Come forth, War Dragon." Ouyang Jintian's beast-taming space tore open in midair, and a level 20 dragon creature, the War Dragon covered in pitch-black scales with beating wings, burst forth. The moment it landed, it raised its head and roared, sending scorching waves of air that kicked up dust from the ground, frightening the newly classed students around them into retreating. Is that Ouyang Jintian's War Dragon? Its aura is terrifying. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Among beast tamers, dragon tamers were rated as SS-class professionals because they specialized in commanding dragon creatures. Once contracted with a powerful dragon, Their combat power equaled that of the dragon itself. Ouyang Jintian came from a wealthy family and could obtain dragon eggs, naturally marking him as someone of noble status. Chen Runian raised his hand and cast detection on the war dragon. Race, war dragon. Level, 20. Strength, 5,200. Speed, 3,500. Constitution, 6,000. Spirit, 4,300. Skills, Dragon Breath, War Dragon Charge, Dragon Roar. The system panel also reminded him that the war dragon wasn't a true pure-blood dragon, but rather a thin-blooded serpent dragon, essentially a pseudo-dragon. However, just its level 20 attributes alone far surpassed the level 15 husky, showing how formidable its combat power was. Chen Runian is finished, onlookers whispered among themselves. Although the secret realm hall prohibits fighting, if Ouyang Jintian really makes a move, would the academy trouble him over some unknown level 16 kid? In their eyes, aside from being handsome, Chen Runian seemed to have no other advantages. Chen Runian's steps didn't stop. Su Xia nervously grabbed his sleeve. That war dragon is too strong. Let's go farm a different dungeon. He shook his head, his tone calm. I'm only running these dungeons to complete Feng Jinqiu's mission. I could directly farm level 20 secret realms now. Since you want to team up with me, don't be afraid of these small fry. Let's go, small fry. Ouyang Jintian's face instantly turned ashen, his anger completely ignited. Kid, you're asking for death. War dragon charge, ram him to death. The war dragon beat its wings once, exploding rubble from the ground as its massive body transformed into a black shadow thundering toward Chen Runian, compressing the air until it hummed. The watching students gasped. If a level 16 player didn't dodge and took this heat in, they'd definitely be sent to heaven. However, Chen Runian didn't even turn his head, continuing to stride forward. Su Xia's heart pounded wildly, but she saw him raise his hand, black and white radiance interweaving in his palm. Almighty push. With Chen Runian at the center, elemental chi instantly exploded into expanding shockwaves. The violent air ripples collided Hedon with the war dragon, directly hurling it over 10 meters away while tens of thousands of damage numbers floated above its head. Almost simultaneously, a beam of holy light condensed into a pillar enveloping the war dragon, causing another 10 to 20,000 damage per second. A husky with menacing fangs was summoned to the field, pouncing on the airborne war dragon and tearing at it. Instantly depleting its health, Barth war dragon was killed in one hit. The crowd fell into dead silence. Before the dust had even settled, Chen Runian had already walked alongside to Ouyang Jintian's side, his voice as cold as winter night wind. You just tried to kill me? That single sentence made Ouyang Jintian shiver and instinctively retreat several steps. Seeing his prized war dragon killed so effortlessly, Ouyang Jintian broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Runian's casual inquiry made his hair stand on end. Ouyang Jintian clearly realized that showing even the slightest defiance could mean death on the spot. The hall immediately erupted in chaos. Before anyone could even see the war dragon's movements clearly, they witnessed the massive beast comparable to a dungeon boss being cut down by Chen Runian's single sword strike. So powerful. Did I see that right? Ouyang Jintian's war dragon got one-shotted. It didn't even have time to use any skills before it was gone. No wonder Goddess Xia is willing to team up with him. Turns out this guy's strength is terrifying. Taking down a level 20 war dragon so easily, he could probably solo plenty of dungeons by himself. Turns out he's not just a pretty boy, he's a powerhouse. Absolutely incredible. That strike was so decisive, straight to the kill. What a ruthless guy. Of course, if he hadn't fought back and taken a hit from that war dragon, his level 15 body would have been dead on the spot. I'd say this was pure self-defense. The noisy chatter pierced Ouyang Jintian's ears like a cold wind, making his face turn pale. The mocking gazes of the crowd filled him with humiliated rage. Yet he didn't dare confront Chen Runian directly. He could only force himself to shout, "Kill you? I'm not that stupid. Combat is forbidden in the secret realm. Hallie was just trying to scare you. You actually attacked? This is bad. Private combat and killing opponents or their summoned beasts is a serious crime. Where's the enforcement squad? Come uphold justice." He spun around and pointed at his lackey beside him. "You, go get the enforcement squad." The lackey immediately sprinted toward the enforcement hall. Chen Runian paid no attention and instead took another step forward, his gaze locked on Ouyang Jintian. "I'm asking you, were you trying to kill me just now?" Meeting those cold eyes, Ouyang Jintian's heart trembled as he retreated, shaking his head repeatedly. Everyone around could see it clearly. My God, Ouyang Jintian is scared. So even a high and mighty SS class professional can be this cowardly. Dragon tamers rely on resources. With a dragon, they're kings. Without one, they're nothing. Now that his war dragon is dead, I suddenly can't see what makes Ouyang Jintian so impressive. That handsome guy is still the ruthless one, level 16 beating level 20, and against an SSS profession no less. Yet he made it look effortless. Chen Runian looked at the dragon tamer who had lost his war dragon and shook his head in disappointment. Let's go, Miss Xia. Time to clear some dungeons. With that, he pulled out a cool-down charm, and his figure disappeared into the demon wolf's secret realm in a flash of light. Only after Chen Runian's figure vanished did Ouyang Jintian let out a long sigh of relief. Within moments, a fully armed 10-person enforcement squad arrived, their iron boots echoing clearly throughout the secret realm hall. The hall instantly fell silent. The enforcement squad belonged to an independent organization known for their impartiality, and even making noise during their operations could result in punishment. Though still nervous, Ouyang Jintian regained some confidence thinking of his status as the victim. The leader was a burly man who surveyed the scene and announced loudly, "I am Xiongqi, captain of the 12th Enforcement Squad. We received a report and are here to handle a brawling incident at this location." Xiongqi was a Tier 4 professional with an authoritative voice. He surveyed the area and quickly spotted Zhan Long lying on the ground and Ouyang Jintian standing nearby. "Did you engage in combat? Who was your opponent?" he demanded sternly, his gaze piercing like a blade. Faced with the intimidating presence of the enforcement team captain, Ouyang Jintian instinctively straightened his spine and reluctantly greeted him. "Captain Xiong, I was just..." "Answer my question first." Xiongqi raised his hand, efficiently opening his record book as his pen clicked crisply. Ouyang Jintian's heart sank, and he had no choice but to answer honestly. To be specific, it was me, fighting against a professional named Chen Runian. "Your name, profession, and level," Xiongqi continued. "Ouyang Jintian, SS-rank professional, Dragon Master, level 20. The surrounding enforcement officers drew sharp breaths. SS-rank professions appeared only among a few individuals out of millions each year, extremely rare. However, Xiongqi's expression remained unchanged as he began writing. Opponent's name, profession, and level. Chen Runian, profession unknown, level 16. The pen tip paused after recording, level 16. The enforcement officers exchanged glances before looking back at Ouyang Jintian with expressions mixing surprise and mockery. An SS-rank Dragon Master defeated by a level 16 professional of unknown class? Someone muttered quietly. Though spoken softly, the words made Ouyang Jintian's cheeks burn with shame. SS rank was supposed to be the pinnacle, yet he had been completely overwhelmed by someone 4 levels lower, utterly powerless to fight back. What absolute humiliation. "Ouyang Jintian, I remember now, you're from the Ouyang family, aren't you?" Xiongqi looked up and asked, "How long has your opponent been in the secret realm?" "Captain Xiong is correct. My grandfather is indeed Ouyang Chuanqi. As for Chen Runian, he just entered." Ouyang Jintian took the opportunity to mention his family background. Everyone's expressions became subtle. Xiongqi had only mentioned the Ouyang family, but Ouyang Jintian had voluntarily revealed Ouyang Chuanqi. The implications of his background were unmistakable. "All right, the situation is clear." Xiongqi closed his record book and waved his hand. "Everyone withdraw." The enforcement team turned and left with decisive movements. "They're just leaving like that?" The onlookers stared at each other in bewilderment. Ouyang Jintian was even more incredulous, quickly pursuing them with questions. "Captain Xiong, he killed my Zhan Long, and you're leaving just like this?" "Clearing secret realms takes considerable time, and we cannot wait indefinitely," Xiongqi replied matter-of-factly. "I'll review the surveillance footage later and report to the enforcement hall. When Chen Runian emerges, both of you will face judgment together." With those words, he departed with his team without further delay. Discussions erupted among the crowd. The enforcement team truly is impartial no matter how powerful one's background. They ask questions and expect answers, showing no favoritism whatsoever. Indeed, even the young master of the Ouyang family was suppressed like a frightened chick. These whispers reached Ouyang Jintian's ears, igniting his fury. He whirled around and shouted, "Keep talking, and see if I don't make sure none of you leave this place. Do you really think Dragon Masters only rely on their pets?" His hair bristled with rage, his brow bone prominent, faintly emanating dragon's might that frightened the crowd into waving their hands frantically. "Not me. Not me. Master Ouyang Jintian, how would we dare speak of you?" Just as the flattering words ended, everyone secretly glanced at Zhan Long's corpse on the ground, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ouyang Jintian's face turned ashen as he stored Zhan Long in his spatial ring and departed with resentment. Meanwhile, Chen Runian remained completely unaware of the events outside, observing the Demon Wolf Secret Realm. The Demon Wolf Secret Realm was completely different from the Falcon Secret Realm. Here lay a vast plain with no trees or boulders in sight, just endless grassland stretching to the horizon. Waves of grass rippled in the wind, and in the distance, wolf shadows moved among flocks of sheep, occasionally stirring up clouds of dust. Chen Runian stood on a grassy slope, surveying the surroundings while his ears caught the roars of beast herds. Su Xia gazed at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. "I never expected you to have such courage," she bit her lip, her voice low but barely containing her excitement. "Ouyang Jintian's war dragon, you killed it without hesitation. You should know that Ouyang Jintian also has a legend backing him, one on par with my grandfather, Ouyang Fengzi." Chen Runian nodded slightly. He remembered that legend vividly, the one who mastered secondary professions and led beast tamers to glorious victories. He still held deep respect for him. Actually, I was planning to finish off Ouyang Zhentian as well. Chen Runian spread his hands. This time I'm showing respect to legend. Ouyang deserves it. As for Ouyang Zhentian, honestly, I don't consider him worth my attention. Su Xia gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. That's some serious confidence. Ouyang Zhentian would never dare let legend Ouyang know about his little schemes. I'll tell my grandfather later, so legend Ouyang can discipline him personally, might even get a generous reward. She paused, blinking with a smile. Though letting him continue opposing me isn't bad either. Just from slaying the war dragon, we got 5 war dragon bones and 2 vials of war dragon blood, all rare materials. You're the ruthless one, Su Xia gasped. Chen Runian waved dismissively. Forget about him. Xia, why don't you introduce me to the demon wolf secret realm? Let's finish this quickly. We're friends now, so drop the formal address. Su Xia stuck out her tongue playfully. Call me Xia or Little Ya. I'll call you Runian, Anian, or Brother Nian. Chen Runian was amused by her mischievous smile and nodded casually. Whatever you prefer. Brother Nian works. Brother Nian? Humph. You might as well call me Sister Ya. Su Xia lifted her chin, then became serious again. All right, your sister Ya will give you the rundown. The demon wolf secret realm is basically this vast grassland you see, much larger than the falcon secret realm with more demon beasts, making it great for leveling. But since we can easily spot the demon beasts, we're also exposed to them. If we get surrounded, the consequences would be dire. She pointed toward the distance. The most densely populated area is naturally the boss zone. The boss is called the Demon Wolf Lord, commanding a full 500 demon wolves. They operate in the southeast, the toughest nut to crack in this realm. If you charge in there, you might face all 500 wolves at once. The northwest houses the sheep headquarters with over 1,000 in number, equally formidable. Other areas, though more scattered, still have hundreds of demon beasts roaming around. Su Xia was naturally talkative, and after accepting Chen Runian as a friend, she opened up completely. Chen Runian listened while formulating tactics in his mind. Era and Xiao Bai will form the main team, striking directly at the Demon Wolf Lord. Era's clone will handle the sheep flock in the northeastern corner. He spoke concisely and decisively. I'll take Sister Ya. He deliberately emphasized the title, to the southwest. Su Xia covered her mouth and laughed softly, agreeing readily. Thus, Era and Xiao Bai shot off like the wind. The clones scattered like shadows, while he headed southwest with Su Xia. Xiao Nian, even though there aren't that many demonic beasts in the southwest, isn't it too risky with just the 2 of us? There's a pack of about 20 demon wolves in that direction too. Under the blazing sun on the southwestern plains, dry grass swayed in the wind. Su Xia observed the demon wolves roaming in the distance while whispering her concerns. Xiaoya, just trust your brother Nian and go all out with your attacks. I'll keep you safe. Chen Runian patted his chest confidently, his tone light and cheerful. The 2 playfully called each other brother and sister in their banter, yet they worked together with perfect coordination. Su Xia drew a long bow embedded with magical runes, her fingertips quickly gathering elemental forces of fire and ice as she followed Chen Runian forward. Every few dozen meters, the ground bore scorched arrow marks or cracks burned by light beams. They killed everything in their path. The explosive fire arrows she charged up matched the power of the agile light beams Chen Runian casually unleashed, leaving her amazed. You're a summoner, but you seem even more powerful than a mage. Chen Runian just smiled without explanation. Soon, they encountered the pack of 20 demon wolves. The demon wolf secret realm was an endless plain without even a boulder for cover. Combined with the nightmare difficulty that gave the demon wolves special grade enhancements, their fangs gleamed with cold menace. Upon spotting their targets, the 20 demon wolves immediately advanced in a semicircle formation, planning to completely surround the pair. Xiaoya, I'll call you Sister Ya. These 20 are all yours. I won't lift a finger. Chen Runian spoke leisurely. Don't do this, Xiaonian. Sister Ya can't handle this many special grade enhanced demon wolves alone. Su Xia panicked instantly. Seeing the demon wolves closing in within 10 meters, she changed her tune and pleaded for help. Brother Nian, I'll call you Brother Nian, okay? You can't just stand there, at least protect me. Chen Runian chuckled deeply and formed hand seals. Spirit sharing. A transparent light network instantly spread out, enveloping Su Xia completely. She clearly felt her strength, agility, and defense increase significantly, and even the elemental fluctuations attached to her arrows became more violent. Your support is amazing. Hee. Watch Sister Ya unleash her power. She gave a light shout as her bowstring vibrated. First arrow, explosive fire arrow. Flames erupted, blasting 3 demon wolves away instantly. Second arrow, explosive ice arrow. Freezing air condensed into frost, freezing the legs of the wolves charging in front. Third arrow, fourth arrow. Arrows carrying alternating fire and frost tore through the beasts for one after another. The wolves that rushed close were forcibly repelled by Chen Runian's divine almighty push, making even approaching them a luxury. In just half a minute, all 20 special-grade enhanced demon wolves lay on the grass, their blood forming dark red streams. Su Shia's cheeks flushed with excitement as an archer. She usually could only shoot from the back row, but when had she ever enjoyed such close-range combat and visceral satisfaction? Time flew by as the pair spent a full hour and a half grinding in the southwest corner. The grassland was littered with demon wolf corpses, over 150 of them. Suddenly, the secret realm notification sounded, and a deep blue teleportation portal rose from the ground, accompanied by a pillar of light. Defeated level 16 special grade enhanced demon wolf leader. Experience 2000. Obtained demon wolf set X1, demon wolf leader fur X1. Looking at the notification in the air, Su Xia exclaimed, "We cleared it already?" The two had merely chosen a direction with relatively fewer demonic beasts, but Chen Runian's pet, still hidden in the shadows, had already taken care of the real boss. "I want to raise a few pets like yours too." Her voice was full of envy. Chen Runian stared at the golden demon wolf set that dropped, quite satisfied. He casually clicked confirm and led Su Xia into the teleportation portal to leave the secret realm. Light flashed in the secret realm hall as the two emerged. "Chen Runian's out. Damn, that fast. I haven't even finished forming my team." Originally, no one believed anyone could clear a nightmare-level secret realm in such a short time, but remembering how he had easily defeated the level 20 war dragon earlier, the crowd fell silent. Chen Runian ignored the surrounding chatter and had Su Xia lead the way directly to the level 17 secret realm entrance. Just as they reached the entrance, a uniformly dressed enforcement squad approached them, with the leader speaking in a cold, harsh tone. "Chen Runian, you engaged in combat with Ouyang Jintian in the secret realm hall, seriously violating campus discipline. Come with us." "Huh, it's not the 12th squad." The crowd turned toward the sound and saw that the captain leading the team wasn't Xiongqi from before, but an unfamiliar enforcement captain. Since it wasn't shift change time, the sudden team replacement immediately caused a stir. Even more conspicuous was the back of the formation. Ouyang Batian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth, making his malicious intentions crystal clear. Chen Runian lowered his voice and asked Su Xia, "Xia, should I go over there? If I don't, will there be trouble?" "You have to go," Su Xia replied immediately. "According to the rules, anyone caught fighting gets arrested on the spot. Right now it's just a summons, which is already quite courteous. If you resist orders, that's defying law enforcement, and they can slap whatever charges they want on you. You'd be the one who suffers most." She glanced at Ouyang Batian. "Besides, he's Ouyang Chuanqi's grandson, so this is probably a trap. Don't worry, I'll go find my grandfather to back you up." With that, she hurried away, clearly going to fetch reinforcements. Chen Runian had no choice but to follow the enforcement team. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "He's done for. Chen Runian is in deep trouble. Look at Ouyang Batian's expression, has probably got everything arranged. Now that Su Shi is gone, is she trying to save him or abandon him? Tell me, how can a cultivator with no backing fight against such powerful forces?" Others wondered aloud. Isn't the formation hall supposed to be upright and impartial? Can even the enforcement hall be bought? A friend shook his head with a sigh. "Don't forget that Ouyang Batian has Ouyang Chuanqi backing him. If you were in the enforcement hall, would you dare offend the descendant of a legendary SS class professional? Fairness only applies to people with equal backgrounds." At this point, everyone fell silent. So-called fairness often remained only on the surface. Setting aside Ouyang Chuanqi's reputation, even Ouyang Batian himself was a rare SS class professional with unlimited potential. If punishment were to be handed down, his would certainly be as light as possible. As for Chen Runian, a cultivator with no connections, an unclear background, even if his abilities were somewhat strong, he still seemed insignificant before he could fully develop. The enforcement hall. Behind the elevated enforcement desk sat an official in formal posture. Disputes between newly transferred professionals weren't serious enough to alarm the hall master, so such matters were routinely handled by officials. To the official's right sat a pot-bellied man in luxurious robes, the characters Ouyang gleaming in gold on his collar. Chen Runian immediately recognized him as someone from the Ouyang family. With an Ouyang family member sitting in the judgment position, the situation's outcome was obvious. The official looked up, his voice booming like a bell. "Chen Runian, you engaged in unauthorized private combat and killed Ouyang Batian's pet battle dragon. Do you admit your guilt?" Before the words had finished echoing, Ouyang Batian stepped forward and pointed viciously at Chen Runian. "Chen Runian, I was merely summoning my battle dragon to demonstrate my abilities, but you caught me off guard and used despicable methods to kill it. You deserve to die. That battle dragon possessed dragon bloodline and was extremely precious, and now it's dead for nothing. Official sir, please seek justice for me. I knew early on that the secret realm palace prohibits fighting, so I didn't fight back. I thought he would know when to stop, but who could have imagined he would beat my battle dragon to death? I really regret it now." If I had known, I never would have summoned the battle dragon in the first place. Poor my war dragon, who had just awakened new skills only to perish. It sacrificed itself to honor the sacred realm's no-fighting rule. I beseech you, Lord Enforcer, to see the truth. Ouyang Batian held up his cracked contract device, his voice hoarse, and his face a picture of heartbreak. His performance was so convincing that even Chen Runian couldn't help but want to applaud. Chen Runian surveyed the enforcement hall, marble floors polished to a mirror shine, a row of enforcement cadets standing at rigid attention with expressionless faces. After they entered, the main door slammed shut with a heavy thud, its weight reminiscent of ancient courthouse iron bars, completely blocking out external noise. Yet looking up at the walls densely packed with high-definition cameras and holographic projection equipment reminded everyone that this place was anything but outdated. An elder from the Ouyang family, wearing a pleasant smile, waved his hand gently. Several assistants carried the war dragon's corpse to the center of the hall, its scales still flickering with faint spiritual light. Chen Runian sneered, and Warlithus was clearly a trap set for him. Chen Runian, do you confess your guilt? The enforcer deliberately lowered his voice, sitting upright in the main seat as if waiting for the formal address of Lord Enforcer. Reporting to the enforcer, Chen Runian replied calmly. The sacred realm is equipped with comprehensive surveillance. Simply reviewing the footage will reveal the truth. The enforcer's brow furrowed slightly. Captain Liu, retrieve the footage. Captain Liu, who had escorted Chen Runian here, stepped forward with a smile and pulled out a portable terminal, searching rapidly. Reporting to Lord Enforcer, today's surveillance system malfunctioned and no footage is available. This subordinate suggests a trial combining witness testimony and physical evidence. The surveillance being conveniently broken was obvious to everyone. Since this was a closed-door trial, they never intended for outsiders to know what happened. For the enforcement hall to show such blatant favoritism left Chen Runian to silently lament the absurdity of so-called justice. Approved. Summon the witnesses. For cadets formed a line and stepped out from the waiting area. Simultaneously, a lie detector was placed in the center, with only a few cameras left to record. Ouyang Baishan's earlier testimony hadn't been subjected to lie detection, but now that it was Chen Runian's turn, they brought out the device, quite telling indeed. The enforcer slammed his hand on the desk. You were all present in the sacred realm this afternoon. Tell us what you witnessed. First witness. Reporting to Lord Enforcer. I saw Chen Runian kill Ouyang Baishan's pet war dragon without provocation. Second witness. Reporting to Lord Enforcer. Ouyang Batian and his war dragon did not attack Chen Runian, yet Chen Runian struck with lethal force. Third witness. Reporting to Lord Enforcer. Ouyang Batian came for Su Xia's sake. Though he had never met Chen Runian before, his war dragon was killed because of her. Fourth witness. Reporting to Lord Enforcer. Chen Runian provoked Ouyang Batian by calling the SS-level Dragon Master profession worthless, which enraged Ouyang Batian into summoning his war dragon. For statements, one from each person, all carefully avoiding key details, yet causing the lie detector's green light to illuminate. Lie detection verification passed. Witness testimony is valid. The enforcer nodded, then pointed to the massive corpse. The war dragon is dead, and it was Ouyang Baishan's contracted beast. Physical evidence is valid. He suddenly slammed the desk, his voice booming through the hall as he roared. Chen Runian, with both witness testimony and physical evidence present, why don't you confess your crimes and submit to justice? Chen Runian showed no signs of panic, and many enforcement team members nodded approvingly at this sight, while the enforcer frowned slightly. The enforcer knew well that when suspects were flustered and panicked, he only needed to apply a little pressure to easily control the situation. But the young man before him was unnaturally composed, like an immovable boulder, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. Reporting to the enforcer, I was merely defending myself in retaliation, not initiating an attack, let alone engaging in a brawl, Chen Runian said in a steady tone. The enforcer replied gravely. Anyone can make one-sided claims. Since the lie detector is here, speak clearly before everyone. A pale green column of truth-detecting light illuminated the space between them. Chen Runian stepped forward and raised 3 fingers. First, Ouyang Jintian commanded his contracted war dragon to kill me in the secret realms hall. The green light remained steady without the slightest fluctuation. The enforcement team members exchanged glances. This statement alone was serious enough. Second, the war dragon used its ultimate skill, Dragon Charge, against me. That's a killing move so powerful that even dungeon bosses can barely withstand it, yet it was unleashed against a person, clearly with intent to kill. The green light remained stable. Even team members who were wary of the Ouyang family began to frown. Third, these 4 so-called witnesses are all Ouyang Jintian's people, constituting familiar testimony that shouldn't be trusted. The lie detector once again confirmed his words as true. Many upright members of the enforcement team exchanged meaningful looks when it came to eyewitnesses. The dozens of student onlookers were the real witnesses. Chen Runian looked directly at the enforcer. If you truly seek justice, why not invite them all here? Or are you afraid of the Ouyang family's background, wanting to shatter the enforcement hall's golden reputation for fairness and integrity, turning it into a tool for the privileged? As soon as he finished speaking, the Ouyang family elder standing nearby showed impatience. The enforcer's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Insolence! The enforcement hall has always operated with fairness and justice, and will not tolerate defamation. Now that both witness and physical evidence are present and have been verified as authentic by this enforcer, how dare you still argue?" He slammed his hand on the desk, spiritual energy rippling as he sought to pronounce judgment on the spot. Chen Runian merely smiled calmly. If the enforcer fears the Ouyang family's Ouyang Chuanqi, why not guess who my backing at Tianming University might be? Moreover, I could slay Ouyang Jintian's SS-rank war dragon at level 16. Are you certain my future will be inferior to his? These two consecutive rhetorical questions struck the enforcer's heart like heavy hammers. The Ouyang family elder snorted coldly and stepped forward, forcibly probing Chen Runian's information with his spiritual sense, then sneered mockingly. "You think that hiding your profession means we can't find out? A pet summoneraha, the lowest tier of summoning classes with frank quality. Such a profession getting into Tianming University was already an exception, and now you dare speak so arrogantly? If you truly had ability, why is your level so much lower than Tianers? You must have used illegal items to kill that war dragon." His speech quickened, voice booming. "Is it jealousy or resentment? Now you claim to have backing? You're just a little orphan from Huiquan Citadel. You really think you're someone important? Your Honor, this boy not only shows contempt for the law, but is also a habitual liar. If you're going to pass judgment, please impose the maximum penalty to teach him a proper lesson." The Ouyang family's attendant shoved a stack of documents into the magistrate's hands. The file contained only a few basic details about Chen Runian from before he entered the Spirit Realm standard public records shared among the major families. As for deeper background information, no one could access it without disturbing the Ouyang family's true legendary figure, Ouyang Fengsa. Who would dare trouble that ancestor over such trivial matters? Did they have a death wish? With the documents in hand, the magistrate's confidence surged, and anger flashed across his face. "Outrageous! How dare you speak so brazenly in the Hall of Justice? Your crime is compounded." He slammed the desk and fixed Chen Runian with a piercing stare, his voice ringing like a hammer striking iron. "Chen Runian, you deliberately slaughtered Ouyang Jintian's war dragon in a non-combat zone, the secret realm hall. With both witnesses and evidence present, I hereby pronounce judgment." Before his words could fully settle, the previously sealed doors suddenly creaked open with a groan. The magistrate's voice caught, and every gaze turned toward the entrance. Well, kid, you're in the Hall of Justice too? Got yourself in trouble? About to be sentenced? How interesting." The newcomer carried a long sword and wine gourd on his back. He raised an eyebrow at Chen Runian, then casually settled into the spectator section. Li Qingyun, the wine sword immortal. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Why would this legendary figure appear at such an occasion? Immediately after, a young woman's urgent voice echoed through the hall. "Hurry, grandfather. If we're any slower, Chen Runian will be sentenced." "Don't rush, child. The door's open, isn't it? And there's an audience. How lively." The speaker was Su Duokai, a white-haired elder who entered quickly with his granddaughter Su Xia. When Su Xia looked up and saw who was in the spectator section, she gasped in surprise and rushed over. "Uncle Li." Li Qingyun smiled and patted the seat beside him. "Little ya, sit. This judgment should be quite entertaining. Would have missed it if we'd arrived a moment later." Su Xia obediently took her seat, making everyone else envious. For her to call him Uncle Li so familiarly indicated an unusually close relationship. Su Duokai then sat beside his granddaughter, his gaze shifting between Chen Runian and the magistrate as he spoke leisurely. All this commotion over Chen Runian, and my brother Qingyun came to watch." The surrounding cultivators rolled their eyes at this comment. Who could possibly invite Li Qingyun? He'd obviously come of his own accord. Li Qingyun waved dismissively, clearly intrigued. "Fascinating. This old man wants to see what tricks they're playing." With that, Su Duokai pointed his finger, and a formation array materialized before everyone, its runes interweaving as light condensed into a flowing water screen. A transcendent grade formation, the source reversal array. Someone whispered in awe, then immediately covered their mouth, not daring to make another sound. Within the water screen, the scene of Ouyang Jintian blocking Su Xia and Chen Runian, then releasing his war dragon to attack, played out clearly. The truth was laid bare, and the hall fell into complete silence. The magistrate broke into a cold sweat, while several Ouyang family elders turned deathly pale. Suddenly, Su Duokai paused the image and began magnifying a particular section. What has Elder Su discovered? Li Qingyun narrowed his eyes as everyone held their breath in anticipation. The Ouyang elders' hearts lurched, but they forced smiles. Ahem. Chen Runian must have used some special artifact. How else could he have slain a war dragon? Most people nodded in agreement. For someone of Su Duat-size stature to examine something so closely, it must involve some rare treasure. But with two legendary figures seated in the spectator section, their overwhelming presence blanketed the entire hall, and no one dared make another sound. Su Xia stared intently at the water screen, first puzzled, then the next second, the magnified image made her suddenly understand. Her face quickly turned red. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.